with Novara Media. My name's Aaron Bastani, at Aaron Bastani on Twitter. I have a plethora, a smorgasbord of fabulous guests to see us all the way through this once-in-a-lifetime general election. We're starting this evening, Cam Sandhu. At Cam Sandhu, we've got the second camera. Is it at Cam Sandhu? At Cam Base.
Yeah.
Real Media, Cam Sandhu, and her colleague Tom Barlow will be joining us later on. We've got Kirsty Major, at Kirsty Major.
At _Kirsty Major.
At _Kirsty Major from The Independent, commissioning editor at The Independent. Fabulous to have you on. And Matt Zarb. At Matt Zarb.
At Matt Zarb, yeah.
At Matt Zarb.
Yeah, well done.
Former spin doctor, it's fair to say. For Jeremy Corbyn.
I don't like the term.
New
politics.
New politics. What would you call it?
Honest man.
Jeremy Corbyn's honest man. So we'll be, I guess we'll be talking for the next half an hour, a bit more, looking to the exit poll that comes out at 10 PM. Last year he got it spot on. Didn't last time, 2015, gave the Tories a surprise majority. That turned out to be correct when many were predicting a hung parliament. Hopefully we get a repeat performance, and all the polls, all the pundits, and all the bookies have got it wrong. Hopefully we'll get a low majority. Matt Zarb, what do you reckon that exit poll is going to tell us at 10 o'clock, half an hour's time? What's your prediction?
Very difficult to say. I think a lot depends on how many young people turn out. I think that could really swing it. And I think last time it was around 40%, 18 to 24-year-olds. I think if it gets up to 55, 60% this time around, it could be a very different result. Could have a massive impact. I think what we'll see is Labour getting a higher share of the vote than 2015, but I don't know exactly how that's going to break down across the country.
Sober judge, Kirsty?
I think Matt's right. I think it's about young people, and I think it'll be interesting to see how online activism converts into real-time activism at the polls. Someone said you can meme yourself into 10 Downing Street, and I think tonight will be, a bit of an experiment into whether you can do that.
Cam?
Going to repeat the same thing. This is definitely the election for young people to see how much we've engaged them in 6 weeks. They've got everything to win, so I guess I'm still waiting on the results.
What's your hunch? Do you think the turnout for young people will be the same as with the Brexit referendum last summer, which was about 65%, wasn't it? Youth turnout.
64%.
64%.
Do I think it's going to be the same?
Same, more, less.
I'm hoping for more. Maybe the same would be good enough. And Brexit showed like the kind of generational gap between older people and younger people, and they're the ones who've lost out as a result of that. So I'm hoping that they're more enthused to take part this time.
I'll have, just anecdotally, people who no interest in politics whatsoever are going to be voting for Jeremy Corbyn. Like, it has enthused people. I think it has. I just don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm fearing the worst at the moment, but I think that if they do turn out, if young people have turned out, then it could really make a massive difference. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, I was just going to say, first of all, we've got 180 people on the Facebook Live, which is more than Newsnight, which we've already done incredibly well, haven't we?
That could swing some marginals.
That could swing.
That could have won Croydon.
That could have won Croydon Central.
If anyone's watching here, where have you 180? Where's the camera?
This is the master camera.
If you haven't voted
this is
yet,
John McDonnell. This is up on the Mar Show.
Go and vote. Right?
You've still got 29 minutes.
29 minutes.
Actually, we're kind of remiss because we should be knocking on doors right now. There's an embargo on reporting it till 10 o'clock, right? Generally, I mean, but Novara Media doesn't play by the rules, as our Facebook fans will already know.
Look, I've been out all day.
You've been out all day.
Knocking on doors all day. So.
Whereabouts?
Over in Southend, in
That's where
Southend.
That's where you're living.
I live, yeah.
Southend, that hub of radical socialism.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Kirsty, been on the doorstep today?
I've done some canvassing, but I've been focusing on doing Facebook ads and Instagram ads, kind of playing with getting young people to vote online, because I mean they're not the people who answer the doors at home, but you can get them online. So that's been the focus for me this election.
Cam, any knocking on doors, any hassling people to vote Labour?
I haven't been, well, I did a little bit of canvassing in my local area, but I did that quite early on in the election. So not
what's your local constituency?
Hornsey Wood Green.
Hornsey Wood Green.
Yeah.
And who's the MP there?
Catherine West.
Catherine West.
She took out Lynn Featherstone of the Lib Dems last time. So.
Have you got any interesting anecdotes from the doorstep? Anybody sort of try and give you a slap? Anybody give you a hug? What was the best and worst thing you heard about Jeremy Corbyn?
Well, today?
Just generally, in terms of when you were canvassing, when you were talking to people who weren't necessarily politicos, any surprising sort of comebacks?
I think because I had this thing where I would do canvassing like in a sort of traditional sense, but then I would try and get talking to people in my local pubs and talk to them about general election and Labour and whatever. And the sense I got was that people generally recognised that the media was against him because he stood for something that was against their sort of commercial interests.
And this is in Southend?
It was in Southend of all places. And people, and actually what I really noticed from that is the fox hunting thing with Theresa May back in the fox hunting, that really cut through to people a lot more than I think the media kind of noticed. I think
people don't care about welfare cuts, they care about cuddly animals.
Why? Why did that cut? Okay, so two questions then. Why does that cut through, and why did the Tories do it? Because it's obviously not a particularly big issue even for their base. I mean, it is, but not like, tax cuts for corporations. So
why did it cut through? I think, so to talk about when I went canvassing, one thing that really struck me was how much people had drunk the Tory Kool-Aid over the past 7 years. Like, it wasn't only strong and stable, it was like strivers v skivers. And when you demonise people, when you talk about welfare cuts, people don't care. But no one's been going around for the past, 7 years demonising animals. So, and animals, there's no sort of culpability. So I think a lot of people felt like they were sort of victims, and that's why that cut through. Why did they do it? I don't know, was it hubris? I'm not sure. I mean, the social care bill, I totally understood because it was wonkish, it was ironing out an inconsistency because you already paid for, your social care if you went into a care home with your house, so why not do it for care in the home? They were just ironing that out. But the fox hunting, I don't know where that came from.
I think the social care thing, they were trying to plug what they thought was a gap in their messaging, in the sense that they knew that Labour were going to attack them on their record of social care, so they needed a policy to address that. So it was kind of laying the groundwork. With the fox hunting, I think she wants to bring it back, and I think that that's kind of her Toryism. But I think that took people by surprise. I think people genuinely thought that she was a different kind of conservative. The steps are down in street speech, and then when she comes out with, I would have a free vote on fox hunting and I support it, people were like, oh, she's just like one of them then. Yeah,
I mean, my impression is with Cameron and Osborne, they were obviously quite different kind of conservatives, weren't they? And people forget, obviously, the whole commentariat, because they'll have to say the same thing. It's like an addiction, with the exception of the Independent, of course, Kirsty. They all have to say the same thing, and you think, well, the Tories didn't win a majority from 92 to 2015, and yet overnight people were saying they're going to be in government for fucking 40 years, majorities of 200, and you just think, well, that's a bit excessive. And at the beginning of the century, people laughed at the likes of Ian Duncan Smith and William Hague, and actually there was a lot of work done by people like David Cameron to rehabilitate that image, and things like fox hunting, the stuff on social care, the stuff on ivory trading, people were like, this is just fucking weird. What do you think, Cam?
Similar, I think she's maybe signalling to that kind of old Tory base that, I'll take back control in the way that you guys would like me to. But yeah, the manifesto and fox hunting, I think, were turning points in terms of like her downward campaign. Because people see, well, why are you talking about fox hunting when we've got Brexit negotiations and all this stuff that you said that you're going to be in charge of? How can this be on your agenda?
Yeah, I mean, for the people out there, what was it? In 2015-16, I believe, 9,000 people died of indoor cold that winter. Cold. That's why we have the winter fuel allowance. That's why we need to retrofit homes. 9,000 people died. And the Tories now want a means test, the winter fuel allowance. Resolution Foundation says that 10 million people lose it, right? And the Tories' priority wasn't to stop these 9,000 people dying. They're also going to move the pension from the triple to the double lock, the kill foxes. And yet, old people don't seem to care about that. I mean, we know that older voters still were polling very high for the Conservatives, despite a recognition, people say it from the young, but actually it was from under 50s, really, that were like, okay, this is a different kind of Conservative party, like you say, to Cameron's. Why don't you think things like fox hunting angered older voters as much as it did perhaps younger voters? Or is there a dichotomy that doesn't make much sense? Because I buy it 100%, but
I think it's a cognitive dissonance. I think it's you can hold that in your mind and think, I'm going to get screwed over in that sense. But there's this larger project at hand right now, which is Brexit, and I trust this sort of, you know, matronly woman and a party which is sensible with the economy.
Yeah.
Again, going back to that sort of like the rhetoric which we've been like digesting for the past 7 years.
Yeah.
I think it might be to do with Brexit.
Brexit, Matt.
I think that they've run a very terrible campaign, right? Where their one message, that this is a strong and stable leader, was based on the perception the public had of Theresa May, which was based on a very stage-managed and controlled public appearances, and they've undermined that one key message with a series of tactical errors. So you had the dementia tax, you've had you know, the interview that she gave to the Plymouth, was it the Plymouth Herald or something, where she just sounded like a robot. You know, she's come across terribly. She hasn't done the debates.
But that was in the middle of what seemed like, and I'm not mincing my words here, like almost like a nervous breakdown. There was a moment where she seemed very fragile, obviously very stressed, not sleeping properly. That's not particular to Theresa May. That's something all politicians have to go through. Tony Blair was taking sleeping pills. We know around the time of the Iraq War. Yeah. But at that time, she seemed almost at breaking point, and yet, they could win a bigger majority than any Tory since Thatcher in '87.
Yeah, I mean that.
We'll see.
We'll have to see. I mean, look, I think
21 minutes.
I think it's very important to put this all in context. Like, there's the UKIP vote has collapsed. Now where that vote goes, obviously, going to, particularly in like Northern English seats, is going to be very crucial in terms of determining, you know, the result of the election. So I think it's very unusual. UKIP, they don't have many seats now, right? But they had 10%, 15% share of the vote, and that's like party.
4 million, right?
3 million votes, and that's a lot of votes that are just going to be reallocated now. So, yeah, if you had AV or something, it would be, you'd probably do, if you voted UKIP 1, you'd vote Tory 2. You know, that's kind of where we are, isn't it? So I think in this new context where we're sort of returning to, I think we're going to be returning to the two-party system. You have to position yourself to pick up those former UKIP votes, and I think we've done that. We've done the best possible job of that by accepting the result of the referendum, and by putting forward a manifesto which is, you know, very much focused on funding public services, redistribution, you know, appealing to that what you would call red UKIP vote. I think
I agree with Matt. I think at the beginning of the election and just after Brexit, everyone, you know, really went for the Labour Party, like, why aren't you becoming the party of the Remainers? That's the key to electoral success. Now, 21 minutes until we find out the exit polls, where are the Lib Dems? Like, that's one thing we haven't spoken about yet. Like, that Lib Dem resurgence did not happen, and that's because in many ways people accepted the result. Yeah, it's another awful portmanteau. The relievers, you know, the people who wear Remainers but accept that we have to leave. They're perhaps with Labour now.
Go on.
No, I was just going to say, yeah. If you call a referendum and then you say, right, it's your choice. Either you're going to remain or we're going to leave, and then you don't carry out the result. That is really, really bad, right? That's like, that is so bad, because if you're like, and you know, if you're going to be annoyed with anyone, if you're like a Ramona, if that is your predilection, you know, and you really love the EU and you fly the EU flag, excellent, right?
Bit weird though, isn't it?
Bit weird, but if you are, be annoyed with Cameron for calling the referendum.
Yeah.
Don't be annoyed with Corbyn for not positioning himself against the democratic result of a referendum.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think people have come to terms with that now.
Yeah, but there was a referendum in Quebec for Quebecois in Canada for Quebecois independence in 1980, and I think the wording of the question was like over 100 words. So it was like, will you delegate to the Canadian federal government the authority to negotiate a new constitutional relationship to a potentially, like, you know, independent Quebec, you know, but right, so it's all these qualifications, and yet with, I think it was 14, 15 words, people watching can just go and Google it, you know, 15 words, should we leave the EU, yes or no? Nothing about the fucking single market, nothing about freedom of movement, nothing about ECHR, nothing about fucking, and then obviously people like Nigel Farage go, well, this means leaving the single market, whereas people like Dan Hannan and people like Actually, even fucking Nigel Farage
What about
was saying we could be like Switzerland.
Where was
We're in the
Carswell?
single market. Well, they were all saying we could be like Switzerland. We could be like Norway.
Norway was the one.
And yet all of a sudden we had to leave the single market.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, again, like you said, that's about blaming Cameron.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think if you're upset with the result, then be upset that it was called.
And you think Ramona's now recognised that? And I mean, that's
most of them do.
Reflected in Jeremy's
I
polling.
voted Remain because I was worried that if the Tories did Brexit, they would turn Britain into a tax haven, which is I still believe that's what they'll do. But I accept the result now. You have to accept it. That's the result it delivered.
Ramona's, were they wrong to blame Corbyn?
100%. You're right. It should have been David Cameron because he ceded to Farage to win that vote to get through the 2015 election, and he did that. Now potentially he might break up the union. So it was a massive mistake on his part and definitely not Corbyn's. I think Theresa, however, although all those kind of frothing Leave voters, and you might get cut back for that, but the whole Gina Miller stuff, right? All of those people who believe that somehow everyone else is all going to undo.
Yeah.
We're all going to undo Brexit, everyone else, and she's played to that. And so people believe that she's the only one who's going to carry it through, even though Jeremy Corbyn's messaging has been different.
Well, there was this, one of the Jollions. Jollion Morn?
Yeah.
Right? This guy with the fucking windmill in Sussex? Jollion, you know the guy I'm talking about?
I know.
He crowdfunded like 70 grand for some legal challenge, and then it was like and everyone was like, yeah, and he got like 70 grand or whatever, and then like last week the Irish government were like, nah mate, this is ridiculous, what are you doing? And are they going to give them money to, I don't know if I can give them money to.
I'm a bit funny, but like, where were these people when the Tories were cutting benefits for disabled people? Do you know what I mean? It's not just, where is your sense of priorities?
Yeah.
But it doesn't endanger their sort of privileged ability to work across borders and love across borders, like when you know, middle class people, like you're threatening their their second holiday home in the south of France. How dare you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's the first time in their lives politics has actually affected them, and now
Right.
they can't handle it.
Other people's democratic will has affected them, and that outrages them, right?
Yeah.
That's a really good way of looking at
And
it.
it also plays into the whole narrative of, some people just aren't educated enough to vote.
Yeah.
And that sort of like middle class elitism.
Did you see that Andrew Lillico tweet?
No.
Do you know who is Andrew Lillico?
Some right wing guy.
Was he something to do with the Bank of England once?
Is he a columnist or something?
He's a Kiwi from New Zealand.
Is he?
I just looked at his Twitter bio and it's like Kiwi, 5 children, Christian. Oh, fucking hell, all right. Fine. Why is that in Twitter bio? Christian. Do you know what I mean? Atheists. I mean, is it that interesting to not believe in God? I don't think so. I mean, right. And he was like, oh, if Corbyn really is polling 40% or 39% or whatever it was, he goes, maybe we should like reconsider democracy. And then somebody else was talking about labour camps or re-education camps.
Oh, Ian Martin.
Ian Martin. They're like this fucking nexus of like authoritarian, Ramona, like very wealthy white guys. I mean, it doesn't make Rice go
just
wrong
as well. About everything as well.
Wrong about everything.
Consistently
like
wrong.
Reactionaries, essentially.
Right. But they,
without the forum.
But they view themselves as liberals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Oliver Cam.
Oh my god.
There's loads of them, isn't
Oliver Cam, if you're watching, fucking log off, mate. Log the fuck off. He's a real fucking schmuck. Oliver. You're a fucking idiot. But he is, right? They are. I mean, you're a respectable guy, you can't say this. I know you don't think it anyway, Matt, I know that. But I know you totally disagree with me.
I actually have called him a toad on Twitter.
Has it?
Yeah.
He's just a weird guy. I mean, they're weird people, aren't they?
They are weird.
Cam, what's your thoughts on these kind of authoritarian, privileged, effectively Tories, but they think they're liberals?
What's my opinion on them?
So am I wrong? Is that a bad call?
No. And there's been a lot of that about. And the good thing about the whole Corbyn campaign is that he has exposed these people's actual tendencies and where they fall down. Like, I mean, James Butler did a great thread the other day about the fact that Corbyn made, welfare and disability and all those things important again, when in politics it's been completely rubbed out and not important. You could totally use it as a football. It's fine. We won't talk about welfare anymore. So I think a lot of that commentary, I thought no one cares about that stuff anymore. And that's been kind of the key to part of this campaign.
These people though, rental, Cam, You know exactly.
Rental's my colleague.
You know exactly the people I'm talking about.
Makes me cups of teas every day. Let's leave rents out of it.
All right, I'll leave rents out.
Big John Rental, skeletal.
But you know the people I'm talking about, right? The Labour Party to them, I believe, exists because they want to vote Tory, but they feel bad about it. So they want to vote. They want the Labour brand. They find comfort in that, but they want the Labour to basically just be the Tories.
Big question: how many times did Oliver Cam cut up his Labour card on Twitter?
More or less times than Bryn Phillips. I don't know.
Or who else? I mean, that's quite. I think a few people did that, right?
Did they?
When like Corbyn was like, "Yeah, we should, you know, trigger Article 50." If you're like, "Fuck you," I'm gonna tweet about it.
They did, yeah, they did. They said I'm joining the Lib Dems. A lot of them.
Fuck me. Good.
Yeah, they did.
Good. Fuck off. Good. That's where you belong. No, but look,
let's talk about Labour's identity after the election, because I think that's.
Let's do that.
That's the main.
I just want to say very quickly, with the Liberal Democrats, in a way, I actually think they're consistent now, right? Because there's an offer with this general election. People haven't actually mentioned the Liberal Democrats in this regard. You have the Conservative, socially conservative, economic, like fiscally conservative. You have a left-wing Labour Party. But the Liberal Democrats do actually now represent, if you do want to stay in the EU, if you are an economic liberal, but not, you know, to the extent of which, you know, some people in the Tory party are, and you're also a social liberal, there is that choice, although Tim Farron is potentially...
All right, it's Novara Media, it's the eve of the election, delighted to be joined by...
There is that choice there, isn't there? And the Liberal Democrats have fitted in there, and yet they're only polling 7%, which is pretty remarkable. Because those guys aren't... Well, they joined the Lib Dems, but they were more of a sort of like a vanguard that nobody else really followed.
Yeah, well, good. I mean, people haven't got short memories, have they? They were in coalition with the
You think that's what it is?
Yeah. And also, they made their bed, right? They got destroyed at the last election, and rightly so.
Yeah.
And now they're not getting the airtime the other parties are getting because they haven't got many MPs. Well, that's the path you chose.
Lib Dems, is that why?
Agreed. Totally toxic legacy, and you think about people our age,
these are people,
you know, persuaded people in their 20s. Will never vote for them again in their lifetimes. Like, you can't go back.
You think it's that big?
Stabbed in the back.
Do you think it's that big?
Yeah.
I think they're going to end up with 5 MPs.
Fingers crossed. But you think it's that bad? Like, decades long, this will be even if they had like a new Charlie Kennedy, great left wing votes, Labour went right in 10, 15 years time. You'd really think that's.
I think there's something so fundamentally. Politics becomes in people's blood, and you vote the way your parents vote, or you vote because of a sort of an emotional memory. And I think that the Lib Dems have really screwed it over there.
Okay.
I mean, I agree, and they haven't kind of stopped being slippery about it. The like Nick Clegg saying that he was on Newsnight saying he was happy to work with the Tories, and that Labour was never going to get anywhere close to winning, but that he would work with whatever party won, but Labour was definitely not going to get close. And then he changed his tune later. So I think people are still kind of viewing some of this stuff as like, these guys are just opportunists. One
of the big stories of tonight is obviously the Lib Dem performance. We're going to talk about that question about Labour's identity after tonight. It's a huge question. But first, we're going to cut to a video with Owen Jones.
All right, it's Novara Media. It's the eve of the election. Delighted to be joined by my boy Owen Jones.
Was it good?
Here he is, Michael.
Here he is. What have you been up to today, babe?
We just
so we've been out in Croydon, pounding those streets, knocking on those doors. No door unlocked. Wow, we had an absolute army. It was phenomenal. So Croydon, just so we all know, it's got about 150 vote majority for Gavin Barwell, who is a Tory housing minister. The Tories have an excellent record on housing. Too many affordable homes built, if you want my opinion. So what we've done is got a huge army out.
Let it hit first.
What was amazing about the crowd is how young it was. It was very diverse. These are people obviously being often on the sharp end of the sorts of policies the likes of Gavin Barwell have been implementing, because they're probably struggling with rip-off private rents. And what we did is just absolutely just swept through the constituency. And it's just incredible because, there is a grassroots army. The Tories have the money. They have the millions, we have the people on the ground. That's the difference. We're up against a racket of vested interests who have a shed load of...
I did get a flyer from one Tory leafleter today. I asked her if she was hired. She said she was a volunteer, but who knows?
Well, I think we all know. Yeah, she was a robot. I'm joking. We're real. We're not droids. No, I mean, we've got a huge army on our side all across the country, and I'm a bit burnt out now because I've been doing it, how many have I done now? A fair few. And
You've been doing your bit. You get people down there. It's good.
no, but what's amazing is the ones I've done, and it's the same today, about a third to a half have never knocked on the door before. And that is something to build on.
Cadre
To
building.
build on. That is young people, often in their 20s, annoying, who never knocked on a door, never gone out campaigning, and they're like, if I don't do it now, then when? It's amazing.
So I want to ask you a bit about the campaign in general. Obviously, you've been a Corbyn supporter from the beginning, left the Labour Party, but you did have your doubts, right? Yeah. We can all say you had your doubts. Have you been pleasantly surprised?
Yeah, I mean, I voted for him twice. Campaign, I put my heart and soul into his first campaign. As many of you viewers in the angry comments, probably some of them were left below this, have already pointed out, I did have very, very public doubts.
You had a wobble.
Yeah, I mean, the campaign has already proven me wrong. In the sense of it's been, it's not just the Tories have imploded, which they have, but let's not just attribute Labour's resurgence there, because the Tory poll rating hasn't gone down that much. Labour's has gone up massively, and that's because they offered a vision, an inspiring vision about what we could do in a very wealthy country to overcome all the problems we have, that we asked those at the top to pay a bit more money so we can invest in education, health, housing, jobs, that we can have a genuine living wage, that we can... we can bring our utilities back under the control of the people of this country. And that has cut through in a way that my worry was that people had made their minds up, so it didn't matter what we said, they wouldn't be listening to us. But where I've been proved decisively wrong in a way, and again, we're still, the odds are stacked against us, and election's going to be tough, that's why every single person needs to be out. That I was proved wrong, that a lot of people have just changed their minds and have been inspired, and we do have something to build on. And my fear was we just march off to, we'd be in the early 20s or less in the polling, and, that's my darkest moment, that's what I thought. But it shows that people power, a grassroots movement, and inspiring vision.
And people are more up for socialism than we thought. They bloody love it.
They love a bit of socialism.
I want a bit of clairvoyance, right? So people are going to watch this tomorrow, Election Day. It's the evening before Election Day. I want the prediction of what is going to be the headline on The Sun, the headline on the Daily Mail, and the headline on your very own paper, The Guardian. So we're going to start with The Sun. What do you think is going to be the headline?
That Corbyn will nationalise your mother, and he will force everyone to change their first name to Osama bin Laden or something.
The Daily Mail.
I think the Daily Mail will be that every street in Britain will have to be renamed Vladimir Lenin is well cool, and we should all wear Soviet berets.
And The Guardian.
The Guardian? Well, to be fair to The Guardian, I mean, The Guardian has pissed off a lot of people who with Novara, and I understand the frustration there. It's a liberal newspaper, it's not a socialist newspaper. Bear that in mind. The only socialist, they've got me and George Monbiot and Zoe Williams on the left who write for it, gives a platform for us. I mean, The Guardian came up with an editorial which was wholeheartedly about Labour in this election. So I don't know. Yeah, vote Labour.
I mean, it'll be a nice object, like neck and neck in the polls. What's going to happen?
Why not? It depends on the polls. I don't know. I will hope it'll be a solid Tories and Labour's done something good.
All right, this is going out on Election Day. We're not going to waste this opportunity with Owen Jones. I want to the camera that motivational speech. What should people be doing this afternoon? Who should people call? How do we do the best we can for a socialist government come tomorrow morning?
These are my pleading eyes. Can you look at these puppy dog pleading eyes? Look, seriously, no, I mean genuinely serious here. If you don't, at this moment, do every last thing you can do to get people out to vote for Labour, then when? Because we have a Labour Party offering an inspiring vision about what this country can be, that we can build the houses that people need, that we can have decent, well-paid jobs for everybody, that we can overcome poverty and insecurity, that we don't punish young people who aspire to education by saddling them with debt, that we don't force old people to be fearful of losing their own homes if they want social care, that we can have utilities that we all depend on, not run by profiteers or governments that aren't accountable to us, but by the people of this country. These are things you can have, but only if you go out now and literally get every single person you know, drag them kicking and screaming if necessary to a polling station, because the good polling that is probably giving you a lot of heart is based on people like younger voters and non-voters, and a surge in support by women for Labour. A lot of old Tories think to themselves, you're not going to come out and vote. Young people, this is what they're saying, they're lazy, they don't care, and all the rest of it. They are desperate for you not to come out and vote. So at this very moment, after you've listened to me babbling on like this, burnt out and knackered, all I would say is, do everything you can, every last person, text them, WhatsApp them, Snap, whatever it is, and just give them that absolute pleading kind of message of, this is your big opportunity to have genuine change, to wipe the smiles off the Conservatives, which they're already, many of them have got. Ring your grandparents, talk to them about the dementia tax, the scrapping of the triple lock, on pensions, on winter fuel payments, the means testing. Ask them to vote for your future as well. You can turn this around. This is history, but only if, at this very moment, this last moment, you do everything you can to get every single person you know to come out and vote. Do it now. Now!
Thank you, Owen. It's a pleasure to share this historic moment with you. You'll be watching this on Facebook, most probably. My idea, well, it's not an original idea, message 20 people who you haven't talked about politics for in the last year, people who you don't know if they're going to vote. Message 20 of them, more if you've got time. Go out canvassing if you're up for it. Go on mynearestmarginal.com. That will tell you who really needs the help.
And it's so easy. It's so easy if you've never done it before. Most people I've been out with have never done it before. You'll be paired up with someone who's experienced. It makes such a difference. It gets the vote out. It'll change the world.
Change the world. You don't need to be a policy expert. Just tell them why you're voting Labour. You obviously have a reason, unless you're not. But I mean, you're watching this video. You probably are. Then don't do anything today.
Voting is Friday if you vote Conservative.
After you've done everything you can do for socialism today, sit back, relax, and tune into Novara's all-night live election coverage. We'll see you then.
So, we're about to see the BBC exit poll. We know that in 2015, this was more or less correct. It predicted accurately a Tory majority government. We're now going to go to the BBC. David Dimbleby will be introducing that. And let's see this exit poll and the first indication of the results of this general election.
Well, this is where we finally discover what the real numbers are. My giant touchscreen is being loaded with data, the result of talking to some 20,000 voters around the country. In a moment, I should be able to predict which seats could be changing hands.
And on the balcony up there, Michel Hussein will be joined by politicians and commentators to assess why what happened and what the likely consequences are.
Yes, I'll be here throughout the night getting thoughts, views and verdicts on what the message delivered by the people means for the parties, their policies and some political careers.
And with me down here, our political editor, Laura Kunzberg, waiting to talk about this exit poll with only a few moments to go. There are just over 20 seconds to go till Big Ben strikes 10. Then I'll be able to reveal the results of the BBC, ITV and Sky joint poll. Over 30,000 people, 144 polling stations were questioned today, and by the magic of psephology, we're able to predict what we think has happened tonight. And what we're saying is the Conservatives are the largest party. Note, they don't have an overall majority at this stage. 314 for the Conservatives. That's down 17. 266 for Labour. 34.
Parliament!
The SNP, the National Party,
This is it.
34, down 22. Let's keep that figure with a bit of caution for technical reasons.
Is there a majority?
I don't need to explain right
There's
now.
no majority.
The Liberal Democrats on 14, 6,
Fucking get in, you bastard!
Parliament, baby!
Fucking hell! my God, I put Jeremy as
Mate, oh my God.
Don't
It could be wrong, but it's not be that fucking wrong. It could be 20 out, fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Fucking hell.
Another political surprise with both British college.
We are.
Fucking hell.
Put it together.
Okay, we're back on. We're back on.
We're back on, Michael. I'm too most fragile.
Okay, so now we're giving it a go.
Leadership, that was
So,
her catchphrase.
Can we mute the TV in here?
Yeah.
Let's concentrate.
Go on, babe. Go on.
It's gonna be difficult for anyone in Britain to concentrate right now. The establishment shaking. The Tories have lost their majority. The left, the people, the ordinary, the ordinary man, the ordinary woman. We have, well, I don't know. We haven't achieved it yet, but it looks like we could have achieved something phenomenal.
This is fucking mad.
It's fucking mad.
YouGov, buy shares in YouGov.
Zarb, you were part of this. You were part of this. I'm feeling your emotions right now. What is your analysis of a exit poll that says hung Parliament?
Well, if you asked me before the election if I would have taken it, then I bloody would have taken it. But I think we have to bear in mind quickly, I'm sorry to dampen the mood, this is a very similar exit poll to 2015. You know, so the Tories could still have a majority. But even in that context, no one expected us to do this well.
No.
Everyone was writing us off. They're saying, you know, what's the floor? Labour hasn't got a floor. Could be, you know, they could go down to 20%. Well, actually, you know, it proved a lot of people wrong, and this campaign's been fantastic. And the Tories have taken the electorate for granted. She wanted to get a 100-seat majority, and she's not going to get that. And you know, question marks now over whether she's going to stay on as Prime Minister, I think, irrespective of that.
Kirsty.
Oh, mate.
I like my parliaments how I like my men. Hungry for social justice.
Yay!
This is incredible. This is. We started this off and we thought it was. She called a snap election because she was gonna just gobble up the Labour Party, and here we have it, possibly a better result than 2015. It just shows that a left-wing platform works, and so many people doubted that, and that's. Oh, it's music to my ears.
Chunky Mark, get off Twitter, you're on our live
Listen,
feed.
can I just give the...
Okay, Aaron, go on,
let
baby.
me give the data to the people out there. So we've got the Tories predicted now, as Michael's already said, this is an exit poll. In 2015, that exit poll was incorrect. It did give the Tories a majority, but not by the exact numbers. So this may be subject to change by 10, 20 seats. Nonetheless, it's still a surprisingly good result for Labour. It has Labour on 266 seats, and if that's correct, it's the first time that their number of seats has gone up in a general election since 1997. Absolutely remarkable, and to a very significant extent, 266 seats. Many people were saying anything over 200 would be a surprise. So even if this is 20 out for Labour, that is an absolutely remarkable result. 266 seats. The Tories on 314, so 12 short of majority, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Apparently.
incredible.
Mark, what's your vibe?
It's your time.
The artist taxi driver.
Yeah.
JME's best man.
It couldn't happen without those videos, man.
Well, I tell you,
It's Chunky Mark.
what I
Go
think
on.
is that every single person that put anything into this campaign, and especially like Jeremy Corbyn, who never budged, do you know what I mean? Like a Buddha, he just stood there. When they were telling him to push the button, you know, when they were talking about, when yesterday they used a nurse that was killed, dead, butchered, days ago, and juxtaposed with a picture, Jihadi Jez. That was disgusting. You know, and what this country is saying is the same as what London said when Linton Crosby come with all that shit. You know, we're better than that. You know, we are better than that. We don't have to listen to this filth. Do you know what I mean? We are the people of this country. You know, don't tell us to go and fucking live abroad or go, you don't like this country, go out. This isn't fucking country belongs to the Tories. This belongs to us. It belongs to everybody. You know, and what they try and do is they took a man who his whole life, you know, whatever he was doing in Islington, he was the MP, but he spent his whole life trying to bring people together, looking for peace, talking to everyone that would talk to him, and they tried to use that against him. And the reason why they do that, because they like the economics of war. You know, that's what they like. They like, you know, it makes money. And he's against that. And the whole paradigm and everything, and the economy and everything, like the financial transaction tax. Do you know what I mean? Bringing it back to people.
We're going to talk about the policies
people
later on.
believe it.
They do. They do. If
You know,
this poll
it's
is
amazing.
correct.
And do you know what? The kids won it. I was in Croydon, Battersea. I've been in Tooting. Hundreds upon hundreds on. I'm telling you, literally, hundreds of kids out on the streets, knocking on doors. There was more fucking kids on the streets than there was doors to knock on.
Good lads.
I'm not joking.
Matt Zarb, Theresa May said ahead of this general election that if she lost 6 seats, she would no longer be the Prime Minister. So things don't look very good for the Conservatives if this is correct.
Look, she called the general election because she wanted to strengthen her hand in the Brexit negotiations. Well, it doesn't look like she's going to get the seats to do that. I'm not sure that would even have made any difference in the Brexit negotiations, to be honest with you. And I think the campaign itself, her stature is diminished considerably through the course of the campaign. And if the EU27 are looking at her and thinking, you know, seeing that she's ducked the debates, she's terrible communicator, doesn't look like she's in control of any kind of situation, they're not going to think she's an iron lady, are they? You know, so I think her ability to handle those negotiations, I think it has to be called into question.
If this is correct, will she have to resign?
I think she'll have to resign if she doesn't get at least a 30-seat majority. So I think we're looking at a new Prime Minister, irrespective of, you know, whether that poll is exactly right or not.
Kirsty?
Agreed. I mean, I think, you know, obviously we'll wake up and the numbers will be clearer, but I think what is already clear is Theresa May is lost in some way and Corbyn's won in a totally another way, irrespective of the digits right now.
I agree with Mark though, it's not about Theresa May and it's not about Corbyn. Like yesterday I was in Croydon, the interview of Owen Jones you just saw, we were canvassing. Like I had a few beers but I got home, looked through my Facebook feed and I cried. And it wasn't, I feel close to it again. And it wasn't because I thought like we were going to lose and it wasn't because I thought we were going to win. It was seeing all my friends from different aspects of my life, like queer pals, like schoolmates, people who I've met in the last sort of 10 years in politics and thinking they have all united behind this one single vision. And it was just like, oh, this is too fucking much. And I didn't think we would get a hung parliament. And this is, whoa, I am blown away.
I have to say, just now, if it is hung parliament, I called it on Times Red Box.
Yes, mate!
And they all looked at me like,
Matt Zarb, Dan Hodges and his Mail on Sunday column is called The Election Guru. Yeah. Guess what, Dan? You got it wrong. Again!
But I think, do you know what really pushed, like, okay, so you do have like a massive swathe of the Labour Party, I'm talking about a massive consensus, that despise Jeremy Corbyn. They really hate him, but they love Labour. And on the other hand, you've got millions, I'm telling you, people never voted before in their lives that love Jeremy Corbyn but hate Labour. And he's kind of brought both of them together. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. He's united the left.
It's a new triangulation.
Yeah, definitely. It's like the amount of people that I met today, they said, like, I don't even like Labour. I said, what are you doing here? He said, I like Jeremy Corbyn. You know, and then other people, you know, they're saying, well, like, it's a bit dodgy on the doorstep because of Corbyn. You know, there's a...
It does suggest that we've picked up a lot of those UKIP votes as well, if that poll's right. And that was a big, uncertainty. And if he's managed to attract those, I mean, we wouldn't have done it if he lost in September, would we?
Well, I think even 314, I think it's got a chance to go down as well, and I think it might level out at 304.
Well, 266. I mean, what kind of
326?
No, I'm saying 266 for the Labour Party. That's what this exit poll shows. 266. What kind of share of the vote would they have to get 266? Clearly more than 35%, isn't it, Matt?
I'm not sure.
To get 266, yeah.
It'd have to be.
But that's consistent with the polling, isn't it? I mean, Conservation and YouGov. If the young people have turned out, they'll be getting 39-40%.
Well, you said YouGov, and YouGov put it at 304.
Yeah, Kirsty.
I think the polls which weighed young people in at 10 and out higher had Labour at a 3-seat majority. So if any of the Conservation, YouGov, if they're remotely on the mark, then we're at home parliament.
Yeah, I mean this result looks like, so I think the political common sense, at least in 2015, was you kind of go somewhere in between the polls, right? So you do the polls of average, and potentially you drop a couple of points because it's the Labour Party and young people don't turn out to vote, or you have shy Tories or whatever. But this time round, I think because people could not believe, and even at times I couldn't believe, that someone with this politics could get above 30%, that I thought maybe they are 9 points wrong. And it just turns out, well, it turns out if the exit polls are even close to correct,
it'd have to be catastrophic.
that the British public is pretty up for socialism.
There was a really funny thing as well, like I really kept it, was when Daniel Finkelstein was talking to, like, I think it was the Collins from the Times, and he went about Paul Mason, and he said they're going to get 23%. He said, yeah, I was going to tell him that when he was on the news night, but I didn't want him, like, but it's just like 23%. They were talking about being as a flaw, weren't they? And it's like,
yeah, but who was saying that? Danny Finkelstein.
Danny Finkelstein and the other guy from the Times, ages ago.
Which
like
guy?
6 weeks
Yeah, but
ago.
they're fucking idiots.
Yeah.
As we now know. As we now know, they're fucking idiots.
Yeah. And these people, you know, they really push this whole thing, you know, the fear thing, you know, and they really push the thing about terrorism. Danny Finkelstein never stopped from the start. Because I interviewed him a couple of years ago and I was talking to him. And I said, why are you doing that? Why are you saying he's like about Osama bin Laden? Why are you calling him like Osama bin Corbyn? Why are you doing that? And he never stopped.
Because they hate this country. They hate this country, Mark. They hate its people.
Yeah. But
they hate the people that live there.
They won't turn around and hold, like, this is one of the things when they talk about, like, when Akala was on the other night on with Andrew Neil, he should have addressed Andrew Neil directly. He should have said to Andrew Neil, why didn't you ask Theresa May any questions? Right, okay, Theresa May is part of the government that blew up an entire country, Libya. For the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen refugees fleeing from Libya, through Libya, dead at the bottom of the sea. Tens of thousands of people. They destroyed that country. They left it a thriving ISIS nest with terrorist training camps. The guy in Tunisia, like, there's 3 terrorists, plus now the London. Not one question.
Just for clarification for those watching, Rashid Redouan, one of the people involved in the London Bridge attack, it now transpires was involved in both Libya and Syria, as was Abedi in the Manchester attack.
Even if we look at that as a really big thing, the actual fact that 2 bombs, well, 3 just before, but 2 bombs went off in the middle of the general election, and all they did was seize on it. All they did was use it, and it was, and you know, it was for political gain, and that's shocking in a country that.
I'm gonna go on. Finish your point.
But I think that's shocking in a country that they went for that for political gain, and do you know why? Because they had nothing.
Yeah.
They had nothing to go. Anything else? They had a manifesto of nothing.
Yeah, Matt.
I just want to say quickly that I was wrong about the Lib Dems if this poll's right, because they're looking at 14, which means that they've probably won seats in the southwest, taking seats from the Tories. SNP 34, so Labour probably won seats in Scotland.
A lot of seats in Scotland. A lot of seats in Scotland.
But you know, like, because I have some connections in Scotland, so with Tommy sharing that, but God bless him, like, I want Scotland to get independence. You know, I've been really quiet. I've got so many friends in Scotland, and I love them.
Yeah.
You know, but if Labour makes some gains in Scotland, then...
Yeah. Just quickly on the terrorism point, so the front page of The Sun this morning was pretty remarkable. Yesterday was saying jihadi...
page spread.
Yeah, jihadi Jez yesterday. Do you think that backfired in so much as the right-wing press... It was so brazen this time round that they were willing to instrumentalise the death of British nationals to lambast a politician, while at the same time ignoring the fact that we've got a Prime Minister who sells weapons to Saudi Arabia, who, you know, was the Home Secretary when all this stuff was going on, facilitating people to go in and out of Libya. Do you think the average, well, perhaps we'll find out some polling data, I'm sure, in the next couple of days and weeks. Do you think the average Brit is actually more aware of that than perhaps we thought?
I think they underestimated the legacy of Iraq. I think that stays with people. People know that there was a consequence to that. And the past few years have seen the amount of terror attacks increase, tragically taking lives in the UK. And people aren't stupid. People put 2 and 2 together. And I think they underestimated that, personally.
Michael?
I think, apologies, what was clear with the right-wing attacks on Corbyn was that they were trying to have a fight which was not the fight which defined the election for most ordinary people. So ordinary people were talking about living standards, ordinary people were talking about, to some degree, social justice, and I don't know, I think the
NHS.
As much as sort of like, the NHS, and as much as we might see it as wishy-washy, sort of like Jeremy Corbyn's idea of peace. I think actually in this moment of time was actually quite attractive, and they were trying to get it back onto a narrative of he said, she said, kind of like this scare tactics of he's an enemy of Britain, and it turned out that that wasn't the mood people were. Well, I don't know. Again, it's an exit poll. I also want to dampen our moods, guys.
But it could be but it could be really significantly out, and it would still be a bad result for the Tories.
I'm not dampening our mood with the exit polls. It's tragic to inform you.
Go on.
The pound is down 1.5%.
Corbyn's definitely going to be Prime Minister then.
But also, why would the
I should have bought my American imports yesterday.
This is what I don't get. Why would the pound rally with Theresa May as Prime Minister? Because the Tories are a fucking catastrophe on every level, aren't they?
But the pound values the status quo, any currency values the status quo. So any shift in that decreases the value. So.
People, it's speculation, isn't it? People buy or sell on the basis of what they think everyone else is going to do. So if the perception is that it will be much more stable with Theresa May, even if it's not going to be, then they'll just buy.
11 o'clock we get the first results in, don't we?
Probably to read a couple of tweets.
Hold on one sec. 11 o'clock we get the first seats in, don't we?
Sunday, but it's a safe seat.
So in about 40 minutes, and that will be a Labour hold, won't it? We'll begin to know from the size of that majority, fingers crossed,
what
if
it
this
is.
poll
We'll
is correct.
begin to know by.
If he wins Sunderland, do you know that is it the chairman of Sunderland? Didn't he come out for the Tories?
No idea.
Well, good news for him. No, I was saying, so I think there's also some other North East seats that get declared around the same time, and you'll get to have a little look at how the UKIP vote has played out. So it might be a little bit more of an indicator than it usually is.
Incidentally, Sunderland was the bellwether, wasn't it, for Brexit? Because Sunderland declared early then, and there's a huge Nissan factory up in Sunderland. Unite workers, and of course there was the whole discourse around, well, if we leave the EU, these jobs will be lost. And nevertheless, there was a leave vote in Sunderland, and you could tell actually when I saw that, I thought, fuck, we're going to leave the EU, and that was pretty early doors. So yes, like I say, in approximately 40 minutes we'll have that result. Matt Zarb, you're staying with us till what, 11:30?
Yeah, 11:30.
You must be looking, because you were doing the media circuit tonight, you must be looking forward to it now, because before, we didn't know.
It's all dressed up, look.
He's looking at it.
Oh, got my best.
So Ellie Mayo Hagen says, best moment of my fucking life.
Yes.
Owen Jones, one of the best political results in modern Western history. This exit poll is right, just sensational. Tom Gann, still feels sick, but also slack-jawed with joy. I mean, seriously, Amber Rudd's in trouble. She's going to
Hastings and Ryan.
Yeah, because did you see that Nicholas, what's his name, from the HSBC? He was on the panel, and he started talking about, he's got nearly 1 million views on thing, and most of those would be people in Hastings.
I mean, they got 70,000 shares, that video.
No, 1 million.
70,000 shares, off just one,
right,
Evolve
yeah,
Politics.
yeah.
It got I mean, just off one Facebook page which shared it, it got 6 million views.
So Faisal Islam saying the aim of the exit poll is to get it within 20 seats.
Yeah.
It's been spot on 2 out of the last 3 elections from what it is now.
Yeah. 2/3, isn't it?
It's been spot on.
Right? Spot on, right?
Kevin Maguire, Prime Minister Corbyn could be on Rainbow Progressive Alliance of Labour, Libs, SNP, Plaid and Green. Have enough.
Quick clarification, Kevin Maguire's at the Daily Mirror. Daily Mirror had a front page saying, just go! Jeremy Corbyn, if he'd fucking gone, you melts, he wouldn't be fucking there now, would he? We wouldn't have 266 seats.
When was that?
Last year.
Last year.
Octogenarian Paul Flynn, rest in peace, Theresa May.
Who was that from?
Paul Flynn, MP.
What's Owen Smith tweeting? That's his name, right?
We should have gone for a second referendum, guys.
I don't want to second guess, obviously.
Edmund Griffiths, do you know Edmund?
One at a time.
Go on.
Matt.
Leadership challenge. Tory leadership challenge straight away.
Who's saying this?
I thought you were talking about ours.
No, who's saying this, sorry?
Edmund Griffiths.
Who's Edmund Griffiths?
It wouldn't be unlikely.
He's just someone online.
Okay,
Thank
Matt
you.
Zarb.
David.
No,
Well, there are fascinating scenes up in Sunderland where being further north than London, there's still a bit of daylight.
Do you want the public this time?
What do you think now will happen, if this is correct, what do you think will happen amongst the Parliamentary Labour Party? Will they now cohere around Corbyn?
I should bloody think so, yeah.
Because there would have been plans for a coup tonight, wouldn't there? If it had been less than 200 seats, 150 seats, there would have been. Yeah,
Possibly.
maybe.
I mean, I still think, it would have, because of the campaign, how good the campaign's been, and how well Jeremy's done, and his approval ratings have improved a lot. I don't think it would have been the right time for that anyway. But now, yeah, hopefully they will understand what we're trying to do with the party, and that this is actually working, and they can get behind it.
I mean, there was James Butler at Piers Penniless. He'll be joining us soon. James is downstairs in our green room. He was talking. Don't laugh. They've seen it. They've seen
green.
It. Yeah. It is green. He was saying on last week's Novara FM that he was citing, I think it was John Curtis, another pollster, who said that the change in polling from, April 18th when this was called.
Yeah.
The change in polling for Labour was the biggest change in polling for a political party ever, and if that was reflecting the general election vote, would be without historic precedent in Britain.
Yeah.
So this could be unprecedented.
Yeah, it already is. It was 24 points. It was the largest, and this is the largest swing. But tell you what it is as well. It's like knockout blow for neoliberalism. It's absolutely on the floor. It's gone. Do you know what I mean? No more fucking bankers having a fucking laugh with the public.
Well, they're not fucking laughing at this, are they?
No more. Do you know what I mean? Because this is serious now. Because this means that every single time Amazon do a transaction, you're going to get 1p on the fucking thing.
Hold on. So,
or 0.25%.
Let's talk about some seats that could be going. Okay. You've said Amber Rudd, Hastings and Rye. That looks quite weak. Home Secretary Amber Rudd.
Well, Derby's going to go.
Boris
Williamson.
But Boris, look, if these seats, if 266 is a lot.
Gavin Barwell
Gavin Barwell's
gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah,
Absolutely
that was
gone.
massive.
Enemy of the renters.
We're going to have Marcia de Cordova in Battersea.
Should do.
A lot of us have spent some time there campaigning for a wonderful,
8,000, isn't
inspiring candidate.
It's 8,000.
Yeah, it was 8,000. But the YouGov polls, so the YouGov polls were saying it was neck and neck, and a lot of people were like, oh, we can't believe those YouGov polls, this can't be right.
Come on, this turns over an 8,000.
The British public can't want something this transformative.
Let's presume that the bulk of these seats will be coming from big cities in Scotland, okay? If that's correct, then you think London, yes, Croydon, Enfield North, Battersea. But bear in mind that Ruislip, Boris's seat, has a majority of 9,000. If he's not lost that seat, which it's unlikely, that's going to be a marginal for next time, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the Foreign Secretary.
He's the one who's probably looking
got you in our side,
Boris Johnson.
But listen, that's why you need to stay with Novara Media all night, because we get the Amber Rudd result, I think, around 2 a.m, the Boris Johnson result around 3 a.m, Tim Farron result around 3 a.m. Obviously, he's probably keeping his seat if they're on 14. The Nick Clegg result at 3 a.m, Sheffield. Ooh, that'll be fun. We've got a great night in store.
The real opposition.
The real opposition. Who's that?
Nick Clegg, the Lib Dems.
The Jolyon Party.
You pronounce it Julian. It's Julian.
It is actually Julian.
It's Julian spelled in a funny way.
I'm not finding posh.
I prefer saying Jolyon.
It's so coded, you need to be posh to know how to pronounce it properly.
Whoa, I feel like I've outed myself here. I read an article about the Jolyons, which told me it was pronounced Julian.
Okay. Fraser. Fraser?
Yep.
Can we get some footage up?
Yes.
Yeah, can we get some footage up?
Welcome to Novara Media on the eve of the most significant
I want to get Loki interview now.
We're going to get a guy who...
delighted to be joined by Loki, whose music has been raising consciousness about politics, British foreign policy for over a decade, and who is now one of the many artists who have in favour of Corbyn to have energised this movement.
I hope so.
I want to know what inspired you, or what brought you to come out so strongly in favour of Corbyn this time around.
What Jeremy Corbyn represents is an alternative to neoliberalism, and that's important because that economic philosophy became prevalent and uniform across the political class. There were exceptions on individual levels, but he is the first person to really be driven and propelled into the position he's in spite of his party, by this exasperation, but also opposition and rejection of neoliberalism. I believe we can win. I believe we will win. But even if we don't, two things are clear. The political class, which has remained servile to neoliberalism for these years, neoliberalism is discredited. It's bankrupt. It doesn't work. It doesn't... As Stiglitz has pointed out, it leads to more inequality. Trickle down is a lie. The mythology of it is completely discredited. They can't go back now. And secondly, in terms of access to information, in terms of the sort of potentialities to organise, they can't limit it again. They can't limit it the same way they used to be able to.
So you're hopeful
they can't
about
repress.
the
Completely
disruptive
hopeful.
potential of technology to keep this going.
And inspired.
It can't be shut down.
And inspired, completely.
Yeah.
Completely inspired.
One thing that Corbyn's leadership, or especially the last 2 weeks of this general election, have surprised lots of us on the left, is that something is cutting through to a much broader section of society, especially young people, than we were told was possible.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think, what for you explains that?
The reason for that change in the mood has been that in the law in this country, they are absolutely obliged to give equal time to each party to represent their own ideas. Now, the corporate media has up until now been falling over itself to represent and misrepresent Jeremy Corbyn's ideas, and to ostracize him and to otherize him and to put him outside of he's unelectable, to create that mantra in people's heads. But now Jeremy's discourse has been able to get through, and people have really been able to see that it's actually a very clear choice. It is a choice between people dying in old age, alone and cold, unable to pay their electricity bills, or people being able to live. It's a choice between people being able to go to university or people being ensnared into debt, of which 75% of them will die without paying. It is a choice between people going to school and being fed and not. It is a choice between family members going into hospital, being treated and being able to live, and people not being able to live. And that's important.
We're 2 days until a general election. People will be watching this the day before the general election, maybe on the day of the general election. I want you to finish on why the audience should care, what the audience should be thinking today, what the audience should be doing today.
Right. Have those conversations with people in your family. Have those conversations with people that seem on the fence. Have those conversations with people who have allowed themselves essentially to, you know, fall victim to the propaganda, to the mantras that are repeated: unelectable, unsustainable, untenable. Combat that. Arm yourself with ways to argue against it. Be absolutely clear. Use examples from their own lives. Use examples from the lives of people they love, and make clear to them that this will be the difference. This will be the difference, and this is not me trying to dramatize it or go over the top. It will be the difference between people dying that don't actually have to die. That is the reality of this, and that's what Jeremy has been able to communicate throughout this campaign, by the fact that legally they've had to give him equal time to represent himself. These are the points we need to emphasize. We need to be absolutely clear and steadfast. And like I say, take everyone you know to the polling station on the 8th of June, and let's do this. Let's make this happen.
I feel inspired. I was already motivated,
nice
and I feel more inspired now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, bro.
We'll have you on very soon.
Wicked.
PM.
I mean, I've been considering that for a long time.
Now?
Live.
Live. I'm not supposed to repeat that, but I did. We're collecting ourselves. We are collectively considering what it could mean to have Jeremy Corbyn as PM. I'm actually going to go to you first, because I feel like you're kind of like the deep state expert. How soon before we have a coup?
Okay, well, I mean, look, so the security services are already...
en route.
En route.
No, they're not en route, but look, I think this is a serious thing to say, and I want to say without sounding conspiratorial, is that it is not without accident that Richard Dearlove, the former head of MI6, was on the cover of the Telegraph yesterday saying Jeremy Corbyn would not pass vetting if he wanted to join the security services, and that was partly a scare tactic. But you know, Dearlove is himself a kind of fruitcake right-wing Brexiteer, as most of the security services are. My glass is steaming up. This is happiness.
We're all steaming up, honey.
It's happiness. But yeah, no. So look, I don't think the security services are going to move anytime soon, but they will. They'll brief against him in the press, and they'll encourage the press to do what the press does best. But look, we've had 6 weeks of the press throwing the best that they can at him, and it doesn't seem to have stuck in the way that people thought. So who knows what we'll see. I think the more interesting problem for Jeremy Corbyn will be because the problem is so I'm prepared. I spent a lot of time thinking about, okay, how will we think about what it will be to have like a 10-seat Tory majority or a 20-seat Tory majority.
Which we might still have.
We might still have. Look, so the other thing to say is that, not to throw cold water on all of our happiness, is that in 1992 the exit poll missed the Tory majority. Last year it was out by, I think, 20 seats. But look, I think...
Doesn't science progress, James?
Science does progress. Science does progress. And the other thing that I would say is that in the margin of error, she's got to go. And if she goes, it's not clear to me who replaces her. other than Boris Johnson, and Boris Johnson is someone who alienates the Tories from from a significant portion of the electorate. So that's a problem. So immediately we have the problem of who's going to try and form a government next, and I assume the Tory party will try to do so. I don't know whether they'll succeed. That would depend on how the seats pan out. Could Jeremy Corbyn attempt to form a minority government? I mean, that is what he has said.
Form a grand coalition. So I just looked at the numbers then when we took a break, and the Lib Dems would have to join. They have to get into
bring them on board
with the Lib Dems. So, but the Lib Dems are, it depends on how many seats they get. I mean, what we were looking at, maybe 14, are potentially going to be kingmakers here. Like it's a sort of moral choice for them to
make. It shows them picking up seats in Scotland, which I think is an interesting one. I didn't expect that from them. I expect them to defend their single Scottish seat, but yeah, I didn't expect them to pick up more. But who knows? Look, it's too. I think we should only speculate in large terms. Yes, any.
We should only speculate.
No, I mean, like, so we shouldn't talk in terms of kind of specific, you know, exact numbers. We'll see that as like progresses. But yes, any sort of any kind of Labour attempt to govern will rely on either a formal agreement or a confidence and supply arrangement with certainly the SNP and with other minority parties as well. And that's going to be really interesting if we get to that stage. I don't know, the ball now, I mean, the Conservative Party, they must be wetting themselves this evening. I mean, you know, it's just great, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like we've got one option, which is the top. Maybe.
Jesus is hysterical.
Collect yourself. We've got one option, which is the Tory party, potentially, despite what the polls say, get a very small majority. Yeah. May's sort of shown to be a complete failure, but ultimately we have a weakened Tory government. We have a strengthened Jeremy Corbyn within the Labour Party, but that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a weak right-wing government, a strong left-wing opposition. The other option is that we have Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister, which is, I think, something that we haven't really thought about that much. And I don't know, the confidence and supply thing, right? So Emily Thornberry did what I think was quite intelligent in the campaign and said, when she was asked, will you make a coalition with the SNP, will you make a coalition with the Lib Dems, she said, we'll write up our programme, we'll write up our budget, and if they want to vote for it, they vote for it. Which is a very intelligent thing to say before an election. But I mean, I've got nothing against forming a coalition with the SNP and the Lib Dems.
No, although I think the problem with forming a coalition with the SNP, and look, this is very far off, and there's no point in speculating too long about it. The problem with forming a coalition with the SNP is that there is a large chunk of the Labour base who are who want territorial integrity, who are nervous about Scottish.
I don't think there was a large part of the Labour base.
I don't think it's the biggest problem in the world, and I think it's a thing that people could get used to, and I don't think it's as scary as it was in 2015.
Segalov, I want your reaction about everything.
Where to start? What I think is most interesting at this point, where we are speculating about future governments, is just to really take a moment to consider where we were at the start of this campaign, and not just in terms of results and in terms of turnout, but where kind of the new Labour membership and the Labour membership more broadly were actually kind of standing. Like, I've been a supporter of Corbyn since long before he was the Labour leader, but certainly through both election campaigns. But there was definitely a mood amongst activists and campaigners and politicians too that the project was kind of going off the rails a bit. Nothing was happening, we were stagnating. And even when this election campaign was kind of called and the election began, we kind of still felt like that. And I think what this is showing to us, if regardless of who forms a government or anything else, is that is now out the window. Like, there's no question that this election has reignited kind of the flame of what kind of this Labour Party has been turning into. And I think that we, whatever happens tonight, and even if these exit polls are wildly wrong, and I'd say wildly here with kind of a margin of 20 error or something, that's been disproven. And the second thing that I think is just as important to note, I think, at this stage, is that the political landscape has now completely changed. Whether or not Labour forms a government, whether or not it's a coalition, minority on either side, there's no question, and Rob Peston said this the other day, hardly like a bastion of Jeremy Corbyn's socialism, that we've disproven the idea that increasing taxes and making a more progressive society in kind of a radical way is unpopular amongst the British population. Yes. And I think that's fundamentally going to shift both this election, the next election, and further forward. And the final thing I'd say, and that's kind of just from being out in 5 different marginals today and campaigning for a fair few weeks and beyond, I guess, out and about.
Well done, baby.
Thank you. I worked with my thighs. I was cycling. It's all me. But what I would say is that the Labour Party, even if they wanted to try and resist that, and I say the Labour Party by the PLP or other people who've been around for a while, is that the people on the ground today, the people on the ground yesterday, the people on the ground throughout this campaign have been new members. I've spoken to 5 candidates today, most of them not Corbynistas, most of them have been serving MPs for a fairly long time, and they've seen the people doing the groundwork, they've seen who's been putting in the effort. And for quite a long time we were told that, you know, this movement made up people who were paper members and didn't really give a shit about anything aside from Corbyn, but more importantly didn't really give a shit about the Labour Party as part of this kind of entryist plot to ruin it. And we've now seen that that's clearly not the case. And I think that's going to make it very difficult, whatever happens tonight, for anyone to try and suggest that Corbyn, or at least kind of the politics that have been created, have no place in the Labour Party or leading the Labour Party. Because if this is correct, then there's no question that it's those people who've helped this happen.
I feel like I want to do, I agree, but I want to do a slight clarification, which I don't think it is about new, it's not all about new members and old members, because obviously part of this movement has been lots of people who've been stalwarts of the Labour Party for 30 years. And I think the real division is people in the Labour Party who saw anyone having a vision for a radically different society and anyone having a vision that you can actually politicise, that sounds too passive, but you can actually make political change by mobilising the energy and the ideas of the majority of people as crazies who sort of like no one will ever listen to and who basically need to be silenced and ostracised so that we can get on with our technocratic managerial job of doing kind of what the Tories do, but making it 5% better for poor people. Which, I mean, I don't think that's a irrelevant thing to do. I don't think it was, I mean, if discount the Iraq War, and I think Tony Blair's government was probably John Major, but the idea was that anyone whose scope of politics was beyond that was a loon.
Yeah.
And the reason they brought in the Collins Review, which is how Jeremy Corbyn got elected in one member, one vote, is because they thought if you have an electorate that's bigger than 10,000, presumably they'll all think the way we do. And the Collins Review showed that if you move to an electorate of 200,000, they don't think the way that Yvette Cooper thinks. And now what this exit poll, but even if the exit poll's 20 seats out, what this election shows is that that kind of politics, which is based on a transformative vision of society, has mass fucking appeal.
I mean, I should take a moment here again to reflect on how actually this whole campaign, unlike the Conservatives campaign, which has been based around, 7 years of government, but certainly Theresa May's entire tenure seems to have been leading up to this moment. Whether we like it or not, Corbyn's leadership hasn't been around policy, hasn't been around this manifesto, hasn't been around campaigning on the ground as much as it should have been, because we've been so deep in the shit of infighting. And actually, if we've been just for a second to think about where we might be, had Theresa May not called a snap general election for vanity's sake, but done this properly, or had the Labour Party got its act together slightly earlier, and I mean that as a broader sense, not individuals, and just focused on issues and policies, just imagine where we might be now. And that's a really exciting thing to think about.
James, then Kirsty.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no point in relitigating those past debates, but I think the people who insisted that their vision of politics, which is exactly that technocratic managerial thing, was the only game in town, should now really be considering their positions, and they should be thinking, yeah, I don't mean that the MPs should resign,
but if you want to,
that's also fine. But I think those people who spend all of their time saying we must think about why the UKIP vote was so strong, we must think about what the attraction is of this right-wing xenophobic reactionary programme, and we must modify our politics towards it, who for the past 2 years have utterly refused to take seriously the thousands of people who got behind this programme and got behind this leader, they now have to consider that maybe it's them that had the problem and not us.
Woo! Kirsty.
How do I even follow that? No, I totally agree. For a long time it was let's focus on people who do vote, and especially with the Labour Party, they were like, let's recapture those votes that we lost. And I know when I went out canvassing, some people had just drank the Kool-Aid, they were gone and there was no getting them back. But what there was the largest party in Britain that never won, the people who didn't vote. And I think what's interesting about Corbyn is he managed to mobilise that. And it's hopefully, I mean, we'll see as we get more results.
I'm really, really interested to see eventually over the course of the next week, month, how far this demographic has moved to the polls. Because anecdotally, I think they have. I know people who have voted for the first time.
My dad. Again, anecdotally, my dad, a 57-year-old butcher who's never voted in his life voted for the first. He said my mum bullied him. Nonetheless, like it's
nothing wrong with bullying if it's for a good cause.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. Anecdotally, again, and it goes the other way. I mean, you might have people saying that they voted Labour all their life, la la la. But it's stories like that are just like heartwarming and magnificent.
What I opened my laptop for was I wanted to, because a lot of, I think, the idea was that Labour can do well if lots of non-voters vote, lots of young people vote.
Yeah.
And I think there had been a meme over the last 2 years with Labour centrists, which is they're called non-voters for a reason.
Yeah.
Because they don't vote.
But look,
so someone with a laptop open is tasked with, do we have any idea of what the turnout was yet?
I very much doubt it yet. No, it would be very hard. There have been anecdotes from people I know who are returning officers who say the turnout is up, particularly in cities like both Manchester and Leeds. They both report that their turnout is higher than they've had it in the last few elections. What I would say about young voters is this. The young not voting is actually a relatively recent phenomenon. It was not true 30 years ago, and it is not true in other democracies. It is not an intrinsic fact of young people that they don't vote. I can look at the manifestos of the past couple of decades and say, well, why the fuck would I vote? I mean, absolutely.
I mean, the thing is, none of us ever looked at them.
I did.
I've had a few, like people say, it's just Ed Miliband's manifesto, but a bit more, it's like Ed Miliband's manifesto, but without the comms, and I'm like, what's in Ed Miliband's manifesto? Do you know what's in Ed Miliband's?
Yes, I was one of the 5 people who read it. But no, this isn't Ed Miliband's manifesto on steroids. It has, it talks about public ownership, and this is one of the things that is a real boon of this campaign, is to reintroduce into the political conversation concepts like public ownership, which have been utterly verboten in mainstream political discourse in this country for years, despite there being pretty consistently a large plurality, if not a majority, of the British public who are very much on board with public ownership. And for many years people have said, oh, this is just old people and nostalgia, and it's very clearly not. It's very, it's very, very clear that politics as conducted in Westminster for the past few decades has been quite a way removed from the general consensus of how people would like politics conducted. So we may be seeing that change a bit, and I'm sorry, I'm going to burst into laughter again. It's really not what I expected this evening.
Kirsty, can you hold back your laughter and tears to?
I wonder whether we've tapped into another part of a British cultural narrative. So if you like Theresa May and the Conservatives, and to a large extent the right of the Labour Party felt that strong and stable. Closing borders, like some sort of like British purism was the way to get voters. But they forgot there's this like beautiful like sub-story to the UK, which is like nationalisation and a working class pride and pride in the NHS. And I think Corbyn kind of re-tapped into that. I hope. I mean, yeah, again.
So turnout in Horton and Sunderland South is 4 percentage points up.
Yes,
5 percentage points up from last time.
That's amazing.
4.5, 5. That's quite significant, and if that's a universal thing, if that's replicated, that will be a major part of our story.
Yeah. That's what Aaron used to talk about a lot, that Obama won in 2008 because he raised turnout by 7%.
Yeah.
Seggers. Yeah, I'm interested in talking a bit about how the results, should they be the exit poll, even if they're slightly different, how they're framed both by Labour and the Conservatives, because Theresa May tweeted a week or two ago that if she was to lose anything more than 6 seats in this election, then she's lost the general election. She tweeted that from her account. And over the next hours, as we know, both in here and I guess kind of everywhere, there'll be discussions and debates around how this is framed. So I want to ask you guys, how can this result pan out when it's still seen as a victory for Corbyn and for the Labour Party, and at what point does that remain? Same with the Conservatives. If they reduce their majority at all, is that a victory for Labour? Is that a loss for Theresa May? Where would you put it?
I mean, the whole thing is an absolute omnishambles for May.
It's a disaster for her.
No way you can spin as hard as a bloody fidget widget thing, whatever they call it. You ain't gonna do this.
Oh yeah, fidget.
Fidgets.
What are they called? They're like a spinny fidget spin.
They spin a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, basically...
You're so out of touch, you guys.
I'm no longer in the 18 to
We know what a
bracket
fidget spin
anymore,
is, don't
I'm
we?
in the 18 to 24 bracket still.
I mean, she's lost it, right?
She will have to go.
There's something where it's like to the level of like a Greek tragedy. One day someone will make a short play about this, which is like showing the odd code there. Pure hubris.
Oh, that'll be a long and drawn out play.
Yes, hubris invites nemesis.
Yes.
I think in terms of how one could spin it, so and I think they won't. I think if it's anything that looks at all like the exit polls, it'll be impossible for Labour centrists to spin it, because their argument had always been that these politics would be fantastic. We'd love to have these politics, but it's completely unrealistic and people will hate it.
Yeah.
And what Labour member would say, oh, we had a manifesto that was so much better than Ed Miliband's, and we did increase his vote share, but because of some strange belief with no justification that maybe if we had a manifesto we hated, we would have done better.
Yeah,
like there is no way back from this.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about this is the idea that the leader and the manifesto are extricable from each other, and this is one of the things you must kill. It was being mooted among the kind of reactionary circles around the Labour Party in the past couple of weeks. That look, it's clear this manifesto works, but you've got to get rid of Corbyn. They just don't like Corbyn.
Well, people always say this is actually a very moderate manifesto. They've dropped all the things that made it hard left, and I think a soft left person could have come up with this. And it's like, who? Ed Miliband was your soft left person, and I think
it's just not how it works.
Yeah. It's also why soft left, hard left. I mean, I don't want to call ourselves hard left, but sort of like why.
I do.
What's called? I don't think it's a particularly helpful label. But so let's sort of say that the difference between Corbyn's wing of the party and Lisa Nandy's wing of the party isn't so much
it's not huge.
what policy they want, it's what strategy they want. And is the strategy based on people can care about politics, people can want radical change, or is it based on the fact that you have to make the reforms you want to do via the back door and say we're fundamentally the same? People are kind of dumb, so they'll just read whatever and sort of like follow that up with their vote. And the strategy of like the Corbyn team is that people are fucking smart.
Yeah.
People want something
I mean,
different.
it reminds me of the Jacques Rancière book, Hatred of Democracy, which talks about the thing that unites democratic theorists and politicians is their sort of contempt for the demos. Really, the notion that the people are kind of wild and unruly and will never really understand the complexities of political decision making. And I know where that opinion comes from, and I've held it at times myself.
I was going to say that.
June 23rd last year being a case in point. But look, I mean, it's just, it's one of the things that is astonishing is that I just tweeted this a few minutes ago, is that sometimes reality is more radical than your expectations. And that is a wonderful feeling. I just want to say UKIP's Suzanne Evans says, if exit poll correct, Conservatives have one of their worst nights ever. Hung Parliament, Brexit at risk, and Marxists at large.
Let's frame that tweet. I just before I go to you, Michael, I just wanted to say, if you're playing Novara Election Live Bingo, you can cross out the Rancière box. I love you, baby.
What's the Rancière box?
Well, Rancière is a French philosopher, right?
Yes.
So I was saying, we got the Rancière post-democracy. I don't know, what was Rancière's theory?
Rancière talks about.
You really hammed it up that time.
He's a theorist. So he wrote an extraordinary series of books, a couple of books called Proletarian Nights, which document the culture of the workers' movement in the late 19th century. But Hatred of Democracy is basically a charting of the anti-democratic theory at the heart of many forms of representative democracy, which is always about restraining and mediating and being contemptuous of sort of mass politics. So that democracy in its form always moves away from direct contact with the people.
I think I'm going to cry again. I'm going to cry again because I was just thinking about the idea that sort of like the mass of people like are never going to be interested in politics and like, oh my god, I'm going to cry. Kirsty, please take over. Take over. Seggers.
I'm just reading something. Give me 1 minute.
All right, fucking hell. Zarby!
You can't call people from off stage.
I can. All right, Kirsty, go on.
I think It's a useful period of reflection. You're right, Matt.
Right.
Hey.
I've got to go.
You've got to go.
Give us all a final message.
Give us a final message to the.
Let's hope the polls right, and we could be waking up to Prime Minister Corbyn. So,
where are you going, babe?
Party time.
Where are you
going?
I've got to go to do RTE, then I'm doing ITV, then Sky, and then LBC. And my round finishes at 11 AM. So
you're a hero.
Good luck.
Right.
Enjoy.
Looking forward to it now. Thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
That was the fabulous
legendary
Matt Zarb-Cousin. He was a good spokesperson. He was a fantastic Twitter outrider. I mean, I'm gonna.
I mean, there's some really important questions we haven't answered.
Yeah, go on. Oh yeah, let's do the important questions. Fuck it up.
I'd just like to raise the first one, which is, will El Gato get on with Larry? I mean, we thought this election campaign was savage.
Yeah, two cats moving into one house. I don't know.
Do you think he'd move there?
Logistical questions.
He would have to.
No, he'd keep the allotment. We discussed that already. What I think, just looking through this, what I find really fascinating is that, and it's worth talking about, is that if this exit poll's right, it seems that the only place where the Tories have made any gains is in Scotland.
Okay,
but that's the unionist card.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, she is the cunning and sly and snaky opponent, is Ruth Davidson. She marked herself out very distinctly from Theresa May, sort of reasonable, progressive, lesbian, you know, as opposed to kind of May's sort of very kind of vicar's daughter reactionary. You know, obviously the Tories in Scotland are no different from the Tories down here. They are the enemy. But she managed to present herself, and there was some speculation a while ago that you know, oh well, maybe Ruth Davidson is the ultimate sort of next leader of the Tory party. It's not.
Well, they're going to need one soon, aren't they?
Yes, they are. But she's not interested in Westminster because she profits from having a bunch of kind of reactionary sort of coffin dodgers ruling the party. You know, I mean, you know, I think May's like a fucking revenant through the whole fucking election campaign. So you know, I don't know, but she sustains her political brand by being different from the centre of power, by being able to differentiate herself in that way. So it's not surprising to me that the Tory brand in Scotland, if you are someone who doesn't want Scottish independence, and listen, actually, like until 1955, Tories had a huge vote in Scotland. It only begins to decline after that, and it's only really the Thatcherite period in which they become, you know, verboten in Scotland. So it would not surprise. It's not surprising that there's a kind of renaissance in their vote, particularly now that independence is so much the deciding issue.
The analysis of Scotland, and we discussed it on one of the Novara podcasts or one of the shows, I can't remember, but it was the idea that this election in the UK was supposed to. The divide between Remain and Leave was supposed to sort of dominate the divide between left and right, or progressive and elite. And it only 2 weeks ago, it seemed like it wasn't going to do that, right? When the election was called, we were worried that was going to happen, and then it became clear quite quickly that this election was not going to be about Remain Leave, it was going to be about something bigger. In Scotland, it seems like the independents, unionist sort of distinction has remained more significant. We were discussing why is that, and I think the reason that I'm fairly convinced about why that is that the strength of Corbyn is he has managed to unite behind him the hopes and the energies of everyone who wants a sort of like more beautiful future. And in Scotland, quite reasonably, a lot of that energy was absorbed into the Radical Independence campaign and is going to stay in the Radical Independence campaign. So it wasn't so much that people in Scotland care more about unionism versus independence than people in Britain care about Remain versus Leave, but that the existence of the Radical Independence campaign meant that Labour in Scotland could never get behind it the same amount of momentum and energy that it had in the rest of the UK.
I think that's true, and I think also, I mean, the Scottish Labour establishment is just poisonous as well. I mean, I think that's also quite important. The other thing is that 700,000 people in Scotland voted for Brexit. That is a Tory vote. A lot of that is a Tory vote.
Might not be.
You know, no, only because they're the only party who promised to pursue Brexit in the way that a Brexit voter, you know, will want. So, you know, if you are in Scotland and you want Brexit to proceed, you probably vote Tory in this election. So that may be one of the stories going into the Tory vote here. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's been a long-standing Tory vote in various seats in Scotland in East Renfrewshire, which was Tory until 1997. I imagine that will probably go back this evening. So we'll see as the evening pans out. So it's not totally surprising that they're making gains there.
Yeah.
Do we know about Northern Ireland?
Not yet. Not yet.
Do they not give us that in the exit poll?
I didn't see. I only glanced at the exit poll and then I
just
danced
busy
around
with
the,
UKIP tweets,
danced around the room.
You've got Suzanne Evans taking up your whole screen.
You know, okay, so good. Yes.
Oh, the Guardian have already put up their headline: exit poll shock for May.
Good. May's big gamble fails.
Yes.
Says the Times. Daily Mirror hanging by a thread. Hanging by a thread.
What? The Sun. Oh,
yeah,
we've got to go on
get
the
there.
Sun.
Shock for May as exit polls point to hung Parliament. Daily Mail, Britain on a knife edge.
Britain on a knife edge.
Okay, let's find the Sun. Let's find the Sun.
What's Koenigsberg saying?
What does Koenigsberg say? If this poll is correct, May's credibility completely shot. She said herself she would have lost if she lost just 6 seats, which is true, right? She said, if I lose 6 seats, Jeremy Corbyn will be negotiating Brexit with the European Union.
He'll be naked
Let's hold her
in
to
the
that.
negotiating room.
I hope. Who hasn't woken up naked
so
and alone in
sexy.
Europe?
Yeah.
I mean,
I hope no one watching this bought shares in Linton Crosby because they are going down, down, down.
Let's have a look at the Sun.
Go on.
I thought you were going to say, let's have a look at the share price of Linton Crosby's
Well,
PR company.
Is
it a publicly traded company?
No, unfortunately not, as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
Hard May's Night. Oh dear.
Oh, it's been a hard May's night.
Don't use the music of my people.
So I'm going to look at the pound against the
pound.
dollar.
Where's it going?
Okay, well, talk about something and I'll get it up.
Okay, sorry, babe. Oh, it's a bit of pressure, that, isn't it? Talk about
it's dropped. Gosh, it's dropped by about 2%.
Does that mean we can afford to buy houses?
No, but it hasn't. No, we can't afford to buy houses. We can't afford to buy houses until they build the 1 million.
Okay.
So we'll get. Actually, I want one of the £500,000 council
I want a
ones.
council house.
Yeah, you can have the £500,000 affordable one.
Thanks, babe.
You're employed by Huck or something. I don't know. Novara still doesn't have an income.
40k.
Well, I'm hoping that we can end the fundraiser because there'll be some sort of state funding for alternative media, and we can.
We're the MSM now.
Yeah.
No longer hold that.
Oh my God! It's like what happened to. Oh no, I'm not going to say it.
Don't say that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing we should talk about is just the number of people who called this fucking election wrong, and including
all of us.
Well, you know, no, but the people who said, you know, from day one that this could never ever fly, the people who have staked their careers on being right about this stuff.
Like who? Let's list them. Let's
Jason Cowley.
Jason Cowley, you
There's an embargo on any of my colleagues.
Jason Cowley. I'm just basically thinking about Jason Cowley, the New Statesman, who got on board with this David Goodhart racism thing. Who was like, you know, so he's, you know, who was saying, look, Theresa May, unlike any politician before, has the opportunity to unite behind her 80% of the British public because the British public is xenophobic, it is narrow-minded, it doesn't like foreigners, it doesn't like Europe, it doesn't like change, it doesn't like queer people, it doesn't like women's rights. And these people were wrong. She did not unite 80% of the country behind her, and I am going to tap dance on the grave of Jason Cowley's and David Goodhart's careers.
Can we see a little snippet of that dance now, please, James?
Yeah, go on.
No. As the night wears on, I'm sure I will dance.
I have to talk. It's 11 PM, and I'm very excited for Sunderland.
Okay, yeah.
So do you have any updates from Sunderland?
Well, I think we might have a.
Talk to me. I can't
No,
see anything yet.
Baby, you chat for a second. You chat for whatever you're reading there.
Okay, I'm going to. Well, so there are various right-wing people complaining on Twitter.
No, let's not do right wing. Let's do.
Well, that's why.
Sorry, I'll leave it to you, honey.
Oh, good dear. Oh, okay, so yeah, no, I don't know. I haven't seen anything from Sunderland yet. But I don't know what's going on, which is always helpful.
Have we heard anything from Camp Corbyn?
I can read you a statement from the Labour Party.
Yes.
If you want that. So they've sent this through just now. So what we've got, let me scroll down, is...
this is only a prediction.
Yes, let me go. Labour spokesperson, if this poll turns out to be anywhere near accurate, it would be an extraordinary result. Labour would have come from a long way back to dash the hopes of a Tory landslide. There's never been such a turnaround in the course of a campaign. It looks like the Tories have been punished for taking the British people for granted. Labour has run a positive and honest campaign. We haven't engaged in smears or personal attacks. Labour's poll standing and Jeremy Corbyn's standing surged as people were able to hear our message, policies and Jeremy directly. Labour poured energy and resources into voter registration, and an extra 3 million people registered in the 5 weeks between the election being called and the deadline. It looks like their voice has been heard.
Who was that, sorry?
A Labour
spokesperson.
Oh.
So presumably James Schneider taking away his laptop somewhere.
He's done so
well.
fucking
One of the things we should say is it's not just Corbyn,
Yeah.
who is a phenomenal campaigner, but the team around him has done extraordinary work.
And I think it's actually a testament.
Corbyn's team, we fucking love you.
And I want to say this.
McDonald's team, we fucking love you.
Yeah. I want to say this because I think that it's important to know. As I said earlier, and I speak for myself only here, but prior to this election being called, I was getting tired. I was getting frustrated. The excitement that so many of us had was slowly dissipating. And many people, and I don't blame them for this, even kind of did that publicly because they were getting so frustrated and cared so much. And what I do want to say is that we doubted, I think, the amount of effort and energy that was being put into preparing for this election. We all assumed, because it had been like that, we didn't know what they were planning, but actually this manifesto and what we're seeing now is a payoff for a huge amount of work that's been happening behind the scenes that is only now going to come to fruition. Anyway, I think that's something to know.
I think we're going to the BBC. What's on the BBC?
Sunderland's beginning.
Sunderland's beginning.
Newcastle.
Newcastle's
They
beginning.
fucking
Oh,
did it.
Newcastle being Sunderland!
Congratulations, Newcastle.
Congratulations.
They did it.
It's the day of upset.
Tides are turning.
Can we see it?
I don't know.
No, we're not there yet.
Oh, we're not there yet?
No, we're not there. We're an extremely professional organisation.
Whether or not Jeremy Corbyn is Prime Minister, Novara could do with investing in a few headpieces, because at the moment we're relying on people writing on bits of paper.
All the staff here.
Plug the fundraiser. Support.novaramedia.com, because even with the Jeremy Corbyn coalition government.
And I'm also really glad to see that the National Youth Council...
So the counters in Sunderland...
It's okay.
We're going to cut to Newcastle in a second.
Okay, you've had some time out.
I've had some time out. We're going to cut to Newcastle in a second. It just froze and then went to a WordPress page. That was my fault. Listen, before we do cut to Newcastle, it's a win for Labour up there. It's a very big win, which would suggest this exit poll is correct.
Yeah.
It's a very big win. I just want to plug again. We need to have a new media for different politics. So go to support.novaramedia.com. Am I getting there? Tell me when we go to Newcastle, okay? A new media for different politics. Let's go. Oh, you want me to keep talking?
Yeah.
Listen, I can talk all night. Don't worry about that.
We are going to be talking all night, so that's a good thing.
Here we go.
And we'll be on the radio tomorrow.
And the swing from Conservative to Labour.
There's no...
2%. Now, Peter Kellner, in your view, that is better for the Conservatives and worse for Labour
substantially
than the exit poll was suggesting.
The projection from the exit poll to this seat was suggesting a split Labour Conservatives 74% 14. We've got 65-25. So the exit poll was projecting a 7% swing to Labour. We've got a 2% swing to Labour. Now, you know, this is a safe seat. It's not a battleground seat. The exit polls are not going to be that reliable in these kinds of seats.
Well, OK,
but
let me
it's
ask...
for straw, it's better for the Tories.
Let me ask John Curtis that. Peter Kellner says it's not as accurate in this seat. Is that right? Or do you accept the analysis?
Absolutely right. And I can explain why we were forecasting a big swing to Labour in this seat. One of the things that the exit poll looks as though it found is that Labour would do better in the seats that it was defending where there was a substantial Remain vote in 2016, as opposed to those places where there's a substantial Leave vote. So, for example, we don't expect Labour to do as well in Sunderland as we thought they would do in Newcastle. But I think what we should note at this point is simply the direction of travel. It is a 2% swing to Labour. Yep, it is a safe seat, but it is the first sign of the night that maybe the country is going to drift from the Conservatives to the Labour Party.
Drift from the Conservatives to Labour?
Yes, we've got a 2% swing to Labour in this poll.
Drift, but not for Labour to overtake the Conservatives. Just saying.
No, absolutely. I mean, if we were to...
And Newcastle, of course, was 50-50 on Brexit pretty well, wasn't
Sure,
it?
yeah, but it's a much more pro-Remain Labour seat than
yes, I'll take that.
Is the Sunderland
I don't know what's happened to Sunderland, John. They were beavering away, but nothing seems to have happened.
Well,
all those white gloves and that running around.
But one of the things to say, David, that increase in the turnout in Newcastle is something that it is thought has occurred fairly broadly across the country. And given that one of the question marks about this election was, would people turn out? Would young people in particular turn out? I would guess that the Labour Party would regard the evidence that turnout is up as relatively encouraging from their point of view.
And do you have any evidence about young people? Because we know that...
No. We don't. All I can tell, well, yes and no. What I can tell you is that in general, we are finding that in constituencies where there are a large number of graduates, who are, of course, disproportionately younger, we expect Labour to do better than in places where there are fewer graduates. Indeed, in general, it looks as though from the exit poll that part of Britain which was predominantly Remain is going to be relatively good territory for Labour, and that part of Britain that was predominantly Leave is going to be relatively good territory for the Conservatives, and that therefore this may indeed end up of having been a Brexit election, even though the issue of Brexit disappeared off the campaign agenda.
Thanks, John. I think we have the Sunderland result.
Houghton and Sunderland South. I, Irene Lucas, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice of the total number of votes for each candidate for the Houghton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows.
I hope you can hear this.
Richard Peter Bradley, Green Party,
a bit difficult.
725. Paul John Edgeworth, Liberal Democrat, 908. Paul Howell, Conservative Party, 12,324. Michael Anthony Joyce, UK Independence Party, 2,379. Bridget Lave Phillipson, Labour Party, 24,000. And Nick Watson, Independent, 479.
Well, they may...
that Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
They may be able to count in a hurry. They certainly need to take control of their sound system. Labour won. It was a safe Labour seat, but the Conservatives are up more than Labour in that seat. UKIP went down to 2,300 from 8,000 last time round. And if I heard it right, the Conservatives are on 12,300, up from 7,000. We don't seem to have all the figures in, because I think we may have missed the Labour figure. We're trying to find it out. And when we do, we'll be able to explain what's happened. But again, it's another seat where it looks as though... Would you
like
say
Newcastle,
that, yes,
in Sunderland, the Conservatives have done substantially better than the exit poll projection. Labour has done substantially worse. Now, these are two constituencies, 20 miles apart. So there may be something going on in safe Labour seats in that region that the exit poll hasn't quite picked up. Or it might be that the exit poll is wrong. We'll have to wait 2 or 3 hours to find out, David.
Nora.
Interesting, though, in both of those seats, we've seen a significant fall away in the UKIP vote. Now, for the Conservatives, from the start of this election, the central part of their strategy was UKIP voters who might have been previously Labour voters in this election they hope would go straight across to the Conservatives. And there are 71 seats across the country where the Labour majority was smaller than the UKIP vote in 2015. Now, early days, but a pattern, even in these safe Labour seats, that the UKIP vote is crashing, and the Conservatives need that to happen right across the country if they're to end up in any kind of position to form a decent majority.
And it looks as if the UKIP vote is not crashing as completely to the Conservatives, as some of the projections in advance suggested. And that may be one of the reasons why Labour is doing a bit better than the pre-election polls.
Indeed. I'm still trying to discover what happened in Houghton and Sunderland South, because we haven't been able to produce the figures or the share or the change. because of apparently a microphone failure at the count, which seems rather weird. Is it not? Have anyone got it on Twitter? Have you got it on? No, you haven't got it on Twitter. Have you got it?
Let me try and
No?
find it.
Nobody's got it. Well, we'll try and get it in due course. Let's, in the meantime, go to Tim Farron's seat, or what was his seat, in Westmoreland and Lonsdale. Join Lucy Manning. Lucy, good evening.
Good evening. We're outside Tim Farron's house. We're expecting him back here fairly soon. If the exit poll is right, and that, of course, is a big if, this will be seen as a pretty good night for the Liberal Democrats. Even if they only gain a handful of seats, the expectations, I think, were so low because there was such criticism of the campaign, the Liberal Democrats offering this second vote on a Brexit deal that the voters didn't really seem to want, and questions about Tim Farron's leadership. But now, with this exit poll suggesting they could get 14 seats, it leaves him potentially in the position of a kingmaker. And yesterday, when I spent some time with him on the bus, I talked over the idea if there was going to be a hung parliament, what the Liberal Democrats would do. He was absolutely clear that there would be no deals, no pact, no coalition, no confidence supply where they voted for the budget. Of course, you remember, everyone remembers the Liberal Democrats got burnt when they went into coalition. They lost all those seats at the last election, and he is mindful of that and doesn't want to repeat that. And Lib Dem sources tonight being very clear that that position stays the same. No deals, no coalitions, no pacts. So if there is a hung parliament situation, I think the Liberal Democrats will be in a situation where both sides might want them, but they will only offer support on a vote-by-vote basis. I should add that they are not sure this exit poll is right. They are being cautious. In previous years, the exit polls had them on more seats than they ended up getting. They say that some of their key battles are too close to call. They're seeing a hardening up of the vote for Labour in some of the university seats that they hope to get. But I think at the moment they are more optimistic than I think they thought they would be at this stage.
Well, whether they have that traction, we'll discover as we get a few more results in. We now do have the Houghton and Sunderland South result, a safe Labour seat. There is the raw figures: 24,665 for Labour. UKIP in third place, Conservatives going up into second place. And the change since last time, let's just see that, or rather, yes, there's the change. Conservatives up 11 percentage points, UKIP down 16 percentage points. The swing here from Labour to Conservatives of 3.5%. So, Peter Kellner, what do you make of that one?
Well, the exit poll expectation was almost the exact swing in the opposite direction, around a 3% swing to Labour. So these first two results unquestionably will be cheering the Conservatives up after a pretty grim hour following the exit poll. But whether that cheer will carry on through the seats that really matter, the battleground seats where the majorities last time were very much narrower, that we'll have to wait and see.
What would you be looking for next as a test? Because these are both seats in the northeast, and where would you want to get your spread if you wanted to make it clearer?
It may be an hour or two before we get, because these seats rush to declare, and there may not be many in the really interesting places.
Slough, we were told Slough was going to be very quick. I don't know whether they are.
Well, Slough would be interesting. Swindon North would be interesting. Battersea and Putney, two of the relatively early London declarations where the Conservatives might be vulnerable if Labour doing really well in London. Putney, of course, Justine Greening, the Education Secretary. Tooting, a Labour seat, Sadiq Khan won 2 years ago. These are the kind of seats, but I think a lot of these will be waiting until 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning to get. These very, very early declarations where they rush with all those kids to get the counts done within an hour, that's the exception.
Right.
More or less everywhere else, it'll take a lot longer.
We're joined by a familiar figure from politics.
That was the results from Newcastle and Sunderland.
UKIP in the Welsh Assembly.
Both, I mean, they were both Labour states.
Good evening.
Both Labour
like a bit of a white.
But in both, it's gone fairly positively. In Sunderland, which I've got in front of me, the UKIP vote has absolutely collapsed. 2/3 of that has gone to the Conservatives. 1/3 of that has gone to Labour. Labour has mopped up the Green vote, and I mean that's fairly consistent with the exit polls that we've seen. So we're feeling pretty positive. I've got an update, breaking news, which is Alex Andreu's hot take on this event.
Please.
He's very self-aware. I know I'll get universal shit for this. But can't help thinking what a competent Labour leader
could do versus May, or a competent Tory leader could do versus Corbyn. What a guy. Love you, baby. Love you, Alexandre. Keeping that liberal flame alive. Romaniacs. We're all Romaniacs here. Anyway, we're gonna continue the discussion in a second, but first of all, we're gonna go to one of our fabulous
baby
comrades,
boys.
our baby boy, and a Novara hero, Lewis Bassett. He's often behind the camera, often producing. He has been helping with the campaign of the most Corbynite MP, well, the most Corbynite prospective MP. He lost his seat in 2010. Chris Williamson in Derby North, razor tight. This is Lewis Bassett on the situation in Derby North.
Okay, I'm here in Derby North with the candidate Chris Williamson, Umar and Jyoti, and we've just seen the exit poll come in, so what do we think, guys?
Astonishing. Really great news, and it demonstrates, I think, that had we not had the difficulties with the coup last year, if we'd have had people getting behind Jeremy Corbyn right from the start, then we would now be looking at an overall majority Labour government. Still early days yet, we might still do a little bit better than what the exit poll is saying, but this is fantastic news. And it's a real shot in the arm for all those who've got behind Jeremy in the first place, and a real one in the eye to those who said that he was unelectable.
And Umar, we've been on the doorstep all day in Derby. It's an extreme marginal. It's England's most extreme marginal. Chris lost his seat last time by 41 votes. Tell us, how was it today?
It was absolutely fantastic today. What we saw when we were going round knocking on Labour voters' doors was actually most of them had already been out to vote, or they were pledging to go out to vote. I didn't actually find any Labour voters who we knocked on who said they're not going to vote, they couldn't be bothered. You know, the weather's not been particularly great here, and we've still got people determined to go out and have their voices heard here in Derby North. So it's actually fantastic. When we were canvassing in Stoke, obviously it's different in the sense that apathy is much more there, but we had our own voters who we canvassed who were saying that we couldn't be bothered to go out to vote. It's totally different. We've seen a massive surge of enthusiasm.
I think apathy has been a big problem in all, especially like working class areas, like council estate areas. But as Chris would say, this is the best manifesto that Labour has had since when?
Best manifesto since 1945, and it's inspired young people, old people, middle-aged people to turn out, but particularly young people. And I kept saying it was the younger generation in 1945, my mum and dad's generation, who actually changed the course of history. And I kept saying to young people, look, you have it in your power to change the course of history in this election, and it looks like they've done it. And I'm delighted, and I'm so proud of them.
So we don't obviously have the real results yet, but we'll be keeping posting videos from England's most extreme marginal in Derby North. We're on our way to the count now, so see you soon.
Yep, that was Lewis Bassett, Chris Williamson in Derby North. We'll hear that result about 2 AM. We've got our fingers crossed, our toes crossed, we've got everything crossed. I fucking love that guy. Both of them, Lewis, Chris. Oh, I would love to see Chris in Parliament. Anyway, we've got Thomas Barlow from Real Media in the house. We've got Cam Sandhu from Real Media in the house. We've got Charlotte Grace, who built this fucking palace. She built the fucking Novara palace. And together she has... she's part of building socialism. No one's around anymore, baby. This is the future. Oh. I feel under pressure to come up with a question. I'm just so overwhelmed with the dawn of socialism. Anyway, you guys are Real Media. Yeah. You've had a fairly to and fro relationship with parliamentary politics.
Yeah.
Does a result like this change anything? Does everything stay the same? I know you were talking to me earlier about the importance of trade union organising. Political power emerges from economic power. I mean, I agree to many degrees.
Yeah.
If that were true, though, what is the economic relationship that explains this? I can't think of the word, but I mean, it's a big deal. What explains this big deal?
It's glorious moment.
Yeah, go on, baby.
Talk
Talk to us.
Yeah, I thought I was being a realist when I said, top end 220 for Labour, 360 for Conservatives. That's the best we can hope for, and I'm glad I was proven wrong. I've got a lot of family that are gonna, if things go well in the next few days, they're gonna live. They're gonna not die cold and alone at home, and that's why I'll put my shoulder to the wheel and support Labour in these moments. But realistically, the real project for us is to build a real movement that has real
real power. As I say, co-ops, trade unions. If you're a worker, get that money from the boss, be in a trade union, build those trade unions. If you're a maker, build an ethical business, make it cooperative, make it democratic, so that we can fund the street movements, the creative movements, the door-to-dooring that we that has proven to work here. You know, I think what's happened here, for the first time that I've seen, is all the activists I've known come from the direct action movement, you know, both anti-fascist and environmental, have you know, have gone out and done the thing that I always used to moan about and be the only one who go, hey guys, let's go and hang outside Sainsbury's and flyer people, let's go and door knock, you know, let's, you know, we're not going to win the environmental thing by just locking ourselves to things. So I'm down for that as well, and that's important. And I've never seen so many people from Manchester, carloads going out every day. So, you know, like, you know, and it's been momentum people, it's been the young people, it's been the experienced activists from other parts of the movement who've come in and said, okay, you know, Labour's not quite organising it right at local level. We're going to go out. We're going to go to the marginals. We're going to fight. And I want to say big up to everyone who fought in Bolton West, Bury North, Chester, you know, anyone who's been fighting around Greater Manchester. God, I hope we pull through. And also to Laurie Ann, who's been fighting against Amber Rudd. Please, let's take her down. You know, so I hope that happens.
2 a.m. Amber Rudd, baby.
So yeah, that's like my hot take is, you know, some activists have come into the movement and done some of the essentials. I think those essentials, once applied to the trade union movement and the cooperative movement, will be even more effective. I think what's happening now is fantastic, but I think it's a stepping stone to going to getting even better, to getting even stronger, and being part of a worldwide movement. You know, that's the other important thing to remember. We're one species and one planet. We're one global working class. That's what we've got to fight for. That's where our imagination has got to be coming into the future.
I've got to apologise for taking it down a level of profundity. But yesterday I was fairly worried because I was looking at the weather forecast for Britain. And it was raining fucking everywhere. Did it rain everywhere?
No one dropped the storm of history thing.
It did rain everywhere.
Brutal.
So we got these because obviously in London it barely rained. No, in London it barely rained.
It was like
so in the rest of the country it was like a storm, and we still the exit polls still look like they do.
Yeah. People were out. It was 8 degrees up north. It was genuinely like the end of autumn, beginning of winter. It was sleeting, rain. People out. You know, all the photos I've got of my mates out in those marginals that we just talked about. They've got their rain macs on. They're like selfieing themselves. You know, hiding under bus shelters and taking that odd moment to have a pie or a pint. You know, to get themselves ready to go on more doors. But they went out the past 2-3 days. They went out regardless of the weather, and you know, there was more volunteers than could be fit in cars, you know, so it was amazing. I think that's the takeaway, you know, talking to people, you know, and targeting where you talk. I mean, every time we've got to be thinking about the end product. If we've got a political project, who is it we need to get on board? There's a set of people for every political project. It's not everyone, but it's particular people. In this case, in parliamentary politics, it's those marginal constituencies. We thought tactically, we did the groundwork, and you know, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it's paying off. If those exit polls are right, it's paying off. Fair play.
No, I completely. One thing I've loved, regardless of the result, about the last 2 years actually, is to have, because I came from the same sort of like non-electoral movements, be they the climate movement or whatever, student movement. Non-electoral. There's electoral movements and non-electoral movements. I used to be here, and I think.
Well, David,
there's
if
so much
these
energy that comes
correct,
from that
then
kind of
Theresa
like,
May
grassroots social
played...
movement. But one thing that was lacking from it is the necessity
Lost her
to
gamble.
articulate your politics to people not involved in your movement, to sort of think who lives in Britain and how do we speak to them and what do they actually fucking want. And that was a very challenging thing for the Corbyn project to present to people. You sound reticent, Charlotte.
No, I just think that like there's a thing about shifting discourse, and like even the non-electoral can shift discourse. I don't think it's so easy to be like you couldn't speak, you know, couldn't speak. I think that you know, at some point there was a non-electoral movement of which we were a part that was speaking, even if it was you know, the argument was niche. It was like, you know, tuition fees, whatever, but you know,
maybe that's gonna be government policy.
Yeah, we got it in the end. It's fine, right? You know, like the long game, in it for the long game.
Put that down as a win.
After all that, can you fucking believe it? Oh my god, shit.
All that money on Primark hoodies wasn't
how
wasted.
How long do your bets last?
Yeah.
When you kind of put on getting it. But yeah, I don't know. Like discourse can be shifted.
And there's been a lot, definitely from the non-electoral movements, about what we do with this kind of like remaining left energy that's about to get fucked over because we're not going to do all right, and now we're doing all right. So who knows, right? I still think I still think that point is worth thinking about, because I still don't think that then everything goes into the state. You know, not everything goes into that.
Yeah,
not everything can be done by that. And I do still believe in the criticism that is all the energy has gone into a leader, has gone into still belief in the state in some way. And we need to work out that, yeah, that is now a viable strategy, but it does not, you know, negate the other strategies that take place that still exist and might now actually begin to speak to each other. You know, you might actually get the diversity of tactics thing actually being a sensible way to operate. And I think that's what I'm really excited about, because I don't know where I stand on formality of certain strategies, but I'm excited by the fact that it's all to play for, rather than, well, all I'm ever going to do is be over here because I can't deal with being anywhere else.
Yeah.
That's exciting, you know?
I think I should clarify actually, because I don't think there is two kind of politics, which is the electoral and the non-electoral. The kind of politics I'm interested in is the one where you try and build majorities and you try and win people to your politics, which can be in a workplace, can be in a national election.
But what we were just saying earlier as well.
In a housing association. I think, Cam,
yeah.
we're on the relationship between social movements, electoral politics, given that a socialist might be about to enter parliament. What do you think? What do you think, babe?
Well, I think Jeremy Corbyn has done the difficult work of going about this in terms of the support that he's got. It's been a people-led thing, right? People have gone for his personality, but all these groups, like, you know, from students to disabled people to I mean, the environment, perhaps we haven't actually spoken about that enough in this election. So they're all behind him. So I think it's been, you know, lots of young people were disillusioned that the Labour Party or this vehicle could ever be used again as something positive, and that's all changed now. And I think that's done well in meshing those things together and showing that we can put pressure on a party to move a certain way, and that's what stuff like momentum has done. That's what people going out and getting the fruits of actually going and realising this is what makes the difference. Because at the end of the day, look, the Tory party, they have to pay people to be in their pictures. Do you know what I mean? They don't actually have people. They do have lots of house.
Don't get sympathy, I think.
Do you know what I mean?
So pathetic.
So it's all the sweeter, really, this time. So I've seen all those, you know, people turning up for Corbyn and feeling like, yeah, no, actually we're onto something.
Yeah. I want to talk about that a bit, actually. Corbyn, right? So the relationship between this movement, this success, and Jeremy Corbyn. So I, you know, quite publicly on Novara previously, was I mean, I've always been a Corbyn supporter, but was fairly critical of him not quite being able to articulate things in the most simple or clear way, and thinking he should have said this then, he should have said that then. Yesterday I was like, you know, maybe he wasn't the best speaker, but Corbyn is an icon. You know, I can't think of anyone else in British politics who is iconic.
In the British way.
No, but in the same way that Mélenchon was an icon, Sanders was an icon, like Corbyn is an icon. And sort of like the way, he's not as articulate in the way he does a speech as Sanders, but he's iconic. And I think one of the reasons he is iconic is because he is the opposite of everything else that's in politics. And you can't really have a personality cult with him because he's so, I don't want to put it in these terms, but weak in the weak in the egotistical sense. You know, he's very passive. You know, he is open for other people to take.
But
he is the empty.
Were on point.
He's the empty signifier par excellence.
It's true. Like, it kind of was like on fleek.
I mean, the boiler suit is better than Socks and Sandals.
I mean, I fully agree.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know, he did touch on cultural signifiers.
Not in a good way.
I mean, not in a good way.
No, I mean, look, I think, clearly this fight has been for Corbyn. It's not been for the Labour Party. People have not been going out for their local MPs. So in the marginals, people have got to know their local MPs, and that's been really positive, and they've been behind them. But it's been for Corbyn, so let's not be wrong about that. But it's been despite his lack of electric charisma. He is not a personality leader, which, as you say, might be a good thing, because no one can accuse people of being, you know, though the Labour Party tried, Corbynites, Corbynistas that are obsessed with Corbyn, the cult of his personality, because he really just doesn't have enough of a personality I'm sorry, he just doesn't, like, for people to get wowed by it. I mean, I don't, like, people behind him, because he represented unflinchingly a politics that a lot of people respected, and people respect Corbyn despite his personality, not because of it. They respect his politics and the fact that he's been committed to it.
I'm going to go for Cam.
Yeah. I was speaking to Danny Dorling the other day about the election campaign, and he was saying that it's specifically because he has no ego. You need someone who doesn't love himself in that way to carry this kind of movement and to not let you down, basically, when he gets into power. So I think it's been really important, and yeah. I think it's the right way to do things, because it means that that doesn't dominate anything, and it's not down to that, and you know you're not going to get screwed over in the end.
I agree with that. It's not his charisma in the traditional sense of charisma, which is a sort of like, you know, it's motivating just in the turn of phrase.
And look what
but his personality and being absent of ego is what was quite so special about him.
It's also that, like, you don't need to, you don't need to, like, be like the guy to like respect his politics. It's like the moment you saw the JME video, it was just like, yeah, okay, I don't need Corbyn to be like me. I just need to like rate what he stands for. You know, like, I'm okay with like someone being another guy over there with a politics that I appreciate and being, you know, I don't think I'm capable of everything ever, so I don't really need someone who emulates me to like embody a politics I agree with. I'm like, great, there's like Dad over there, doing what I need, because I can't look after my, you know, whatever, you know, it's just like, and I'm fine with a difference, and for sure, even on the small scale, the moments when you interact and you find a moment of connection with someone that touches on all different cultural signifiers. We might know it from either canvassing, or we might know it from, you know, direct action. We might know it from squatting with, you know, the kind of like marginals of society coming into your space, and like, you know, and then you find a moment that connects, for example. Like, they're really glorious moments, and like, I don't really need, like, that's a really beautiful thing, even to see mediated through media or whatever on a larger scale. I think it's totally appropriate, and actually, I think it's caused relief in a certain way for a generation of politics, right? Because it's like, okay, great, I don't need someone trying to sell to me, telling me, was it like, who said they liked the Arctic Monkeys at some point? I can't remember. It's like
was
so
it Cameron?
long. Like,
was it Cameron? I think Cameron did that.
Gordon Brown, I don't know. And just, you know, whatever. Anyway.
I wanted to do a quick shout out for Ash Sarkar, the hero, Ash Sarkar at AOC.
Relates to
who I think has been going with a pretty decent meme. The first law Labour should pass will be that Jeremy Corbyn will be our dad and John McDonnell will be our dad.
I'm down with that.
Which I'm,
no, but
our
pinned comment on the live feed is about something about giving birth to babies. Was it socialist babies, calling them all Jeremy? I can't remember.
Oh, Jeremy and Diane.
So much more articulate. Thanks,
if he wins the general election, then next year so many babies will be called Jeremy or Diane.
Yeah. Oh, Diane.
Diane.
God bless
Cam.
Diane.
They killed Diane.
Just to say that, that I think also people need to change their idea of what success looks like. Like Sol Williams was saying about Trump, you know, Americans have been sending up dickheads for a long time, and that's what we've ended up with Trump, is like someone who's successful just because he's got loads of money, when actually it's just loads of dick waving and egotistical shit that gets us nowhere. So like, what is our idea of what a candidate should look like?
Well, entrepreneurship I think exists in an Americanized way. I mean, I think even Bernie obviously touches on entrepreneurship in a certain way, in a personality based way, whereas Corbyn doesn't touch on that because it's just not, it wouldn't work. It absolutely wouldn't work in the British scenario.
Do you know what was one of the interesting things, sorry, just talking about Bernie, that I thought was a really interesting difference, is Bernie's position on foreign policy, which makes him way more palatable to the establishment, which is why his ratings were a lot higher, because he was never going to quite get as gunned by the military-industrial complex, because he was never quite vociferously as anti-war as Corbyn. You know, Corbyn, there is definitely a lot of people in the security, in the deep state, who see him as a potential threat to the way things are done. We've been supporting, you know, Islamic extremism since Lawrence of Arabia, right? That's what we do. That's what Britain does. That's what we, the aristocratic class that run this country, do. And Corbyn represents a threat to that. Because if he didn't have that, he'd have probably got maybe a slightly easier ride. You know, because he would have been saying, okay, I'm going to nationalise industry, so forth like that. It'd be almost like one nation Toryism. I'm going to bring the country together around national infrastructure projects. Okay, fine. You know, we can kind of live with that. A bit of peace and prosperity.
I think because it's a big issue, I want you to... You've got a minute to clarify The British establishment supports Islamic extremism.
Right, okay, sorry.
60 seconds,
No
baby.
biggie.
No biggie, 60 seconds. Well, we've covered this a lot, and I've been doing it with Real News Network. Just as an example, you know, the Manchester bomber was, you know, his family were trained by SAS, and MI6 agents were given passports by them. You know, the Islamic Fighting Front, Max Blumenthal does a really good expose of this. You can read Max Blumenthal's stuff. You know, you can read Mark Curtis's book, Web of Deceit, and other books like that. Mark Curtis charts the history of Britain being MI6 being involved in the foundation of Al Qaeda, supporting ISIS, Al Nusra, you know, the Muslim Brotherhood, and you know, against Arab nationalism back in the 40s and 50s and 60s, and then, you know, against anyone that we disliked, you know, like Iran when they had democratic elections, we supported. So it's a long history. It's part of, you know, supporting Shell, which was British Iranian Petroleum, and you know,
This is against Mossadegh.
Yeah, against Mossadegh. It's about supporting our interests in those areas of the world. Our interest being the British state's commercial interests in securing energy and other vital resources, and keeping it as an unstable region, except for those tyrants that work with us, and the Saudi Arabian, the Qataris, the classic examples, especially, last point, the Qataris recently part of a consortium that bought the national grid, right? So, you know, we're happy to do business with certain types.
I mean, that was one analysis of why Sanders, well, why we thought Sanders cut through in a way that Corbyn potentially didn't, was that Sanders chose his message. It was a clearly attractive message to a large sector of American people, which is your wages are going down, there's a rigged economic system. And he didn't really talk about those issues that weren't necessarily at the forefront of the minds of the American public, American foreign policy. That wasn't something that they felt in their pockets, that wasn't the bread and butter of politics. Corbyn has dared to stray into those topics that normally we potentially would have considered if you wanted to win on a left-wing platform. Shut up about foreign policy. And he didn't. He was brave enough to not do that, and it's gone all right. Aaron,
Could he avoid it
we've got our data guy.
Basically, we're going to cut to an interview with James Butler and Chunky Mark in 2 minutes.
Oh, yes, mate.
And then we're going to have, excuse me, Sam, Chris and Ellie Hagen will be joining you.
Yeah, fabulous.
But very quickly, just filling you in, we've had tweets from Paul Nuttall saying that Brexit is now in danger. And Jack Straw is saying that a hung parliament will lead to a sensible Brexit. So I guess you've got 2 minutes
that's
before.
interesting.
2 minutes before we cut to that interview, maybe you guys could, you know, Brexit. Is it in danger?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really get that.
I like that as a hot take.
I don't know. I don't pretend to get it all. I'm fine when I'm just like, what?
I mean, so that was the line I used on the Doorstep often, right? So you'd speak to a classic Tory Labour swing voter where the issue isn't... So some doors you go on, they're like, I don't want to vote Labour because they're all the fucking same. And some of them you go, I care about Britain, you know, I like his policies, but I want Britain to be managed well, especially in a period quite as chaotic as Brexit. Who can manage it well? Theresa May was quite good, well, until a month ago, at presenting herself as a competent politician.
Oh, wow.
Corbyn, that's never been his selling point, really. And one of the things I'd try and sell on the Doorstep was the idea that May is proposing a completely unrealistic vision of Brexit to the British public, and that's going to end in some sort of quite unhelpful clash. You know, where she's telling the British public you can have it all. She's saying we're as strong as Britain, we can put all, we can do it like that. That leak from Juncker from 4 weeks ago always really helps. Like, did you read that Financial Times article 4 weeks ago about Jean-Claude Juncker? They'd be like, yeah, I did actually. Like, yeah, you should vote Corbyn because he would be less oppositional to the European elites.
Yeah.
Maybe we're going to have a sensible Brexit because Corbyn's just going to get along with them.
Yeah.
Chilled. What do you think?
One of the things that I heard from UKIP voters, actually, including my dad, was that that actually Corbyn's commitment to nationalisation meant that he was actually committed to Brexit and to the Brexit that he'd envisioned. You know, like they were like, we're going to get democratic control back and we're going to have our own stuff. You know, that's where we're going to kick the companies out of owning the energy grid and blah blah blah, right? And they were like, oh, that's proper Brexit. You know what I mean? Whereas the Tories, I don't really trust her. She was a Remainer. She vacillates on everything. She keeps U-turning. She doesn't know what she's doing. You know, so like, and I don't trust them. I don't trust the Tories to do it. They trusted UKIP, but they didn't trust Tories, and they thought, well, actually Labour have committed to, you know, with the rest of the manifesto, like, oh, this is a good vision. This is okay. I could get behind this. You know, people switch. You know, I spoke to quite a few UKIP Labour switchers in Bury, Bolton. You know, in northern working class seats. Some of them had been old lifetime Labour supporters, and they've gone back to.
I'm going to interrupt you there. We're going to go to that interview with James Butler and Chunky Mark. Nobody move. This is a great interview, by the way.
Right, I'm here with James Butler at Novara Media. What's your first thoughts, James?
This is absolutely not what we expected tonight, but you know, so fuck me, it's incredible. It's a real vindication for all the activists who've got out there on the streets and the entirety of the kind of Corbyn-attached movement. I'm now thinking about what happens next, which is May presumably has to go. Right? I mean, she surely can't cling on. She said, if I lose just 6 seats, Jeremy Corbyn will be negotiating Brexit with the European Union. Bring it on. So George Osborne has just said on the news that she has to go. If she goes, who knows what monster that they'll bring up from the depths of the Tory party to replace her. But we, I think, are going to have to start seriously thinking about in the next few days pushing for a Labour minority government.
So what did you say about the Lib Dems?
So it looks tonight like I was worried that the Lib Dems might prop up a Tory minority government in coalition as they did with the Cameron administration. The Lib Dem press office has said in the past 5 minutes they're not going to do that. So that means that the Tories will probably try to form a minority government. We should we should try to make sure that doesn't happen, and we should try to make sure that any minority government they form collapses. So yeah, all to play for this evening. We'll see how it shakes out by the morning, I guess.
Do you think? How long do you think it's going to take? A week or so?
It's going to take. Everything's going to be up in the air, I think, for the next week. That means that we all have to be out there after our celebrations this evening and tomorrow, and be really, really pushing for the left to be near power now.
Old Jack saying, "Oh shit."
Don't worry, carry on.
And which one's mine?
Live. So we're back. That was a great interview, wasn't it? I wasn't lying to you. We're now joined by Ellie Hagen.
Hello.
Hi Ellie, how you doing?
That's how I'm doing.
Good. Sam Chris.
Hi.
It's at Ellie Hagen, right? Ellie May. At Ellie May.
Miss Ellie May.
God, how can I forget that? I called you your Twitter handle for like a couple of years before I got to know you properly.
Yeah, I know.
Miss Ellie May. Anyway, and that's Sam Chris.
Yep, _Sam_Chris.
Great. So when are the next big results coming through, Michael? What can we expect for the next big?
Baby, I'm still working out your MacBook, but give me a moment. Keep talking, honey. I'll tell you in a second.
Well, we got the big. I think a lot of results. There's a Google Doc actually, which
there's a Google Doc.
We did co-write, Michael. If you can.
Yeah, no, but it was. It's in a Facebook message from me.
Great. I never get to drink beer on Sky. Just saying.
I think we get some big results in at 1. I think.
Yeah, we should do.
I think 1, 2, and 3. I think
Hastings and nothing interesting at midnight. At 1 we'll get Nuneaton, Vale of Clwyd, which has a 237 vote Tory majority. Tooting, which will be interesting. Darlington, which was a Tory target.
They shouldn't win that now, right?
They shouldn't win that now. Although what will happen? The UKIP vote will be interesting there. Wrexham, which will be interesting, and Putney, which might be a Labour. Which might be good for Labour. That would be really very
Justine Greening seat.
Who knows? I mean, it's again we've had people telling us up and through the entire campaign that if a Labour vote surges, it will be in the cities. Yeah. So Putney really could be on the agenda.
Can I just say it's about 10,000 majority? I think Putney. Labour. David Mellor was the Tory MP there. He lost it in '97. That was seen as like along with Portillo a giant defeat. If this is as big historically as that 1997 result, obviously in a different way, Putney going will be hugely symbolic. Ellie, let's go back to this. You're struck for words. Are you surprised, shocked, or flabbergasted at the extent of this result? if it's correct.
D, all of the above. But the thing is, I mean, if it's correct, it's gonna. It might be out. Majority either way, and I'm fine with that because I think. What's happened is, first of all, I think Theresa May is toast because she's taken a huge gamble. Let's be honest, she only did it because she thought, the opposition's in chaos, Brexit negotiations are going to be really tough. So I'm going to have a super majority, so I can go in and be and go through this process with no accountability. And she was backed by her party because they were just she can take advantage of this moment. And actually, I think whatever the results.
that is not going to be the case. Like, we're not going to see a Tory landslide now. We might see a Tory majority, but it won't be an impressive one. It could be smaller than the one that she has now.
Yeah.
So I think either way, she's toast. So the things that I'm happy about is not actually like what the ultimate result is. It's the two certainties that we can say at this stage, whatever the result. First of all, Tories are humiliated. Theresa May's, her career is down the pan. I mean, this is like the third Tory Prime Minister in, 18 months? And then the other thing is that I'm really pleased about is that this shows that the Labour left and the wider left is in the insurgency. It shows that a left-wing manifesto was put to the public and the public have responded really well. Like, I was so worried before this election, when this election was called, that it would be a landslide for the Tories, and I was more worried about the effect that would have on the left than anything else, because I thought, well, we'll be decimated for years. No one will take us seriously. We'll be pushed back to the sidelines.
A lot of people were saying that as well, right? It wasn't a marginal opinion. That was a the right was saying, the left was saying it, the centre was saying it.
And that's why I remember the first, because I do this podcast with Owen Jones, and we tried to record an episode of the week that the election was called, and we were both too upset to really be able to record a podcast because we were just like, we're finished. We're totally finished. We were 24 points behind in the polls when the election was called, and I think that whatever happens now, there might be a Tory majority government, but that isn't what I'm excited about. What I'm excited about is the left has a programme now. We have a programme, we have popular support. You know, there's never been such a relentlessly hostile media campaign against the Labour leader as this. It's been unbelievable. It's been absolutely appalling, and it's come from all angles of the media. It's not just the Daily Mail. It's the occasional kind of drive-by attacks from liberal publications as well. And Jeremy Corbyn was described as a terrorist sympathiser and apologist for terrorism by the Daily Mail only a couple of days ago. And it's not just the fact that there's been like relentlessly negative coverage, but a lot of the positive things that Labour have been putting forward just haven't had much coverage, been kind of invisible. And yet, despite all of that, despite the fact that Brexit is coming up, all of this stuff, one thing that we can say for certain now is that people have turned out in their millions to vote for this, whatever the result. Millions of people want this. Millions of people are excited about this. We have something real to build from. And let me say something else as well, which is that I went canvassing in Croydon last week, and there were
Croydon Central.
Yeah, and there were 250 people out that day. It was like a little army. And Sam Tarry, who was canvassing in Dagenham on the same day, and he said that 200 people were out in Dagenham that day. I know people, my housemate's mum has been stuffing envelopes in her local Labour office. I know people who have been canvassing every weekend since the election was called for the first time in their lives. I've got friends that have hosted dinners to get people to come round to phone bank. People have really showed up for this election. I don't just mean that they've showed up at the polls. I mean that people have taken time out of their lives to fight for this. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the result is, the fact is we have a programme now, we have a base to build from, and we clearly have popular support. And the other thing that it shows as well is that all of the people who commentate on our media actually just don't know what they're talking about, and it's time for a reckoning. It's time that some of them had their careers damaged a little bit by that, because they've been wrong so many times.
Any names you want to share, Ellie? I know you're much more circumspect about these things than I am, but
I'll leave that bit. That Sam can do that.
Ellie wants to remain employable.
Entire staff of the New Statesman, they should leave the country.
Apart from Stephen Bush.
Stephen Bush. You know what? Stephen Bush is alright.
Stephen Bush, friend of the show.
Stephen Bush is
friend of the show.
Very good.
Stephen Bush, friend of the show. Very good.
Yeah, and I like his cookery articles in the Guardian weekend. I mean, I'm going to have to apologise, because I might just have a complete failure of concatenation. All of my words are just kind of...
Only Sam could say the word concatenation, though, when he's having a...
it's just, all of my words have just kind of, fizzled away just in the kind of, just the sheer political joy of this moment. And,
I want to stick with this media point, though. Go on. Finish
I mean, that's just a caveat. I mean, what's intensely surprising about this is, you had the entire media from the from the very moment that he took the Labour leadership, you know, before saying he's unelectable, he can't win an election, he doesn't pay due lip service to all the kind of grand national signifiers of British identity, he won't sing along to the national anthem, he won't be racist enough, which is like essentially what electability means in this kind of discourse. You know, as soon as you had, you know, you had people like Tom Watson and so on kind of making this kind of, like during the Brexit campaign, this kind of grand ploy for electability, which essentially consisted of kind of going, oh, well, even if we remain in the European Union, we're going to put up barriers to migration, we're going to be, you know, tough on terrorism and the pigmentation of terrorism. Precisely.
Well, in a style speech.
The Reavers of Blood Street.
It was a power-like speech. It was a power-like speech.
We'll come back to that in a second. Very important sentiment. But you said that all the people from the New Statesman should leave the country. This is an important point to make because
it's in the manifesto, I think, in the 10-point plan at the end. You know, the deportation of exiles and of rebels and the confiscation of their property. You know, we should turn the Statesman, the New Statesman, into a magazine for the new state that we're going to build.
I want to stick to this for just 1 minute because
I don't endorse this.
Two levels of irony here.
I just want to stick to this for 1 minute because obviously the like you say, the levels of animosity from the right-wing press and hostility, unprecedented, but to an extent expected.
Yeah.
But the attacks from the other side, in many ways, were perceived to be equally damaging. And you've said, without naming names, because that's wise, that people's careers should be damaged.
Can I just say
how far does that extend amongst the liberal commentariat?
Can I just say that the reason I don't want to name names is not just because I want to keep a good relations with these people. I don't like having personal beef with people. That is like one element of this. But the other reason why I don't want to name names is because I think it's about a general sort of virus that has infected this like type of political discourse, and that's why I think it's not helpful to pick particular individuals. That they kind of like operate like a sort of hive mind, and they all just like reinforce each other's ideas, and they think that they are channeling the thoughts of the electorate. They think that they have some grand strategy about what works, and they just don't. And it's not about any one individual. It's about a particular type of way of doing politics that clearly needs to change. And I also want to say, I also just want to point out, like, just to say at this point as well, and this feels like the right platform to do it. I got this wrong because I was I too bought into this idea that that there was a certain way of doing politics, and although I always supported the Labour Party, and since the election got called, I've been like completely and unashamedly in support of the Labour Party. I too felt like Jeremy Corbyn's not playing the game enough, and I got that wrong because I think what is clear now is that what I thought the game was actually, or how it works, actually it doesn't work like that. And I think that what all commentators need to do, and I include myself in this, is actually like take some time to expand their minds a little bit and be curious about what's happened and try and go out there, and talk to different people across the country who believe in different things and try and figure out like what are people thinking at the moment, what matters to them, because it's clear that actually those of us who have jobs where we talk about politics in the media are incredibly disconnected. Even me, someone who is sort of doesn't share the politics of this particular type of commentator, but I had bought into that, and that shows that I haven't been out there and doing enough work. And I think that is something that I need to learn, and I just hope that that's something that sort of thought process that more people go through, because we need to.
It's not surprising though, is it? Because I mean, these things have enormously persuasive ideological force. If the entirety of the people who are supposed to be conducting, public debate on these issues are of a consensus, it feels very, very difficult to put yourself out there and disagree with them. I mean, it's not difficult for you, but unusual in that respect.
I don't mind being disliked.
Up for a fight. But look, I think I agree with Ellie. I think this will call for reflection. Probably should call for some resignations, I think, actually, to be honest. But what is striking to me already, and I've just been looking at the internet on this, is already people like David Aronovich are saying, oh, well, this is the young turning out a year late to vote against Brexit. I think, no, okay, this is we have to counter this now. This the Borg. This is the Borg of the commentariat saying we're going to assimilate this to what we already want, which is, you know, an anti-Brexit vote. This isn't. People turned out for the manifesto. They turned out because they believed in the vision being put forward, and we're now going to have to defend that against these people who will not look in the mirror and see that they were wrong.
And maybe young people turned out, I mean, I don't know yet whether that is what has caused this extraordinary result, but maybe young people turned out because Jeremy Corbyn was like the first politician that I can remember that's actively pitched his vote at young people and has been like, you know, you're having a rough time, I see that, I want to make, you know, things better for you, I want you to have a better future. And then he's been supported by people in the media who recognise that, people like, you know, like the whole Grime for Corbyn thing, you know, like, I know I have to say one of the big takeaways from this election for me is that it made me finally listen to Stormzy's album. I am such a fan.
It's a good album.
It's so great. Like there's no reasons not to love him. It's so great to have someone who's like you're just abundant with reasons to love this guy. Anyway, so like, you know, and I sort of wonder if that is because, you know, it's because it's the first time that a politician has like taken a political risk that seems to have gone beyond tokenism and has gone, do you know what, actually I'm gonna pitch at the young, I'm gonna aim this at young people, and it does seem to have paid off.
I mean, not just young people, but non-voters. I mean, you know, I think that you know, like the Corbyn strategy from the beginning was to build a coalition that would kind of wing back the people who had stopped voting, you know, in the New Labour years and beforehand. And I think the kind of common sense opinion at the time was that this was simply impossible. The only way to build any kind of electoral coalition in British politics was by appealing to Tory voters, like, you know, appealing to the kind of deep, natural, chthonic Toryism of this country. And, you know, well, I mean, you know, like I've as giddy as I am with excitement, you know, I think we should kind of, you know, temper it to some extent with the fact that, you know, like the Conservatives still are the largest party. But the point is that you know, with increasing numbers of voters simply ceasing to vote because, you know, we're in this kind of environment in which voting is just kind of it's another consumer choice. It's a kind of marketplace decision, and it's pitched as a marketplace decision. It's advertised as a marketplace decision, and you know, consumption choices that don't really yield any positive effect. People end up no longer making them. You know, what absolutely has to happen is a kind of very broad reframing of the general margins of the political debate in this country. And you know, I think this ties into what you were saying earlier. You know, it's not simply a matter of being like disconnected from the voters, disconnected from the masses. It's on the most fundamental level, it's a failure of imagination. You know, the media forms this kind of Ouroboros. It just kind of eats up what it shits out. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes.
We're not regulated by Ofcom, unfortunately. So
fucking brilliant.
What else can we say?
Okay, hideous sexual scenarios incoming. Yeah, but you know,
we'll leave that for the 4 a.m.
Yeah, you know, it's not just a matter of the media kind of, you know, developing their own ideas and out of their own class interests. They wallow in these ideas. They're kind of suffocated by them, and that's why I think they're kind of so unready to deal with the actual import of Corbynism.
I'm gonna pass to James in 1 second, but first of all, I've got a message for David Aronovich. David, resign. Okay? Resign. You can't have some. I had humility after the 2015 general election because that was a big shock.
Yeah.
And Brexit. I didn't really have humility before, you know. I have a bit more. No, I said it could be this.
Now he's so humble.
Mr. Humble. It could be this. Like with this result, I thought it could be this. It could be this. It could be this. Right. Lots of caveats. These people, twice my age. Fucking get it into your head. Sometimes you can be fucking wrong. It's okay. It's okay, David. But resign. Jen.
Well, no, all I was going to say is that I think it's important to compare this result to, or how this result looks, to other social democratic parties across Europe. And, you know, we think about the German or the Dutch equivalents. And look, these are different electoral systems, so the results are not directly comparable. But even with Schultzmania, we've seen nothing like this in Germany. Yeah. You know, it really is, I think, actually, it demonstrates. So we have long advocated that there is an argument to be made that when social democratic parties abandon their principles in order to become technocratic managerial parties. They end up hollowed out, and they undergo the process that we call personification. So they lose their electoral base, opening up to insurgents from the left. Now, the insurgents from the left in the British political system can't form another party, so they have to do it inside the Labour Party. And I think that's part of the process that we've
building
seen
Podemos
here.
inside PSOE.
Yes, indeed, exactly. And I think, you know, I think that's one of the explanations we're going to be looking at for this evening. Perhaps one of the advantages of the British political system is that we also have the residue of that sort of technocratic managerial party whose votes don't really have anywhere else to go. Just as they have expected for the left to vote for them for years and years and years now.
Yeah, and we've got their democratic structures are all in place as well. You know, like I don't think that the kind of mass mobilisation that we've seen around Corbyn would have been possible if we didn't have the Labour Party structures already in place.
Yeah, I mean, we do also have to grapple with the Labour Party structure. So you know, obviously there's no real use in counterfactuals at this point. But you know, we have to consider what might have happened if the wreckers of the PLP hadn't been constantly undermining their leader for the last 2 years. It's possible it's possible that. I wrote about it at the close of 2016. It was a year in which politicians kept on coming up with incredibly devious sort of plans in which they would kind of instrumentalise the populace and just kind of tilt them towards their own will and just kind of present their own political desires as an inevitability and just assume that the population would follow them. And this is what happened with the Italian referendum last year to a very large extent. It's what happened. It's what happened with the Brexit referendum. It's what happened with Hillary Clinton's candidacy. And every time there's there is always some form of defiance, even in the most kind of moribund of liberal democracies. And people will very deliberately not do what their leaders want them to. So it's
I mean, it's astonishing because I have friends in in Italy and in Spain who are like, oh, there's a left in England. Who knew? I mean, but it's.
Well, you guys have been out there for a while.
I know, and a lonely precipice. Has been
not anymore.
Not
We're
anymore.
the BBC now.
Well, obviously when the Commissar for Culture redistributes the licence fee, I mean that's
who's going to be the BBC
Seamus
DG?
Noel, obviously.
Well, hopefully, Seamus.
This is the long-standing ambition is to avenge his father. It's a Greek tragedy. It's great. I'm completely on board.
It seems to be happening.
But look, look. The other thing to say here is that the democratic structures of the Labour Party did allow this to happen, but they are also things that have decayed over a long time, and this means that it's the thing that we've been saying for a couple of years is that look, the left has taken the leadership of the Labour Party, but it hasn't taken the body of the party. And that's really going to be, I think, part of the question now over the course of the next couple of years, is what the commitment of the left outside of the Labour Party, or who have recently joined the Labour Party, is now to that institution that it now seems to have a pretty strong foothold in, and also a demonstrable kind of electoral effectiveness, and what the strategy is to really transform that party from the plaything of sort of people who used to sort of tap dance with Lord Sainsbury. That's not the vibe. So this is a serious strategic question. It's maybe not something that we want to start thinking about tonight because we're all very happy. But there is also, I'm so sorry for
you have to write. You're going to have to write a very long piece about this, aren't you?
I am going to have to write a very long piece.
Exclusively for NovaraMedia.com.
Yes, sure. Yes, can we pay me for that? Yes. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, there are lots of, no, of course. But there are big strategic questions that will arise however this pans out. They're only beginning to dawn on me.
I mean, we can't discount the possibility that elements within the Labour Party might try to mount another coup at this point.
Yes, it seems unlikely. I mean, I don't think because they now know that they can't get him off the ballot paper because as leader he's going to be on there, and there is no way that the base elects anyone else.
Oh yeah, sure.
There's no way, not now.
Okay, but I mean, acting rationally has never been the strong suit of these people.
No, that's absolutely true. But, but they're good at self-preservation.
I'm going to have to interrupt.
I actually disagree. I think they're incredibly poor at self-preservation.
I'm going to have to interrupt. We are now going to cut to I don't know what because nobody's telling me. We're going to get to something.
Eleanor, we're going to cut to EP.
And we're doing what?
Chatting.
We're going to cut to Eleanor.
There's a good chance that I might die laughing if Theresa May loses. She called this election specifically in order to secure a massive majority so that she could roll out the most brutal Brexit she possibly could. And even if the exit polls are wrong, as they were 2 years ago, they underestimated the Labour seat count by like 20 seats. Even if that happens, she still failed. And oh my gosh, it's the most delicious thing in the world. I've never felt like this before, ever. And I'm in that 18 to 24 age bracket that's seen a 12% increase, and I kind of feel like I know why, purely extrapolating from a feeling of hope, which feels unprecedented in my lifetime at least. I was 9 or 10 when the Iraq War happened, and grew up, I cut my teeth on the idea that politicians lie and they don't give a shit about what you think. I came of age during the financial crisis. Had I been able to vote at the time, I would have voted for the Lib Dems back in 2010, and felt betrayed by them despite not having been able to vote. I was in the very last cohort to have the £3,000 fees, and I'm still in tens of thousands of pounds of debt. And last year, it felt like...
I'm confused by all the live feeds.
Okay, and we're back. Aaron has taken a momentary hygiene break, but he will return to us shortly. Just to say, okay, so Labour have put out this statement, you know, if this poll turns out to be anywhere near accurate, extraordinary result, Tories are being punished for taking British people for granted. And that suggests that the Labour Party and its HQ is now feeling a bit more confident about the exit poll, right? Because when it came here, I think all of us thought, like, well, no, we were all dancing around with joy. Yeah. But I guess the question is, you know, or that has been sort of sitting at the back of my mind since, is that, okay, well, 2015 it missed the and Aaron is now back. It missed, you know, 2015 it missed the majority. In 1992 it missed the Tory majority, but didn't miss it by that much. And I think people are now feeling a bit more confident about it. We've had those results in from another 3 or so constituencies.
Please.
In all of which Newcastle upon Tyne Central, a 2.1% swing from Tories to Labour. Horton and Sunderland South, 3.5% swing from Labour to Tories. So that's that's one of the things that's giving some people some pause. And in Sunderland Central as well, 2.3% away from Labour. And one of the things
we have one more.
One more.
Swindon. So Swindon Conservatives hold it, but Labour are up 11 points.
Wow. Okay.
In Swindon. The Conservatives are up 3 points. So John, that's the result that John Curtis said. It looks like it could be even better for Labour than the exit poll suggested.
And was it? Is that what it says that it was?
No, that's what. No, he was saying from Swindon we can extrapolate that the national result might be even better than what the exit poll suggested.
I did tell you that they could outperform the poll.
So Michael, clarify. What's the Swindon result, please?
So the Swindon result.
I'm scared.
The Conservatives hold it, and they're up 3 percentage points on 2015. They're now on £29,000. £29,000. £29,000. The price is right.
Take your coin.
I'll come back to that. The Labour Party are second with 21,000 votes, but they're up 11 points.
So 29 to 21,000.
Yeah, but Labour are up 11. It's the swing that matters, right? It wasn't a swing seat.
I'll respond to that in a sec. Yeah, go on.
No, that's
you know, so what I would say is there's going to be a lot of seats tonight, even where Labour don't win, where all of a sudden they're going to become very competitive for the next time. I mean, that's not a marginal 8,000, but it's still competitive. And I think there's going to be, even though it's a bad night for the Tories regardless, I think there's going to be 50 to 100 seats where all of a sudden Labour are in it next time round. And that's going to really upset a lot of Tory MPs. They're already going to be absolutely livid with Theresa May. But in somewhere like Bournemouth West, the YouGov polling, where I'm from,
you've been banging on about Bournemouth West for weeks.
Well,
I listened to you.
Seemingly there was.
He kept saying, honestly, like messaging us, being like, honestly, there's something happening in Bournemouth. And I was like, yeah.
No, because I thought it was emblematic of something. But we'll find out, right? And that Swindon result, I think, will be probably mirrored in Bournemouth.
We've got an absolutely phenomenal result coming through now as well. Newcastle upon Tyne East, obviously a Labour safe seat. The UKIP vote collapsed. It reduced by 9.4%. The Lib Dem vote collapsed by 4.9%. The Green vote collapsed by 6.9%. The Labour vote went up by 18.1%. 18.1%. The Conservatives went up by 3.7%.
So what Labour?
So Labour has mopped up the Lib Dems,
Labour has mopped up the Green vote, and more than half of UKIP's vote has gone to Labour in the northeast of England. So that is phenomenal.
Can I just say that the only thing, like, I'm not saying that I predicted any of this because I absolutely didn't. I absolutely didn't.
You
The
predicted Brexit. And
I
you
did-
predicted Trump.
Yeah, but I feel like
you predict the bad things.
Political
You're like a
pessimism
kind of,
often pays off.
I like the Cassandra of the UK media.
Yeah, and I think one thing I was going to say earlier about like one of the reasons it's actually not just me believing like the discourse around this election that made me think it was going to go badly. I think it was also because from being so scarred emotionally by so many elections of recent years, I think I kind of like felt like there was some kind of safety in absolute pessimism.
Michael?
Paul Waugh says, Labour gain in Kensington and Chelsea. Now predicted on the ground, not a result, not a result.
Oh God.
That's activists on the ground think Labour have won Kensington and
Whose
Chelsea.
seat is that?
Hilarious.
I don't know who's in Kensington.
Kensington, where's Chelsea? It's a safe seat. It'll be a top Tory, right?
Presumably.
Kensington.
Is it Kensington or Kensington? Because Kensington also includes some.
It's called Kensington and Chelsea.
Can you find out, please?
I'll do some more research.
Thank you.
I mean, just to talk about the UKIP
Queen's
vote there,
economy.
it's also true in because so Labour has held Washington and Sunderland West, but what's interesting is that the UKIP vote, just like we've seen elsewhere, UKIP vote has collapsed, and it's not gone completely to the Tories, which was the prediction of various of these kind of entrail reading political scientists, people like Rob Ford and Matthew Goodwin, who said all of the UKIP vote will now go
The Brexit
to
bros.
the right, the Brexit bros. So there's been a swing to Conservative of 10 points, but 6 points have also moved to Labour there, and I think this is a story that's going to be repeated throughout the UK. And I mean that's what's interesting there is a question of how of what that means politically and what Labour does with those people who are obviously probably attracted by what I have to say. I criticised the Labour Brexit position because I thought it was unclear. It seems to have played very, very well for the party in this election. I was very unsure about the kind of rapid reconciliation with Article 50. It seems to have played very, very well with perhaps these ex-UKIP voters. But I wonder if these voters are also attracted by some of the promises in the manifesto to do with public ownership, to do with very clear kind of cost of living arguments.
I'm not responding. I'm going to go to Ellie. I'll come to you in a sec, Sam. I remember talking to an advisor to somebody, I won't say who, and they said at the beginning of this year, they said if we can get through the next 3 months without something crazy happening, i.e. through this Brexit stuff, we'll be competitive in the next general election. And at the time, I laughed at them. Okay? But that person was broadly correct.
I probably guess who that is.
I think you probably can guess who it is. Ellie.
I can also probably guess that. Anyway, I have 3 thoughts about UKIP and Labour and how their vote will collapse. The first is I actually don't blame like Rob Ford for thinking that, because you'd think that a UKIP voter by their very nature would have Brexit as a priority, given that is like raison d'etre for UKIP to exist. So given that the Tories had this particular position on a hard Brexit, I think it's logical to think that the UKIP vote would collapse and go to the Tories. However, I went canvassing in Norwich, and we went to a very Brexity area, and actually Clive Lewis was with our canvassing group, and he said this is Norwich's breakfast company, Brexit county, and most everyone there I canvassed was either UKIP or Labour. And one thing I noticed that was really interesting was that there were some people who were like UKIP and they were just like outwardly racist, but a lot of people were oscillating between Labour and UKIP. And one guy in particular really stuck in my mind, because I said to him like, who are you going to vote for? And he was like, I don't like Jeremy Corbyn, he's a hippie. And I was like, and he was like, I might vote UKIP this time. And I was like, oh right. And he went, well, I'd never vote Tories, they're for rich people. So I thought that was like interesting that it didn't. He was just like, well, clearly not that. But then I asked him a bit about his life, and he was like, well, I have kidney dialysis 3 times a day. And I was just like, well, okay, I'm not going to treat this guy like an idiot. So I just said to him, all right, I don't understand why you're not voting Labour, because in this constituency, if you don't vote for Labour, you'll get a Tory, and then they're going to take away the NHS that you rely on way more than most people. And then he sort of complained a bit about Jeremy Corbyn, and I just kind of kept reminding him about the NHS. I was like, but you need this to live. Like, what are you doing? And then by the end of it, he was like, well, I haven't really made up my mind yet, and I will think about what you've said. So I think that possibly, obviously at the time I just thought, oh, this is anecdotal because it's only one estate. But I kind of wonder if what that yes, you know, there is this argument that UKIP is a gateway drug to the Conservatives, but I sort of wonder if maybe there is still this like belief amongst like a lot of working class people that like, well, obviously Tories are for rich people, so I wouldn't vote for them. So it is kind of between UKIP and Labour. And, you know, there is lots of evidence that shows that UKIP is sometimes even more to the left than Labour voters when it comes to issues like public ownership. I mean, I did a poll on this for class when I used to work for class in 2013, and it showed that UKIP voters were more likely to back things like nationalised railways than Labour voters.
Well, I mean, on this point, I think it's you know, a very teachable moment that you know, the Labour Party has managed to swallow a lot of these UKIP voters without doing what successive Labour leaderships have tried to do in the past, which is try to appeal to UKIP voters by essentially being more racist, by trying to play the kind of like nasty reactionary nativist kind of game. You know, like we saw it 2 years ago with the enormous plinth with tighter controls on immigration written on it, and the mug. And
we were actually going to make one of those mugs, and it's going to say no controls on migration, right? There will be some really top.
Yeah, but do you know what?
Novara merch coming, and that'll be part of it.
Ed Miliband did this bit for this election. He was mowing constituents' lawns.
Yeah. I'm not even, you know, saying that Ed Miliband himself has like secret racist inclinations.
But that's the problem.
But the problem is that it's this kind of inauthentic racism, which is just like kind of like doled out to the working classes. Oh, this is what you people like, isn't it? You like to hate. Well, here's some hate for you, and that's never going to be a winning electoral strategy, because you know, as I say, you know, UKIP's hate of the really secure.
The obstinacy and pig-headedness of Jeremy Corbyn to change that.
What it took was an ideological anti-racism. Was a politics that wasn't based on trying to you know, meld all the attributes of the other parties into a kind of general mush, and more, you know, with an actual stated set of principles.
So we've got more results that are very relevant to this analysis. So we've got one: Newcastle upon Tyne, Labour again up 9.3, Conservatives up 10.5, safe Labour seat. But UKIP went down 12.9%. So what seems consistent from the results in so far is that Labour on average are picking up about a third of the UKIP vote. The Tories are picking up 2/3 of the UKIP vote, but the Lib Dem vote and the Green vote going straight to Labour is proving electorally fine.
Yeah, so really the return of two
Yeah, we need to sack Dimple.
One, I'll just quickly. Do you want to say this? The Laura Koonsberg tweet?
Go ahead. It's just fucking.
There's a Laura Koonsberg tweet says, sounds like Rudd and also Jane Ellison in Battersea both likely to lose out. 2 ministers losing their seat. Again, we don't know for sure.
We don't know yet.
Amber Rudd is Hastings and Rye. That'll be at about 2 AM. When that result comes through, and if she's gone, we'll open the champagne. Stay tuned for that. But also Jane Ellison and Battersea. Big majority in Battersea. Martin Linton's old seat. Big Palestine activist.
There was a massive on-the-ground mission in Battersea, though.
Battersea used to be...
400 people out one day, I think.
I think we lost it in 2010. And it used to be a Labour seat. Martin Linton, very good Palestine activist, lost his seat. I didn't think we'd be getting that back. And it became, all of a sudden, the last week, wasn't it? People started saying this will be a marginal. If we've won Battersea, Putney's competitive. Fuck me, in London, we've really done the business.
Well, if we've won Battersea, what that looks like is the YouGov model was correct. Because I remember Battersea had a Tory majority of 8,000. The YouGov model said Labour would get it. The Ashcroft poll said it was even. I would love it if Marsha de Cordova wins Battersea. We're going to take a little break. We've got an interview with Paul Mason in only 1 minute. I don't know if that means...
Come back to me, it's fine, we've got 1 minute.
No. It's only 1 minute long.
Okay.
1 minute of Paul Mason. Go right now.
So I'm here at Westminster, and I'm still very sceptical about the exit poll. I still think Theresa May is going to have a small majority in the Commons, but the Swindon North result means that 10% swing to Labour, even though we didn't win it, is pretty good. And if that carries on, we won't be far off what the exit poll predicts. Now, what does that mean? One thing, Theresa May's authority is completely shot. She has destroyed her own majority, and I'll tell you why it happened very, very clearly. She launched a campaign without any emotional appeal to her own base, and it doesn't look to me like they've turned out. Labour's people have turned out. It means Jeremy Corbyn has been absolutely vindicated to fight this campaign from the left and from the emotional heart of the British working class, and it's not over yet. The night is very, very young.
And now.
Now. Okay.
Professional.
Me and Aaron have switched places. Aaron's the data guy, I'm the chatty guy. Took me actually longer than I expected to find the data, but I think we got there in the end.
Find the chat.
Now I'll do the chat.
That'll come naturally.
It comes. Love it. Love the chat. So we've seen that the UKIP vote is going a third to the Tories, 2/3 to Labour. The analysis of many people in this election was that Labour wouldn't sweep up the Lib Dem vote. In fact, people thought that potentially much of the Labour vote would go to the Lib Dems because
J.K.
of
Rowling for one.
J.K. Rowling for no, but I mean legitimate people as well. You know, there was great books. The analysis. No, but I mean, it wasn't a ridiculous thing to think that the Labour Party would sweep up some centrist Remain votes because Jeremy Corbyn or the Labour Party had not taken a particularly strong stance on Brexit. It turns out they called it right. Do you think this is... I'm going to ask a big question. I'm going to go straight to you, Sam. Is this the end of centrism in Britain?
God, that is
God.
the perfect...
Yeah, he loves that, doesn't he?
Was that when you went, oh God, did you just come then?
Okay, well, I mean, you know, to go mildly Derridean for a moment, centrism was always dead. You know.
Bingo! Sam Chris says Derrida.
Did you have Derrida? Did I have Derrida?
Okay, but I mean, like you know, the centre is a meaningless concept. You know, it's not politically meaningful. You know, like I think those of us who are like, you know, engaged in like political circles, who talk to a lot of politically motivated people, almost get the impression that there is a thing called centrism. There is no such thing. It exists among second-year history and politics students and some of the people who teach them. And that's genuinely about it. No large voting bloc identifies themselves as centrist.
That's true. I think that's
yes. Centrism is this kind of it's this kind of like pose that people make as a kind of grasp for political and personal legitimacy. And
yeah,
you know,
but that doesn't mean it's dead.
No, but I mean it gained its power from this kind of whole notion of evidence-based politics, of like the political subsumed to the categories of science, to technocracy, and you know that's long under been assault from the right, which has in many ways strengthened it. You know, like if you look at the kind of discourse that you have happening in America, for instance, you have you know a kind of raging political irrationality. You know, grouping itself under the label of like evidence-based centrism. But you know, now, despite every single nostrum and dictum of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn has come out with a shocking and wonderful election result.
Exit poll result.
Yeah, exit poll result. Although if you're watching this in the future, I was right.
I would have changed that a little bit because I mean the foundation of centrism wasn't evidence-based politics. It was the fact that there were 2-3 decades where people tried to win an election on a radical platform and or won an election and tried to implement it, and they categorically failed. And so there were many people, legitimate people, who came to the conclusion that the only way you can implement a remotely progressive politics is you take on a centrist politics and
by making some kind of compromise.
I mean, the predicate of centrism was anti-communism. This is the thing that is often forgotten, is that centrism as a doctrine, as articulated by someone like Bill Clinton, emerges from Cold War liberals in the United States who say, okay, well actually real politics happens here at the centre between like these these almost indistinguishable two versions of left and right, and then, you know, as you go off either way, then it becomes sort of totalitarianism or something like that. And then that becomes under Clinton and Clintonite sort of, you know, the sort of Clintonite neoliberalism. It becomes, so they draw from Schlesinger, who writes this book, The Vital Centre, and then it becomes the dead centre under Clinton. Schlesinger, in fact, condemns Clinton himself for saying it. But look, the antonym of the centre was communism and totalitarianism. Now the one has died, centrism has kind of lumbered on zombie-like since, but it's never had, or it hasn't plausibly had, a kind of totalitarian monstrous state in order to discipline those who would want a kind of redistributive programme. And I think finally that ghost has been laid to rest. So I just don't think the folk demons that centrism uses to animate itself have the purchase that they would have done even 10 or 20 years ago. Because, you know, remember that in 1992 the Tories could run adverts saying, if you vote for Labour, you will bring back the winter of discontent. Images from the strikes in the 70s. And it doesn't work anymore because the memory has moved on.
Do we have a result?
Yeah, so we have, it's 4 minutes ago it's declared, it's Newcastle North, and it's being reported as a small swing from Labour to Conservative, 0.6%. That doesn't tell the whole story because Labour are up 9.3%.
Yeah.
The Tories are up 10.5%, UKIP are down 12.9%. So you said you think it's 1/3, 2/3. I actually think in these places it looks even a bit more favourable to Labour, probably 60-40. From looking at
Tell me those numbers again, Ben.
So UKIP are down 12.9%.
Yeah.
Labour up 9.3%, but the Tories are only up 10.5%.
But didn't the Tories get all of that from UKIP?
Well, no, but some Lib Dems will go to some, right? So I mean, you know,
the 5% of centrists that still remain in Britain.
There wasn't a big, and there wasn't a big.
We're in favour of those windmill people.
The Lib Dems are down 4.5%. The Greens are down. I mean, there wasn't a big Green vote there. They were down 2.3%. So you're right.
Yeah.
Clearly, the majority's breaking to UKIP. But it looks
breaking
like
to the Conservatives from UKIP.
Sorry, the majority of the 2015 UKIP votes breaking to the Conservatives. But worst case scenario is 1/3 going to Labour. I think it's probably a bit higher than that. It's not much higher, but it's significant. So Labour again over 50% in a seat in the North East. And these were the seats where people said, well, look, the Tories are now going to be really competitive because UKIP's going to go to them. That hasn't happened again.
Yeah, I want to good news. Good news over there. Good news there, baby. I'm going to disagree with partly what you're saying. I think it's partly because I read less books than you and watch more documentaries, and I don't think the reason that New Labour happened and Blair happened was a fear of the Cold War. I mean, it was that.
No, I don't think that's not what I said.
There was a particular model of politics that failed. Like it failed. It fell for Mitterrand as well. You couldn't do a politics that broke with.
I mean, the reason
the ideology of financial capital and a little bit of trickle down.
Like, I mean, Mitterrand's failure was because he was disciplined by international capital.
Which Corbyn could still be, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I see.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I should read more books.
That's sense of is that my phone?
We should all read more books.
Yeah.
I think
Howard, I live inside your TV now. You don't need to ring me. There's a sense in which centrism is just like it's like the residue of class struggle. Class struggle is kind of constantly in motion, and centrism is this impulse just kind of arrested at whatever stage you're in currently, and just kind of go, okay, well, this is where we've ended up, so this is how things are going to have to remain from now on.
Yeah, I mean, I should say, I think where you're getting confused is I don't think Blairism and centrism are the same thing. Blairism is a very strange hybrid of the legacy of 100 years of the Labour Party with a kind of
failure of the Labour left,
and the failure of the Labour left, and a centrist Clintonite impulse. Blairism is a very, very strange chimera. It is almost an utterly sui generis political ideology, partly because it's so vacant. But I mean, it's dead now, so it doesn't matter.
I feel frustrated that, like, I have two thoughts about this. The first is that I feel like I wish there was some way of testing out centrism on the electorate without kind of, actually having to because I think probably if like the Labour Party in this election crashed and burned, we would actually get a point where we would test out centrism on the electorate, because that would have been the force that would have taken over the Labour Party. So without that happening, I wish there was just some way of testing out, because
I think the Liberal Democrats attempted it in this
Well,
election.
yeah, but they've always been like.
It's because they went into this election saying that that they thought that the centrist position was to rerun Brexit.
You're right, actually, because they collapsed. So you are right.
But there was this incredible emptiness to the Liberal Democrat proposition for this election, which was it was essentially all about Brexit as this kind of like grand signifier of enjoying imported cheese and going on holiday, both of which are things that I enjoy a lot.
Cheese is one of the great achievements.
Absolutely, especially French cheese. Oh my God!
Join us for cheese hour.
The working class media. But the point is that the Liberal Democrat attitude towards Brexit was that, like Brexit was a defining political issue of our age, which in many ways it is, but it refused to consider the possibility that, like all things in politics, Brexit is up for qualification. We can have a kind of minimally progressive Brexit, or we can have the kind of Brexit that the Conservatives were pushing. And when it came down to it, I think a lot of people would rather have some kind of progressive politics rather than just like the cancellation of the past.
I'm gonna put out two explanations and a minimalist position and a maximalist position. The two explanations for why the centre is weaker than it once was is the financial crisis, or new technologies breaking down sort of establishment media channels or establishment channels of social relations and communication.
And
so
production as well,
And production, yeah. So we've got technology, financial crisis. On the other side, I want the minimalist and maximalist position. Maximalist, which is liberalism or centrism is dead. And the minimalist one is to say that centrism is still possible. Look at Macron in France. But what's different about now is that things other than centrism are possible. Because, I mean, Tim Farron was shit, right? so I mean, if they'd have had a sexy Nick Clegg again, I mean, I don't think Nick Clegg would. Anyway, this is a question. Jesus, I mean, he's more sexy than Tim Farron.
I mean, that's true.
His sexy bits kind of rapidly fell off once he entered coalition.
Social media, financial crisis, liberalism dead, liberalism no longer hegemonic.
I think that people forget this about Macron, right? But I think, yeah, he managed to win on a centrist platform, but only by kind of pretending not to be a centrist. Like he built a grassroots movement. He banged on constantly about how he hated the establishment and how he wanted to break with the current political system, even though it's clearly bollocks. So I feel like centrism can win as long as it pretends not to be centrism.
And when you're running against a fascist, when the choice is literally between a centrist and a fascist, I mean, I think that's quite important.
It's like 68% of the French electorate said that the main reason that they voted for Macron is because he wasn't a fascist.
Is that of Macron's vote or the electorate in general?
The question...
Yeah. So we've got a result. It's a Kettering. It's a Tory hold. Kettering, similar to Swindon in terms of its composition. Tories up 6 points on 2015, 57.9, it's a safe seat. But Labour in second on 36, up 11 points.
Wow.
So it's another one of those seats. It's another one of those seats where I think we've got, my view is we've probably got 50 to 100 of these seats where Labour now are quite competitive. More than a third of the vote.
Corbynism in Kettering.
Can I just say this is really
Kettering for Corbyn.
Can I say this? It's a really important point, which is that what I think we're seeing is the beginning of potentially a new coalition around the left, and it means that places like Bournemouth West, Kettering or Swindon, where there was no resonance in 2015, 2010, 2005, you're beginning to see it again. That's not meant that Labour can form a majority government this time round, but it's the foundation of something really big, I think.
And this is meaning I'm having to revise my thesis going into this election, which is that there were two dynamics at play, which is one, which is a strong politicisation in the cities and the kind of university towns, but most kind of large urban centres. You have quite a strong political engagement from the youth, but also people who have been pretty disaffected, but that not translating outside the kind of major towns and university towns and things like that. I suspect I will look at the data on this eventually, because my sense was that there was another dynamic which was a kind of an anti-political sentiment which was much more visible outside those enclaves. I think that might require revision.
This is really
Aaron, data.
Nuneaton, it's a Tory hold, but it's Tories 23,000, Labour 19,000. It's a 50-50 split, they reckon, from UKIP for the Tories and Labour.
Interesting.
Which is big. I mean, 4,000 for the Tories and Nuneaton.
Can you give us the
I mean, if Labour wins that seat, Labour forms majority.
What's the Tory change? What's the Labour change?
So it's just come out now. Faisal Islam's tweeted it. I haven't got it just yet.
Okay, come back.
When I get it, come back to me.
But it is Tory. It's gone Tory.
It's gone to. It's a whole.
No, it's staying Tory.
The majority's gone down.
So I mean that.
Well, that's
it's staying Tory is a signal we're not going to get a majority, right? But we weren't really expecting a majority. But that swing sounds like hung Parliament, which is pretty damn good, right?
I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, like, on the back of what you were just saying, my friend Stan Cross was making a very similar point on Twitter earlier. You know, and you know, the point is, a lot of people went into this election assuming that, you know, the archetypical Middle Englander is some kind of bastard, and I think what we're learning is that actually there is a large degree of social conscience in this country. There is, to a large extent, you know, the ravages of neoliberalism and Thatcherism and Blairism haven't quite managed to destroy the communal bonds that make a left-wing politics possible. And it was only the assumption that a left-wing politics was no longer possible that kept it dormant for this long.
Can I just make a point, like the obvious point about centrism, right? Like I feel like this is the obvious point, but I want to make it explicitly, which is that in 2008 we had like virtually the end of neoliberalism. We had like the biggest financial crisis since like the 1920s, which like created a drop in living standards that hasn't been seen since the Victorian era. Now this financial crisis was enacted deliberately by certain people in certain industries doing particular things. And it's not just that. Pretty much every institution in this country has had some kind of major institutional scandal, like the MP's expenses, the police with Ian Tomlinson and various other scandals, the hacking inquiry. Like every single institution in this country has sort of, there's been some kind of corruption kind of that seems to be endemic within it that's been exposed in the last 10 years. And no one has been punished. Nothing has changed. And meanwhile, ordinary people's living standards have been plummeting, things are becoming more expensive, and things that, like, even just 15 years ago were just assumed to be, like, a given, like, you'll probably be able to buy a house, maybe you'll get a stable job. You know, these kind of things that people living in an economy like ours should expect, and did expect a very short time ago, now just seem completely out of reach. So, you know, of course, any kind of political movement that says, let's just stick with this, obviously it's going to collapse eventually. Obviously it is, and obviously as soon as even a vague alternative is proposed, obviously people are going to flock to that. I just feel like that's the obvious, like, conclusion. Go on.
So yeah, Nuneaton, I think this is going to clarify the worst case scenario for Labour. So Labour's share of the vote in Nuneaton's 41%, that's up 7% on 2015. The Tories on 51.6%, which is up 6%. So Labour's votes increased. The Tories' votes have increased. The Labour vote has increased slightly more.
So can you give us the difference?
So yeah, the Tories in 2015 got 45.5%. Now they've just got 51.6%.
Plus 6-ish.
Yeah. The Labour Party in 2015 got 34.9%. They've now just got 41.3%. So slightly more.
Yeah.
The UKIP vote has broken basically both ways. Turnout 66%. But what this would indicate is the worst case scenario for Labour is effectively the Tories have the same majority they have now. Yeah. I think that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, which is still really good.
Because it means Theresa May is going to resign.
Yeah, which is still really good for us because it still demonstrates that despite like having the entire national media against this, with like this is the first time that Labour has like done okay, like without a kind of Murdoch endorsement. You know, like. It's been deserted
it's
by.
Just hit me again. I think I'm getting slightly giddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been deserted by all of its big business donors. Basically, nobody in the establishment, in any like part of the establishment, has been on side with Labour, and yet it in the worst case scenario, it will have managed to, like keep the Tories at just humiliate the Tories basically. So I just think even in the worst case scenario, this is something that I will celebrate because...
I mean, should we have a sweepstakes on when Theresa May is going to resign?
It's interesting because...
I mean, who would be next? Amber Rudd?
Well,
no, she loses her seat.
She won't be there. I mean, so the betting markets have just slashed the odds on Boris Johnson at 2-1 to be the next Tory leader. He is the obvious choice. He is untainted by participation in Theresa May's background.
He's off abroad.
He's obviously been, he's been in clear opposition to her. He is probably the one who can command support within the party. But there is a split. David Galk has just been on the news saying, she must stay. Liam Fox is refusing to comment. The corrupt Liam Fox is refusing to comment. Who was forced to resign in disgrace. Liam Fox, no fans in this house. But look, I think it's going to be interesting. I don't think she's going to resign immediately. It's not really in her nature. But I can't see her staying for long.
Wow.
I've had a sneaky
Oh,
peek
God,
of a
wait,
fabulous result.
Go on.
Aaron.
Not, I mean, it's
not fabulous. We don't win it.
It's a Tory safe seat, but it's Broxbourne, Charles Walker. Labour up 10 points on 2015. Tories up 6. But this is, that's as safe as Tory seats get.
And that's a swing.
George Osborne says the result is completely catastrophic for Theresa May. Now, obviously, he's gone to the long run. But hey, look! This election is he has left Parliament at exactly the time where he would be.
Yeah, I bet he wished he didn't resign.
The replacement candidate, right? So the question, I suppose, if for those of us who are thinking about who the next Tory leader will be, is there anyone who is untainted from the Notting Hill set who would end up as Theresa May's replacement? I don't think so. Not who is still in Parliament.
What about that Welsh guy who was going to do it last time?
Oh, the homophobe, Stephen Pratt.
I like that you were like that guy who's obviously made an impression last time, didn't he?
No, but the whole point of it, he was nice, normal.
Yeah, because it was like
nice, normal, working class Stephen Pratt.
There was this whole joke about
Pratt. Nice, normal, pincers, ordinary pincers.
He lived under the sea.
Doesn't he just continue?
Put me £10 on Stephen Crab.
But he though continues the problem. The Theresa May problem, right, which is that he looks like a sort of a socially conservative. I mean, he's tainted by homophobia, which I now think probably is a hygiene issue for the British electorate. I don't think the British electorate accepts leaders who are homophobes. You saw this with Tim Farron.
I
it's just
misinterpreted what you said there. It's a hygiene issue. I was like,
sorry,
they think LGBT thing is like a hygiene issue. I'm okay with it. It's just not hygienic.
To be honest, if there's one issue left with the LGBT community, it's hygiene.
But look, I think the British electorate really don't like leaders who are homophobes now. I think that is.
Or foot I mean, Theresa May's so. Yeah,
although Cameron participated.
There's something I don't know enough about the particular constituency of Kettering, fabulous, where I went a bit when I was on the Corbyn leadership campaign was the Southwest. And one thing that was impressive there was CLPs, constituency Labour parties, that didn't exist 5 years ago, were now quite vibrant bodies of passionate people, vying for positions on the exec. Like when there wasn't a position, when there wasn't an exec before, executive, so when you elect yourself as chair, secretary, blah, 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 blah. And I don't know how much the extent to which that swing in Kettering, although obviously not enough to win, Labour will probably never win Kettering, is down to the work of a hardcore group of activists who were inspired by Corbyn enough to sort of like revitalise the Labour Party in a place they were moribund, and how much it was that in those places there were more people already existing without any grassroots work being done who were waiting for a socialist alternative to inspire them to vote.
Yeah, this is a big question now, and we don't know yet, and I think, but this will be one of the big questions so I think in the next week or two we're going to see these kind of post-mortem pieces being written, which will see reporters dispatched to places like this to ask, okay, how did this happen on the ground here?
How what we did we it when our editors told us to find the show
Yeah. But I think that's maybe a reasonable.
One thing I would say, is that we have seen these amazing armies of people go to these seats and canvass, and I think.
Not to Kettering though. There was no Momentum members travelling to Kettering.
That's true, but but what I think now, I was thinking about this today when I was canvassing in Croydon. I was thinking, when this is over, I'm going to get really active in my local Labour Party, which is Hackney South and Shoreditch, and it's pretty safe. But the reason I was thinking about that is because I was thinking, we need to make sure that we are, doing this between elections. We need to because what this has really brought home to me, and I think even now we've had the result, I feel this even more strongly, is that community and grassroots activism is literally all that this iteration of the Labour Party has. It doesn't have the media. Well, it's never really had the media, but a lot, especially this time, it doesn't have the media. It doesn't have big businesses on its side. Even a lot of people in its own party. On its side, all it has is grassroots activism
and social media, which we can't know the effect of it at the moment, but that could be a possible explanation for results in places like Kettering. People who would not normally be exposed to these kind of ideas.
Yeah, But I think like Tom,
through the stalwart work of people like yourselves.
Tom Gann, who ran as a candidate in Lewisham.
I'm gonna have to interrupt.
Go on.
We're gonna cut to a VT in a second to our. It's just it's called Fracas in the Green Room. The BBC showing Danny Finkelstein and Andrew Rawnsley. They know fuck off. They should go. They should resign. We need new media for different politics. We're back in a second.
Outro.
How you feeling, Michael?
I've been bemused. I think it was really interesting that, like, just before we got the exit polls, I had said to my housemate, like, the best case scenario, the scenario by which I will lose my shit and, like, not believe it's real was if there was any chance of a hung parliament coming out of this election. And it seems now, and it's still, like, setting into all of us that not only is that a likely outcome, it's, like, quite a likely outcome. So I think what's exciting now is that all of our expectations have been thrown out the window, and whatever happens next to victory, like that never happens. Like, assuming there's a margin of error in the results, like we still fucking did it, which is really exciting.
Super. And Mark was doing a little video for Novara.
I need my glasses. Oh, there we are.
How are you feeling about the results so far?
I feel like you know, it's very inspiring. It's been around. I've been around all day, and I've seen like hundreds of young people out on the streets. You know, like with so much hope, with so much passion, and like wanting to work. You know, it's like raining, and they were still out there going back, getting in sheets. I was thinking, Jesus, where are all these young people coming from? You know, because in the before it was older people, you know, and you would get these old sort of like people bodging around, knocking on the door. Now there's like an army of young people, which is so amazing because Jeremy Corbyn's manifesto was about young people. No, it was about, you know, it was about everyone, about wages and about housing, but it was for young people. And what he did is he reached out. He went with like JME and the grime artists, and he said to young people, you know, you're a gift. You're a gift to all of us, you know. And if you go on and you become educated, if you can get your degrees, then you can put everything back into society. Why shouldn't we support the young people?
Perfect, thank you.
Hello, we're back. We're back. Isn't it fantastic? You don't need to watch the BBC anymore with Andrew Rawnsley and Danny Finkelstein. Fuck me. Just go. You've got, you know, lots of money. Just fucking emigrate. We're joined by the fantastic my Goodfellow, her and mine.
Hi, you alright?
And Nick Cernak. Nick Cernak.
Yeah.
Wonderful. We've got two top people now. We're going to have top people all night. All night, okay? And here we go. Here's my beer. Can I have a beer? Is that okay?
That's not a beer, babe.
I want a beer, babe, yeah? Oh, sorry, I meant...
I can call you
Michael.
babe. Straight men can't call women babe.
I know.
I can call anyone babe.
Michael, I never have, okay? I get fucking, if I said anything like that to my mum, I get a fucking slap, believe me. So, Michael, you're now the stato. We'll be keeping up with the very latest. Maya?
Yep.
What do you think about the results so far?
Well, it's amazing so far. I mean, that exit poll, I think that no matter what happens, what we should be remembering now is that moment where actually everything that was said about Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party blown out the water.
Blown out the water?
Yeah. I mean, they've done it, right? They've achieved what was said was not possible, it seems, in some way. Even if the result is worse than the exit poll suggests, i.e. better for the Tories.
What do you think the worst case scenario is for Labour? Given what we've seen so far.
I mean, I think it's really difficult to tell. And if you look at back at some of those exit polls that were wildly wrong, there was like they were out by 70, 130. I mean, it's clear that the result looks. I mean, some of the results suggest that the exit poll is in some way.
We have got some more results.
We've got some more results.
But they're all kind of confirming what we thought before. So we've got Basildon and Billericay. So Conservative hold, they're up 8.3, Labour are up 7.5. UKIP are down 15, so that's an almost 50-50 split.
Wow.
So that vote is splitting.
That's so
the Lib Dems are down 0.4%, they were irrelevant in that seat anyway. We've got...
What are the Labour and Tories on?
In that particular seat, so Cons are on 61 and Labour are on 31. So it's a safe seat, but it's a 50-50 split. Middlesbrough, we've got Labour up, well, it's a safe Labour seat again, they're up 8.9, Conservatives up 10.3, UKIP down 14.6, so I'd say most of that UKIP, well, 2/3 of that UKIP vote went to Conservatives and Independent, Lib Dem and Green went to Labour. So we've got between 50% and 2/3 going to the Tories.
Is all the turnouts
from UKIP.
up?
What?
The turnouts.
I haven't quite... Ask me in 5 minutes, Mark.
But what it suggests, right?
And we've got two more.
Okay,
So we've also got Workington.
Yeah.
I can't remember actually what I just told you. Sorry, go on, Maya. I'll do the data.
Well, what it suggests, right, that result there is that there was a lot of talk about how UKIP would go straight to the Tories, how no UKIP voters were going to go back to Labour. It looks like, I mean, we need to see after, right, to have proper
I'll do the
analysis,
data.
but it looks like that
Well,
theory
what it
itself,
suggests,
right, that result
isn't really
there
holding up.
is that there was a lot of talk
Nick?
about how UKIP would go.
Well, I think everything here that we've seen tonight is a complete vindication of what we've been talking about. I think we've been in the right, and tonight proves that.
And by we, you mean who?
I mean Novara, I mean everybody that's been following along with Corbyn and supporting him from the very beginning, and then hasn't backed down in the face of the media shouting at us, the establishment shouting at us, and people calling us complete idiots for believing in Corbyn. So I think that's really a moment that we need to, actually our analysis is right. And not only that, but, it's never been a matter of just getting out a protest vote, just getting out opposition. Actually, we always wanted a plan to win and to become the majority, and we've shown that it's possible.
Yeah. And I totally agree, and I think that the fact that there's this increase of Labour votes in a lot of these seats suggests that what we were told was that the Labour Party was heading for oblivion, it would collapse. I mean, we've heard this narrative time and again, right? But this was specifically attached to Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. A left-wing project was always going to fail. Britain is not a left-wing country, as if these things are static. And this seems to suggest that was entirely wrong. And what this moment should be, actually, is a time for the left to really steady itself and actually say, okay, well, what's going to come next? Because if Labour, say, win slightly less than what the exit poll says, a lot less, or even what the exit poll says, there's another 5 years, right? No matter what happens, of actually making sure that that project is cemented. And this gives that 100% control to do that.
The Basildon result, I mean, it confirms, you guys would have been whizzing over here. I'm sure you've seen the results, obviously. What we've seen so far in Tory safe seats, where the Labour share of the vote has increased broadly the same as the Tory share of the vote. Broxbourne was a great example. And we were saying that's the beginning, perhaps, of a new left coalition. Yeah. And it's most obvious in places like Basildon, where Labour, I know, been nowhere near power historically, but we're seeing young people going towards them. We're seeing, obviously, ethnic minorities, maybe university graduates. We don't quite know that data yet. But like you say, there's a coalition to build on now, not just for being a party of protest, but for government, for winning a big majority. So, go.
I mean, well, I just think even in seats, I was in Sheffield Hallam at the weekend, which is Nick Clegg's seat, and I've just heard from a local party source that, and it's been reported on Twitter as well, that they look very likely to win that. I mean,
Nick Clegg's seat.
Yeah, perhaps they won't. But the fact that that's even being discussed, right? I mean, this was in part because in 2015 that majority was reduced, that Labour increased their vote share. But this was not the narrative we were told. This was not what was said to happen.
Nick?
Well, so I want to look at it from a more broader perspective here as well. So, social democracy, we know, and you've been going on about it for years now, social democracy is in crisis. And social democratic parties across Europe have been devastated. They've seen their vote shares drop drastically. But what we haven't seen is actually this full-throated case for something like a 21st century socialism, a positive case for a better future that isn't just buying into ideas of austerity, ideas of, we have to live within our means, all these sorts of conservative narratives. Actually, what we've seen happen with Corbyn is the exact opposite, and we've shown that it's popular, that it can win votes, and I wager if we have another election, I think Corbyn could get a majority.
Yeah, and I think that what this is also a challenge now to is that individualisation of society, that is so much key to the right-wing narrative. What we've actually seen is Labour stand on a platform that is about collectivism. They could go further, but it is a platform that talks about the importance of collectivism and looking after one another, and the fact that that their vote is increasing in some of these Tory seats suggests people are sick of this same old model. They're sick of being told it's austerity or the country goes to pot. They're saying actually now there is an alternative, and this is what you wouldn't have seen under Miliband because it wasn't an alternative in the same way. So what we're now seeing is when people are given a choice between same old right-wing neoliberal economics or an alternative that promises them a better future, some of them are saying it's time to give the other one a shot.
Can I just also say,
please,
Bernie would have won. This proves it. This proves it.
And this does, doesn't it, to an extent, right? It does prove that Bernie would have certainly...
I absolutely think so, yeah.
Well, I think what happened in America was that Donald Trump did actually go to the Rust Belt and say we were going to cut the... there's going to be no more Chinese steel. And what he did was he did bring some hope, as sad as that fucker is. He brought some hope. Whereas Hillary just attacked Trump. So that's why she was hopeless Hillary. She had no hope.
We've got Michael, big news.
We've got our first bellwether seat of the night,
Darlington. Labour hold.
Labour hold.
Yeah.
So that was going to be the first one where if the Conservatives wanted it, they thought if they got it, that would mean a Theresa May landslide. Labour have held it comfortably. So Labour on 50.6%, up 7.7.
Yeah.
Conservatives on 40.3%, up 8.1. UKIP down 10.5%, Lib Dems down 2.5%, and Greens down 2.3%.
So that means that like we're saying, that the UKIP vote is breaking to the Tories, but I think it's more than a third that the Labour Party are winning.
Well, no, because Labour. So if we imagine that
you can't see all the Lib Dems are going.
All of the so
Labour, you can't because
if all the Lib Dems,
I know
some of the Lib Dems are going
to Tory.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So probably more than a third going to Labour.
So like the key thing about this, right, is that I'm already kind of seeing this narrative form, and it will. I think it will totally be dependent on what the actual composition of Parliament looks like. But this narrative that says, from people on the right of the Labour Party, that says, oh, Theresa May has failed. Theresa May has failed, she's failed. But what also is the missing side of that is actually what has Jeremy Corbyn achieved. And I think that's what we have to push and make really clear in the coming weeks, days, hours, is that this isn't just a loss of Theresa May. This is also actually a victory for Jeremy Corbyn. Yes, it's not a parliamentary majority that we all want. We can accept that. But the point is they're succeeding because of the platform they're standing on. And I think that's really, really important as we see a lot of these people from the Labour Party who are very sceptical of Jeremy Corbyn coming out to analyse the vote.
This will be the narrative, is exactly that somebody else would have done better, actually. That despite, no matter how good Corbyn does, somebody else from the centre would have done better. It's complete nonsense, of course, but like that is going to be...
They've tried that already.
How do you rebut that, Mark?
Well, I mean, the main, to me, I think one of the main things that cut through when, because I've been talking about things every day, and one of the things where I saw people where my views will go up would be what we was talking about, Aaron, about wages. So when Miliband comes, so they've had a few years of austerity, but when you start to see you've had no wage increase since 2007, which is coupled with the largest credit card debt since 2005 and the worst savings since 1963, what people are seeing at the end of the month is that their interest on their credit cards is affecting their ability. You know, you got rent, you got food, now you've got interest on your credit card. That's growing, and people are worried. They're lying in bed at night, worried about thinking about, you know, house security. You know, have I got enough money to pay the rent this month? People are worried about food, and they haven't got enough. So they've got a credit card, a debit card, a credit card, and they're putting that extra bit on. And what Corbyn was saying £10 minimum wage. He was offering them hope, because the Tories is like a lifetime. It's with young people. Do you know what I mean? I've got students I've been teaching, working in fucking IKEAs, working in Sainsbury's, walking in. I taught hundreds of art students. They're all working in shops, you know, and they're on 0-hour contracts. It's no hope. Do you know what I mean? And people want to have the same as everybody else. They want a chance. Everyone wants to be someone. Do you know what I mean? Everyone is already someone, but everyone wants to have better opportunities, and that's what he was offering.
So I mean, we live in a country where 17 million people have less than £100 savings. We know that you're more likely to be in poverty, i.e. in a household where you earn 60% or less of the average wage. If that household has somebody in work, then nobody in work. And I always thought, how is it possible, given all that the Tories would win a thumping majority? I thought, I mean, you obviously think false consciousness, people, you know, but it actually turns out that if you offer those same people an alternative, which is in their material interests, then yeah, they're not going to succumb to the idiocy of conservative and neoliberal ideology. Maya?
Yeah, well, I also think that point about the centrist candidate. I mean, I don't really want to get into slagging off people in the Labour Party. I just don't.
I've done a lot of that. You can do it.
But I'm not really going to do that. But what I will say is that what we saw with Owen Smith was he was standing on a platform that was proposing a second referendum. It's very difficult to see how that would have actually helped the Labour Party. And what I think actually we've seen is that in the past couple of months with the general election campaign, we've seen a Labour Party that is broadly united behind Jeremy Corbyn. Like, whether they've done it silently and just campaigning their own seats, there hasn't been the kind of constant undermining that was going on, or at least not to my knowledge, that was going on in the 2 years prior. And what we've seen is how successful that can be. Jeremy Corbyn and his team have run an absolutely fantastic campaign. They have to be given all credit for that. There's been a lot of activists out there helping that. That's undeniable, but the point about that is this idea that you need to be centrist, whatever that may mean, moderate, whatever you want to think these terms mean, is just is totally false.
It hasn't been announced, but what I'm hearing from over there, has Clegg lost his seat?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the cheers are pretty big.
The cheers are pretty big.
The cheers are pretty
Why?
big.
They're not talking about it on the BBC for some reason.
We'll go check Twitter.
Okay, I've got from my son, right?
Yeah.
Alex Salmons, his seat is going Lib Dem, and Angus Robertson is going Conservative.
Oh, that's what the Clegg was about. It wasn't. Oh no. Well, no. Ellie May's saying bye, Clegg. Whoa. What? How
Alex Salmon and Angus Robertson go.
I mean, it sounds like...
There's a big cheer.
Clegg's going.
I don't think our green room cares that much about the SNP losing their biggest name. Something good has happened for the Labour Party.
I don't know.
Come on, Stato. What's coming on?
Whoa.
Michael was our Stato.
They're not talking about this on the...
But they know downstairs, Michael. How do we not know
watching the BBC live?
Britain Elects doesn't know.
Yeah, well, we also want to hear the...
Twitter, Michael.
I mean, Twitter was saying it about 45 minutes ago.
What?
Was saying what?
Clegg was
Michael, this is what Michael needs to host, and I'll be the Stato.
The local Labour Party was sure.
Amber Rudd's gone.
No.
Amber
Rudd's gone.
Could lose seat, maybe.
Could lose seat. Well, that's why.
They're not cheering for that.
Could lose a seat.
It's not a fact
Nick,
yet.
do you think that Labour would have won a majority if the Parliamentary Labour Party had been behind Jeremy Corbyn 100%?
Yeah, I think absolutely, actually. I think, coming in to this campaign with a 20-point deficit and an image that's solidified in so many people's minds of a divided party and a leader that can't control his people, that is a massive uphill battle to win against. And the fact that they managed to get what they've got is astounding.
I think I know what it is.
Go on.
Philip Davis has lost to the Women's Equality Party.
No!
Oh my God, you are kidding me!
Amazing.
So none of this is fact yet.
I feel like I'm on drugs or something.
Amber Rudd's
Right? I mean, this is bananas. The Women's Equality Party are an MP.
Wow!
That's fucking sick.
I mean, he is a piece of work.
But that's unbelievable.
Amber Rudd has gone.
I have never seen anyone.
She's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Batsy's gone Labour.
It's your job, Michael.
No, but this. I don't know where you're getting this from.
Michael, it's looking your job.
Get my son down here.
I was googling Clegg.
Quickly, Michael. Sheffield comes up. It's on the Google Doc. Sheffield comes in at like 2 a.m. So Battersea is a Tory constituency. It was an 8,000 majority. It's now gone to what's her name? Marsha, Portuguese name.
De Cordova. She's a Corbynite, good woman, woman of colour, very, very excellent candidate. Hastings and Wright presumably has gone Labour as well. Amber Rudd's ex-seat, or it's going in the process of going Labour. Okay.
The SNP have lost 2 big seats. This is a momentous night for British politics in more ways than one. Michael.
Okay, what they're cheering, like I'm getting a bit stressed here.
Dampen stuff down.
Right, so Laura Coinsberg tweeted, Labour increasingly confident of taking Clegg.
Oh, right, okay.
The always trusted BBC journalist Laura Coinsberg. In Whitney, the Lib Dems were spotted doing a fist bump.
David Cameron's old seat, Whitney.
So maybe the Lib Dems have won Whitney if we trust that fist bump.
Okay, okay, so Whitney was a huge by-election win for the Conservatives, but we know that by-elections aren't generally reflected in general elections, right? If the Lib Dems have held on to Whitney, it is a terrible night for the Conservatives. It's every chance that it's actually worse than the exit polls.
Well, turnouts tends to be, I don't know, I can't remember that by-election, but it tends to be lower in by-elections, right? And if there's been a higher turnout, and that's, but, I mean, it's terrible for the Conservatives. It's terrible for Theresa May.
Wow, David Cameron's old seat.
That's really cute. I like that. Dan Hodges, The Mirror. Labour's leader spoke to activists outside Asda in Battersea, a London seat with a Tory majority of almost 8,000.
And that was from the 1st of May, and Hodges was laughing. Dan Hodges.
Sneering.
Dan, fuck off. Fuck off on your bike.
Do you know?
Fuck off. Your mum won fucking Oscars. Surely she's got enough money to get you out of the fucking country. Fuck off, sling your hook. Nick Cernak.
I was going to say, so on this polling stuff, okay, so a lot of people got it really wrong. What's his name? Election Data, Ian Warren, massively wrong. He predicted 120 seat majority for the Conservatives. Clearly, absolutely wrong. But what did get it right was it's a YouGov model, which everybody thought was completely absurd. They predicted 269 seats for Labour. Labour, the exit poll says 266. I think that's really interesting in terms of just like the methodology of this stuff. It's a big data approach that they're using. I think it's quite interesting for the future of polling.
I think there's too many variables. When you take Scotland, you got Brexit, you got the referendum. When you take England, you got over 65s, you got young people, you got people in the north south, you got UKIP.
The YouGov model is Nick and I were saying this ahead of time. That the YouGov model was actually the best of the lot. And the fucking media, media was going, oh, it's full of shit. They had the most data. They had 50,000 informants a week.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was predictive modelling. So what you do is you get hundreds of data points per person, and you say this personality type will do X, and it works on the premise that people are highly predictable. And guess what? If you know enough information, they are. And well, seemingly, the YouGov model was the most robust of the lot, and it was being laughed at actually by people who haven't got the first fucking clue about statistics.
But were they saying 80% of over 65s more likely to vote and 40% of under 24s can't vote? Is that's their model, isn't it?
What YouGov?
They had a really conservative turnout estimate.
Yeah.
So this is the other thing. It was based upon demographics. So the youth were less likely to turn out. So actually, their entire estimate was very based on conservative assumptions and still predicted what we've got now. So I think it's quite interesting. It's something to look at afterwards once all the data comes in and we see what actually happened. But it seems like the YouGov model is spot on.
I think that, to me, the couple of things that shifted is lots of people voted who've never voted before. And that's in the group between 40 and 60 years old. Because we had Acid House, we had fucking, we was all in Ibiza, we didn't give a fuck. We had Fat Child, so we left, no one voted. So then you got like Blair and the right war, no one's voting, do you know what I mean? You got Cameron, no one's voted. There's these sort of like, lots of working class people, and they've come out because of their wages, because of the state that the country's in, and because someone's turned around and given them some hope. But I think when you look back, I bet over 65s haven't showed up. And I think the Tory, some elderly people or pensioners that I spoke to that voted Tory, said they're not voting because of the winter fuel tax. They're not voting because they're going to take the houses. They're not going to vote because they're scared of their pension. Some of them were Tory waspy women, but we're not voting for Corbyn either. And I think you're going to get like a little bit down on the over 65s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's slightly separate from that, but I think an important point to make is that although Labour didn't have as much of a pro-migration platform as I think I would have liked, we were told time and again that the Labour Party that didn't bash migrants, that didn't listen to people's legitimate concerns, would simply not succeed. And what we're actually seeing is that is just not the case. And if you offer an alternative, if you don't demonise migrants in the way that has been done consistently by the Tories, who basically base their whole manifesto around attacking migrants, then you can't get anywhere. And this is shown to be totally false. And I think this is a really important point to make, because we were told that the left would never succeed unless they pandered to xenophobia. It's simply not true. And I think that this is something we have to continue pushing, because there's still resistance.
How do we continue pushing?
Well, I still think it's the line about undercutting wages is incredibly problematic, because actually that is one part of a much bigger picture. That doesn't solve low wages, and it's not migrants that are the causal factor there. So I disagreed with Labour that was in the manifesto. It was under the immigration section. I understand why they did it, don't agree with it. I think that also the whole freedom of movement stuff, didn't agree with going hard on that, because I think they were signalling in a way. But ultimately, even in that leaked manifesto, they had a beautiful passage about all the contributions that migrants have made to this country, and how it's a country made up of migration. And this is something Corbyn said time and again. And although I think they did falter on some of those aspects, they did have a consistent message throughout that was actually saying immigration is not the issue.
Angus Robertson called him like part of UKIP on the debate.
Well, Angus Robertson's no longer an MP.
Yep. I think what Jeremy Corbyn did was actually say, look, there's people trafficking, like lots of people to come over here. There's businesses, whether they're sort of like coffee shops or whether they're large warehouse, service industries, farmers, farm workers. They're actually taking people in en masse, and you know, and he attacked it that way. I don't agree with that. To me, I thought Jeremy Corbyn should have just stood there and just said, we don't care. Do you know what I mean? There's only 300,000 net migration. We live in a world of fucking aeroplanes. Do you know what I mean? People going from left, right, and centre. You know, you wouldn't turn around and say, well, you can't have too many Americans or you can't have too many Australians. So I think what I would have preferred it if he had a stronger stand. Do you know what I mean? And others.
But ultimately, we didn't see them doing this in a huge way. Like, yes, there was that signal, but it was nowhere near what was going on in the Miliband days when it was stamped on a mug. Like, we're going to control immigration. So there's a marked difference. I mean, I would continue to want to push them more on that, but there was a difference in the fact that if there is movement from UKIP to Labour, and like obviously the UKIP vote is characterised in this way that it's all white working class racist, which we've got to problematise. But if there is that vote moving, then in some way, then it suggests that actually that narrative we were sold by even a lot of political scientists who are saying, you know, that group of political scientists who say Labour have to pander to that, they were wrong.
We've got a result on Wrexham. Have you found it?
So Wrexham is a Labour hold. Tories wanted to take it. I haven't got the percentages yet.
They said they were going to take that.
Yeah. What I was looking up is turnout, and it is significantly up.
Yeah.
So Darlington
10%.
it was 62% in 2015. Now it's 68.
Wow,
Workington
6%.
was 65. It's gone up to 69.
So
Basildon was 63 to 65. Broxbourne was 63 to 65. So we're looking 2 to 5. Yeah, 2015 elections.
What do people?
Go on quickly, Mark.
What I was going to say is, what do you think about the shift in sort of like media? So newspapers and everything like that. Do you think now that there is a big shift towards social media and the impact of just taking the Sun prints a newspaper front page, it gets taken and it gets ripped to pieces, and there's a picture of Murdoch on there and it goes fucking viral?
Big cheer downstairs. Where's that coming from, Michael?
It's because they're watching BBC Live. I think the Welsh Liberal... Oh, Labour have...
Okay.
No.
Okay, Michael. Okay,
They're watching a Welsh
Michael,
thing.
we need to get you presenting media in this job. Remember that. We got a quote here from Andrew Marr. We can say for sure Jeremy Corbyn is safe as leader of the Labour Party. That's from Andrew Marr. Absolutely, Andrew. Couldn't agree more, old son. And then we've got a great tweet here from Dan Hodges. This is from the 27th of May. I don't hold grudges, Dan. After the election, when he's gone and they've got another leader, I genuinely expect the Corbynites to deny Jeremy Corbyn ever existed. And at the time, I retweeted that and said, when the complete opposite happens, what will Dan's media niche be? Because I can't see it. And Dan, tonight, the complete opposite has happened. Where is your niche? I can't see it, old son. There's something big. We're going to hold on for that in a sec. You were saying about the media. This is the election where the print media hasn't been decisive.
I think this is really important. And we've seen the rise during this campaign of The Canary, of Squawk Box, of Evolve Politics, of all these sort of alternative... I mean, some people call them alt-left sites, but I hate that name. So let's call them new left media sites. Novara as well, of course, which has been around for years.
Very different, of course, but it's those
But
guys.
still, it's an alternative media site that has gained a massive amount of popularity throughout this campaign, and have been pushing. They've been the most viral stories on social media. So Jim Watterson from BuzzFeed has done great work on this.
Great stuff, right?
And all props to him for doing it. He's shown that these things have been the most popular, the most viral things on social media. That's a huge influence. Like, we're talking about, you know, the Tories using Facebook attack ads to win the last election. Well, how does that change once these are viral stories from the left? And, you know, Jim Watterson, again, to his credit, is pointing out, why is the BBC discussing, say, the Sun or the Daily Mail's newspaper, the front page, every night, and not discussing what the Canary or Squawk Box is saying?
But I think this is super important. And Evolve Politics, we've only got like 70, 80,000 likes on Facebook. There was post after post I saw, several posts, 60,000 shares. And you think 5-6 million people are seeing this, right? And the overwhelming majority are British. Michael?
So Nia Griffiths has the Labour votes up 12%, Conservative vote up 9%.
Wrexham.
No, that's not Wrexham, Nia Griffiths.
Where's Nia Griffiths?
Llanelli.
Llanelli.
So that's a Welsh thing.
I think what that comes, what you're talking about.
Hold on, Mark. So yeah, please. The data.
So that's showing that swing that we saw on YouGov from the Conservatives being on the ascendancy in Wales and Labour completely winning it back. That looks to be the case. There is a swing to Labour in Wales.
How much?
But they're going to be up 10
points. Labour were up 11 and Tories were up 9.
Fantastic. So Labour actually should win seats in Wales if that's
people should do. People in Wales are really inspired.
They would lose.
Yeah.
It's just phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
So Labour are going to pick up seats, it seems, in Scotland. Not many. Probably in Wales. Probably in the big cities.
And what I will
Right.
Come back to you in a second.
We have our first Labour gain. It's Rubber Glen and Hamilton, west from the SNP.
From the SNP.
From the SNP. So there's a Labour fight back against the SNP.
Can I just say, for all the fucking the melts, the absolute fucking melts at the Dan Hodges, the fucking Team Jolly on, we were saying that Corbyn would help revitalise Labour in Scotland, and because, you know what, I hate Tories. I hate you fuckers more. I really do, because at least the Tories fucking believe in something. It's themselves, it's their back pockets, but at least they fucking believe in something. They were laughing at this idea that, you know, Labour being, again, a social democratic party, could take back seats in Scotland. Well, we've got the first Labour gain of the night, but guess where it is? It's in Scotland.
Yeah, but do you know what about Scotland, right? So like, I was involved in like the referendum campaign up there. What they don't understand is thousands and tens of thousands of Labour were asked to lend their vote. And like, you know, Tommy Sheridan and all the sort of like radical people, like radical Labour up there, that's what they did. But I just want to say about the thing, what you were just saying about the media, and I think it's about trust. So when they see the media and people turn around saying they're lying, and you've got somebody else like doing it like a pitch saying, well, look, this is how it is, then people start to think, well, he's got or she's got nothing to gain. Why? What, you know, she's explaining, he's explaining, because the media don't do that because they're so biased and so shockingly biased, especially towards like Corbyn and the attacks, and it fails. And I think like Aaron, Linton Crosby, or like the other guy who's just come over, what's his name?
Jim Messina.
Jim Messina, they failed, do you know what I mean? And the reason why they failed is because people can't stomach such vile hatred, you know, it's too much for us to take.
I mean, this is, you know, the heart of the Tory campaign was almost entirely negative. It became a matter of just simply, we're not Jeremy Corbyn, we're not the Labour Party. And that was it. You know, smearing Corbyn with IRA stuff and terrorist nonsense. They didn't have anything positive to offer.
Yeah, we spoke about that before, Maya, isn't it? And about that hatred towards sort of like othering, sort of like migrants. But like what they did in Brexit was take, you know, refugees fleeing war, took European citizens and then black and ethnic minority British people and lumped them as one group. Try and do that in the media, and that's awful.
I mean, it really is what we've seen, and I think what they've tried to do is gobble up a load of UKIP's votes by kind of taking on that programme on board. But on the Scottish point, I think it's really important that the whole thing has to be put in a broader context, whereby Labour kind of let the rot set in over years and years and years and neglected their base. So what we're seeing under Corbyn, if there are some gains,
what was that, the Patrick Stewart dog?
Leave him if there are some gains, what we're actually seeing is exactly what you're saying. So that's never going to be won back overnight. And my fear is that what the narrative, as I've said, that will develop will be like, well, Corbyn didn't win a majority. He didn't win back all of Scotland like you all promised. It will shift, right? The goalposts always shift. But the point here is these things take time because trust was lost. I mean, understandably, people were neglected.
Yeah.
Like, Labour took the vote for granted in certain areas.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing now, if they win a couple more seats, that's a shift that we needed, and it's going to take some time.
This is so important, this thing about you can spend decades in a relationship or whatever, and you can destroy it in a moment.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened with Labour in Scotland in particular around the referendum, the independence referendum in 2014, and they lost decades worth of political capital in a few weeks.
But I mean, it was also...
And it's taken a long time to get back.
It was also that this was setting in, I think, over some time as well.
Of course.
Actually, Andrew Marr did quite a good documentary on this, tracking the SNP's kind of rise, and they were actually called like a fringe party to begin with, and then they slowly kind of made their way in by that campaigning. But what I think it also shows is that the failure of the politics marketing, so the Blair third way thing about pandering to the polls, like having focus groups. What we're seeing is an attempt to create grassroots, bottom-up politics.
We're cutting away. Now you're back with Novara Media on Novara Media, exclusively on our Facebook page. Please share this. Tell your friends how wonderful our coverage is. If you've enjoyed our coverage so far, well, you know what? We're trying to build a new media for a different politics. Go to support.novaramedia.com, make a one-off payment or a subscription, because, as we've been saying for so long, June the 8th, today,
is not the beginning nor the end, but it's the beginning of the end for neoliberalism, and it's about creating something beyond it. We need new media for different politics to underpin this political tidal wave, which is Corbynism. Introducing Alex Williams. How you doing, Alex?
Doing very well, Aaron.
We're so happy to have you on. You're co-conspirator of Nick Cernak, who was on previously, writer of Inventing the Future.
Yep.
Yeah. Great to have you on. I've always loved Alex's sense of humour. It's very dry, very acerbic. You're a bit naughty like me. You don't mind laying it on with... Right.
Runs through fields of wheat.
Ellie's back. Ellie, how you doing?
I'm still in shock, but in a good way.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to meet Alex, actually.
Yeah. Very good.
We've never met before.
Never
It's really
met
nice to
before
meet
in
you.
the flesh.
Novara media, bringing people together.
And we got, of course, the perspicacious, the enigmatic, the...
I think, to be honest, the perspiring. At the moment.
Perspiring. Okay, we're gonna cut to Michael Walker because we've had some big results while we've been away. Michael.
Tooting, absolutely thumping result for the Labour Party.
Yes.
Labour on 59%, up 12 points.
Fucking hell.
The Conservatives on 33%, down 8.8 points.
Yes.
London is red!
London is red.
London is fucking red!
It's red.
Yes.
Red!
An amazing result.
That's big.
So listen,
That's
the other
big.
thing I'm hearing at the moment is that, and someone's just sent this to me, the betting markets now have Corbyn favoured to form the next government.
No.
Yes!
Oh my God! Oh, I wish I'd got it this morning.
He is the absolute on fire.
He is the absolute boy.
Terrified. That is who's on fire.
Yeah.
I really want to recommend.
Now listen, we don't always trust the betting markets.
Of
The
course
betting
not.
markets, of course, told us that Brexit wasn't going
And
to
also they
happen.
had Jeremy
listen.
Corbyn at 4-1 to be the next Prime Minister this morning. So, Michael, what other results have we got?
So the Scotland result was the result of an SNP, mainly an SNP swing to the Conservatives actually, but Labour were a close second last time
Where
round,
was this?
and they took advantage of that swing. So that was the first game we've had of the election, which was in Rutherglen and Hamilton West, which Labour took from the SNP. The SNP were down 15 points, Conservatives were up 12 points, so the Tories stole a lot of the SNP's seats, but that allowed Labour to squeak through the middle with a 2.2 gain, and the gain of a seat, it's all that matters. That's not actually what we thought we were going to be saying. We thought we were going to be saying the seats don't really matter that much, the percent don't matter. It all matters. It all matters. And we've had in Birkenhead, Labour up 9.2, Conservatives up 3.6. Another fabulous result. South Swindon, a Conservative hold again, but it was a safe seat. Conservatives up 2.2, Labour up 9.1.
Nice.
And then in Wigan, Labour up 10, Conservatives up 7.8. Labour hold.
Congratulations to Lisa and Andy there.
And the Tooting was the smashing one, though. That is a swing.
And you know what? Rosina is a good candidate. She's a local, born and raised in Tooting, still lives there and works in the local hospital and has made saving the NHS the centrepiece of her candidacy.
Shut up, David Dimbleby. The BBC's coverage, by the way, is so shit.
It's quite boring.
Wow.
It has to, it's really boring. And also, like, it has all of these kind of old blowhards on it that I just sort of feel like if anything that we should have learned from tonight, it's that like quite a lot of that is irrelevant now.
They're basically these like wizened, diseased husks that are still holding on in there for now, but they're all holding back the tears at this point. This is when I was watching it earlier. Already after the initial exit poll, they were basically, they were weeping. They could see their careers evaporating in real time. It's very interesting. The thing I'm interested in though is what is going on with the SNP tonight. What do we think?
It's a bad night for them, seemingly.
Really a bad night.
A friend of mine.
Mary Black held her seat.
Good.
Yeah, I'm glad about that. I like her a lot.
Although, I mean, the thing about Mary Black, and look, I like Mary Black, but she's run up against the problem of the SNP, which is that it's a party which is an alloy between the party of Mary Black and the party of the Tartan Tories. And it's fine as long as they're not in government, they don't have to deliver on their programme. But there is a real, I mean, she, and what's interesting also about her is that she's clearly finding Westminster very, very difficult. She's more or less given up. And I don't blame her, right? I mean, Westminster.
Did she not say that she was going to give up her seat at 2020?
But the problem about this is that, if you look at her response rates and you look about the debates that she intervenes in Parliament, they've really declined.
Tom Watson elected.
Listen, I feel. Tom Watson.
Finish your point.
I feel sorry for her, but look, this is a real problem for left MPs, is that they really have to have you know, the resilience to deal with Parliament. And I understand why Mhairi Black finds it difficult, and I'm sure she finds it difficult navigating within the contradictions in her own party. But, you know, she's elected, she should deliver.
Michael.
So Tom Watson saved his seat.
Okay, so what's the result there? Because that was
it hasn't given me numbers.
He was very high up on the people who were predicted to lose.
I mean, there was the Tory UKIP vote combined was 2,000 short of Tom Watson, right? Basically, and the UKIP didn't stand a candidate precisely for that reason. We got cheering downstairs.
Oh, wow.
So Tom Watson holding on. I mean, that just tells us what we already know. Which is that the UKIP vote has not gone to the Tories pretty much nowhere.
I would love to see the data around
Maybe a bit in
what is driving the surge, though, like whether it really is young people. Like, I would love to see that.
I think my instinct is right now it's slightly overstated. I mean, it's obviously overwhelmingly younger people, but I just think the older voters either didn't turn up or actually they kind of more, you know,
there is also all of those people that stopped voting over, you know, the 3 terms of Blair. They're gonna come back.
I think that's true. I mean, I think the other thing as well, the thing that we have to fight against now is this emerging line that this is actually people voting against Brexit. It's not anything to do with the Labour Party manifesto. And this is the thing that's exactly. You know, let's follow.
The manifesto was the turning point.
Yeah, absolutely, and very, very clearly so, and you can see it.
I actually think maybe the narrative is going to just be the squeeze, because the squeeze is the overriding dynamic. And if the squeeze is the overriding dynamic, then it's possible that some people can claim this is not due to Corbynism. It's due to an overriding shift towards the 2 major parties, and that would be, you know, and that's potentially a way for, you know, the right of the Labour Party to say, well, you know, if we'd had a better leader, we could have won it.
That's bollocks.
I mean, it's just bollocks, though, isn't it?
Bollocks.
Because without a left-wing leader, there never would have been the manifesto, and the manifesto was the turning point.
Clearly.
And that bears it out in data. But also, I think the other thing is that I think one thing I learned from when Corbyn won the leadership is that you have to match up like the data with the sort of feeling that you get. And you could feel it, couldn't you? You could feel it, like the moment the manifesto came out, I felt it, like all of the Corbyn skeptics that I knew were suddenly like, oh, this is really good. And you know, I think for the last 18 months, people have been made to feel, and I feel this very strongly as someone that like often talks and writes in like the mainstream, that we were made to feel like there was something sort of wacky about supporting Corbyn.
Kind of bullied in a way, right? In a kind of soft way.
Yeah, that you were meant to feel, you were sort of portrayed as like delusional, as unserious, and in fact, I had other people point out to me, and I didn't even notice it myself, and I've spoken about this a lot now, that like a lot of kind of media establishment figures, I don't mean like just random trolls, I mean media establishment figures, treated me like a silly little girl because of my sort of views on the Labour left. And so we've got a result.
We'll come back to you in a second.
We haven't got a result, but we've potentially got our first Tory Labour swing.
Nice.
In Stockton South, a recount is being called.
Stockton, that's northeast.
It's the northeast. In 2015, the Tories had 46% to Labour's 37%.
Wow.
We're now having a recount. Labour's heartland's collapsing.
So finish your point?
Yeah, and so I think what happened over that time was that you were made to feel like if you supported Corbyn, then it meant that you had no grasp on reality, that you were an idiot, that you were delusional. And actually, like, there were times, lots of times over that period where I felt like intimidated by, you know, expressing my views in public, because I felt that it kind of wrote me off as this sort of hysteric almost. And I think what the manifesto did is it enabled people to go from feeling embarrassed and anxious about supporting the Labour left to feeling actually proud about it and excited about it. And I feel like, to me, that was the turning point. That was the point at which it went from, you know, oh God, this is going to be a shit show, to like, let's do this. And so the idea that it was Brexit, I just think Brexit was barely talked about in the election.
This is not a Brexit election.
I mean, it was the astonishing thing about the election is that Brexit played almost no role.
I mean, you thought it would do.
I thought it would do. I thought I was wrong about that. I thought this was going to be the Brexit election, and I was completely wrong about that. And the thing that I think is interesting is that for all my misgivings about the Labour Party's position on Brexit and the position that the leadership took, I was one of the people who said, look, I'm really not sure that this is going to work for us. And I also, you know, and I was very, very worried about the Article 50 stuff. It turns out that it put it in the past. It drew a decisive line underneath it and said, when the party went in and said we're going to contest this on policies, I was like,
It made possible a conversation around social justice and a different kind of economy. Michael?
No, we don't have a new result. I'm just listening to BBC while I'm looking through Twitter. And Shami Chakrabarti was just like laid it down. She said, the politics that, quite frankly, everyone on this panel
She's fucking right.
Wrong.
She's fucking right.
You know, she was like, you have all been proved wrong.
Put them out
the way
she says it.
Studs. Yeah. I think
stud. Solid.
Blue Factory.
To respond to James, though, I think I would agree with that, and I think that basically we have to sort of take a step back and look at why Brexit happened. And I think Brexit didn't happen because I think if you 3 or 4 years ago, if you'd have asked people in this country what issue matters most to you, they wouldn't have gone, well, I think leaving the EU. You know, it wouldn't have occurred to them. It was that Brexit became a symbol for all of the things that they were angry about and all of the things that were wrong in this country. And they were promised, you know, if you leave the EU, then all of those bad things will be, the EU is the thing that's getting in the way of fixing all of these issues that you have. And so what happened, you know, so we went into this election thinking actually it's all about Brexit, do we want to leave or do we not want to leave? And actually underlying Brexit was all of these other issues, and then that was what the election became about, I think.
Yeah, I
We've got a cheer downstairs.
Big cheer. I just have a message from a friend who's speaking to a Tory insider, saying that they've lost every marginal constituency that Theresa May has visited.
Wow.
Amazing.
Brilliant.
That is amazing.
That is anti-charisma.
We're going to cut to Michael in a second because there may be something going on downstairs, or no? Okay, there isn't. Get hold of me if there is. What's happening at the moment, it seems, is there's been Peter Hain, there's been Andrew Rawnsley on the mainstream media, and they're spinning this as a Remain thing.
It absolutely has to be resisted.
This is
absolutely
resisted. Why are we paying the BBC the licence fee to have these talking turds on the fucking television? Why? What are you doing? What are you doing? It's so blatantly not that. This is unbelievable.
But it's so odd because Labour, you know, there was a 3-line whip to pass Article 50 unamended.
These same people were slagging that off, right?
Yeah.
And they're saying this is a Remain vote.
So how can it be? Surely there would have been a Lib Dem surge if it was a Remain vote.
Is there any evidence of Lib Dem surge? Because the exit poll was suggesting 14 seats, which is surprising.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, really, because if they've got 10 or under, then my boyfriend would have run 560 quid. But
wait, no, but let's be frank. It's probably
swings
just
and roundabouts.
No, I'll be quite frank. Tim Farron attacked Jeremy Corbyn at moments almost as bad as any Tory did. And I tell you what, of those 14 seats, I'd say probably half have come from Labour voters voting fucking tactically. So
the Progressive Alliance.
If the other results nationally are anything to go by, so we'll know by the end of the night. Michael.
What?
What's going on?
Give
me the notes. We should start because it's 1:40 now. It's 20 to 2. You and Novara Media, NovaraMedia.com. New media for different politics. The results start flooding in at 2 a.m. 2 to 3, and then we get the big names. I believe Tim Farron, Westmoreland's seat is at 3. Boris is at 3. Nick Clegg should be confirmed by 3.
Confirmed. Killed.
Confirmed.
I mean, Rudd is supposed to come in really about 2.
Yeah.
Supposed to know Rudd's seat by 2, 10 past 2. It's already looking like, God, if she's unseated, it will be amazing.
Brilliant.
But it would not surprise me because I saw the video of the hustings that she did the other day, where she was saying, what do you want to do? Tax direction? The entire audience was like, yeah. Very, very enthusiastically, yeah. I mean, also, of course, Amber Rudd very publicly slagged off her own constituency, which is not a thing you really want to do if you want to get elected. So we'll see. Hastings, drug addicts, and I only chose it because it's 2 hours from London on the train. So that's.
I heard a scream.
I heard a very loud scream.
I heard a scream downstairs.
They scream all the time.
Yeah.
We're going to stop the screamometers going out the window.
I just think people are very excited.
Oh, no. Legitimate screamometer. We have had a gain from the Tories.
Oh my
God! Clyde!
Yay!
That was a key marginal.
Yeah, it was
very small to a majority.
It was hyper marginal. Their majority was less than 300. But Labour's majority is now more than 2,000.
Wow.
Loving it. So that is a swing.
I've never been more excited to read
a
data in my life.
Fabulous result. Do you want to read the data?
Okay, so I've got this. Can I just say this? I've got this from a Labour source. I won't say who. Quote, UKIP voters not breaking Tories in the way predicted is a vindication of Jeremy Corbyn's strategy and policies. Taxing big companies and the top 5% plus public ownership were very popular with many former UKIP Leave voters.
Yeah.
So absolutely 180 with what these guys like Rawnsley and Peter Hain are saying about Remain.
You know, I also think the Labour official line tonight is like broadly accurate, which is like that the Tories are being punished for their complacency. And it reminds me of, in January, I went to, I travelled through 4 states when it was Trump's inauguration. And I interviewed like hundreds of Americans in that time. And I know that you can't, you know, it's difficult to, you know, a small part of America, it's difficult to get a big sample. But I came back thinking, the story of this election was not people turning out to vote Trump. It was people not turning out to vote for Hillary Clinton. Because everyone that I met who voted Trump was just a bog standard right winger. It was like meeting a Daily Mail reader who votes Tory. It's not that interesting. But all of the people who should have voted Hillary Clinton were like, well, I'm not going to vote. What's the point? Nothing changes. And I sort of wonder if maybe this time it's happened the other way around, that actually Theresa May's campaign offered nothing. Whereas, like, the Labour actually offered something. So I kind of wonder if there's something in that. Also, can I just say that this surely should finish Linton Crosby?
Yeah, surely.
Surely
at this
there's
point,
sort of mysticism around
this ruthless, racist minimalism. He can't roll this out anymore.
But this is the
He's
worst.
finished.
Can I just say, I'll come to you, James, very quickly. He lost, of course, the London mayor election last year. He lost the Canadian election in 2015, in September 2015.
Same.
And now he's lost this, essentially.
He's got a fucking knighthood. He's got a fucking knighthood. And he's a non-dom with a knighthood. And implicated in tax scandals.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Sorry, this is rude, but I'm going to check my phone.
I was going to say it looks like Wes Streeting will retain his seat on this model.
I think he has, yeah.
I don't know if Ilford is called yet. What I would say is that probably Wes Streeting ought to show some gratitude to the people that he's spent many, many months slagging off.
Wes Streeting would not have kept his seat were it not for the left coming
No.
after him.
What was his like percentage?
Well, he had
majority?
a tiny majority.
It was like 2%.
Has it increased?
I think
I don't
it was
know. I
sort
don't
of,
have the data.
he was definitely thought of to be at risk of losing his seat.
Very.
What I would say more generally is that what I think now it's time to bury, and I this is my hobby horse that I just love to ride. But I think now, like, surely now it's time to bury the vacuous, poisonous commentary about Corbynistas. People who supporting Corbyn being this fringe group of mad cultists. A particular columnist who shall remain nameless compared them like a year or so ago to the followers of Charles Manson. And I feel like surely now we can say that this is actually a massive amount of the population subscribes to these politics and that they must be listened to.
We've got a new result.
Go on.
Putney. It was a Conservative hold, but Labour went up by 10.8 points and the Tories went down by 9.7
What's the majority?
points.
What's the majority?
Well, they're on 44.1%. They're 3%. The Tories are 3% above Labour, when before they were over 20% above Labour in 2015.
Oh my God,
so it's narrowing by 70.
If we won Putney, I was going to say, if we won Putney, we would win. There's 20 Tory seats in London. People don't realise this. London is not Labour.
Yeah.
If we won Putney, we would have won every fucking seat. Boris would be in fucking trouble. Wow.
That
Boris,
would be amazing.
Boris is actually now going to be in a marginal. He's going to keep Ruislip, but that's going to be a similar story to Putney, one imagines. Incredible. The Foreign Secretary could be in a marginal. We could lose the Home Secretary. We find out around
maybe our new Prime Minister.
Amber Rudd.
Potentially.
Well, those two leading candidates, aren't they?
Yeah, he's already on
quickly,
manoeuvres,
I'll come to you. Jim Waterson was tweeting about Boris Johnson being on manoeuvres this evening. So Boris being in a marginal, it doesn't set you very well if you want to be the Prime Minister, if you have a majority locally of 2,000 to 3,000. James?
No, I don't have much more to add other than to say that I think that the distribution of votes this evening has been strange. It hasn't necessarily been predictable. I am interested in seeing what happens to that belt of Tory seats. I mean, I think, just to speak London-wise, it looks to me like the Lib Dems will probably mostly be beat back to their heartlands of southwest London, and I think it really is a vindication of the argument that there is not really an electoral base in this country for the kind of the politics of the Democrat. Michael, you're looking very excited.
Yeah, it's just another good one. So cleared South. That was one that the Tories thought they could take from Labour. Labour's vote share. Labour's up 5%. Turnout up 5%. All.
Where's this?
Incredibly positive.
Where's
cleared
this?
South.
What is going
Cleared
on?
South.
Cleared South. Good.
I feel a bit of a fraud even sitting here and trying to offer analysis because I'm like just so blindsided by it.
But Ellie, you because you were earlier on saying you were like skeptical or pessimistic rather.
Yeah.
But I was a Corbyn like stan, super fan, stalker fan,
Yeah.
and I didn't think this was possible. So like in a way, it's bigger than. Nobody foresaw this, I think, really.
Yeah, no.
Literally nobody.
You guys, maybe.
So no, do you know what? Props to Salvation.
Yeah.
Let's say Salvation won this election.
Yeah.
And also I read somewhere, and this might not be true. I read somewhere though that they also predicted 2015, and they predicted Brexit.
They didn't publish it.
Yeah. So Salvation,
true.
we should be paying attention. I'm going to be like recommending Salvation in future. They got it right, or closest to right.
So what is the line? What is the line that we're going to take on this election? Because we need to have a line.
That
coming
people
into
want
the
left-wing
morning.
policies.
It needs to be. It's the anti-systemic election. People are voting for Corbyn because he's offering an alternative to what we've got. People hate what the Tories are offering. This is the truth.
It's just astonishing.
This is the line. It has to be. Look, Corbyn has played a blinder. They've done everything right. They've had the best campaign ever, unprecedentedly good in terms of the gains across the campaign.
I mean, it's astonishing.
People say campaigns don't change anything. It's just putting your troops onto the battlefield. Everything's already there. This disproves that, I think, completely. I mean, this is an astonishing change from the usual picture.
Yeah, I just.
If there are props to Corbyn and his team tomorrow, we all need to get out there.
So presumably there is a hung parliament tomorrow, and in that case, then we don't.
Strong and stable.
There's certainly if Putney's the fucking marginal, it's a hung parliament.
Okay, but then we don't get to go to bed tomorrow. We have to be out pushing now to.
Oh my
make
God,
this,
are we ever going to
make
sleep
this,
again?
No, we're never going. We're not going to sleep.
Okay, here's a tweet from Matt Turner. Matt Turner's one of the people that again a couple of months ago, Matt Turner would have been seen as loony left.
Yeah, loony left.
Evolved Politics has had a reach which is just outstanding during this general election. He's tweeting, Jeremy Corbyn now favourite to be Prime Minister with some bookies. We'll get some more data on that next.
Absolutely love it.
I said that was good fucking value, and I wish I'd put money on it. It was 12 to fucking 1.
I remember the people who put money on the first leadership election.
Yeah. One of my friends won like $8 grand because they put as soon as he got nominated, they put money on it.
Should have done it.
And he got like.
Should have done it this time as well.
Yeah.
Has he ever lost an election?
No. That's what Sam was saying. Sam was like, he's going to win because he's never lost an election in his life.
We're not going to get many more results before 2, so I want us to cut. I want us to cut away. We're going to go to
Well,
a
first of
VT.
all, we just have the BBC. We've had 50 seats now, which makes them feel ready to give a nationwide prediction.
Brilliant.
They're predicting Labour plus 8%, Tories plus 7%, Green minus 1%.
Wait, so hold on. That puts Labour on 38.4%.
Yep.
Wow.
Labour on 38.
That's pretty good.
Green minus 1, UKIP minus 12, and the swing is from Labour to the Tories. Only 1%.
That doesn't mean anything. I mean,
9 seats.
The UKIP vote effectively hasn't buttressed the Tories, right? Which is huge.
No, I mean it's incredible.
Yeah, but I said this before now, and I'll reiterate it now. Abby Wilkinson's just walked in the studio, which is not what I said before. Well, I said this before, but like the worst case, and we were talking about this before, weren't we? The worst case scenario now is that Theresa May ends up with the same majority.
Absolutely worst case.
And I think in that case,
she's dead.
In that case, she's finished, and we are vindicated.
Yeah, she's stabbed in the back by the
squandered her advantage, and it's just fucking wonderful.
3 Tory prime ministers in 18 months.
Okay, we're going to go to Maya Goodfellow in the green room. As Aaron says, we've got a little break until the next big set of results.
That's 2 a.m. when it starts getting.
We'll be back in here in probably under 10 minutes, I imagine. So this is Maya Goodfellow.
proposing and Corbyn.
I'm here with my Goodfellow. Well, come on, what?
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. Whatever happens now, I think that this is proof that what Corbyn is proposing and Corbyn's kind of plan for the country is exactly what we need. Whatever happens, I think that this shows, like, yeah, it was always the right direction to be going in, and I think that's what we need to stick with, no matter what the result is.
I've been out today and I've seen hundreds and hundreds of kids walking around Tooting, Croydon, Battersea.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I was in Croydon Central earlier today, and I was in Westminster North, and there was hundreds and hundreds of people. Even in Westminster North, they said that they'd had around 300 people come in and out.
What is that? What is that? What's going on?
I mean, people are enthused by the programme. People want Labour to win, and there is huge. You forget that this is one of the biggest left-wing parties now in Europe. So this is what we're seeing: is that this is what that can do, right? I mean, the activists were always great, but this, when you've got a manifesto to get behind, and I think when you have so many people.
It's also looking at neoliberalism and banks and things like that. It's not the end of that, but it's kind of saying, like, you got to pay this, like, financial transaction tax because we need hospitals. You've got Amazon paying nothing at all. So things have to change. People are upset.
And I think it's when you offer people an alternative, and that's what this is beginning to do, right? And I think that the next 5 years, whatever happens in this election, we have to continue doing that.
That's hope, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do we want to live
hope.
in a society with the spirit of hope, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what was they offering?
I mean, they were saying you have to have this model, you have to have this economic model, you have to have austerity, there have to be cuts. And what Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party have said is that it doesn't have to be that way. And people, it looks like people are listening. I mean, and whatever does happen with this result, I think that we need to remember that. We need to remember that moment with the exit poll, that actually think about what that provides, think about the chance that provides for millions of people across the country to change their lives.
So you're back with Novara Media on our Facebook page. We are trying to build a new media for different politics, and tonight is momentous, but it's not the end, it's just the beginning. So if you want to help us do precisely that, to underpin this politics of the many, not the few, go to support.novaramedia.com, make a subscription, or make a one-off payment, whatever you can afford, because we have been the most reliable source when it came
Over the
to
last
tonight
10
happening.
years,
And even
things
we
have
didn't
really
think it'd be
changed.
this week. We're a damn sight closer than The Guardian, The Times, The Financial Times, The fucking Sun, The Mail, The Express, Channel 4, Sky News, Al Jazeera, Russia Today, Press TV. So, help us take that message further and that accuracy to more people. Go to support.novaramedia.com. We're now going to cut two of all people, the BBC, with terrible guests. We've got great guests. Abby Wilkinson is joining us in a second. We'll go to the BBC. All the results start flooding in after 2 a.m. We're going to recharge our batteries. We'll be back very, very soon. See you in a sec.
Over the last 10 years, things have really changed. Over the last 10 years, things have really changed.
Victory for real people. Us. It's about us.
But for all of the darkness, every cause has an effect.
40 students on the roof of Millbank.
Tienen mucha experiencia.
For all the talk of change, the present moment is really one of crisis.
A crisis of democratic representation.
Of identity.
A climate crisis.
Of a failing economic model which isn't working for most people.
We can't have a media that's beholden to advertisers or the political ambitions of oligarchs.
Which is why, in 2013, we founded Novara Media.
Unlike corporate media, we are funded by our subscribers.
There's no tax avoiders, there's no oil money, and there's no lords. What we're creating is media for you, which quite simply, you make possible.
We're looking to raise £40,000. That will allow us to not only keep on paying our contributors, but give them a little bit more, as well as keep our studio and take our fantastic Novara events nationwide.
To help us get there, go to support.novaramedia.com and give a one-off donation, or even better, sign up for a subscription.
We've already achieved so much, but the truth is, we've barely started.
This was an election that was brought upon us early, so I think you know, there were plenty of journalists who were talking about a potential leadership challenge to Jeremy Corbyn in the next 7 days. I've not heard any MPs saying that, but it seems to me that the shoe is on the other foot now. You know, I could see Boris Johnson sharpening the knives for Theresa May after this result, but let's see what the final results are by the end of the night.
And you're putting your, or I won't use the word knife, but your original objection, and the 80% of Labour MPs who objected, they're all going to go silent and come behind Corbyn and John McDonnell's plan for the economy and all those things, are they?
I think if we come out of this election with an increased vote, then, you know, it shows that you can argue that natural resources can be socially owned and the sky doesn't fall in. I think you can argue that there could be a greater role for the state in providing public services. You can argue that you need to give young people the best start in life, and that you can be bold in government, and that's what our manifesto said. I was very proud of our manifesto.
Tom, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Just very briefly, David, I'm hearing from Labour sources that they expect to take Leeds North West, they expect to take Finchley and Golders Green, they also expect to take Shipley, and I think they may already have done from the Conservatives, the MP Philip Davies. Just briefly, off the back of Tom Watson there, let's be completely clear. Privately, there were plenty of Labour candidates who were discussing not how they would get rid of Jeremy Corbyn in the next week or so, but how they would hope to try to move to do that in the next couple of months or so. That was something that was being discussed. Of course, these results transform that situation. That's completely plain. That was something that was on their agenda.
You've got more results, Emily.
This is an absolutely staggering result in Angus in Scotland, which really wasn't on anyone's watch list. It was on the Tory target at 126, but the Conservatives have taken it from the SNP. Kirsty Hare becomes the new MP here on 46% share of the vote, and you can see what's happened here. Big fall, a dramatic fall for the SNP, down 16. Might be time to start asking questions about tactical voting amongst the unionist parties in places where they thought they could overturn the SNP. This was a seat, one of 6 seats that the SNP actually held before 2015, so it wasn't even a recent gain. That swing will be one of the most dramatic, I predict, of the night. 16% from the SNP to the Conservatives. The drama each time seems to have been in Scotland, so we're going to keep a tight watch on that. Another result to bring you in the northeast of England, Hartlepool, which is a Labour hold on 53% share of the vote, despite a good fight from Carl Jackson for the Conservatives on 34%. But it is that UKIP vote that you really want to look out for here. Massively down, 17%. Philip Broughton stood for the leadership alongside Paul Nuttall, didn't win it, of course, and now sees his share of that vote massively falling here. So the swing is actually, as you can see, towards Labour, quite a modest one, 1.8, but questions now surfacing from all these northeastern seats about maybe the point of the UKIP vote at all going forwards. One more to show you, Warwickshire North. This is a Conservative hold, and this is somewhere that was on the Labour target list, number 24, and this is showing not only a Conservative hold, but a swing towards the Conservatives. So they have strengthened their hold on this one, a majority of 8,500. This incredibly mixed picture emerging now that they seem to be doing quite well in parts of England, extraordinarily well in those 2 resulings we've had in Scotland, and yet not so well in Wales.
Oh, did I just undo my belt live on the feed?
Things are getting exciting in here.
We had to come back in emergency fashion because the BBC were putting on Nigel Farage. The nobody, Nigel Farage. What you got?
So
you got
Jack Blanchard at the Mirror says that Labour say they have ousted Philip Davies, who is the most reactionary probably of Tory MPs, anti-women's rights, from his seat in Shipley.
Oh,
so confirmed. Kevin Schofield now says Philip Davies has lost his seat in Shipley to the Labour Party. That's Philip Davies, who is a notoriously reactionary Labour MP, filibustered
this is like all of my
endless numbers.
secret fantasies.
Yeah,
me
too.
We jumped straight into news, so we didn't do introductions. Obviously, our latest guests need no introductions. The fabulous Abby Wilkinson, the fabulous Dan Hancox. Hi. Both true comrades in arms.
Oh, sorry, you used to budge up.
Oh, budge up.
Come on.
Oh.
Hiya!
Oh yeah, I like this now. Oh, we're all crowded. So we need a new theme, don't we?
Where's the start?
We're overwhelmed. Oh, you guys, no, you three. You're the new theme. You
Oh,
three
great.
are the new theme.
Okay.
Tell me your hot take.
Big up
Abby.
my mum, who's been campaigning in Sheffield Helen,
big up my mum.
telling me that Labour could take it, and I did not believe her. My mum's been a true believer in the Corbyn project from the start, even when I wavered. Big up everyone. It's amazing.
We're still going to go through the lines of hot takes.
Hot takes.
But we won fucking Battersea!
That's unbelievable. Battersea.
Come on, Battersea, baby.
The next constituency to where I grew up.
Yeah.
And it oscillated between Tory and Labour throughout the 90s and the 2000s.
25,000. And something. The cheering in Battersea. The cheering in Battersea is.
She got 25,000 something.
Off is happening. We don't know what.
292. 25,292.
What?
Over 22,000
for the Tories.
Yeah,
a 4,000 majority.
Yeah,
it was an 8,000 Tory majority. That's
an enormous.
Where's that?
Enormous.
I can never do maths on
that
TV. But what's 8 plus 12? 12,000.
That is testimony to the hard work. You can do this bit.
Of
the people on the ground. People
like you.
People like you.
Thank you.
I don't know how much.
What I want to do is I want to go laugh in the face of every commentator who's like.
There's Jane Ellison, who's lost her seat, was Chief Financial Secretary to the Treasury. She is now gone.
I feel bad.
I went out on the campaign trail in
That's
Battersea.
like Corbyn move.
All right, what was it?
Oh no.
10% swing from Tory to Labour.
10% swing, that's massive. I went out on the campaign trail in Battersea with just out of journalistic curiosity in 2015 with the Labour PPC at the time, who's a gentleman whose name now escapes me, but he used to work for an investment bank. And the Labour Party at the time had decided that the best way of winning over the gentrifiers who were moving into the area, because that's very much the, I'm sure you all know about Battersea. There's a fantastic piece in the LRB recently about the changes in that part of South London.
Except it told you to vote Lib Dem at the end, but apart from that.
Yeah. Well, so they.
Come on, like, I can do because the technology.
It was by John Lanchester, and it is actually a very good article about
otherwise,
housing.
Analytically, it's really
Vauxhall,
good.
yeah.
Yeah. And the attitude of the Labour Party at the time was like, let's get PPCs up who look like the kind of people who are swing voters in this constituency. So they're young, urbanite, metropolitan. Hey, they've probably got friends who aren't white and everything. But they're ultimately quite moneyed and they're homeowners. And so this guy, he wasn't a bad guy. He had some vague connection to the area, and they went out in the attempt to win over the yuppies, and it didn't work in 2015. And we've got a very different Labour Party now, and that's thanks to people like Momentum.
So there is a Labour gain in Leeds North West from the Liberal Democrats.
Yes!
Well done.
I know lots of people canvassing for that guy as well. What's his name? What's the candidate's name?
I will tell you in a minute.
So he's refresh.
Go on, do it.
Anyway, no, I think you're right. I think we should stay on Battersea for a little while because that was. So I was in Battersea today, and I was talking to some of the organisers there. And there was a bit of controversy.
Holland is the Lib Dem, and Alex Sabel is the.
Oh, fabulous! Yeah. Well, I don't actually know the guy, but I just see him on Facebook, and it's like he's probably one of my people. Alex Sabel, we love you. You're one of our people. He's an MP now.
That's
big.
Incredible, yeah.
Can I mention Jared in Sheffield Hallam, who I don't know if it's been called yet, but expecting to win. He didn't have a seat, so he's been sent to the 24-hour Tesco's to get himself a seat.
He's hopefully the Clegg conqueror, right?
Yeah, like they think
Clegg
Slayer.
The Clegg Slayer.
Yeah, local lad.
Yeah, no,
each generation.
No, in Battersea they were worried today because next door was tooting, and Rosanna, who seems, she seems totally fine, but a lot of her stuff are of the Labour right.
Yeah.
And they were bitter, pissed off that Marsha managed to get through, and people went to campaign for Marsha today in the Battersea office, and there were the staffers there redirecting them to Tooting, and I think the candidate, sort of a relative of the candidate, had to go there and say like, no, we want to keep these activists because we want to win.
I feel like this is like at this sort of point where we tell, a lot of people have said their objection to the left is that they don't think it's electable. You know, the kind of myth of you can't move left and win, you can't do this is, you know, it's a lie now. This is historic.
Yeah.
I think, you know, post 2008, people had an appetite for different politics. We just had to have a chance. So now we'll see, you know, if electability really was the concert. And I really hope the party pulls together. Like, I hope we can all celebrate this, even the people who were more sceptical.
I think winning has a nice way of doing that.
Yeah, right? Nothing like a good win to bring it.
I want to do a quick solidarity for custom-made General Election 2017 t-shirt.
Big up my off-brand Labour shenanigans.
It's fab.
This was sold, the profits went to the Anti-Raids Network and to Rebel Roo, who is the worker organising for delivery drivers in the UK. So.
I nicked this off Gary, who's our fabulous backstage producer.
Gary!
Hero. Gary McQuiggin. Gary McQuiggin. So I've got no idea where the money went because I
Labour
don't
gained
know.
the Conservative in Stockton South.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a bit high, wasn't it?
Paul Williams James Wharton was the Tory MP there. 5.7% swing from Conservatives to the Labour Party. So Paul Williams is now the MP for Stockton South.
Fabulous. Shit, we should have become paper candidates. This could have been the year. Anyway, that comparison of t-shirts is going to be the link into your hot take. So what do you think about this momentous
I'm just
night?
Overexcited and over-inebriated, I think. I think my takes are lukewarm at best at this stage because I'm insanely manic about the whole thing because, I mean, Nick was posting the exit polls and I just said to him, like, this must be a Canadian thing to be this confident and say, oh, the exit polls are really good. We're going to do
math. I mean...
And I was like, no, I was like, shut your mouth, don't say it because you're going to fucking jinx it, like, shush. But no, you believed in it, you were like, and just seeing shit happen is, I don't know, pretty
Nick believed in it happened.
Yeah, well, I want to make one quick point though, which is that momentum has been slagged off throughout the entire, since they've existed essentially. They've been pointed at as being like, you're just a bunch of collectivists, you know, pay a couple pounds, you don't do anything. Today, momentum was the people channeling them into the marginals. They were the people getting the young ones out. When I was out campaigning today, the older activists were all saying, I have never seen this many young people.
Yeah.
ever
Yes.
before."
I've heard that a lot.
And that is momentum doing that.
I've heard that weekend after weekend.
Rupert Hart has massively increased her majority.
That's
12% swing to her.
No, wow.
12%. She had 33,000 votes. As opposed to 19,000 for the Tories.
Wow. It's like Rosina with 34,000 votes. Just
she comes into the University of West London a lot and does work with the journalism students, and she's just very approachable. And in terms of actually galvanising a youth vote in that area, I think she does a lot of positive work. So.
Let's come back to this momentum thing if we can, though, because this is something I've heard from experienced CLP people across London. Okay, my experience is limited. I'm from London. That's where I know most.
There's
people.
no shame. No shame.
I won't apologise for it. And you know, and there are people who've been involved in the CLP.
Boris is running away from answering questions.
Yeah, Boris.
That was so funny. I just hit my head. But yeah, you know, momentum have been turning up in numbers that are so great that they have been turned away.
Yeah.
And it's not just today. It's been the last few Saturdays and Sundays.
I was thinking Croydon last night. There was no more data, so we just had to knock on doors.
Yeah.
We were knocking on doors today for third and fourth times. We just ran out of things to do. We had so many people.
No, we cleaned out people in Croydon Central. Sarah Jones.
It's just such a vindication.
I want to talk about something that we probably haven't really I started actually talking about it on a Tisky Sour podcast with Aaron and Stephen Bush, which got lost, but it doesn't matter anymore. There was a second part. The second part was really good. It's gone. Anyway, we started talking about what would happen if Corbyn formed a coalition government. And after sort of about 3 minutes, I was like, this is all very interesting, but should we just talk about what's going to actually happen? Which is that he potentially improves Labour's vote share, but we lose some seats, and then we have to fight to keep him on and to fight for this project so that we can build it up to be successful in 5 years' time. We actually now sit here in a situation where Jeremy Corbyn could be Prime Minister, John McDonnell could be the Chancellor. I almost said Shadow Chancellor. I just couldn't quite bring myself to say Chancellor of the Exchequer. Diane Abbott, when she's better, which we all hope she will be very, very soon, could be the Home Secretary. I mean, what can anyone do that? Can anyone imagine Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister yet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just so pleased to hear that Rupert Murdoch left the Times Party in a strop.
This is my favourite news of the evening.
It's like, after the sort of desperate Sun cover, the kind of all-out warfare, the outright lies at times, it's like, you've lost your power, mate.
Yeah.
Welcome to the future.
we can go to the PLP, right? So we live in a parliamentary system. We can go the whole deep state narrative, but to command it exists. I just mean we'll do that later. We'll do that at 4. We'll do the deep state at 4. But now
seems like a good time for it.
BBC has just said that with over 100 results in, they have
no, I'm not calling the Sun the deep state. Sorry,
from
sorry.
the exit poll as a guide for the rest of the evening. So usually by this point, the BBC would have checked the exit poll against the 100 or so results we've had in, and they would then make a forecast from those 100 seats. The exit poll seems to be accurate enough that they don't actually need to go to a forecast, so they're going with the exit poll. So this is looking like a very good night for us.
No, Abby, I absolutely wasn't saying, God, she's talking about the Sun like it's right wing. Like this isn't the Canary. I don't think the Sun is the deep state. Also, the Canary have done a pretty good job, probably as well. This credit where it's due.
I think the argument that if the Sun gets to be on the paper review on the BBC, then the Canary,
The Canary should be as well. We should fucking be as well.
Yeah,
we might have to be more polite.
Yeah,
we'll be more polite. So I was going to say, regardless of what the deep state does, which I'm not including the press in, I'm including the civil services and the secret services, blah, 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 blah. To be a successful prime minister, one has to command a parliamentary majority.
Yes.
Do we see Jeremy Corbyn being vindicated, and how many, basically I'll rephrase this, how many of the PLP would fall in line to Jeremy Corbyn Prime Minister?
What else are they going to do? Their record is like people who vote for Labour MPs voted knowing what Labour was, knowing the idea that a Labour MP could endorse a Conservative. You just cannot do it. Like that's not what people voted for. That's the opposite of what people voted for. I can't see how they can't. Like I mean, and I know this whole situation's unprecedented, but I just cannot imagine what else they could do.
I mean, May did this to strengthen her hand, right? But it's Corbyn who's strengthened his hand. Like, you know, like his
Mega.
right? So the absolute boy has come through for all of us.
Why did anyone ever write that she was good? That baffled me from the start. She'd never been a good politician. She wasn't a good Home Secretary. Like, okay, she did some evil things as Home Secretary, but she was also just like, she didn't meet her bad targets. She set horrible immigration targets and then missed them.
But that's the standard, right? Baseline incompetence. A horrible target, then you are competent.
You know, so but she's like bad, like on every level is bizarre.
And credit due to Abby, because very few people in the to undermine, and you did, Abby, so well done. Like, you actually were outspoken in saying that in the mainstream press, which is dominated by just a series.
But I think it was such a bizarre
It was
call.
groupthink, ultimately.
It was groupthink.
I mean, one reason they thought she was good though was she was Home Secretary. Like we thought she had longevity.
But she didn't.
Because she was Home Secretary.
She
didn't. Yeah, she obviously doesn't.
Bad Home Secretary.
Bye-bye.
But also she didn't campaign. All she did is every other Tory candidate just screwed up, and then she was just left. She did nothing.
That's it. She's never had to win like leadership of the party. Like, you know, like Corbyn
because
is battle hardened.
Yeah.
She's had to fight every step of the way. So this is just another battle for him. It's completely new to her. It's entirely novel.
There's nothing more they can throw at him at this point. Really, they've tried their full playbook.
Yeah.
But then, who do we think in the Labour Party would not be backing Corbyn as Prime Minister beyond Wes Streeting?
You know what? I don't think we should start naming people because I think we should give people a chance.
I think you're more generous than I am.
I think it's important that people have a chance to pull together.
Forgiveness, look for converts, not traitors.
I think there's two ways of looking at it, right? Which is one, I mean, they're the MPs now, so as long as they want to. For now, which means that the Labour Party should unite and make a successful government or coalition government or whatever. I think there is a question as to, and I would have thought this whether or not we formed a government or not, which is that the PLP and the way we select MPs and the way that people are MPs for life doesn't mean that we harness the creativity, the intelligence, the inspiration that we could from the constituencies around the country.
Don't you?
I want primaries. Although, I mean, at the moment we're about to take over the country, so we'll do that later. but that's a separate question.
I still don't feel like you can say that. Again, I feel like that's like a horrible jinxing thing. Like, oh god.
Hey, you know what? Just everyone who is every every Tory MP who was arrogant enough to be like, "Oh, young people are too lazy to
Yeah.
turn out."
Yes.
You helped us, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Whoever anonymous MP in the Huffington Post who said young people are too lazy to get off their artists, I have used your quote on the doorstep.
Say they now do not expect to outperform the exit poll. So Tory HQ says they now do not expect to outperform the exit poll.
Yes, mate. Good, mate. What I was gonna so I feel like we've done elation now. Like, oh, cool. Yes. Tories are very well. Well, the question I was gonna ask. Does the PLP and Corbyn, I think it might well look a bit like Trump and the Republican Party.
Okay.
So you've got a few hardcores who are sort of like saying, we really don't agree with him. I mean, in the Republicans, there wasn't many people brave enough to do that. But then there's also people waiting in the wings, sort of like voting with them, but waiting for them to fuck up. So I remember when Trump first became president, who was that guy that was Secretary of Labour for Bill Clinton? Robert Reich. So he had a big long post that was saying he was talking to his Republican acquaintances or whatever, and they were saying, we'll vote for the tax cuts, we'll vote for X, Y, Z, 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 but when he does something crazy, we'll impeach the motherfucker. And I think you could get a similar thing with Corbyn. When his poll ratings go down, we'll vote with no confidence. James?
Labour has won Bury North from the Conservatives' David Nuttall. James Smith wins 25,683 votes to Nuttall's 21,308. That is a significant swing, isn't it? Again in Bury North. So
what was the swing? Do we know the swing?
It was the 10th most marginal swing. We don't know the swing yet. I can find it. It was the 10th most marginal seat in 2015.
One at a time. One at a time. There's a camera here. Have some time.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is not necessarily a good thing, but it is a big thing. Angus Robertson, who many of you will know as the SNP's leader in Westminster, has lost his seat
to the
Conservatives' Douglas Ross.
I'd take Angus over a Tory.
Of course, but the SNP, it does mean something significant in terms of the SNP's hold over Scotland with 50 odd MPs.
The seat Labour gained over Scotland was we gained that partly because so much of the SNP vote went Conservative. But that was one, and it doesn't matter anymore because we just won. But the fact that the SNP
about
losing...
a 3,500 majority over the SNP there.
Cool.
Sorry.
Yeah,
We don't need you.
What we would, if we'd have been doing worse, we would have been... So I remember doing, again, a podcast with Aaron sort of like a year ago saying that the real problem for Labour at an election is the fact that SNP have a stronghold on Scotland. Labour are never going to be able to form a majority without the SNP, and so they're going to use that whole 2015 line, which is going to be a coalition of chaos. That reality seems to be breaking down.
Like a lot of realities,
Like a lot of realities.
Negative campaign doesn't work. I feel like that's like you actually can just run a brave, positive campaign and make a big offer and get non-voters out and do all of these things that they told us it's impossible. They told us we just had to give up on everything.
I think that's a big story that hasn't been talked about yet is non-voters who are now voting this time. I think if you look back in 2015, after the reflections on the general election when Labour lost there, they all said they need non-voters to come back in. And I think Corbyn has done it. We need to see the data, but I think he has actually brought them back.
Turnout's up 5%.
Is it?
In many seats, sort of like between 2 and 5%.
On 2015?
Yeah.
Okay. So that compares about even with Brexit, I think.
Yeah, No, Brexit was like 71, right?
I think it was 72.
What I've been seeing, things are in the high 60s. Mid to high 60s, and in 2015 they were the low 60s.
Okay.
So
James?
There appears to be a recount going on in Canterbury, which is a Tory constituency that's been represented by Sir Julian Brazer since 1987. There was a provisional Labour victory of 200 votes.
Ooh. Canterbury?
Wow. Canterbury.
But
there's a recount underway, so who knows?
What's the Tory majority in Canterbury?
It was quite substantial.
Are the Tories going to do worse than the exit poll?
No, yeah, that's low. I think the CCHQ, Conservative Party HQ, is now briefing that they're probably going to
had a majority of
exit poll.
9,798 votes. So there's a recount underway there, and we'll see how that pans out. But
what was the polling company? Big up
YouGov.
No.
Survation.
Survation.
No, YouGov and Survation both did. Oh, YouGov
YouGov did really well.
YouGov did
Yeah,
well.
YouGov heard of their results at the end.
They hedged their bets.
But it was their model that did
But
well, right?
The model,
So
the
that
model's
YouGov...
269 for Labour,
Yeah.
and Labour is 266 on the exit polls.
Yes, YouGov. Buy shares in
Nobody
YouGov.
else is close to that.
What you should have done this morning, if you weren't so bloody short-sighted, like the establishment and us, was you would have bought shares in fucking YouGov, and you would have bet £100 on Jeremy Corbyn for fucking Prime Minister, and the pound's gone down. So what should you have done? Sold the pound or bought the pound?
Yeah.
Sold it. Sold it this morning. Buy it this evening.
Should have invested in manufacturing. Our exports are going to go up. We should have invested in manufacturing companies.
Yeah.
I mean, it's suggesting
Rebuild
that
and
all of us
transform
have
Britain.
the money to be investing in anything.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I have
Hypothetically,
money.
You've got to spend to 12 to 1. You don't need that much to make a massive return, right? That was...
So my boyfriend's been like more pessimistic than me, like crushing my spirits, and then he like.
Fuck you.
No, but then the exit poll comes in, and I found out he had a bet on a hung parliament that he didn't even mention.
He was managing expectations.
Yeah, I don't even know.
What is that? What was that reaction? Is that sweet or is that?
I think that was sweet.
I was just surprised. I was just surprised by it.
Yeah. So we think the PLP will fall into line.
I think they will. Actually, I was going to say something about this. Like, so I bitched out West Streeting very briefly, and you cut me off, which was probably the right thing to do. We should be looking for friends and, you know, converts.
Yeah,
not enemies.
until open
As long as they
primaries
fall
and real
into
community
line.
leaders can come through in a
Let's
positive,
see
not
how it
negative
goes.
way.
But there was something else I was going to say, which is that, like, actually, the majority of the PLP did not immediately jump on a sort of, you know, treacherous, heretical, like, coup thing. And they were waiting to see how it panned out, which is what they absolutely, if they're not Labour leftists, that's what they should have done. They should have given, and you know, I have plenty of friends in the party who are not Labour leftists, who are really upset about the coup because it was just strategically like insane. Like, you know, you wait, and if you think Corbyn's going to fail, you let him fail on his own terms. He hasn't done that.
He hasn't done that. But I mean, the MPs didn't just wait. They did do a vote of no confidence.
No. So a lot of them jumped on that, but actually there are a lot of kind of people who are going to blow with the prevailing winds there.
Yeah.
Who are not permanent records.
Yeah, they're just weak.
I mean, I heard there was a lot of pressuring of new MPs. Like, I'm not going to name names, but I heard particularly certain 2015 intake MPs really. I won't go as far as bullying because I don't think it's nice to flippantly chuck those sort of
only the far left bullies anyway, so it can't have been
exactly.
the
That's
centrist.
that's what I've heard. But yeah, so I think it's not fair to necessarily, you know.
Let's not throw that word around.
We're going to get some.
No, we're not. All I was going to say is that, like, I have the BBC in my ear all the time, and as every result comes in, they're trying to map it to Remain, Leave vote, and it doesn't seem to me to be working.
The conclusion is no one gives a fuck.
But this is.
They just want socialism.
It's really interesting.
But how would that analysis work anyway?
It doesn't work very well.
Right, exactly. So,
Well,
but it's something that's being briefed against, you know, by upset kind of,
It's
you know,
desperate.
moderates, isn't it?
It's desperate. If you know, we've all been out on the doorstep. This hasn't been a Brexit election. You have encountered people who say, you know, I just want a hard Brexit. There's, you know, people, but that doesn't seem to have been a motivating factor. Like, I've heard that in Northern Marginals as well. Like, it's not just London. Yeah, I think they want to. They're trying to detract from the fact that it was a bold Labour manifesto and it appealed to people and it got the vote out.
You know, I was going to say, I think my favourite explanation for Corbyn's success so far comes from Ben Goldacre, who said that Corbyn bought a suit and suddenly jumped up in the polls.
It's looking good.
He's looking very good.
Oh, wow.
I agree.
That is sharp
But
analysis.
also those images of young Corbyn and young McDonnell definitely getting a Biddenised vote out there.
Nothing wrong with being sex appeals there.
I'm pro Corbyn in the suit.
No, I think put on the suit.
We all do.
I think the suit added a point, but the manifesto added 3. So 3 to 1. I forgot what I was going to say now.
BBC has now changed to a forecast, and they're projecting the Tories 4 seats short of a majority. So Conservatives on 322 seats.
Labour on how many?
Hold on.
Oh, we don't know yet. Okay, so that's better.
Hung Parliament.
But it's less hung than it was before.
Tories have taken an SNP seat again.
Oh, because it's less hung because of Scotland.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. Just you fucked it up in 2015. You fucked it up in 2017. Like, I'm for radical independence, but stop fucking up. Stop fucking up UK elections. Jesus Christ. The thing I was going to say that was more serious
was the fact that Brexit didn't matter and that people have gone for an anti-establishment candidate has, I think, vindicated what many people thought was a wishful thinking analysis of the Brexit vote, which was that it was a vote against the establishment because people wanted to vote for making an actual difference. Yes. And the response to that was like, that's wishful thinking. Actually, people want things to stay fundamentally the same, but they're a bit racist.
Yeah.
And Corbyn has stood on a platform that was not at all racist, that was totally fucking different to what we had, and it was a bit like Brexit minus the racism. Like, you know, it was
Absolutely.
As Will Davies, like, you know, superior analysis of Brexit had it, you know, take back control can mean anything you want to mean, from the macroeconomic to the sort of, you know, sort of sociological and psychological, you know, on a very individual level. And for people who feel like they've lost control of their lives, this is an opportunity to reclaim some territory. And if that's against some like faceless bureaucracy, like, or indeed against the British establishment, then maybe actually that does transfer. And in that sense, maybe it is a Brexit election in the sense that the same currents of you know, decades of malaise gone.
Looks like here Labour only
we have a Labour gain from the SNP in Midlothian.
Nice. Well
very,
we allow you, Scots.
You're
all right.
11% swing SNP to Labour.
That's big, isn't it?
And Scotland was an insoluble problem for Labour, and apparently.
You know, everyone was like, Corbyn didn't solve that problem, did he?
The swings are incredible.
The swings are also incredible.
Caused by earlier incarnation of the Labour Party, it must be said. Go on, sorry.
Well, I was going to ask a cheeky question, which is, are we all Lexiters now? But
maybe you can come back to that after the VT, which we have in 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, so before the VT, we'll ponder over that, whatever the VT is. It's not just a swing from 2015, it's a swing from the polls a month ago, or 2 months ago. What the fuck happened? So, like, were the polls wrong 2 months ago? Or was there really a 10 to 20 point swing in a period of 2 months?
It feels like there's been momentum.
So you think the swing wasn't, you think it was a real swing in those 2 months?
Yeah, I think it feels like a lot of people who were unsure have got behind Labour and got behind, you know, I feel like I've spoken to people and it's very real. What about you? Do you think?
There's been a change. There's definitely been a change,
I think it was momentum.
But there's also momentum, you know, that Spanish word, la remontada, like, you know, which Podemos used, once you have a sense of momentum and you sweep people up in it and you make it an emotional thing, you can give people the opportunity to buy into it and say, actually, I want to be part of this story because this is a story, this is a narrative that, you know, maybe I hated Corbyn 2 months ago, maybe I thought he was just a weak, dodgy kind of, you know, old man, and actually I've learned that I was wrong, and like, you know, that's a powerful thing. Like,
I think the difference with La Remontada, which was the comeback for Podemos, we're both Podemos, that's our pet subjects, was that they'd made a successful project, then it lost momentum and then it regained momentum. Whereas what happened in the last 2 months was a politics that was called unpopular, essentially a failure. You know, it was a politics that had never polled above 30%. Suddenly started polling 38%. So it wasn't a comeback, it was coming from nowhere. Which was quite exceptional.
That's an important distinction, actually.
It's down to the manifesto, I think, a lot of it. Actually
absolutely.
Seeing it written down like that and actually thinking the abolition of tuition fees, thinking about free early years, up to 30 hours a week for 2 years onwards. How transformative is that for so many caregivers in the UK?
Right. Absolutely.
Utterly fundamental.
Who's just realised they're 27k richer?
James,
shall we cut to VT?
We're coming to VT.
Cassette Boy,
what is it?
Up.
Oh, Cassette Boy! Oh, I didn't say anything, I just did that.
The government should be able to say more than strong and stable, and it's wrong to believe the fable that I belong at the negotiating table. And how can I negotiate if I can't face Corbyn in a debate? It's easy to investigate precisely why I won't participate. I want to make sure I can ignore the public concerns about U-turns. You have to learn there is no proof that I will tell you the truth. I don't know why people vote for me. It's like the more policies I talk about, the more problems you see. And let's not forget If it's me you elect, it means a harmful far-right Brexit. Everything we do as we leave the EU will be not for the many, but for the few. I know whose side I'm on. Ordinary people are easy to dismiss, and yes, the message we're sending them is this. I could go into a lot more detail, explain why this government continues to fail. We've had cuts on an industrial scale, and it's plain. We must not prevail. We cut police spending by more than a fifth, and lives are being put at risk. But I will lie to you and say we've made life safer in the UK. There are other plans you might have to confront. Think of one man, Jeremy Hunt. And surprise, surprise, yes, we want to privatise the NHS. Have we made the health service better or worse? You can't trust me. Ask the nurse, and our new rules for education will underfund schools so they need donations. That is the absurd situation we're facing. That's how, right now, it's difficult for schools and hospitals. And if we win, it will be impossible. Only trust the Conservatives. If you don't rely on public services, and remember at the heart of our agenda, we're making life harder for people with dementia. It doesn't have to be this way. And these things don't have to stay the same. You can use your vote to say, not in my name. I don't know why people vote for me. It's like the more policies I talk about, the more problems you see. I don't know why people vote for me. It's like the more policies I talk about, the more problems you see.
We're back. You are watching Novara Media's outstanding coverage, quite frankly, of this 2017
We haven't seen it.
UK general. I've been watching the Twitter feed. It's pretty sensational. 2017 general election. We are joined once more by Cam Sandhu. How you doing, Cam?
I'm good.
You good?
I'm good.
You must be more than good.
I'm pretty good.
And Charlotte Grace. How you doing, Charlotte?
Brilliant. Brilliant.
And of course, James Butler.
Hi, I am
the Stato.
Connected to the internet. I have two monitors. I have the BBC jabbering in my ears.
You're handling it.
Justine Green is talking in the BBC. She almost lost her seat. She almost lost her seat. Are there any big developments that have transpired?
Not really. I mean, one of the things that we should be talking about is, you know, like actually where we were afraid that somewhere like Hartlepool would go, it just hasn't happened at all. Hartlepool has remained Labour by a long shot.
Peter Mandelson's old seat.
Peter Mandelson's old seat. But the Scottish editor of the Press Association says for the first time ever there are more Tory MPs than pandas in Scotland.
Well, so the BBC are now changing their projections for the Tories.
They're projecting the Tories to get 322 seats, Labour 261. That still puts the Conservatives 4 seats short of a majority, but that's a bit different from 314 seats. And what's interesting about this is that they will probably get a Queen's Speech through Parliament on 322 seats, but that will still be a very weak and actually very...
well, with the DUP and the Liberal Democrats, they could have a coalition.
Well, the Lib Dems have ruled out a coalition this evening.
They have ruled out a coalition?
The press officer, as soon as the exit poll came through, ruled it out. Joe Swinson returns for the Liberal Democrats in East Dunbartonshire. Jo Swinson returns for the Liberal Democrats. She's taken back her old seat from the SNP's John Nicholson.
Just a terrible night for the SNP.
It's a bad night for the SNP, but it was always going, you know, where you go from full spectrum dominance, you go down.
Yeah.
And it's a very difficult transition, I think, in some ways. Sorry, I have Margaret Beckett jabbering in my ear.
Sounds right.
But it's been a very difficult thing for the SNP because they've gone from being an insurgent party to a governing party to being a dominant party, which means that they're going to be threatened by insurgents. Let me listen to what Margaret Beckett is saying in my ear.
Mike Segelov.
Hi.
You wrote a piece, I just saw it shared on Twitter. Where can people read this piece?
On the Independent's website, Independent Voices. I think one of the things we're seeing already is commentators from the right and the centre of the Labour Party even trying to make this about something other than the fact that young people have come out and created something. And I think what we can now start doing, which has been started already, is really look at how many young people were out organising, campaigning, both with their momentum for the last few months or since Corbyn's leadership campaign really started, but out on the doorsteps and in communities. Like I went to 5 marginals today, and each one there were armies of young people, not just young people, but armies out there campaigning and organising. And I think that we were kind of portrayed and painted as a group of people, and just very broadly as a term, who were happy to sit in our kind of tweetospheres and say things, or happy to sit at home and argue and believe, but actually wouldn't get out there and do anything. And the 5 marginal seats I went to weren't, you know, held by you know, candidates who maybe even behind the Corbyn campaign, or the leadership, or the current Labour leadership more broadly. So I think that's what's really exciting. And I think we can also see is where that's come from. The piece sort of also reflects on where this movement began, and it didn't begin with Corbyn. It began kind of a much time further back in 2010 even, when young people learned how to organise, learned what it meant to campaign, to meet people, to speak to people, and start building a movement. So that's kind of what the piece
looks to cover. Would you agree with that? That this could be traced back to events 7 years ago?
I mean, it's the question, right? And I think it's actually fine to see the answer as a yes or a no, depending on how we receive it. And I think I'm happy to feel that there's a narrative there. I don't know if I want to theorise that as some kind of truth, but like it is what it is. It is for me personally. My politicisation happened there. The scalability happened recently. I'm not sure how those two converge, and I spoke about that earlier a couple of hours ago, right? Like I don't really want to like negate one thing in order to speak about another. I think this is what provides the idea to think about scalability without sacrificing one or another tactic, and I think that's what's exciting. I said that earlier. I think
we'll come to you in a sec, James. Okay, James.
Yeah. Amber Rudd is calling for a 3rd recount.
So hold on.
Wow.
So hold on. Why?
Wow.
Presumably she's going to lose the seat.
Presumably, hope so.
She's going to lose. That is long though. That is really,
you're entitled
really
to.
lame.
I mean, she's out of a job.
How many are allowed to call?
But like the amount of screenshots are going to come from her.
It depends.
Like,
it might be like Gower style majority of 60. I mean, in which case there'll be far more spoiled ballots than I mean. I think she's fucking gone. Great.
Good.
Sorry.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I can't remember what we were talking about.
Tracing things back to 2010.
Yeah. I mean, I think I said my bit on that, but you mentioned something else, but I can't remember what it was. I might come back to who wants to chat.
Can things be traced back to? Michael said 2010, presumably the student movement. 2010. Charlotte agrees. Do you kind of do you concur?
It's tough to say so early, like you said, but really the journey of young people since 2010, the stuff that they've been through with the Liberal Democrats, the stuff that they've been through now with Labour, I think they really have had a kind of political cycle that hasn't been spoken about. And clearly they've been involved at all these important moments. They've been screwed over at some, but they perhaps understood now, what it meant to organise and what it meant when someone actually stood by what they were gonna do. So I think there are elements of that.
Absolutely, and the idea that kind of like lessons had to be forgotten rather than lessons could be learned and they could crop up at some point. You know, it's the idea that like nothing gets forgotten or left is what's exciting, because it feels like it was worth it, if only for the moments in which a legacy happens and you can like use a lesson that you learned. Like that's what's exciting, because you don't quite know what's useful and what's not. I think collectively we probably dealt with the idea that things weren't useful, or that it was really something in terms of this kind of like really subjective politicisation, but none of the tactics were worthy, and yet there's moments where you're like, oh, we could do that. And I think that comes from that spontaneity that came from that movement. You can't quite articulate it, but it's definitely there. Nevertheless, I do think, I speak really personally about that, and I don't think it doesn't make it collective, but I think, I still own it as mine, and maybe that's something worth elaborating on. But I think for all of us who were involved with that, it's like...
Which we all were. 2010, what were you doing?
I was at uni.
So we all were more or less.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly go back to you? Yes. So you're saying it started in 2010. Can you just trace it almost year by year? So how's that panned out? Because there's been 3 general elections. There's been Brexit. There was the Indie ref.
Oh my God.
I mean, the last 7 years is a really, really complex story.
For sure, and
this seemed impossible 2 years ago. So how's that worked out?
Well, I should say firstly, it's worth noting that young people haven't historically not voted. Like we look at the 60s, the 70s, 80s, up to 92 even. Turnout was at about 66, 67%.
Which is what it is tonight.
Which is what it is tonight. We're looking at amongst young people, although it's obviously hard to say at this stage. So I don't think it's that like suddenly young people wanted to vote, and that's never happened before because of what happened in 2010. But I think what we saw after... Oh, James has got a finger up.
Stato.
I'm just saying the Conservatives have let 2 places in Renfrewshire East to take it from the SNP.
Oh, wow.
Continuing that Tory story, 21,000 something votes for the Tory candidate there, which is big. The other thing to say, however, is that Labour has defended that seat in Bridgend, where Theresa May made a visit quite early in the campaign, which was seen as quite that parking tanks on Labour's lawn thing. Labour has increased its share of the vote in Bridgend from Madeleine Moon, who's the MP there, from 37% to 51%. So that story in Wales is big, but the Scottish Tory story looks like a big thing this evening.
So the BBC have got the Tories up from 314 to 322. I thought that was on the basis of the Angus Robertson result. That probably looks about right, in so much the Tories do slightly better in Scotland than what we thought originally, what they thought originally. So, this story about movement from 2010 until today looks unlikely in 2015, and you're saying this is more of a return to the historical norm in terms of younger people. Does that make sense to you?
No, I guess I just wanted to pick, the thing I'd forgotten was just that I wanted to pick up on what happened today to me in Dagenham, for example, yesterday in Bermondsey, was this idea of like a lot of kind of like flannel, kind of like Lib Demi guys, kind of wanting to nevertheless commend me on my like assertiveness to bother to come around and speak to people. And I don't know, I didn't really get from them that I was swaying anything. A lot of them had already voted. But it's more just to pick up on what you were saying earlier, that I also received this kind of idea, but wow, like I just want to let you know, like, well done for even being here. And I think, maybe we're not seeing the results of that today because the people that said that to me had already voted and they'd already kind of made their decision, but they were really impressed by the kind of agency and activity of young people, which I think is something that is quite impressive. Again, to go back to 2010 when it was like, oh, they just moved, it was classed like moody or something, like kind of like throwing your, what is it, the dummy out the pram or something and rioting, whatever you want to call it. And the idea that got put into strategy. Now, because I do want to speak about movements and I don't want to speak about just about structural kind of parliamentary kind of ways in which this has been effective, there's definitely a shift in the way that the movements of this generation are going to be seen, if only from these little, a few people that are like, well, you're kind of playing our game, and like, well done for playing our game, and so I'm going to see the moves that you make in the future in a different way because I've just gained a little bit of respect. And I don't want to play that game because I'm okay with, I'm okay with intense protests and I'm okay with what happened in 2010. Nevertheless, like it's great that we just kind of like touched on them and got them to not hate us so much in a certain way.
I'm going to come back to Cam in a second. James, for those watching, what are the big results that will be coming through? Because around 3 AM we start to get a lot coming up, some more developments. So in addition to Amber Rudd losing her seat,
stuff at 3 AM. So Bristol North West will be interesting about 3 AM. We're probably going to start to hear something from Derby North, where Chris Williamson
your boy
is
Chris Williamson
standing. That would be an amazing result for the Corbynites. He is, of course, like ultra Corbynist and solid guy. We already know Dumbarton Shearies. That was supposed to come through at 3 AM. Yeah, it's going to be an avalanche of stuff then. In a few minutes, we'll go to a VT with Thornbury. And then we'll cut to another interview, but we can go on talking for 5 minutes.
Emily Thornbury, what a star!
To me, the breakout star of this.
Oh, we've got 5 minutes, so
Barry.
We've got 1 minute each. Who's been your favourite, or just doesn't have to just be one, your favourite performers for Labour in this general election?
I am going to go with Emily Thornbury just because she's come out so strong in the last few interviews.
Nick Clegg looking uneasy arriving at his count.
Screenshot that.
Well, he's been through some pretty bad shit as a politician. I'm sure he'll survive losing that seat.
I hope that other members of the Labour Party take her attitude and her ability to undermine all of the pathetic arguments that are thrown at them, like she did in the interview earlier this evening, where she said, have you been asking the Tory party about what's been going on with them? And David Dimbleby said, they always say they're going to get the majority. And she said, well, there we are. she's fantastic.
Yeah. She's also grasping at stuff. I mean, I think that she's kind of a symbol of someone who's like commandeered a situation when there's been opportunity, and that's what's exciting, because it's felt on a bigger scale, this idea that, like, you know, whether I agree with it or not, like that Corbyn's going back to some old idea and they're just like replaying a ritual that never really happened and all this stuff. It's quite exciting when those moments of commandeering are kind of like present and like taking it for your own. I think that's what's exciting, because it just like brings it back to today rather than being like, oh, there's this missed opportunity that might finally happen. I think she's kind of made it really present in those moments.
Emily Thornberry is your stand-up performer as well then?
Well, I mean, what is it that Chunky Mark said, like, the postman, Barry Gardiner, that always delivers.
I'm waiting for the Sheffield Hallam result, and then we'll cut to VT.
Let's hold that VT, okay? So we've got Sheffield, is it? Okay, should we cut to the BBC?
Coming now.
That's Clegg.
Should we cut to the BBC, or...?
What the fuck is going on?
Fraser, can we cut to the VT with the BBC? Is that good?
I can't.
2 seconds. We'll be cutting to the BBC very shortly. There's the count at Sheffield Hallam. Nick Clegg could be about.
He looks really unhappy. Like I can see him there, he's not looking good.
Like he's lost his seat, 19,000 something votes. That doesn't sound to me like majority. He's lost his seat!
At the election is as follows. Amazing things.
But I just want to from 2010. It's just going to be like, that's it. I am done. I am done. You know, it's like post by like army camp. You know, you just
shall we cut?
Come back to us.
Let's cut to VT.
Cut to VT.
Shall we?
Come back to me for a minute. Come back to VT. Give me a counter. Yeah, so we're back. Outstanding news. Nick Clegg has lost his seat in Sheffield Hallam. Labour have gained it. Fuck you, Nick Clegg. Off you fuck. Everybody say goodbye. That was what everybody said, you fucking shill. We're now going to cut to a VT. We'll be back very shortly.
Hold on, what's this? Looks like Roddy's gone.
VT is 4-minute VT.
Stephen Dominic Winston, Social Democrats Party, 70. Total spoiled papers, 89. And I hereby declare that Jared
Nick Clegg has lost his seat in Sheffield Hallam. It's worth remembering, he looks quite saddened by that he was the man responsible for the great experiment in politics in going into the coalition with the Conservatives and paid a terrible price. His party did, and now tonight he's paid the price and does look what you might call almost visibly upset at having lost Sheffield Hallam.
He does. He's been the MP there for a long time. Of course, this is the end of what had been a very successful political career. He was the Deputy Prime Minister for 5 years. Of course, then took on those brutal wounds from being part of the coalition. But to lose his seat, rather than being able to curtail his career at a time of his own choosing, is of course not what anyone would choose. Of course, all political careers end in failure, don't they? But I wonder too, for the Liberal Democrats, their USP at this election was that promise of a second referendum. But the most prominent exponent of that, of all, Nick Clegg, has lost his seat. So we will see through the night how that strategy of offering a second referendum has played out in different places. You know, we've just seen Joe Swinson win in Scotland, but it seems to me it's almost like there's a different election taking place in Scotland.
Lord Ashcroft was saying earlier that Scotland may have saved the Conservatives. It looks as if Scotland has also saved the Liberal Democrats. They've now lost 2 seats in England, but they're picking up seats in Scotland.
And they expect also to lose Leeds North West. Greg Mulholland, that also we expect that to be a Labour gain too. But again, you know, this 2 tribes election playing out in extraordinarily different ways in different parts of the country.
How many Liberal Democrat seats do we have in so far? Because our scoreboard there is showing just 1 Liberal Democrat seat, no change. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
Net 1.
Yeah.
But
I hope that's right.
But they may well pick up Vince Cable's old seat, Twickenham, maybe 1 or 2 others in London. But they're not going to pick up anything in the southwest. The results we're in from the southwest, the Liberal Democrats have gone further backwards, so I don't think they'll pick up anything there.
As we said at the start of the night, the Liberal Democrats would be happy to hold on to what they had and maybe make a couple of gains, but they were not expecting much else.
So Emily Thornberry joins us now. Shadow Foreign Sheffield Helen, Jared Amara speaking. And we will just hang on, I think, just for a moment to see if we can hear Nick Clegg's... So Emily Thornberry joins us now, Shadow Foreign Secretary. Emily, good evening. Thank you for coming in. Now, you made the call at the very beginning of this evening, once the exit poll came out, that Theresa May should resign. Why should she resign?
Well, think about it. She called this election when she thought that she was 20%.
Emily, good evening. Conservatives and the switch since last time. At the very beginning of this evening, Liberal Democrats down 5, Conservatives up 10, and the swing from Liberal Democrat to Labour, 4%. Certainly a long speech being made there, but I think he may be just coming to the end. And I hope the defeated Nick Clegg will be the next to speak, and I think it's just worth hanging on for that.
Have a mandate for Brexit. She basically wanted to stamp out the opposition. She wanted to be able to have a blank check, a free hand to do whatever she wanted with the country in terms of Brexit negotiations, in terms of what she was doing to the National Health Service. And the country has said no. And the country has looked to the Labour Party, and we have put forward a positive alternative. The star of our show was our manifesto, which shows that we have another vision for where we want to take the country. And we have turned it around, and we have fought a very positive campaign. And if she wanted to get a mandate out of this election, she hasn't got it.
But
she's failed.
You're nowhere near catching her. You're 50 seats behind if the exit poll is broadly right.
But I mean, if I'm honest, obviously we're disappointed that we're not able to form a majority government, because every time you go into an election, that's what you go in hoping to do. But you know, think of all those who were saying 6-7 weeks ago that it was just a question of how big Theresa May's crown was going to be, how big her majority was going to be. And for us to have come from such a long way back, supposedly, to now be in a position where it looks tonight like we could form the next government is an extraordinary performance on behalf of the Labour Party, and shows what we can do when we unite.
How would you form the next government?
Well, we would put forward a Queen's speech and a budget. Our Labour MPs would vote for it, and we would call on the other parties to vote for it as well.
And you think you get the support of enough of the other parties, of the Liberal Democrats, Scottish National Party, some of the National Party in Wales, one or two MPs in Northern Ireland? Have you done the sums, or are you just speculating?
Look, it would then be up to them, wouldn't it, to explain to their constituents how it was that when given the choice, they let the Tories back in again, who have absolutely no vision for Britain, no plan at all. They say they're going to spend more money on the National Health Service. They have been found out. They have no manifesto promise in terms of money. They can't say where they would get any money from for the National Health Service, whereas we, as the alternative, put forward a costed manifesto because we meant it.
So let me get this absolutely straight. At 12:10 on this Friday morning, you're saying that Jeremy Corbyn may go to number 10, make his hands with the Queen, or whatever he agrees to do with the Queen, and form a government.
Look, we've got an exit poll. We've had very few results, but the exit poll seems to indicate that no party will have an overall majority. So it's possible that we will form the next government, and if we do, there's no deals. We've been clear about that.
How would you avoid that being the coalition of chaos that the Tories said it would be if Theresa May wasn't re-elected with the majority? Coalition of chaos.
There's no coalition. There's no deals. Either the Conservatives will be the minority government if this exit poll is right, or Labour will be the minority government. We're not having a coalition. We're not doing any deals. We would put forward our alternative manifesto, our alternative vision for Britain, which has been very popular with the public, and we would call on MPs from other parties to vote for it.
So not a coalition of chaos, just chaos?
Have you been asking any Tory MPs whether, given the situation they're now in, that they may be in the position whereby they're heading for a coalition of chaos?
Well, no, they all say they're going to have a majority.
Well, there we are. They've been saying that all the time, haven't they? I remember, well, what was their majority going to be? It was going to be 100, wasn't it? Or 120, 150 seats? That clearly is wrong, isn't it? Let's see what happens.
If you stick with us, Emily, for a moment.
Oh, we're live. Fabulous, you should make that more clear. We are back, as you can see. Cleggor's gone. Amber Rudd's looking under threat. Political giants, political certainties are crumbling. Seggers.
Oh, yeah.
Am I allowed to talk? Did you get called that in the public?
Only by you, but
only by me.
And
Let's go for it.
I think, but we'll carry on.
Okay. Michael Segalov.
Hi.
Huck magazine. You've got a new common sense that has crumbled from the very lips of David Davis. What is he saying, babe?
So, on Sky News about 10-15 minutes ago, it seems he said, and I'll quote him directly, I'm assuming he's referencing his manifesto here, it said we want to leave the customs union and single market, but get access to them and to have a deep and special relationship with Europe. It's a Brexit which seeks to give the best deal in terms of economic and commercial opportunity with Europe, but also open up opportunity with the rest of the world. That's what it was about, that's what we put in front of people, and we'll see by tomorrow whether they accepted that or not. That'll be their decision.
So did he say that after they were losing, or was that beforehand?
That was, I mean, it's 2:30, so
okay, so he's suggesting, actually, which I don't necessarily know if I buy, that one of the reasons the Tories are not doing quite as well is because the Brexit they wanted didn't actually have the mandate, or didn't actually have the public support they thought it did have. So that this weak Tory result puts in question a Brexit which brings us out of the customs union and brings us out of the single market. So even if we do have a Tory minority government or a slim Tory majority, which the latest projections from the BBC suggests, potentially because of a weak showing by the SNP in Scotland, that might change the course of the Tory government to make them a little bit more reticent in sort of the direction of Brexit they've been going in so far. Is that your interpretation?
Yeah, red, white and blue Brexit might become like pink, beige and turquoise Brexit. But
better colours.
Much better colours.
Pink, beige, yeah.
I think that'd be fun for the flag.
Adobe Illustrator, kind of like...
Yeah.
Actually, no, that is the colours of the pink Union Jack. It's one of my least favourite flags.
Is that? I didn't even... Beige?
Beige.
Is it
beige
beige?
for the white.
You got like pink... You got pink turquoise, yeah, because they just make everything a bit more pastel. Anyway, very significant things are happening.
So I don't think that this was a vote on Brexit. I think that's what the Tories wanted it to be. But I do think it is notable that the entirety of May's government, and basically what's going to characterise the last, God knows how long it's been since she got to power, so a year?
Yeah, it's only
about
a year.
Has been Brexit. And it means the Conservatives, she set a new agenda for what Tories were going to be, supposedly. This Mayism was a thing. It was definitely distinct from Cameron. And it seems that not only is her government crumbling and her tenure crumbling, but the entirety of what the Conservatives are and were about in this period is crumbling too, which sets a question, and it's what Boris Johnson said in his winning speech, is that we need to start listening to people again. It's actually, there's no, we don't know what the Conservatives will be in government if they form the government. It's not a given anymore. And I think that David Davis, what he's saying here isn't the most significant thing, because like, as I say, Brexit isn't the most important part of this election as far as I'm concerned, but I do think it shows the Tories are in disarray as to what they're actually about in 2017, which is an important point to note.
Charlotte, do you want to say something?
No, just that, like, just when you were talking about, well, the Mayism thing, it just picked up that quote where, like, there is no Mayism, no. I think it's more that there isn't a nothing, rather than there isn't a Conservative thing, because they were playing on this idea that there wasn't a thing to talk about. You know, this whole kind of, like, rational, neutral, 0 point, which was obviously the kind of Tory way to go about things. So, yeah, I don't know, just to, like, pick up on that, because it was really important that she said there is no Mayism as a way of actually kind of like masking an ideology and kind of neutrality, when obviously someone was coming up with, as Corbyn, with like a definite agenda that was something that you had to buy into or not, and then the other party was being nothing, precisely nothing, and trying to not be anything as a thing that was sellable.
I feel like we have breaking news.
Labour have taken Glasgow North East from the SNP.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So that is
very bad night for the SNP.
That's the sign of how much has actually changed in the last... When was the local elections? It was less than a month ago. Yeah. So less than a month ago, Labour lost Glasgow City Council to the SNP. Today they're winning back seats from the SNP. So that shows how much can change in the space of 4 weeks, I think it is, unless there's a total different logic in play when you vote in a local election and a national election.
Do people know more about, because I don't know about this stuff, but like if Labour's taken SNP stuff and there's this idea of the hung parliament and we need this coalition potentially, is there like a potential risk that we took stuff from SNP and that therefore having SNP in a coalition might not be enough? It's not that extreme, right?
No, in terms of maths, it's good if Labour take SNP seats. It's bad if the Tories take SNP seats.
Yeah, and that's it.
Basically.
Right? There's not much more.
Apply that to every seat, really.
Just to check, because I don't know.
Cam.
Only to say, what you said about Brexit, Osborne also came out earlier this evening and said this is the worst manifesto I've ever seen. I think, in fact, I can't think of a worse manifesto. So you're right, their identity on Brexit and their manifesto is both crumbled.
And I would say that that's normally not hugely significant because neither party has much of an entrenched identity. But I think it's really notable now that the Labour Party, for the first time in at least my living memory, my political lifetime, and I think certainly since kind of, I guess, Blairism, whatever that represented, does have an identity, and tonight is entrenching that. So whilst usually the parties in the UK for the last at least, I guess, 10 years, probably longer, have been entirely in flux and changing what they're about, we've now got a very distinct characteristics in the Labour Party that are going to be entrenched now. And you know, people like Nick Robertson and Andrew Marr saying tonight, Corbyn, or at least Corbyn's politics, will run the Labour Party for as long as we want them to, as long as you know he wants to be there, he'll stay there. And us having that identity moving forward is going to be really significant when the Tories once again don't have one.
We talked a lot about this evening about populism and centrism. I don't know if we've actually used the word populism, but we talked a lot about centrism at least. In those terms, and whilst this election definitely unambiguously strengthens the sort of populist left wing of the Labour Party against the centrists, a weak result for May actually could potentially have the opposite effect in strengthening the Cameronite set. She went for a fairly bold move, which was to say, let's do the hard Brexit, we're going to go for the nationalism, we're going to go for we want to be citizens of somewhere instead of citizens of nowhere. She threw away their strategy of trying to win over people from ethnic minorities, and that was supposed to be a strategy to win over a sort of an unassailable block of working class white people, middle class people, and rich people who had nowhere to go. And that seems to have failed, which, if you're within the Tory party, would somewhat suggest that a return to the Cameroon strategy of trying to win back, trying to be a more centrist, palatable party would make sense. But that's at the same time that centrism in the Labour Party is being destroyed. So where could the Tory party go after this? What do we think?
But I mean, that's interesting. I don't know what more to say. But it's interesting that like through the magnifying of one strategy on one side of things and through making it extreme, you force another into the centre. Right, and you kind of dilute the extreme of the other side. I think it's an interesting point. I don't know what more to say, but it's this idea that like what's been said about this that was kind of inspiring at one point was you now have this choice between two parties, right? But precisely through the other emerging, you force another into the centre. And yeah, I mean, I've heard the same slogans as probably everyone watching has, which is we've shifted the discourse to the left, blah blah blah. You know, it's all great, but I've not quite heard this idea that like you dilute the other side by forming a strong position yourself.
Yeah, go on.
Ben Gunner has lost his seat to Labour. Labour has gained Ipswich.
Wow.
It's just completely...
Was that expected by
No, not at all.
So this is us outperforming the exit polls.
A majority of 831 votes.
Wait, was that the exit poll didn't say that either?
No, not at all.
It didn't say Peterborough either, did it?
We get Peterborough as well?
I hope so.
Aren't these are what you call a bellwether seat, right? These are seats where...
No, Ipswich one would not...
Peterborough. Labour gained Peterborough. Yeah, we've got Peterborough.
Yeah, there's no other Labour seat there. It's all true.
No, but what I mean by a bellwether seat means that if you win that means, you know, that's the sort of Tony Blair 1997.
Labour got Stroud as well. When did that happen?
Labour got Stroud!
Apparently, that's what Jeremy Corbyn at 4pm is saying. Stroud.
Good, man. Stroud should be Labour.
Yeah, Labour Stroud. That was 18 minutes ago.
Oh, West Stroud.
I was whispering it to you for a reason.
Yeah, no, I mean, I ain't an expert. I am performing this idea of expert.
Is it West Stroud?
What?
Say West Stroud.
Over Stroud.
No, no, I said where's Stroud?
Oh, where's? Isn't it Bristol?
Where's Stroud? I thought you said Stroud. Oh, where's Stroud? Stroud's near Gloucester, Laurie Lee, and loads of kind of like literary, you know, kind of like lefty, bobo, kind of
Please never
cutesy English,
never
kind of rhubarb jam kind of vibe.
Okay. Never explain the location of somewhere to me with literature, because as much as my geography of Britain isn't perfect, my literary understanding of Britain is even worse.
Cheese rolling.
Oh, cheese rolling.
Cheese rolling.
We fucking won the cheese rolling
Yeah,
Stroud.
man, they're in.
That's amazing.
Oliver Letwin
Anyone?
Who's lost his seat?
No, Oliver Letwin has kept his seat.
Oh, he's kept his seat.
I'm just thinking about bank holidays.
Some of them got to keep it.
Like
If you're going to 4 bank holidays.
All I'm thinking
Are you planning your...
Yeah, like 4 extra days off.
Oh my god.
When's the next one?
Our
When's the
first
next?
Monday.
No, it's weird actually, because
Novara
it was a good... It was a clever policy, because it was like more bank holidays, and they tied it in with the whole sort of like trying to win the patriot vote with the... I don't even know what the days of our... What was it? David's, Patrick's, George's, Andrews. I didn't know them.
That's good.
I think you're right. I think St Andrew's Day was going to be one of them, maybe.
Yeah, it was the four nations.
Each country got one.
Oh, really?
But
That's what it was.
but the practical issue there is that they're all in May, or loads of them are in May.
Let's just all
They
have
were
them
in May
on.
anyway.
All our bank holidays are in May, so they just gave us more May bank holidays. Whereas it'd actually be nice to have a bank holiday later in the year.
October.
But we can move the other ones around. Like the other ones are fucking weird. Some of them.
Oh yeah, we'll move the other ones.
Move the other ones.
Or we could move George's Day and Andrew's Day and Patrick's Day.
Bold move. Why are they on the? We should. This is a.
Just spread them.
Just a tangent.
These are the sort of decisions we're going to have to make.
Yeah, government is hard.
We never thought the left would have to be making these decisions. Now we're placing national holidays.
Coalition of chaos.
It is going to be a coalition of chaos, isn't it?
Oh, I'm so excited for it.
Corbyn's just won 40.
Yeah.
Corbyn's just won a what?
Corbyn has won with preposterously large.
Oh, good for him.
40,086 votes.
Oh. Wow. Is that an increase or is that an increase?
It sounds like an increase.
Probably.
We might lose Rudd.
Rudd. Angus Robertson, but a big loss.
Yeah, I mean, considering the Lib Dems are... Yeah, so I suppose there's one angle there that you can go with,
keep an eye out
with the return to two-party politics, right? So if you had... There were a few quarters in this election trying to rep the idea of a progressive alliance, especially Compass, Neil Lawson, that kind of crew. That was especially seen to be sort of relevant when it looked like Corbynism was going to be a failure. That seems to be somewhat dead, which means that we are firmly back in two-party politics, and the purview of the electoral left is going to exist within the Labour Party. Do you see third parties, pluralism, as over, and this being the confirmation that Labour is the way to be? That Labour is the party.
Clive's kept his seat.
Oh, Clive's kept his seat.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, mate.
Official.
I mean, he would have done with this swing, right?
Yeah, it's real.
It would have been a flop if he'd lost it on this evening.
Just to say, Jeremy increased his vote by like 10,000.
Oh, that's so cute.
Well done,
He deserves it, doesn't he?
What babes? What's so hard?
Also, it looks to me like the majority in Cambridge has gone up enormously as well, which is good.
Have we got any more gains coming up? I want another game.
Well,
don't
control what actually happens.
I know you can't control what happens.
You have got 2 computers though. Doesn't
It looks
like
like
you're in
fun.
control.
To go back to
Let's just remember Battersea. That was good, wasn't it?
Should we relive that?
Yeah, what are you going for, Charlotte?
No, I was just going to say, it's just probably been said, but I can't really remember what you just said. But it made me think about the kind of declaring, it was like Labour is the way to be, or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that like in the face of the Lib Dem thing or something like that, which doesn't really go anywhere, it's more just that the declaring of a line is somewhere to be. And that Labour's the only one that really like put a line out there. I mean, a lot of the times I was speaking to potentially Lib Dem voters or whatever, I was just like, but they don't really stand for anything, and you need to really realise that it's not standing for anything, which is why it's so appealing in a certain way. And like some of the Labour lines might be difficult for you to conceive of in a certain way because you're not directly affected by them for whatever reasons of privilege or not, or geography, whatever it might be. But actually it's the laying down the line that's important. And I think it goes back to my point about like Tories equaling kind of nothing. and then Labour equaling the laying of a line, and Lib Dems just being snakes in between.
Well, pleasingly, Simon Danchuk has lost his deposit.
Oh, that's good.
And Labour have held Bury South, despite there being a relatively strong swing to the Conservatives.
Oh, there was a strong swing there.
Yeah. Well, they argue that there's a strong swing. The Conservatives say there's a strong swing away from Labour in Jewish areas of Bury South. Where there's a large Orthodox population.
I'm Jewish and I voted for him. Quick note here, this isn't confirmed anyway, but I'm seeing reports that early reports at least, that turnout amongst 18 to 24-year-olds was high as 72%.
Wow. Yeah, these reports are unconfirmed, and it will be very difficult to determine turnout for a while.
She's got a blue tick, so...
Who's saying that?
No, I'm not saying it's unlikely or even improbable. I think it's probably quite likely.
But that data isn't released. We don't keep that data.
Well, I mean, it
Telling people if we get you to turn out, you know.
What we do know from like concrete data is that
Labour has regained Gower.
Oh, fab! Well, Labour are doing really well in Wales.
Yeah. And Neil Hamilton lost his deposit, I feel.
I think that was said
I think I said that earlier. Neil Hamilton lost his deposit.
I didn't hear that earlier. Maybe that was before my.
I think I yelled it downstairs. If I yelled that earlier, it was probably true.
Good.
The Liberal Democrats have taken Bath
from
the Conservatives.
That's good.
They can have it.
They can have that.
No, I mean any gain from the Tories is good.
Unless it's a UKIP.
Yeah, but that won't happen. Oh, actually, oh no, but there isn't a UKIP seat going to this anyway, is there? Because they didn't have any to begin with.
No.
And their vote is collapsing universally across
falling apart.
Britain.
Yeah, is there anything to say fall of giants, fall of Farage? I don't really know if it's even worth it.
Well, Farage won't really fall because he can go be a pundit on Fox News and he'll have quite a nice time.
I think we could say thanks to the Greens though for the kind of strategy that they've played.
This should be said, absolutely.
And you know they are demonstrating what a progressive alliance looks like. You know, compared to what the Lib Dems are at the moment.
Just to say, the rumours going back and forth. Whether Rudd's kept her seat or not. The Tories say they think Rudd's just squeaked it. Also, looks like Cruddus has lost his seat.
Oh,
no, I was campaigning for him earlier. It was no, though, man.
The Tories?
I will tell you when I know.
Well, I suppose... I mean, it would make sense if we were talking about the fact that the UKIP vote is going 2/3 Tory, 1/3 Labour.
Yeah,
I think Dagenham...
It looks like Dagenham's a loss.
That would have had a big UKIP vote, and if 2/3 of that goes to the Tories, then that would put Cruddus under threat.
I think that seems to be confirmed from John Rentoul.
Is it?
Yeah.
He's just tweeting all the bad news, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know.
Ignoring all the good news and tweeting the bad news.
Someone has just said Cruddus has won.
Steve Hawkes from the Sun has said he's lost, but Amber Rudd could still lose Hastings to Labour. So
that'd be fabulous.
I think we can say that Cruddus has lost his seat just based on.
From my small experience in Dagenham today, it was. I'd coined the term cul-de-sacs for Corbyn, and it didn't go down very well, just at all.
Did you say that to people on the doorstep?
Yeah. I was really trying to like roll it out, see how people felt it. They were
you
not.
Should vote Labour. This is presumably a cul-de-sac.
Yeah, they had like Volvos, and they just drove off, and it was all a bit long.
I think you lost us, Dagenham.
I got one guy who'd forgotten the whole thing. I made him go back to his house, get his polling card. He waved to me on his way to the polling station.
Nice to have a wave.
No, fuck you. I did my bit.
If you just search Cruddus, you'll just see.
I know, but I see conflicting results on Cruddus.
Really? Yeah. Who's saying yes?
Some journalist.
Let's go to campaigning experiences.
Okay, well, we can go to VT.
Yeah, we can go to VT. What is it? We don't know yet.
I have absolutely no idea.
Fabulous.
It's going to be something
great. A VT is coming your way.
It's going to be great.
Telling people if we get you to turn out, you know, if we run a positive campaign, we can do it. But I've been trying to manage my own expectations on the inside, but it's fucking true. We can do it. You can run a positive campaign. You can promise to change the country. You can run from the left, and that's what people want. And you can win, and you can win against most of the media. You know, if we can do this in these circumstances, then I think the idea that left-wing politics is unelectable has just been conclusively proven wrong. I feel hope for the first time in a long time. This is just beautiful, man. I'm just overwhelmed.
But Jim, I've been asking everyone this. Do you feel inspired?
I always I feel so hopeful about the future. You know, so many people worked for this. I feel like it's the real start of something. I think it's going to be rough. Like, I think, you know, minority government, this is not going to be like straightforward. It's not glorious socialism forever. But if we, you know, if this is possible, other things are possible, and I just feel really hopeful.
So this is a long way from when we talked outside when Jeremy Corbyn first was elected.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because my mum has been a true believer from the start, and I've not. You know, it's like I've always believed in left-wing politics. But what I thought is, after you get so monstered by the press and you get off to a slow start, I just thought there was no way of pulling it back, and I was wrong.
But I thought you liked him then as well.
I liked him. It's like for about a year, I was like, you know, fully backing him, and then the Vice documentary happened, and I was like, you know, it's just not, this isn't going to work. Like, shame. I still want a left-wing leader, and I was wrong. It can work. Hold my hands up. I couldn't be happier to be wrong. But you know, I wanted this. I've been working for this. I've been campaigning. I've been trying to get the vote out. I've been writing. Like you know, like I feel like a part of this. But I did doubt, and I was wrong.
We're back. You're with Novara Media, our exclusive, world-class, outstanding election night coverage. It's been a very interesting night, a very good night for Labour in England and Wales. We're joined now by Alex Nunns, author of The Candidate. Great book, Alex. Great to have you here.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
We'll come back to you in a
I've got a
second.
signed copy. It was Jeremy gave it Clive, and then I took it home and I never gave it back to him.
Jeremy, oh, what, in Liverpool?
Yeah.
Abby Wilkinson. The one and only Abby Wilkinson, freelance journalist, we could say.
Freelance journalist, yeah.
I think it's marathon we get a column somewhere.
Avid Labour supporter.
Yeah. The one and only Abby Wilkinson, Alex Williams, author of Inventing, co-author of Inventing the Future. Nick won't like that. Excellent book. I said best book of 2015.
Very good.
I think that's on the Amazon. That's on the Amazon page.
It is on the Amazon page, yeah.
Fucking hell. Best book of 2015. It was a very good book. Tom Barlow's the stato, filling in for James Butler.
Yes, indeed. We have a Labour gain in Peterborough.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it looks almost certain to be confirmed that Canterbury has gone to Labour.
That's a mad.
That's like 150 years Tory.
But
that is incredible.
It sounds like John Cruddas has lost his seat in Dagenham East. Has that been confirmed yet?
That hasn't been confirmed.
There's conflicting reports.
Yeah, no, it's true. According to Britain Elects, it's true.
Yeah, but Britain Elects, but I've seen Dagenham local news says it's not true.
Oh, right.
What's the BBC saying?
They're
There's
not
a count.
confirming it.
Oh, so the count hasn't happened yet?
No.
The count hasn't happened. Okay.
Count hasn't
You
happened.
can't confirm it, so there's a fucking count.
The BBC's got no like the BBC sort of.
Why aren't you on the BBC? Why are you guys not on the BBC?
Because we're too pro-Labour.
You're too pro-Labour. Is that? You think that's why?
I have no idea what the BBC were planning for.
This will change at the next election, which was probably coming in about 6 months' time.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Owen's on ITV.
6 days.
Yeah. 6 days.
But
yeah.
Owen's role with these guys is the kind of the radical Labour guy because it's such a minority position. But it turns out actually it's not that much of a minority.
And he does Sky quite a lot.
That's true.
So it's like I don't know.
But the BBC is kind of.
I don't know who is the BBC's radical Labour person.
OJ, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Or like John McTernan, maybe.
They get Paul Mason on.
Yeah.
Well, John
McTernan's
one of us now, no?
Yeah.
Since about 2
Maybe.
years.
He's their go-to guy for pro-Corbyn.
There's a lot of people on the BBC tonight that need to be put out to stud. Quite frankly, it's sad. It's really sad. You know, the BBC makes great drama, great documentaries. Please don't become this irrelevant.
I don't know, man. I think everyone was expecting a different result. Not everyone, but they were expecting a different result, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised they still didn't want to.
You hedge your bets a little bit now. A little bit.
Yeah, I didn't, yeah.
A regime broadcaster, though, these days.
Alex Williams, best-selling author Alex Williams.
Surely a regime broadcaster these days. They're in shock. They're all crying. You can see the tears in their eyes.
I don't think it's party political. I think they're establishment, mainstream, centrist.
Yeah.
We've had connections for 20 years. I think that's what it is. I think it could be Labour, it could be Tory, but it can't be like you know.
But they've been hiring people in the last kind of 4 years to fit this kind of the new regime, the Tories.
Robbie Gibb.
Yeah,
people like
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, a lot of the long-standing, you know, big senior people are like Conservatives, but I do think it's like it is above all a establishment pro-establishment, pro-stability,
of course.
nothing. You know, the financial crash never happened. Nothing's really changed. Everything carried on as normal.
Apart from austerity, which has now been memory hold.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, rather than like an explicit partisanship. Personally,
I don't think the BBC should be necessarily singled out from the rest of the commentary.
No,
they don't understand politics. That's it.
They don't.
What don't they understand about politics?
They don't understand that politics is the surface phenomena of deeper changes in society. They can't get their heads around it.
So DUP have taken Belfast South from the SDLP. The SDLP obviously allied with the Labour Party, so that is potentially a Conservative ally winning a seat in Northern Ireland.
But Northern Irish politics is very unique at the moment, right?
It is very unique at the moment, but you know, people have been saying the Ulster Unionists, the DUP, could be the deciding factor in the coalition.
And the other thing is Sinn Féin took a seat off SDLP, and Sinn Féin won't take that seat, so that means Theresa May needs one less to get a majority.
Yeah.
It would be mad if Labour can't form a government because DUP prop up the Tories because Sinn Féin don't take their seats. That would be like a very interesting sort of situation to be in.
If you had a choice, I'll ask you, then you. If you had a choice between a Tory majority of like 5 or a Labour coalition, which would be under incredible pressure to do Brexit, obviously left-wing government, all the antagonism from the institutions, what would you take? Because that Tory majority wouldn't last very long.
It's hard to know. For me, the good guys in power making policy that actually helps people is so vital. Like the spending cuts. Someone my mum knows killed themselves last week because their son was having his disability benefits taken off him, and the pressure was just getting too much for her. Like my auntie's had her disability benefits cut.
Base 108.
She literally thinks the government is trying to kill her. Like, that sounds silly, but like when I talk, like she thinks, like, you know, I had this horrible conversation when I'm like, they're not trying to kill you, they just don't care.
But they are effectively.
So for me, it's just like, you know, I understand the difficulties of having to deal with Brexit, but we need to get these. I was going to say the C word. We need to get these people out.
Alex?
Well, Jeremy Corbyn's just called for Theresa May to resign, so this might not be an academic.
Well, he did that a couple of weeks ago, no?
Yeah. Well, a week
for a few minutes.
Yeah. Accidentally.
I think it was.
All the stuff that Abby says is true. That it's just for the cruelty of this government, you want to get rid of them. But I suppose in a wider historical sense, you've got to ask whether a minority Labour government, it depends what the seat tally turns out as, but if it's a minority Labour government with SNP and Liberal Democrats, and it's, you know, they don't agree on Brexit, it could be a short-lived government. Anyway, so we don't have to. It doesn't. It's not up to us.
Yeah.
It depends how the maths turn out. If the Tories can govern, they'll govern. If they can't, we will. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if there's another election.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
I think that's very likely.
I mean, right now,
what do you prefer?
Right now,
you're writing a book about hegemony. So what would you prefer?
right now, what I prefer the Tories to try and attempt to retain some kind of hideous resemblance of power for a very brief amount of time before it's snatched away from them by reality. They have to hold another election. Corbynism grows, and we can gain a decisive majority.
PM Boris loses his seat.
PM Boris loses his seat.
You heard it.
Corbyn is PM. This is the scenario that we all want.
Well, no, Boris is the favourite to succeed May, and he is about to.
And that's maybe why he won't. I mean, this is an interesting question, right? Who is going to succeed May?
Well, not Amber Rudd.
No.
Is she gone?
Is she gone? Is she officially gone?
It's the third recount.
Third recount. She must be dead.
It's the third recount.
Third recount.
She's not doing it for a laugh, is she?
I did a talk about my book day in Hastings, and the local Labour Party there and the local momentum were really good.
I've heard the same, yeah.
And they were really, you know, they were telling me we're going to get rid of Amber Rudd, and I was like, no.
Brilliant.
I wanted to go there this week, but there's been so much on, because I'd heard exactly the same thing, that it wasn't just the Labour Party was strong, but actually the radical left was really leading that in Amber Rudd's
Also, it's a great town. I mean, people think Hastings is like poor and horrible, but it's actually
Amber Rudd, for example.
But it's kind of cosmopolitan. They call it Little London down there because they've got like loads
kind
of
of
ethnic
artsy,
diversity, loads of artsy stuff, bohemian. It's a really nice looking town in places. Might move to Hastings.
Well, this is the thing. So we're looking at, I think, the beginnings of a new coalition that Labour could win power on. And in somewhere like Hastings, I think it's emblematic of it because you do have an increasingly large ethnic minority community, young students, young graduates who aren't particularly happy with their quality of life, and a repoliticised you could say working class. The statos call them the C2DEs,
Mm.
low income earners, working class people, the underclass, right? And that, like you say, it's in places like Hastings, and Labour are doing phenomenally well in these places tonight. Are you seeing? Do you think the beginning? Are we seeing rather the beginning of a different kind of coalition for Labour
It's
tonight?
a real redrawing of the map, isn't it? It's interesting because I think it's not like Labour sort of like crashed out in the heartlands or anything like that, Faye, but it's certainly like picking up unexpected seats, like places like Canterbury.
Mm.
You know, it's
That's completely
But
unexpected.
this
Scotland is interesting as well.
But this is what Jeremy Corbyn's leadership campaigns did. This is anybody who's looking at Jeremy Corbyn's. I think actually I'm nicking your point. I've heard you say this. Anybody who looks at Jeremy Corbyn's leadership campaigns, and I've written a book about them, sees that he was picking up support in the strangest of places for Labour. He was good. Like I'm from Essex. He was going to Essex, where Labour never wins anything, and doing massive rallies that were selling out.
Yeah.
It's just like
We've been saying this for a couple of years, right?
Yeah, a lot of people were just waiting for something they actually wanted to vote for. And you know, you say that as a left wing when people think you're naive. It's just, I think this is a real, whatever happens, you know, however the seats fall, this is like a real vindication for everyone who's like, left wing politics can win. People want economic redistribution. People want hope. Like the financial crash happened. Like, you know, the people are not satisfied with the status quo. The system's broken.
But you also have to see this in the broader perspective of European, like left-wing politics. This is unprecedented. He is breaking everything that we know.
I've got Crudders. Despite reports, John Crudders has lost his seat in Dagenham and Rainham. Labour is held on there.
Who said that?
That's reported now on the Guardian.
Okay, good.
Cardiff North was won with a big majority. Cambridge went up from a majority of just 599 to more than 12,000.
Wow, that's young. That's the young press.
That's young people.
You know when they were
and
about
Theresa May, sorry, just to finally finish, has just been doing her acceptance speech. By the way, she won by a far smaller majority.
How much smaller?
Really?
She got something
So
like
that's made
20,000. And Jeremy Corbyn got over 40,000 in his constituency. So, and her speech was incredibly shaky. And she said we need a period of stability for this country.
Can we
presumably not with her in charge?
One sec. I'll come back to you in 1 second. Fraser, can we cut to Theresa May's speech? Can we find that in a second? If we can, let me know. Abby?
I was going to say, you know, when people are like, oh, we're going to stack up votes to university towns, it's like, we have.
Yeah.
We've also swung in other places as well. So it's like, these are like mad majorities in what were formerly like close marginals. But and then it's just mad, isn't it? It's just like I wonder what the youth turnout's going to end up being.
I don't think it's all youth. I mean, Jeremy Corbyn has been recomposing the Labour Party among its core vote as well. You know, we're winning in places in the north. And the northeast doesn't look so great, but we're still. And I don't know. I haven't looked close enough at the West Midlands to know what's going on there.
Scrim's been
we won Stockton, which was unexpected.
Right.
Teesside.
But this is what the Corbyn project was all about. The Labour Party was atrophying. It was losing people all over the place. It was losing votes. It was losing members. It was, you know, it was like, well, we saw what happened in Scotland. And then the whole point of Jeremy Corbyn is to return Labour to being something that represents both its traditional working class base, but also the new emerging kind of precariat class, or the new, you know, kind of loosely networked progressive class, people, I guess, like us. And he's doing that, and that's why we're seeing these, you know, stunning victories in places like Battersea. But we're also seeing Labour, considering UKIP was, I mean, it wasn't long ago, John Harris was telling us UKIP was going to wipe out Labour in the north. Even more recently, the Tories were going to wipe out Labour.
6 months ago.
Do you know what, the kind of UKIP to Tory thing's really interesting, because my instinct is I've got family who are like Labour to UKIP sort of people, and my instinct was they hate the Tories. Like those UKIP votes won't swing Tory, but I started listening to everyone telling me that they would, and I started doubting what I knew about that. And it turns out people hate Tories. Like go to South Yorkshire. Like I met a few UKIP candidates last weekend.
What are you from originally?
From Sheffield. But I was up in South Yorkshire last week with Thomas Frank, and I met UKIP candidates in Barnsley, in Penistone and Stocksbridge, and they hate the Tories. Like, in a lot of ways, they try and outflank Labour from the left. They say stuff like, New Labour let us down. People here were never rewarded for voting Labour consistently. And it's so funny when people talk about, you know, they're like, we're going to lose the heartlands because it's Corbyn's fault. Because when you actually talk to people in those places about their problems with Labour, people who have a problem with Labour. It often runs a lot deeper than that. So.
Yeah. We saw this in the 2015 general election, which was, you know, massive result for UKIP. We got 4 million votes. And if you look at the polling of those UKIP voters, they were anti-immigration, but they were anti-austerity. The majority of them were anti-austerity.
And
these are not Tory people necessarily. They were largely angry people, alienated people, but they're people who are open to a message that society is not run for the rich, and a message that public services should be good. These things appeal to those people, as well as the fact that they tend, not all of them, but a lot of them tend to blame immigrants for these problems.
Which the newspaper's been telling them to do for the past 20 years.
And so
we've got a bit of news. A source is telling me that it looks likely Labour have won all the Bristol seats.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is fabulous. Is that confirmed?
Yeah, they've increased their majority, but it's 47,000 came out in the Bristol West, which the Greens were challenging for. 47,000 came out, which is a huge vote.
Huge.
Corbyn has just called on Theresa May to resign.
Nice.
And Nick Robinson's saying, although that might have sounded crazy a day ago, now it sounds perfectly reasonable.
It sounded reasonable.
It sounds totally reasonable then and now.
Charlotte Leslie's out in Bristol.
Yeah, and Tim Farron has just won by about 600 votes. Against the Conservatives. So Tim Farron beating the Conservatives. Labour were nowhere close.
So that's Westmoreland.
Yeah, that was Westmoreland and Lonsdale. Tim Farron's just
600.
600 against the Conservatives. It was nail biting.
I put that entirely down to that joke about Bake Off. I think it's the Bake Off joke that
saved them
in Parliament.
So Bristol. What was the choice?
Charlotte Leslie's a Tory.
Can you find that, please? The Charlotte Leslie result, or what's the likelihood?
Diane Abbott's been re-elected, by the way.
Yeah.
Derby North.
Derby North.
No surprise.
Chris Williamson, 2K majority.
Chris Williamson, a man.
Oh wow.
In North Derby.
Our guy.
Oh, is that the guy?
Derby North.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Corbynite is back. 2K majority.
Good.
Congratulations, Chris.
Fantastic.
Made
Well
up for your
done,
old
Chris.
son. And apparently, I'm told that Laura Kuenssberg looked gutted on the television. Well, Laura, I'm sorry, but this is just the beginning. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Surely she's got to be worried.
She has to be worried now, right?
Nobody believes she's impartial as a political editor of the BBC. Nobody's going to take her seriously.
And all of these regime broadcasters are going to be shuffled out. Surely.
Why would they be shuffled
Well,
out?
they're
If they were
gonna
responsive, if they were responsive to the zeitgeist,
they're responsive to whoever's in charge of the government.
I don't think we can count our chickens.
I don't think we can. I mean, it might take 10 years for that to happen. I just don't think
This will be happening.
I get
Corbyn's
that.
such a big break, I don't think so.
I think the BBC thing is something more subtle, which is an establishment bias.
But it's been slowly assembled over time, where they've shuffled in.
I think,
come to you, Bob.
I think.
No, let him finish. Go on.
They've slowly shuffled in the people from the Murdoch newspapers to run their news operation over time. This was to reflect, the current establishment. They're an establishment broadcaster. This is all that they do is match what the establishment offers, and they've shuffled in all of these people. They're now here.
We've got Thomas Barlow. Go on.
Yeah, Charlotte Leslie did lose 22,000 to 27,000. Darren Jones for Labour has taken Bristol North West. Charlotte Leslie said, not much lasts forever in Bristol North West. I'm going to be getting my liberty in changing and turbulent times. I wish the country good luck, which sounds pretty bitter, doesn't it? And yes, the Bristol West was 47,000 to Labour against the Tories with 9,000.
What did the Greens get?
The Greens got 9,000
Basically,
also.
half the Green vote's basically gone Labour there.
Yeah.
Wow. And that was a target seat for them.
Yeah.
We get the Isle of Wight.
And Bristol East as well, 30,000 to 17,000.
Great. So we get the Isle of Wight result soon. That should be a Green target seat. It'd be interesting to see how well they do there.
I just want to say something about Diane Abbott, because I said Diane Abbott won, everybody said, of course she won, she's in Hackney, which is true, but I think she's been the victim of the most disgusting racist abuse this campaign that I've seen. And every single mainstream journalist and MP in the Tory party should feel completely ashamed of the way they've behaved over Diane Abbott, and I hope they look back on it in the future and think, whoops. Especially Dermot Monahan at Sky.
I saw, did you see the Guido, the horrible sort of like attempt of sexual humiliation?
Yeah.
That tweet. That was
the Guido tweet.
Yeah, and that was retweeted by Amber Rudd's office manager, which tells you.
Hold on. Wowee. Portsmouth South, Labour gain.
Excellent.
Wow. Nice.
I heard people were having trouble voting there as well. So
Increase for Labour of 21.5.
Wow.
Fucking hell.
percent.
It's fucking incredible.
But that's like SNP.
This could be a typo. Check that out, please, Tom.
Yeah, I will do. Just a result from Glasgow East. Labour has taken the seat from the SNP.
Nice. Whose seat was that for the SNP?
That was Anne McLaughlin.
Right.
So, and that's been taken by Labour for several thousand. Conservatives beat Paul Nuttall in where he was trying to get his seat in Boston.
Well, he's irrelevant, yeah. We've won Portsmouth South. Portsmouth South has never had a Labour win since the seat was created in 1918. Wow. And I've said this repeatedly, and I say lots of weird shit. I said in the South Coast, Corbynism was fucking big, and it's happening, okay? Now get these fucking cranks off the fucking BBC and get some intelligent people, like the fucking people in this room, on the fucking BBC, because the licence fee payer deserves better than a bunch of no-hoper fucking morons. Right. Okay. Portsmouth. If we can confirm that increase by Portsmouth South, I'd love to hear that. I think that's going to be the story across the South Coast. I've just got somebody telling me that they think the average increase for the Labour vote on the South Coast is up 10, average.
Really?
So remarkable. I've a friend down there, yeah. So
Labour gain in Warrington and Leamington. Warwick and Leamington.
Warwick and Leamington.
Labour gain.
Yeah,
That's where I remember Jeremy went there right at the start of the campaign, didn't he? And everybody said, "What's he doing in Leamington? He's not going to win in Leamington." There you go.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn knows something you don't. Guess what? Turns out. Any other stats we've got to go, Thomas?
No, just to say that any gains for Labour in the East Midlands are astounding. I think it's the area of the country that Labour are the weakest in. It's all across the Midlands. It's a population of 10 million, and all of those areas are actually the Labour Party is actually weakest. So whilst it's astounding in places like Suffolk, that's unheard of. It's those places in the Midlands that they want to win. So anything like Warwick is a massive win.
Have these gains changed the BBC projection yet?
The BBC projection was at 322. They've projected it down now to 318. I think they're still over projecting actually in light of these. They're pretty slow, and also that Labour are gaining in Scotland as well as the Conservatives.
Okay, so we've got Labour gains in Peterborough, Portsmouth, Bedford, Ipswich. This is incredible. We've got 20-point swings in Portsmouth and in Canterbury.
Wow.
20
Canterbury.
Yeah.
This is absolutely incredible.
Canterbury.
University, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but
it's been Tory for 150
years.
These
are small C conservative places.
Yeah.
I'm really fascinated in who swung it where, because some of them it's university towns, but not all of them are. Like we've won some really interesting ones, so I think it's going to be quite interesting to just properly pour over what our voting coalition is.
What is it?
But this is why the polls were wrong, and this is why the psephologists were wrong, and this is why the pundits were wrong. Because, all right, Labour people still say Labour was losing 2015 votes. You know, when they were polling people who voted Labour in 2015, some of them weren't going to vote Labour this time, even when we've gone up in the polls. But the thing is, for those people that left, we brought in more people who've never voted, people who voted for the Greens or whatever, and it's actually replaced and enhanced Labour's vote, and it's done more than that. It's actually, as you said, it's rebuilt Labour's coalition in a different form. And I think there's something worth saying about the Corbyn project as well, that Jeremy Corbyn had 3 objectives. One was to turn the Labour Party into a social movement. It's not been done. 2 was to democratise the Labour Party. It's not been done. 3 was to introduce a left manifesto. It's been done. It's not a left-wing manifesto. It's a left manifesto. That's the only one of 3 of his objectives that's been done. So this is not the maximum of the potential of the Corbyn project. This is basically 18 months of sabotage, followed by a snap general election.
Unbelievable.
This is you know.
In a Brexit environment, which was said to have swung the country to the right, where the Tories were supposed to have absorbed UKIP, in an election campaign where there were 2 terror attacks, and Jeremy Corbyn, the most left-wing leader of the Labour Party ever, has added seats to Labour's tally, and in a spectacular
quite significantly by the looks.
This is unbelievable in electoral history.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it's gonna be tough now, but let's just show things are possible now. Like it's gonna be hard work, but this is an incredible step one, isn't it?
It's absolutely incredible, especially just in terms of like European politics. This is completely unprecedented.
And
completely unprecedented.
Bernie would have won, I think.
Bernie would have won.
Nick just said this, right? Yeah, please, one at a time, because otherwise sound doesn't work. Go on,
I think the European context that you just brought up, I think that's really interesting, because in Europe, most of the places, what we've seen is the traditional Social Democratic Party going down, but except for in Greece, not down that much. I mean, down a lot, but not completely wiped out, and a new left party coming up. And then in Britain, it was a different experiment, where the left, the anti-austerity movement, went into the Labour Party and took leadership of the Labour Party and never controlled the Labour Party. And this was, you know, unique in Europe, and we didn't know how it was going to work out. It could have been a huge bet. Well, we saw, you know, for 18 months didn't seem to be working in terms of it was a dysfunctional party, and this election has completely validated that strategy. That was a chance. It was a spontaneous strategy, but it's completely validated that fusing of the traditional brand of Labour and the traditional people who vote for Labour and the traditional people who make up Labour, the party machine, obstructive as it's been, it's still got some knowledge of how to win an election. And this whole swell of new people who in Europe in a PR system would have been in a different party. They're suddenly fused together. And it seems to be, so far, a fairly viable electoral coalition.
Right, are there any other results coming through? We've
had a little update on the Lib Dems. They took a seat off the Tories in South London, Chesilton, I believe it's called. In North Norfolk, they took it as they held it as well. They also held another South London seat against the Tories. I think both places the Greens stood down, so the Greens have not only been helping Labour, but they've been helping the Lib Dems. I think that can't be underestimated. Around about 35 marginals last time round, the Greens made the difference, along with the Trade Union and Socialist Coalition, who made the difference in about 5 marginals. Right?
Really? How?
In places like Bolton West, where they lost by about 600 votes. Tusk got 700 votes and things like that. So
that's pretty incredible.
It's incredible. Now they stood down in those places. It's really important to be aware that they wouldn't have been doing against a centrist Labour leader, and they could have been costing seats again. So.
Can we just have a moment of thinking what would happen in this election if Owen Smith was leader?
Well, he was second referendum, wasn't he?
God.
It would have been.
Lib Dems.
It would have been like 20% at best.
A Northern Labour to UKIP hemorrhage and I don't
Okay,
know.
so there's a few. So going on that southwest, south vibe, Labour gain obviously Bristol northwest from the Conservatives, 16-point Labour swing. Conservatives held Salisbury and Wiltshire, but there was a swing to the Tories of 4 to the Labour Party of swing of 2.5 to the Tories, 10 to Labour in Salisbury. In Somerton and Frome, 4 to the Tories, 10 to Labour. In Dorset West, 8% to Labour, so that's pretty big. They'll be in the 20s, and that's in the Deep South. Their best vote since '97. Bath, Lib Dem gain. Exeter, Labour hold with an increase of 15.6. Lib Dems down 1.5. Isle of Wight, that's a big result. Conservative hold swing was to Greens. Cons up 10.6. Labour up 10.2. Greens up 4. So the left vote is actually up 14 there. So in the south and the southwest, it's a really good night for Labour, even in seats they're not winning. And it does set them up quite nicely for the next time round. Thomas?
Do you want to hear a couple of results from Scotland? Labour has just won back Gordon Brown's former seat of Caldon-Beath from the SNP. But the Conservatives have taken Aberdeen South as well as Ayr, Carrick and Cunnock from the SNP. The SNP hold on in Perth and North Perthshire. So a lot of change. And North Perthshire was cut, the majority was cut to just 21 votes.
Wow.
Amber Rudd is undergoing another...
Wait, fourth recount?
Yeah, it's happening again.
Is that on the BBC? I mean, that'd be funny to cut to.
Wow.
We have to cut to the Amber Rudd count when it's announced. So when you find that out, please get ahead of that, and we'll cut to that.
And Ed Davey is back for the Lib Dems in Kingston and Surbiton. He beat the Conservative James Berry. So the Lib Dems are going to be players. You've got to be aware of it. They're involved. They're mixing them up.
Of substantial influence.
Shockingly
to
good
get the
for
best
the
deal we can.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be. I thought they were going to be down to 4, but then going to be up to 14, 15, 16.
I mean, I think that has to be
13, maybe.
That's a Brexit.
That's what they said anyway.
Yeah.
That's a Brexit swing, you think?
It has to be. Like, why else is there a Tory to... I mean, is it just this is so unimaginably racist that we have to vote for the economically liberal people who aren't the Tories? But it could be that as well.
The Lib Dem game, you got this?
Yeah.
No, I think.
Can you find the details on the Whitney result?
It must be an element
against the Tory.
Yeah.
Anywhere it's against the Tory.
Yeah.
If there's Labour people against Labour.
That's what I mean. I think it's mainly... Have they taken anything off Labour?
The Lib Dems?
Yeah.
The Whitney seat's interesting because that's Cameron's old seat and the Lib Dems gained that, and that was of course a Remain seat, which confirms what you were saying, which is a remarkable result. The former Prime Minister.
Tonight, the Lib Dems have gained Whitney.
I believe so. We're going to confirm that. He's just checking.
I'm getting a lot of Whitney Houston. Sorry.
No, it's spelled it's no H.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah, that might.
Whitney,
Well, any other famous Whitneys? was it? I remember watching David Cameron and he was going to this kid. It was on the BBC. Who's that? Superman. Super.
Whitney
Only
Houston.
fucking tough all of that. Yes.
Conservatives win by a
To
large.
hit me how awesome this
they're taking it back from the Lib Dems.
No, they just took it.
Oh no,
It's already
Yeah, Conservative hold 33,000, Labour 12,000, Lib Dems 12,000.
I've been to Whitney. It's a Conservative hold.
Yeah.
Right, no, because there was a huge swing to Lib Dems in the by-election there recently. So I guess we're going to have to take a time out shortly. We're going to cut to a VT in the next couple of minutes. I don't want us to miss the Amber Rudd count, so maybe we should cut to the BBC.
We've got an excellent VT coming in from Adam Ramsay about Northern Irish, maybe election rigging, I think. I don't know. Like, he's talking about dark money there. He's also been doing a lot of reporting on Scottish dark money. The Scottish Conservatives have been using over £100,000 of unaccounted for money, and he's reporting on it. Adam Ramsay from Open Democracy, a great investigative journalist, really doing the business. The VT should be lined up, I think, now for this next segment of his Northern Irish report. I don't know about the Scottish report, I think.
A couple of minutes.
Yes.
Well, you guys let me know when we're going to go there. But we're waiting for Amber Rudd.
Amber Rudd is demanding another full recount.
We're waiting on Boris Johnson.
Just let it go.
Has Boris Johnson's results come through?
No.
So we're waiting on Boris Johnson, Amber Rudd. Have we had the Rochdale result yet? Because Simon Danship was standing as an independent.
Simon Danship lost his deposit.
Wow. Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's the best thing so far.
The pedo vote is low in Rochdale.
The other best thing was...
I mean, you'd think so, wouldn't you, as well?
Yeah.
Yes, they're not. It was not a good place for him to do what he did. Rochdale is particularly
not keen on such behaviours.
I mean, everyone's not keen on such behaviour, but Rochdale really.
Whereas, unless of course it's Margaret Thatcher's cabinet in the 1980s, best friends with Jimmy Savile.
And all the rest of the cavalcade of fun.
Yes.
Yeah, we won't go into that.
The other great moment, I think my highlight so far has been Tom Watson on the BBC. I don't know if anybody saw it, where they said, why have you been attacking Jeremy Corbyn for the last 18 months? And he said he blamed it on the media.
He blamed it on the media.
He said Jeremy's had an unfair time from the media. They've undermined him at every turn. It's like,
have they?
Have they really?
Has
is he going to do a mea culpa tomorrow?
Do you know?
Is there going to be an official mea culpa? We need to draw this out.
I was just going to say, I was saying we should try and be magnanimous, but I just don't remember.
No, absolutely not.
I do remember certain leaks from certain Labour MPs to hostile outlets.
Yeah.
Until this week.
There could be no magnanimity.
What were you thinking? No, I want people to have a chance because that is the PLP, but you have been idiots, man. If anyone's watching Novara, and you should be at this point, and find out what's actually up.
I think to be serious though, there's still a problem. We've got an overwhelmingly right-dominated PLP. If Jeremy Corbyn doesn't do anything to mitigate their humiliation, then they've got nothing to lose.
This is the problem. Is also the fact that Corbyn has helped this overwhelmingly right-wing PLP win all of their seats back.
Yeah, with bigger majorities.
We need sort of
to come together.
It has to be.
Of course, it does.
Everyone has to have a chance to get on board.
But I mean, this is the look. In this week, I mean, there've been leaks for 18 months, but this week you had MPs constantly telling the media, they said, we're not seeing the polling reflected at the doorstep.
Oh yeah, there's no doorstep. The doorstep is...
Hold on, we're winning in Canterbury, 20-point swing.
It was absolute bullshit.
You must have seen it at the fucking doorstep. All the fucking other ones.
To be fair, they're canvassing 2015 Labour voters. They don't know.
The
Labour machine doesn't know how to canvass people.
Alex, but they must know. Come on. If they have a clue about their constituencies, they must know.
Has Halifax been called yet?
I was canvassing in Ealing Central. And the guy who was leading our canvassing session was a Progress guy. And before we went out, he warned us. He said to the group of activists who gathered, he was like, "Don't bring up Corbyn in this area because he's very unpopular. Just talk about the policies, blah blah blah." And then we went round, and two people in the whole day, brought up Corbyn to me. One of them said, "I want to slap him." And I was like, all right, what do you think of Theresa May? And she goes, I hate her. I was like, fair enough.
Just a violent person. Yeah.
And the other person said, I'm voting because I love Jeremy Corbyn. So it wasn't true what they were saying. Even as we were doing the canvassing, it wasn't true what they were telling us people thought about Corbyn, especially in London. I mean, I don't know what it's like in other places in the country. So I think that, and you kept reading that in the papers, that Jeremy Corbyn's toxic, and yet by the end of the campaign he had better approval ratings than Theresa May. Well, how's that working?
It's not. It's qualitative data, and it's being filtered through a particular set of people, who have a particular set of contacts to mainstream journalists, centrist journalists. Of course, this is their propaganda line, basically, but I think it's bollocks.
I mean, look at Labour Uncut. They did this study.
Oh my God!
They did this study. They did this study, and it was. I mean, it was embarrassing.
It wasn't embarrassing.
Let me just get this. It was anecdotal from like maybe a dozen people at the doorstep, and from this, they projected totally unscientific about as scientific as astrology, and from that they projected like Labour getting 150 seats. It was retweeted by Marina Hyde at The Guardian, and it was like it was as scientific as sticking a spoon up your ass to cure cancer.
Joe, what's her face, Merrick?
Jane Merrick.
When someone told Marina Hyde what the methodology was, she did retweet that as well in her defence.
This happened over and over again in this election. Was this kind of stuff?
Jane Merrick, man, she just gets. And people like whatever. People go, Aaron, why are you hating on people? Jane Merrick gets she gets everything wrong. Everything.
But hang on, not as bad as Atul Hutwell.
Oh no.
I mean that's an example. That's Dan Hodges level.
She's a top. She was a former lobby journalist. He's just like charlatan, right?
I remember in the leadership contest, his column was Jeremy Corbyn's going to finish 4th.
But very few, I just think stuff is. It's, political journalism obviously has to catch up with a change. Like the conventional way of doing it, the people they've been speaking to before don't know what's going on now, and I don't think it's necessarily a good idea. It's not about single journalists. It's the whole.
It wasn't just.
It was also. Huffington.
That was it. It's a whole. It's just a whole way of doing things that needs to.
It was also.
Thomas.
Just that Chester was one. It was a very close marginal with only 91, and actually, anecdotally, the reports back we'd had from Chester working out there, it wasn't looking great, So I'm just happy for a lot of my friends. Respect to a lot of the people who've been working out. I don't know. I haven't got it in front of me. I think it's been increased though from what I've seen. But just to everyone who worked in Chester, fair play to them. That's a lot of people going out from Manchester and Liverpool to a place that was a little bit more difficult than some of the other places. It's a little bit more middle class, and well done to the people who are working out there. I know them.
Just to follow up on the previous conversation, it wasn't just the kind of journalists we were talking about. It was also like the Huffington Post with these fucking appalling focus groups which they were running, which completely if anybody understands like research, because like focus groups can't tell you anything really. They can give you suggestive data about products.
A hypothesis.
You
can generate a hypothesis.
You can generate a hypothesis.
You can't test it.
And they had 10 headlines off these
fake news.
Fake news. It's absolutely disgusting.
We didn't win Thurrock. 39.5% Tory, 38.8%.
Oh, pretty close.
Pretty close.
That's better than expected, to be fair.
But I think we thought we were going to win that one earlier.
That would have been really symbolic, right?
Yeah.
Kate Hoey, one of the most prominent pro-Leave Labour MPs, has won in Vauxhall with a hefty majority of over 20,000. She won with 31,000, pushing a Lib Dem challenger to a distant second with 11. So, if
I'm probably different.
Someone's talking. Sorry, guys.
It's just worth mentioning that when people are talking about Brexit, some people are going to try and paint this as an anti-Brexit vote when a prominent pro-Leave Labour
in
MP
a very
wins
progressive seat. Very pro-Remain.
Beats the Lib Dems, a pro-EU party, by an extraordinary amount.
Lib Dems were claiming earlier.
So that's important because what that says is that this what's happening in London anyway is Jeremy Corbyn. If you've got a pro-Brexit person like Kate Hoey winning and with a massively increased majority in Vauxhall, that's not her that's done that. No. That's entirely Jeremy Corbyn.
And the manifesto, I think this, like you said, the BBC data, the results don't map onto pro and Leave. It's basically nonsense.
This is a nonsense.
I think people need to accept this as a Labour victory. This is a campaign
this
manifesto.
This is a socialist victory.
And I know Theresa May lost, but certainly, it's not just that Theresa May's done badly. It's Corbyn's approval ratings have gone up. People have said, I think Labour has the policies that are better for the country, better for me and my family. It's a winning. I mean, people were saying Corbyn supporters own this.
Yeah, we own this.
Another thing I want to say, just so that I can gloat on what you just said. Jeremy Corbyn. I wrote an article for Red Pepper when everybody was still saying that we were going to get smashed and that Jeremy Corbyn was toxic. Jeremy Corbyn's approval ratings were rising from the moment the general election was called. And it was quite clear if you were following it. This didn't get through to mainstream commentary at all. It was quite clear if you were watching it that he was going up and up and Theresa May was falling down and down. And it wasn't until like 2 weeks before the election that the mainstream media noticed this. And, you know, it's just absolutely... These people are paid, for God's sake. They're paid to tell us what's going on.
Some of them
in
paid
politics.
very good money.
Very good money.
I mean, what are they doing?
When we get into the speech of Adam Ramsay, because it sounds like a really, really important story, if you let me know.
What's that, sorry?
This Adam Ramsay...
It's ready, it's lined up. I thought we could finish in 5 minutes at 4 o'clock and play the VT then, do you think? Or do you want to play it now?
We're going to play the VT at 4?
Go for it.
Are we going to go now?
Like now.
Yeah. We'll go now. We're cutting to Adam Ramsay. He's going to be talking about goings-on in Northern Ireland and Scotland.
Results in Northern Ireland are looking to be as extraordinary as they are across the rest of the UK. It seems like the two biggest parties in Northern Ireland have entirely mopped up. Sinn Féin on the Irish nationalist side and the Democratic Unionist Party on the British nationalist, what's called the loyalist or unionist side. The SDLP, which has been the historic party of central, more kind of moderate nationalism, has looking like it might have lost all its seats, all 3 seats, which means the end of Irish nationalism's representation in Westminster for the first time in a very long time. I've not been back through the figures yet, but quite possibly the first time since the independence of the Irish Republic in 1916. It means the death of the Ulster Unionist Party, the traditional allies of the Tories, who had 2 MPs in 2015, no longer have any parliamentary representation at Westminster, quite possibly. Alliance, the Lib Dem allies, who thought they might pick up a seat in Belfast East or even possibly South Belfast, looked like they won't manage either of those things. So the only moderating voice will be the independent MP, Lady Sylvia Herman, who kept her seat in North Down. Now, what this means for Northern Ireland is absolutely crucial, and a polarisation triggered, I think, largely by the Brexit vote last year and the ongoing response to it, and in a way a large backlash among Unionist voters, among Protestant voters, against the success of Sinn Féin in the Assembly elections in March. But what it means for the rest of the UK is important too. It's essentially very good news for Theresa May, because when you look at the tight maths of parliamentary arithmetic, she has, on the one hand, a couple more DUP MPs who'll be very happy to work with her. On the other hand, the fact that Sinn Féin is winning seats and they won't take them up at Westminster means that the total number she needs to achieve her majority is reduced. So fascinating results from Northern Ireland and huge consequences for the whole of the UK if the maths end up as tight as it looks.
We're back. We are back. Have we had any developments, Thomas?
No, nothing major at the moment that I can see from since we had the feed. No, I haven't got anything for you just yet. I will do very shortly. I'm trying my best.
Okay, we're rejoined by Helen Hester.
Hi.
How are you doing, Helen?
I'm very well, Aaron. How are you?
I'm very good. Can we see this?
Please, bask in its glory.
How cool is that?
It's very cool.
That is very cool. And Ellie Malhagan, how you doing?
Hello. I'm just tweeting that I'm on here. And I'm
the
done
only
now.
way that makes it real.
I'm done.
Look, if you don't tweet, it doesn't happen. So, as we're now finding out from this general election,
yeah,
I've got a great. I'm obsessed with the South. Totnes, Conservative hold, but Labour up 14. Really amazing. Totnes.
Bassett-Law, that's John Mann, right?
Oh, what's
I think Canterbury for me is the big shock.
Right. He's won, but he's only increased his vote by 4%. The Tories increased theirs by 12.5.
Fucking hell, John Mann.
That's interesting though. That the one of the real famously anti-Corbyn ones is. Yeah.
Not done great. Helen, how are you feeling about tonight?
I'm feeling very positive.
Do you think that the?
Sorry? Sorry, do you want to squeeze in?
Yeah.
I'll just squeeze in. Hustle.
So squeeze in.
Okay.
So do you think that the BBC's underestimated? We're joined by Nick Cernak. I've always said Nick Cernak because, of course, there was the great Newcastle, now passed away sadly, Pavel Cernak.
Yeah.
Fellow sort of Czech generations
I was
ago.
related to him, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, distantly related.
This isn't about you, Nick.
Well, I want to make it about me.
He looks, that's amazing. A relative of Pavel Cernak. Wow.
Fuck the election.
Ex-Newcastle goalkeeper. So, do you think that the BBC poll is underestimating Labour right now? Because it looks like that a little bit. They could be doing better than what the BBC's saying.
I was saying this earlier when you were basically articulating your enthusiasm about the exit polls, and I was just like, don't say it. Because if you say it, like you're gonna jinx it.
Yeah.
But now I feel like I can venture a slightly positive statement. I feel like we've done all right.
We've done all right.
We've done all right. We haven't fucked it spectacularly.
We haven't fucked it spectacularly.
We haven't fucked it at all.
Yeah, Thomas?
So Northern Ireland, the SDLP have been completely wiped out. There
Wow.
are no Northern, so there will be no nationalists sitting in the Houses of Parliament because Sinn Féin obviously don't
Except Jeremy
take their
Corbyn.
seats.
Fine, we can say it now. It's going to be Prime Minister.
Too late.
Well,
Say whatever we want.
It's true. Also, interestingly, tomorrow's papers sharpen the knives of Theresa May. The Sun run with Theresa Dismay. And the Daily Mail, the gamble that backfired. We're trying to put up the images now. We'll put them up very shortly. But if you have a look at this, humiliation for loser Clegg, fears of Brexit chaos. Corbyn Sedge puts Britain on a knife edge. But yes, they're and the Daily Telegraph, May's gamble backfires. So her allies in the press not very impressed with her, and they did a lot of work for her. They tried their very best. Couldn't do it, could they?
Can I talk about Weaver Vale? Marginal seat, I think it was 800 votes or something. It's in the northwest, near Liverpool. Labour's taken it from the Conservatives. Labour's taken it at 51.5%, 10% gain, and Tories up 0.6%. This is Weaver Vale. I know the person.
This is spelled EBBW, isn't it?
No, W-E-A-V-E-R.
Ebbw Vale?
No, Weaver Vale.
Oh, Weaver.
How do you pronounce it?
W-E-A-V-E-R. Weaver.
Right. Okay.
Sorry.
That's in Wales, isn't it? Ebbw Vale. Anyway.
Ebbw Vale's in Wales, yeah.
Weaver Vale's in Runcorn.
There was more screaming downstairs.
Jeremy went there yesterday. Jeremy went there on his like tour of the whole world. But anyway, Weaver Vale's a really interesting seat because I know one of the people who's been running the campaign there. The candidate he worked for Burnham, but he's actually quite left. You know, he's an all right guy, Mike Amesbury, and they were shut out basically by the region, the Labour Party Northwest region. They give no resources at all. They had to start their campaign from scratch with nothing at all. And the fact that they've won it with such a massive swing is something incredible, and I think it kind of points. I mean, it points to what's possible despite the Labour Party machine. I think because the Labour Party machine thought we've got no chance in Weaver Vale. We're going to flood Wirral West.
Yeah.
And defend that. And look what's
this
happening.
is what's the story of tonight is that these amorphous crowds that support Jeremy Corbyn have actually got far greater leverage and power and dynamism and the ability to persuade than the official Labour apparatus. Is that broadly correct, Helen?
That's what I feel.
I was going to say, so this is a really big issue, is that, so Facebook ads were a major component of the Tories winning in 2015. They were a major reason why Leave won in the Brexit election. And by all accounts, the Tories have outspent Labour by a massive amount.
Millions, then, no?
Yeah, millions. From wealthy donors across the country. And they've outspent Labour, but it hasn't done anything yet.
Can I just say, can I just say that I got sunburn, I got up at 7 a.m. I spent a lot of time in Croydon.
All worth it.
All worth it.
It's where my little sister lives.
So Gavin Barwell he's a cabinet minister. He's gone. So Amber Rudd and Gavin Barwell are two cabinet ministers at the moment who are goners. Any others?
Well, is Amber Rudd gone? Definitely.
Well, she's having a third recount.
Apparently she's on a fifth. She's on a
No.
seventh. Keep counting. Seventh.
That's. I mean, it must be really.
It must be minimum 4.
It must be. Well, it must be really marginal. Right?
Seventh.
Wow.
Keep on going.
4 people.
Never say die, Rudd.
Never give up. Caught the lesson from Corbyn, and she's like, "Fuck it, never give up."
Just keep recounting it enough.
Yeah, she's just gonna keep recounting until 2022.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of like ends up being the MP by default.
So Labour have won Croydon Central. They've also won Lincoln. I had a source tell me this morning that more people turned up in the first 90 minutes to a polling station than they'd seen in the whole of 2015 in Lincoln. So presumably big turnouts shifted it there. I mean, I think Labour are going to do a lot better than what the BBC's saying right now, quite frankly. Ellie, this let's pick up from what Nick and Helen were just talking about a second ago with progressives who are aligned to the Jeremy Corbyn project, some in and some outside of the Labour Party, seem to have been incredibly powerful in this general election, and in a way we can't really understand even now, and it wasn't really within the parameters of the official Labour Party kind of effort.
Yeah, you know, one thing that I was thinking about a lot tonight is that a couple of weeks ago, Owen Jones, who's a good friend of mine, went up to Norwich to canvass for Norwich South to canvass for Clive Lewis.
You were there as well, right?
I was there.
Yeah.
I went there one day, but we canvassed like a couple of estates and a couple of neighbourhoods, and it was like some people like loved Jeremy, some people were like, I'm not voting for him, he's a hippie, and then other people were kind of on the fence. But Owen went up separately another day, like on his own, without me, and he went to a university there, and he came back and he said to me, literally every student that we walked past came up to us and shook our hands, and like there was such a buzz around Labour, and he was like, you know, I do think something's happening, and I'm not saying that he was predicting the election, because both me and Owen were feeling incredibly bleak about this election, you know, like. Up until even like this morning we were sort of talking about it, but like I sort of look back on that now and I think like actually like maybe that's it, and when I think about all of the canvassing that I've done, I haven't spoken to any young voters really, and it's not because I haven't tried, but just because that isn't who is happened to open who hasn't happened to open the door, and I kind of wonder, you know, in the early reports first of all early reports are suggesting big turnout, and second of all they're suggesting huge gains in university towns. And thirdly, that like there has been a big surge in 18 to 24. So I'm wondering, actually, young people did win this. I mean, you know, we have to look at the data.
We haven't won.
Well, you know, no, we haven't won yet. But well, I consider it a victory. Even if he doesn't end up being prime minister, I consider this a victory.
Okay,
so I think that's what I mean when I
we've
say.
got some reports of over 70% turnout amongst 18 to 24s. 70, essentially 72%. That may even be higher than the over 65s.
Good, because it's about time they start getting fucked over.
That's around sort of observation levels, isn't it? Observation would predict.
Ed Balls has been on the television again. I don't know why the BBC are inviting these no marks on. Ed Balls is saying that a different leader would have pushed Labour even higher. Ed Balls, Ed Balls lost his seat.
Reality TV star Ed Balls.
Yeah,
there.
fat dancer Ed Balls.
Now.
No, I'm thinking of Robbie Williams. That's what he was called, right? And take that.
No, Gary Barlow.
Gary Barlow, so Robbie Williams called Gary. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
My cousin.
Cut that. Doesn't matter.
Take
that reference. I wasn't a fan when I was younger.
I was.
More of
I
a
loved it.
17.
I made my own lunchbox. I like pasted photos.
We'll come to you in 1 second, but yes, Ed Balls lost his seat last time round. Labour have lost seats at every single election since 1997. That was the party which Ed Balls was a big figure, and that's been turned around decisively tonight. So shut your fucking mouth, Ed. Thomas.
Bad news in Scotland. The Conservatives have taken Aberdeenshire and Kincardine from the SNP with a 19% swing. But Labour has gained in Lincoln, Croydon Central and Warrington South. And Warrington South is a big one from the Conservatives. It's also
that's a gain from the Conservatives.
Gain from the Conservatives.
So in England and Wales tonight, Labour are doing phenomenally well, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's worth noting that, of course, in Croydon, Gavin Barwell was the housing minister. So he's been taken down, and he had about a 600 vote lead.
No, it wasn't that, was it? Oh, no, it was 600, yes.
Yes, around about 680, and it's he's been beaten by 5,000, over 5,500.
I thought we'd win that quite comfortably.
So won it very comfortably. So that's really it's a big swing.
Alex Nunns.
Just want to go back to Ed Balls.
Yeah.
Ed Balls is really responsible for Labour's loss in 2015 because Ed Miliband clearly wanted to run on a more radical programme. Ed Balls surprised him in 2012, I think it was, when he said, "I'm afraid we're going to have to keep all of these cuts." Famously, he said that. So that was Labour adopting an austerity-like position. His entire political strategy and philosophy was destroyed on the night of the 2015 election, the same way that his incumbency of his seat was destroyed. And for him to have any criticism at all of the strategy of Jeremy Corbyn is just absolutely laughable.
But I also think if a different leader would have done even better, why did Ed Miliband lose in 2015? I say this as someone that I like Ed Miliband a lot. I like him, you know, as a person.
I think it was shit over Falkirk. It was really bad.
Yeah, that was a mess. But generally speaking, I like him, and I don't think that the young are any less screwed now than they were in 2015. You know, the future for the young still looked bleak then. I think, you know, if what Labour needed was like a social democratic leader, then they had one of those less than 2 years ago, and they lost the election. So I don't understand how that how that works as an argument. It just doesn't. And
there's something really disingenuous about it, isn't
there?
This idea that well, we'd be romping ahead if we had a different leader. Well, we wouldn't have the same manifesto if we had a different leader. Like, it's entirely dependent upon Corbyn dragging things to the left to actually present a choice. It's the first time. I mean, I'm a relatively old woman at this stage. Like,
well, you've got great skin.
Yeah, well, thank you, darling. It's the first time I felt like I've really had a choice between like something other than Tory or Tory light. It feels like there's a difference.
Yeah.
And and I'm so proud and impressed of people 18 to 24 who are stepping out and actually doing this. Like, these are my students, people I see and I talk to every day, and they are passionate about it. And it's just really nice to see that they've been galvanised by something.
Yeah.
And having a choice, having a situation of difference it's making them invested in their own futures in a completely different way.
Let's call these flimsy explanations for this out for exactly what they are. They're just flimsy, ridiculous explanations. And let's be clear about what they are. Like, I'm getting a bit like BBC pundit now. Let's be clear. But let's be clear about this. And let this be our rebuttal, which is that people like left-wing ideas and they will vote for them. And that is the explanation for this election. It's that simple. And people trying to deny that have got their own agendas, but that is what it comes down to.
I agree, but plus, Jeremy Corbyn is a fantastic communicator, even though everybody underrates him. He can talk to people and they understand it. There are people, I was listening to Radio 5 Live in the car, and there are Tory voters phoning into Radio 5 Live saying, Theresa May had nothing in her manifesto, Jeremy Corbyn was speaking to me. It's the Tory voters. You can't, he's so underrated, but honestly, he does connect with people in a way that most politicians don't, and that's through, and it happened actually. One of the things which I find really annoying about the commentariat is this line, oh, he's a transformed man, he's improved. Okay, he's improved a bit, he's got sharper. But if you go back to 2015 and watch the first Newsnight hustings of the 2015 leadership contest, it was in Nuneaton, and the crowd was a crowd selected by the BBC of swing voters. So it wasn't a Labour crowd. And Jeremy Corbyn stormed it. And he just stormed it by using plain language to raise issues which the others were scared of raising. And he got a massive response from swing voters in Nuneaton, and it's that connection, as well as the policies, which has, I think, played a huge part. And there was one moment in that, this is in 2015, there was one moment which I think really stood out to me and is stuck in my mind, which was a firefighter asked a question, and he was saying, in the fire service we've experienced huge cuts, there are huge cuts across the public sector, and I'm a UKIP voter. He's saying I vote UKIP. And this is what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about cuts. And Liz Kendall was the person who was asked to respond. And Liz Kendall said, what's important is that we have to have fiscal credibility. And at that point, I mean, that's Brexit, I think, in a nutshell. That somebody was saying, I've got a concrete, practical problem here. What's your solution? Her solution was, don't care, we've got to have fiscal credibility, which nobody even knows what that means, the majority of the population. And I think it's hardly surprising that people voted out.
Two results. So SNP hold Motherwell and Wishaw 38.5%. They were down 18%. Labour just missed out. They're on 37.8%, up 5.9%. Tories up 12%. So Scotland is having a very strange night. Confirms the fact it's on a completely different political and historic trajectory now for the rest of the United Kingdom. Whether or not it stays in the Union, I mean, that might change, but it seems like a different country. Labour have lost Mansfield to the Tories. That's a Tory gain. Not many of those tonight. I don't know much about Mansfield.
My family are from there,
so maybe you can talk about it a bit.
Well, yeah, it's a big mining town. It's actually quite famous amongst trade unionists as during the miners' strike being the scab town. I hate to say, it was what essentially broke the miners' strike was miners from Mansfield, north of Nottingham. Having said that, it was a strong working class community. There's a story they used to tell there is the miners used to go down the pits, they used to come up with blue marks on their arms because the cuts would freeze on their arms. And now, a lot of the young people who don't have jobs there, they have red marks on their arms because it's a very big heroin centre in the UK. So it's a tough, deprived and left behind place in some respects. Other places it's on the up, so I don't want to do it down too much. I've got a lot of good family there. Shout out to the Shakespeares, a lot of love for you guys. Unlucky this time, but yeah, it's like a lot of the Midlands. It's something where a lot of people don't really know what the Midlands is about. You know what the North is about, you know about Wales, you know about Scotland, you know about the South. Midlands, I think, is something this country, especially the left, have to get to grips with.
Helen, I'm really disappointed we didn't get this through Barry Gardner's held his seat.
Yeah.
Barry.
The postman. The postman.
The mailman.
The mailman.
It's an American thing, right?
Always delivers.
He always fucking delivers.
Yeah.
The people's gardener. The constant gardener.
I hope Andrew Gwynn. Has any news on Andrew Gwynn? I think he's been great this election.
Andrew Gwynn, yeah. Well, can you get Andrew Gwynn's result, please, if you can? If you can.
Yeah.
So we've had 513 seats through of 650 so far. In terms of the share of the vote, Labour up 9.4.
What is the share of the vote?
That would stand at 39.8% for Labour, just shy of 40%.
Insane.
Which is up with the very highest polling that they got.
I bet YouGov
that
feels
was
sick.
Salvation.
Salvation YouGov, right?
But YouGov must feel sick that they suddenly changed their methodology to drop us down to the middle.
Dan Hodges, when Dan Hodges calls you out, you got to, So they're up 9.4%. They're on 39.8. The Tories are up 5.9. UKIP down 10.8. Greens down 2.1. SNP down 1.9. The Lib Dems down 0.5. So the Lib Dems are having.
They're going to be the real opposition, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Labour's share of the vote currently stands at 40.7%. So over 40.
The Tories. Last time we were, I suppose that's Blair 2001, is it? Last time we were over 40.
This is unbelievable.
I don't think Blair got 40.
That's higher than 2001. I'll check.
Yeah.
Can you please find out the vote share in 2001?
Sorry, where?
And the other thing,
General
the
election.
aspect is
Okay.
voter turnout in 2001 was much lower.
Yeah.
So actually, as a share of the electorate, this is over 2001.
So tonight, so tonight, I think it's almost certain Labour have won more votes tonight under Jeremy Corbyn than under Michael Foot, Neil Kinnock, Gordon Brown, Ed Miliband, and Tony Blair twice. Yeah. The only Labour performance which is better than tonight.
I think they got more than 40 in 2001.
Well,
2001, they got
turnout was lower.
They got 40.7%.
But the turnout was lower.
Turnout was significantly
lower.
The turnout was like 50.
So they got 10.7 million in the popular vote.
It'll be higher than that tonight. So there's only one Labour result in the last 30 plus years, which is better than tonight, which is New Labour 1997.
Well, it's a bloody big bubble, this Corbynism thing, isn't it?
It's just a bubble.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's
There's
with.
a lot of delusional Leninists.
And that's with. I'll come to you in a sec because I don't want to keep on talking about this because we all agree on this. That's with Brexit, which we were told Remain would go to the Lib Dems, Leave would go to UKIP. That's with a hostile mainstream media. Fuck me with that press. The Mail was on side with Blair.
Yeah.
Incredible. If we had party unity, I sincerely believe this would have been a Labour landslide win tonight. We'll never know.
Do you know what? Let's just say it how it is. The Labour right has kept the Tories in government if the Tories managed to stay in government. Because if we hadn't had 18 months of sabotage.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Ellie, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think I do actually. Yeah, I had a point to make, but it's 4 in the morning, so I've completely forgotten.
Well, do you want a coffee? Do you want a coffee?
Maybe.
We'll fix you up a coffee. When we have a break, I'll fix you up a coffee.
Yeah.
Helen, what do you?
I'm just wondering how Lord Sugar is feeling right now.
Fuck me. Somebody pull up Lord Sugar.
If you admire and
Fraser.
respect Lord Sugar at all, you should be fucking.
Fraser.
That's what I was going to say. I remember.
One sec. We'll come back to you. Fraser, can you go on split screen and pull up Lord Sugar's Twitter feed, please? So just.
In 6 hours.
He hasn't tweeted for 6 hours. Okay.
He's crying with Murdoch in a back room somewhere.
What I was going to say is, I think the other remarkable thing to note about this election is it's the first election where Labour haven't had, or there's been like this amazing change, and there's been most of Labour's big donors have withdrawn. Like massive amounts of its donations have been £20 from ordinary people. It has had the most relentlessly negative campaign waged against it by the media that I could ever remember, and it was worse than I could have possibly dreamed of, and I thought it was going to be pretty fucking bad. There's been sabotage by elements of the PLP and in Labour HQ as well. This is a genuine grassroots victory.
Yeah, I never thought it'd be this big either, right?
This is a genuine.
None of us thought this would happen.
This is a genuine grassroots movement. Like it hasn't come from Cambridge Analytica, from rich people giving shitloads of money. It hasn't come from endorsements from Rupert Murdoch or Paul Dacre. This has come from people themselves, and that is huge, and that feels unprecedented to me. And I think the reason I was saying earlier, like I see this as a victory, whatever the results, is that we have something real now, something really genuine. That whatever the result tomorrow, whatever the final results, we can build on this, and we can create a genuinely left-wing country that is works for everybody, that works for the working class people of this country. So that's why I say this is a victory, whatever happens, because we've changed. This is unprecedented. This is unimaginable. We've changed everything.
We're gonna get Chunky Mark in.
Yeah, I'm
Mark
gonna go
McGowan.
down.
Come here, Mark. Say goodbye to the camera.
Right,
come
see you
here,
later.
Mark. I saw a graphic which had all the most influential Twitter people.
Oh yeah, show your little.
And Mark
thing that you're
McGowan.
proud of.
It was
Show
Jeremy
it.
Corbyn, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Go through the mark and say the camera, was it?
Well, yeah, it was quite big.
It was hashtag Jeremy Corbyn, and
Chunky
then it
Mark.
was GE27, and then just underneath.
Chunky
Yeah.
Mark,
It
bigger
was
than the Tory.
hashtag Chunky Mark.
When we're going to go down,
You were
gonna go
showing
down.
it in the green room.
I
You're not
know.
going to show
Loving
it down
it.
Coy
Someone
now.
sent it to me because it's like, but I think it's just listening to what Ellie was saying, because I'm going to go down Parliament Square now, and I was thinking about what to say. And that's really, really powerful, that it is a grassroots movement, and it isn't anything to do with, it's just people. That was, that girl that I interviewed today, I've even forgotten her name, and she said, Tories are mailing stuff out because they can afford to put stamps on it. We haven't got enough money to put stamps on it. Here, this was in Tooting. We haven't got millionaires, but we've got all of us. There was like fucking hundreds there. It was fucking amazing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And that's powerful because they were just walking in and walking out. I was thinking, how do these people even know what they're doing? Because they've been doing it for days.
As a result.
One sec. Chunky Mark,
Yeah,
say
I'm
goodbye
off to
to everyone.
Parliament.
It was Chunky Mark what won it.
Magic money tree.
Thomas.
Alex Salmond loses Gordon to the Conservatives. Alex Salmond has lost.
The SNP are fucked. Independence ain't happening, mate.
Yeah. Can we check up on, with the stats? Can we check up on some of the left-wing candidates, see if they got in? So I've got the list of our Corbynista candidates.
Yep.
You ready?
Please.
This is like quick fire.
Stato.
You gotta be ready. Right. So.
Get Butler. Butler's had so much champagne now. Sorry, Thomas.
Yeah. Prosecco's long gone, man.
The Prosecco's long gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll do the ones I know, and then we can do the others.
The Prosecco Prince.
Marcia in Battersea's won. Hastings we don't know, do we?
18-3 count.
Yep, still going.
Laura Pidcock, I guess she's won in Durham North West. I think she was fairly.
I think she won,
fairly
yes,
in.
from what I remember.
Did we win Stroud?
Yeah, we won Stroud.
Right, so that's
Stroud was
another one.
like,
David Drew.
we were happy
Stroud
about
won.
Stroud.
Jared O'Mara and Sheffield Hallam won.
Yeah.
Chris Williamson in Derby North won. What about Brighton Kemptown?
Durham North West we won. Big. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing because Laura Pidcock is brilliant.
Yeah, she is.
So I'm delighted.
So we don't need to change the number of MPs that do the. Sorry, my eyes don't work. I need to. Can somebody translate this for
Chunky
me?
Mark, JME, VT, question mark.
Right. Okay. So we're going to go to a Chunky Mark, JME, VT in 1 minute.
We've got
go on.
Arfon. We have got.
Adavon.
Okay, sorry.
That's my home
Welsh.
constituency.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll pull that up.
And Liverpool Walton, I suppose Dave Carden, you must have won.
Liverpool which?
Liverpool Walton.
Adavon went to Labour.
Oh,
Did you
it?
say
Oh,
about
right,
Kemptown?
Great. I don't know, we don't
No,
know about
okay.
Kemptown. And Middlesbrough South and Cleveland East, Tracy Harvey.
Liverpool Walton, Labour hold.
Yep, no, that's.
So basically, what I wanted to say was that we probably don't need this whole McDonnell amendment because JC would have enough nominations. Not that they would get rid of them.
The PLP is going to be bigger. And then most of them are going to be from the right.
Sorry, what's the McDonnell amendment? Maybe you can clarify.
We'll come back to this. We are now going to cut to a VT with Jeremy and the one and only Chunky Mark. But come back.
It was like magic. How did they? I love it when the Tories say, your community centre, get shut down. Your library, shut down. Your fire station, shut down. Your police station, shut down. Tory vulture capitalists, property speculators, get the key, the magic money tree, and it's shut down. I love it when the Tories say, where are you going to find the money? Like they don't know. Hey, you got it all, you greedy bastards. You know exactly where it is. Then they go on about, where's this magic money tree? It's in the Cayman Islands, the Bahamas, the British Virgin Islands, Panama, fucking-ma. That's where the magic money tree. And yeah, the Tories have all the money, and everyone knows it. Your community centre, shut down. Your library, shut down. Your fire station, shut down. Your police station, shut down. Tory vulture capitalists, property speculators, get the key, the magic money tree, and it's shut down. The Tories' magic money tree is called the public. You. Your 0-hour contracts, you get less, the boss gets more. The magic money tree. Rents go up, Tory landlord gets more. You get poor, the magic money tree. Your kids get debt, the City of London, they get Lamborghinis. Google, Amazon, Starbucks, Apple, the biggest companies in our lives pay no tax. Your community centre, shut down. Your library, shut down. Your fire station, shut down. Your police station, shut down. Tory vulture capitalists, property speculators, get the key, the magic money tree, and then shut down. There was a teacher on Radio 5 Live today who said, I work in a school where we don't have enough money to buy glue sticks. Yet Amber Rudd has 2 accounts in the bloody Bahamas. And yeah, bank's credit card debt. You can't sleep at night worrying about work, feed the kids, paying the rent. That's the Tory magic money tree. Like a fucking giant triffid, spreading. And there's Jeremy Corbyn trying to shake just a little bit off. Just a little bit. Just a little.
Are we back? Yeah. We're back. We're back. Don't worry. We're not doing any big content. Don't worry. Take a seat, Alex. So, if you've liked what you've seen tonight, I'm enjoying this Rice Krispie cake. I've not eaten for about 12 hours. One, you go to support.novaramedia.com. Help us build a new media for different politics. This is a momentous night.
You're going to be the state broadcaster now.
That's the plan. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. We've been saying this.
So after the events in
England
Manchester, these horrific attacks earlier in the week, I thought it was worth talking a bit about British foreign policy in the Middle
this new politics. So to help us do that, go to support.novaramedia.com, make a one-off payment or make a subscription. We pay our contributors, we pay our videographers, but we want to pay everybody. And this is a nice studio, but we want a bigger one. So help us on that journey. We're going to cut to our fundraiser video, and after that, we're going to cut to a slightly longer VT. We'll be back with more coverage very, very shortly.
Over the last 10 years, things have really changed.
Victory for real people. Us. It's about us.
But for all of the darkness, every cause has an effect.
40 students on the roof of Millbank.
Tienen mucha experiencia.
For all the talk of change, the present moment is really one of crisis.
A crisis of democratic representation.
Of identity.
A climate crisis.
Of a failing economic model which isn't working for most people.
We can't have a media that's beholden to advertisers or the political ambitions of oligarchs.
Which is why, in 2013, we founded Novara Media.
Unlike corporate media, we are funded by our subscribers.
There's no tax avoiders, there's no oil money, and there's no lords. What we're creating is media for you, which quite simply, you make possible.
We're looking to raise £40,000. That will allow us to not only keep on paying our contributors, but give them a little bit more, as well as keep our studio and take our fantastic Novara events nationwide.
To help us get there, go to support.novaramedia.com and give a one-off donation, or even better, sign up for a subscription.
We've already achieved so much, but the truth is,
The biggest gift of this campaign, whether we succeed or not, which we will succeed, is confidence it has given people. It has essentially revitalized so many people I know who have been left jaded and disenchanted by all of the disappointments, by all of the repression, by all of the pushback, by all of the backlash of the last few years, by the anonymity of corporate hegemony. I have seen people absolutely revitalized, and the most important thing is that we use that to push us and thrust us and enable us to essentially proselytize, essentially bring people together, to direct them to the polling station, to personally take them to the polling station, have those conversations.
Thank you very much. And first of all, may I, on behalf of myself and all of the candidates, thank the returning officer and all her staff for the hard work that they have put in today in running this election here in the Maidenhead constituency. Can I also thank the police who have had an extra job here tonight in ensuring the security of this event. And thank you to all those who have once again supported me as the Member of Parliament for Maidenhead. It is a huge honour and a privilege to be elected as the Member of Parliament for this constituency, and I pledge that I will continue to work for all my constituents as I have done over the period of time that I have been your Member of Parliament. As I say, it's a huge honour. This is a wonderful constituency, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to see improvements, further improvements, for the life of those who are living here in the Maidenhead constituency. As we look more widely across the country, of course, returns are still coming in. We have yet to see the full picture emerging. Votes are still being counted. But at this time, more than anything else, this country needs a period of stability. And if, as the indications have shown, if this is correct, that the Conservative Party has won the most seats and probably the most votes, then it will be incumbent on us to ensure that we have that period of stability, and that is exactly what we will do. I would like to thank all those across the country who have voted for the Conservative Party today. As we ran this campaign, we set out to consider the issues that are the key priorities for the British people. Getting the Brexit deal right, ensuring that we both identify and show how we can address the big challenges facing our country, doing what is in the national interest. That is always what I have tried to do in my time as a Member of Parliament, and my resolve to do that is the same this morning as it always has been. As we look ahead and we wait to see what the final results will be, I know that, as I say, the country needs a period of stability, and whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability so that we can all, as one country, go forward together. Thank you.
Oh, we'll be back in a minute because we're, rolling through another VT, coming back at you. Hi to America, our American audience, by the way. We'll be with you shortly. Just a bit of patience would be great. See you in a bit. Oh, yeah, just more of the same. I don't know. I mean, yeah, in a bit. I told you already. What's with that? Just give me a minute, please. I don't know. Gary! Please, just give me a minute. What's with this? I said we were going to watch Big Breakfast to practice this. But, I never really worked it out.
We're going to Mark Steele.
I call you comedy writer satire, isn't it? Satire in the Independent. Yeah? Don't call it satire. What call it, Mark?
Comic. Call me a comic.
A comic.
Some real shit.
All right, Mark Steele, people. All right. I want to ask you, how has, as a comic, this election's provided quite a lot of material, right?
It has provided material, but I don't think... my mate Jeremy Hardy says that he gets fed up of people saying, oh, Donald Trump must be marvellous for you, providing all this material, and he just goes, yeah, but I am a human being as well. I do think... I'd rather the world didn't explode in the next 4 years, just so it gave me a couple of jokes. So I am a human being as well, and I really desperately want Labour to do as well as possible in this election. Even more in this election than any other election, because the more votes it gets, the more people have put their name to a world in which we at least try to look after each other rather than just go, oh, get out, why should I pay for something that I'm not using? Why should I pay for the health service? I'm not ill. If you want to have a fire brigade, you pay for it. I'm not on fire. Why should I pay for it? Just because you want to be carried down a smoky alleyway on someone's shoulders.
Have you always been a Labour man?
Well, I've always been on the left. I haven't always supported Labour necessarily. There have been elections where I've supported
Sorry, I don't want to get you in trouble with the what they call
I've always wanted Labour to win an election. Always, yes. Yeah, exactly.
At Novara Media, we haven't always supported Labour. We're Corbyn converts. Although I think we're probably in it for the long haul now.
Yeah. No, excellent. And I don't know. I think we just got to do as absolutely well as possible. The more votes there is for Corbyn, the more people that get out, the more chance there is that there's the more chance that there is that there will be a significant body of political opinion in this country that says we have to change a society where a handful of people, of greedy people at the top, just swipe everything, and that's the only way that things can work. And if he gets no votes, then the considered opinion will be there'll be no project that says we can oppose that. If he gets all the votes, probably there ought to be a recount.
No, I kind of feel like this election more than any other is a bit of like a referendum on can we live in a civilised society.
That's it. It's a referendum on can we live in a civilised society. That should have been the slogan at the beginning. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I must admit, one because this is my manor we're in.
You're from Croydon?
Yeah, I'm very much Crystal Palace. Yeah. So I knocked on one door at one point tonight. The guy said, yeah, all right, Mark Still, innit? I'm voting Labour, mate. Jeremy Corbyn, love him. I'll see you down the Palace. Oh, yeah, so you season ticket? Yeah, I'm a season ticket holder. We spent 20 minutes talking about the virtues of Wilfred Zaha, Crystal Palace's magnificent winger. And probably wasn't time best spent, was it?
I don't know. It's all about building relationships, you know. We can't be instrumental about the whole thing, right? It's about human relationships.
He is brilliant.
Zaha?
Yeah.
I don't know enough about football. I don't know enough about football. That's one of my flaws as a canvasser.
He's very, very good.
So this is going out on election day. We asked Owen for it before. I want you looking into the camera. I want you telling people what they need to do today, why they need to do it. What's your hopes and fears?
Right. Whatever the result tomorrow, you have got to be able to live with yourself for the rest of your life knowing that you did all you could to make sure that Labour got as many votes in this referendum on a civilised society. If Labour do really badly and you've done nothing for the rest of your life, you will be miserable. Why did I do nothing? If Labour do brilliantly and Corbyn wins and you did nothing, you'll be feeling guilty. Your life will be worthless, knowing as other people go, I'm so glad that I did my bit, that you did nothing, and you'll feel miserable, and you'll be right to.
All right, you heard the man. Thank you so much for joining us, Mark Steele. Fingers crossed for tomorrow. I've said it before, I'll say it again. After you've done everything you can possibly do to get a socialist government by tomorrow morning, get home, relax, tune in to Novara's all-night live coverage of the election results. See you then.
You're back. You're watching Novara Media's exclusive, outstanding, remarkable, outrageously tremendous coverage of this genuinely unprecedented general election. Remarkable night for Labour in England and Wales in particular. Remarkable night, a different way for the SNP in Scotland. It's a mixed picture, but that reflects a mixed politics effectively in the Union. In England and Wales, the story is one of Labour insurgents in places where they haven't even won, but where, frankly, they've not been competitive ever, including the South and the Southwest. We'll be talking about that more in a minute. Michael, good to have you back. We've had there's bottles of gin, there's bottles of champagne, they're all gone. And I've had a couple of, I've had one beer.
Gin Club Mate.
Gin Club Mate.
The Novara from this point on.
So this is where the coverage starts to get bad. We've still got about 350 people.
Wavy.
We've still got about 350 people watching us, which is more than Newsnight, so that's good. You know, it's pretty good. Ian Katz, by the way, another guy that should resign. Ian Katz, if you're watching this. Sorry, it's fucking number 50, it's not in it. So, let's talk about England, because they've always been seen as the most unionist, right-wing nation within the Union, and yet it's in England and in Wales to a lesser extent, or to a more greater extent, but it's been historically more left-wing, that Corbynism seems to have taken root tonight. What do you think about that, Charlotte?
No, I just wanted to ask the question about that. I didn't really know what the answer was.
You think it's a pertinent question?
Well, no, I think it is worth thinking about, like, you know, for all the kind of, like, rankness of the word. Like, what's British about it somehow, how it relates to kind of Podemos, how it relates to other situations like this, what might be different about it, what might not be different about it, what might be our doubts that we should be aware of, what might happen in the next few weeks. I mean, it's worth talking about that now. It's fucking 4:30 in the...
What's interesting about it is that there is so England and Wales have both sort of seemed to have taken to Corbynism, and that was with a radicalism and with an element of populism, but with very, very little nationalism actually. So there was minute sort of like my vocabulary is getting quite bad at this time of the morning. There's sort of like minute suggestions towards that with the bank holidays on the Day of England and Wales. I've forgotten what they're called now. Andrew, George. But they were completely irrelevant. So sort of like they won back. It looks like they won back much of Labour's traditional working class base. Well, also they inspired a shitload of young people to enter the electorate without having to wave flags. And perhaps no one actually gives a fucking shit about the flag. And the Blue Labour model of sort of like, we'll do a bit what we do, but we have to get over the whole being funny about the British flag thing, and maybe no one gives a fuck. Because this really wasn't a Blue Labour campaign. It was a very traditionally radical left campaign.
Maybe it's also worth asking from people who've been campaigning around how much immigration was brought to the doorstep. Because I actually specifically remember the single doorstep in which it was the argument. And it surprised me because it was such a trope. But nevertheless, I remember the one time it was brought out, and it was brought out really weakly by a lady that just didn't want to talk to me and was just like, oh, immigration and all that. I don't know what other people's experiences are of that, because it was less of a deal than I thought it would be when arguing and canvassing.
Was that in London?
It was in Dagenham.
All right.
Like a cul-de-sac kind of situation, and she was just trying to get rid of me, right? So she was dropping out, whatever. It never really came to be a crux of the argument or the arrival point of our discussion. I don't know if other people had that.
I mean, when you're canvassing, I think one thing that was over-emphasised beforehand was how many people were going to leave Labour because of Corbyn's positions on the nation or migration or whatever, because most of them had gone with Ed Miliband anyway. So I did speak to a few people on the doorstep who were concerned about his position on Trident, who were, concerned about migration, etc., etc. But then when you asked, and that was always a bit worrying at first, because you're like, oh, this is exactly what I was told would fuck it up for Labour. And then you asked, wait a minute, who did you vote for in 2015, by the way? Is that UKIP or a different, or Conservatives? Or that wasn't a vote that was actually leaving Labour. And if that vote did leave Labour, new voters, young new voters, and people who were inspired by Jeremy Corbyn, because it wasn't just young people, there were a lot of people who say, I never bother voting, and then when you talk about Jeremy Corbyn, they're like, yes, they get it, that more than compensated for the small section of people for whom Ed Miliband was just nationalist enough, but Corbyn wasn't.
Sorry, breaking news. Labour win Brighton, Camptown. Taking from the Tories, they've beaten the Tories there by 10,000.
Oh, Camptown. Sorry, I was thinking Pavilion.
10,000.
So that's Peter Carl.
Wow. No, it's not.
No, this was a Tory seat. It's a game. Brighton, Camptown.
It's not Kyle. He's fucked off. This is a Corbynista.
Oh, that's the Corbynista.
Yeah.
This is a different.
So there's 3 Brighton seats.
Yes.
So Peter Carl. Oh, Peter Carl was the Tory though, right?
No,
Peter Carl was the Labour guy.
He might as well be, but
yeah. Did he win?
No, he's gone, isn't he?
No, he was campaigning in Hove. He's campaigning
Brighton
in Hove.
Camptown was a Tory seat. To clarify for the viewers, because we're meant to be informing you, it's a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
And that was a Corbynista candidate, wasn't it?
Yes. So that means, I think there were 10 sort of new Corbynista candidates, and I think we've got 9.
Amazing.
I think, what was the only one we lost? Middlesbrough or something like that. So, yeah, 9 out of 10. The trouble is, this doesn't actually change. The competition of the PLP is going to be worse than before, because we brought in so many other new people. But I suppose the new people...
But they owe those seats to Jeremy Corbyn.
They do, and they're less entrenched. They haven't got a backstory that they have to apologise for all the time.
So, BBC are doing Brighton, Camptown. That was Conservatives 18,000, Labour 28,000. So it's not just a small swing; it's a massive swing. It's a huge It's a huge swing. By the way, just to announce that Anna Salisbury has just been totally gunning Theresa May. Like, I mean, it was just a non-stop 5-minute tirade. She won by a very slim majority. She says, I've lost lots of good, moderate Conservative friends. She said, Theresa May's campaign was dreadful. Where do I begin? And then she just went on about it for about as long as she could get, basically.
Yeah, it was like, where can you tell us about the campaign? And the response was, where do I begin?
Yeah.
Bit of a...
I've got no sympathy for Anna Salisbury.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's disgusting.
No, you're right. Kemptown was a proper Corbynista and he's massively increased the majority. I mean, I do think it is worth talking about the PLP, not so much necessarily in terms of vengeance or getting our own back, but in terms of if this is a project that can work, if Britain are attracted to this kind of left-wing socialist project, we want to do it fucking well, and we want to have 300 MPs in there, 325 to win that. We want 325 brilliant, excellent people who believe in this project, who want to mobilise popular power to challenge vested interests, who want to make this work. And that means we will have to start discussing how we can make the PLP more representative of the kind of politics which today has proved itself to be remarkably successful. And if you've been sniping for 2 years, saying this cannot work, you're absolutely unelectable, we're waiting to get rid of you, then when Corbyn has been absolutely vindicated, when the politics of people who have been dissed for years has been vindicated, to say, mate, I think maybe we could have a better MP.
We can have a lot of better Labour MPs.
Would be reasonable as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, just bringing up Tom Watson's comments earlier, he actually handled it quite well and said that the biggest losers tonight have been the media, and no one in the Labour Party can question what Corbyn is doing anymore, and that it would be against the party to do so. I hope more people take up that kind of attitude.
It's an interesting...
I think Tom Watson's displacing his own blame to a certain extent.
Well, yeah, no, I think that too. No, I think that too.
Tom Watson's a fucking waste of space as far as I'm concerned.
He had a chance.
He shouldn't be in politics, he should fuck off.
Well,
interesting.
Sorry, fuck off.
Sorry, I just wanted to say actually, first off, hello to our American viewers who are still with you. It's nearly 5 in the morning here, so this is why we are getting increasingly more scatty. And also that something that we haven't been announcing is that there has been rolling Conservative holds that we're just not discussing.
Okay.
There's been a lot of Conservative holds. So while we've talked about the highlights where Labour have been winning, the current count is Conservative 272, Labour 241, SNP 33, and Lib Dems 10, and the Ulster Unionists 10. The prediction is that it's going to be 318 for the Conservatives at the moment. So it's still not quite. At some point tonight, we were thinking 308 for the Conservatives.
Where's the majority? 326, is it?
What you need for a majority is 326, especially for American viewers.
Less now because of Sinn Féin.
Less now because of Sinn Féin, so they need 323 because of Sinn Féin to form a majority. So 318 puts them very close. With the Ulster Unionists, it looks like they would probably form some kind of coalition there. I just wanted to mention that because that's the ongoing state of play. So while we've talked about the highlights, and they have been astounding, there is a lot of Conservative parts of the country that have remained.
Yeah, so the Tories are down 11, Labour up 28. But the thing is, what changes it for the left is that the SNP are also down 20.
Yeah.
So if you thought that the SNP would hold and Labour would increase significantly, then yes, there would be a progressive coalition. Actually, Labour have done the business tonight. It's the SNP who failed. So going back to Michael's point about a different kind of Labour Party, Alex, you wrote a book about Jeremy Corbyn's rise to the leadership of the Labour Party. What's your sense on what has to happen now with elements of the Parliamentary Labour Party which haven't just held back the Corbyn project, but which have actively sabotaged it for 18 months?
It's not just the PLP. The PLP is a problem. I mean, it is a problem when you've got it was always a problem. You've got a leader who's supported by a very, very small number of MPs in the Parliamentary Party, and you've got the rest of them who are just 70% of them, whatever, are implacably opposed. And that drives the media coverage. The media have got their own agenda, obviously, but if they're being fed stories all the time by members of Parliament, then it makes it really easy for them. But what happened in this election is there was a third coup when it came to selecting parliamentary candidates for this election, where normally, in any normal situation, the members would be given the choice of their candidates, unless it was an incumbent. And this time, the party bureaucracy, the party machine, and the NEC decided that they were going to basically have a small panel to decide the candidates, and that's why we're in a situation where we've got big wins and only 9 candidates can be described as Corbynistas, even though the overwhelming majority just got re-elected with 62%, and we've only got 9 candidates. And that's because a coup happened straight after, a hidden coup happened straight after Theresa May called the election. And that's left us in a big problem. And I think what that points to is it's not just the PLP, it's about reform of the NEC. The NEC is ridiculous in that it's only got 6 members on its, I think it's 32 members on the committee, and there's only 6 of them who are representatives of constituency parties. There's 12 trade unions. It should at least be 12 each, trade unions and constituency parties. I think the General Secretary of the Labour Party should be elected by the membership, and that would be a first step, probably not the only step, but a first step towards trying to reform Southside, where basically the bulk of it's not uniform, but the bulk of the Labour Party staff are people who learnt their politics. They're not necessarily all venal, but their politics has come from the New Labour era. That's how they think politics works, and so they've been hostile. And then you've got the regions as well, which no one ever talks about because no one understands. But you've got the regions of the Labour Party who decide where funding goes and so on, who have also been obstructive. And so this is the thing about the Corbyn project is people focus on what happens in Westminster in terms of the Labour Party, but the Labour Party is like, I mean, it's cliche, but it's like trying to turn around a Titanic because there's so many power centres in it, and really the only one that the left has is the leadership and the membership, and these other power centres have proved how adept they are at stopping that Titanic from being turned.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you were to build any kind of left project if you just look to the abstract, how do you build a left project that can challenge power on a national scale that could enter government? You have to think, how can we form a generation of leaders who can take part in that? And there are so many points within the Labour Party at the moment that snuff that out, especially on the regional level, because one way you would rise up that ladder, or not rise up that ladder in a career way, but one way you develop those skills, one way that we'd find who these community leaders are who want to be representatives in the Labour Party would be as councillors, for example. And what's happened in many London constituencies is that at the regional level, good activists who are out on the doorstep every weekend, incredibly intelligent, they've been told, no, you're not suitable to be a candidate, and literally anyone with a hint of left-wingness has been excluded. And that has denied the politics that Corbyn represents and that has been vindicated this evening, the chance to have a new generation of representatives come up through those ranks.
And this result, if it's 40% we've got in this situation where the party's working against the leadership, I mean, that's just unbelievable. So that's such an achievement.
What would be the first thing you think needs to change then?
I think the NEC. I think reform the NEC.
How do you reform it? Quickly, how do you reform it? Then we'll go to Thomas.
12 constituency representatives for a start, and elect the General Secretary.
Right.
No, there's not much news other than the BBC are determined to make every Labour MP eat their words about Jeremy Corbyn, and Dimbleby's enjoying it. You've got it all wrong, haven't you, about Jeremy Corbyn? And some of them, like Harriet Harman's key advisor, has come out and said, yeah, absolutely, we were 100% wrong, and what was great was the manifesto. It offered hope. You know, he was a great leader, and Theresa May's been an absolute disaster. Chuka Umunna's trying to avoid saying anything like that right now, so that's great to see, because he's been a complete.
But can I just? I mean, you say that, but the truth is, if you look at the BBC coverage, and of course people that are watching this can flick in and out of the BBC coverage, I'm sure they are. Right now, they've got on Ed Miliband's former speechwriter, who's been incredibly critical of Jeremy Corbyn.
Baldwin?
No, the woman.
Oh, Deborah No, who?
No, the Asian lady. She's actually very nice.
Azarika. She wasn't Ed Miliband's speech, she was Harriet Harman's spad. And
she
now
worked for Miliband.
Did she work for Miliband as well?
She's very charming in person.
Well, the other one,
she's been very critical of Jeremy Corbyn.
I mean, Sonia Soda, who's a leader writer at The Observer now, who's completely clueless.
Ex-Ed Miliband.
Yeah, ex-Ed Miliband. And Tom Baldwin, his spinner. I mean, these people it's amazing what Ed Miliband achieved with these people working for him, to be honest.
Agree.
To get to 30%, 31%, whatever he got, with these clueless people who would have had us oppose. Tom Baldwin, for example, would have had us opposing the referendum and making that the main issue of the general election. I mean, honestly, the strategic genius of these people cannot be underestimated.
But I just want to say right now, so it's what's her name?
Azarika.
Aisha Hazarika.
Aisha Hazarika and Ian Duncan Smith are on the BBC, and the BBC has not, to my knowledge, had a pro-Corbyn voice on all night. And yes.
Has John McDonnell on?
Okay, but other than the PLP, like commentators, and okay, fine, that would require some work and they seem too lazy to do it. But there is Faisal Shaheen, There is Paul Mason. If you really want to look,
Rachel Shabby.
There's Rachel Shabby. I mean, again, they'd have to work to do that, right?
Dawn Foster.
There's Dawn. We could go on. There's you. But you know, fundamentally, there are people out there who have been on the BBC numerous times before. They're not on there tonight. Why is that? What's the agenda here?
I had a funny experience with the BBC where when my book came out, the BBC Daily Politics invited me on, and a few days beforehand they phoned me up. The researcher phoned me up to ask me about what I was going to talk about, and she was just obviously under the misapprehension that I was going to be critical of Corbyn. I'd written a book about Corbyn, obviously I must have slated it. And it was kind of funny as she realised that no, I wasn't critical of Corbyn. Kind of the tone changed and so on. But every question was, when's his leadership going to end? How's it going to end? Which MPs are going to move against him? Have you heard anything from the Labour right? You must be in touch with these people. And at the end of the phone call, she said, we'll get back to you or something. And I thought, get back to me. You've already booked me. You've told me the date. You told me the time. This is just like going through the motions to find out what we're going to talk about. And then the next day or day after, I got a kind of cursory email saying we've talked about Jeremy Corbyn's leadership enough on this show, and so we've decided to cancel the segment. And I've got a feeling. I mean, she said, when's the next coup going to happen? Ooh. And I've got a feeling if I'd said it was going to happen in June 20.
Oh, sorry. Go on, let me finish the point. Go on.
If I'd said I think the coup's going to happen in June 2017 and the candidate's going to be Wes Streeting, I reckon I'd have got on the BBC.
Fuck's sake. Thomas.
Bad news.
Go on.
Amber Rudd.
Oh, she
Recount.
And after the 7th
recount. Another recount.
7th recount. We're just getting it in. Labour got 25,322, and
why haven't they got the Conservatives up there?
Where's the Conservative number?
No, they're just announcing the Conservative now. Maybe she hasn't held it.
Retains her seat. The BBC's saying.
It's still, if you're the Conservative Party, if she's that marginal, you're not going to elect her leader, are you?
You can't, of course.
You can't. Yeah, you can't elect someone who's had 4 recounts because it was so.
She'll lose it next time when we have this next general election. A lot of them are going to lose their seats. So, Mary Cray re-elected to Wakefield.
Fabulous.
That was it was meant to be a target for them, but we'll find out more in a sec.
You know, it's a good victory when you're having to thank the counting agents. That's what she's doing right now. She's doing a deep and long speech.
I'm gutted about that. That would have been a real highlight tonight, actually.
I'm so looking forward to it.
We've taken Gavin Barwell. That's okay. So Labour have held both seats in Ealing, all 3 seats in Ealing.
Oh, great.
Which is great because one of them was a marginal, wasn't it?
Ealing Central and Acton, yeah.
Yeah, we found that out a while ago. That Rupert won.
East Ham Labour hold, East Antrim Labour hold, East Kilbride SNP hold. So at the moment, the Tories on 288, Labour on 246, SNP on 33, Lib Dems on 10, DUP on 10. Wow, the DUP have the same number of seats as the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah,
wow,
that makes them serious players.
That's amazing.
Well, the thing is, right now,
how many Liberal? Oh, I
10.
Finished.
But we know that. I'll come back to you in a sec. But we know that the politics in Northern Ireland is now Sinn Féin and the DUP, right? And we know that there's that radicalising. We've seen it with the Stormont elections. But of course, Sinn Féin don't come to Westminster. They won't make an oath to the Queen. So go on.
No, all I was going to say was when the total seat count was read out and it was 241. Like there's a monument we haven't marked, which is that a monument is a mark, isn't it? The Labour got 232 in 2015, and we're now past that. So Labour, we knew we were going to, but Labour is now gaining seats. We're above 2015. So that was the test they set Jeremy Corbyn, which they thought he couldn't make. We were saying if we increase the vote share, okay, our vote might be distributed badly, but if we increase the vote share, that shows Labour's moving forwards. And they were saying no, you have to gain seats because they thought that was impossible. And we're now in the zone of having.
No, the final one was one of the ex-Labour, another one of these jolly on guys, said that Corbyn has to go if they don't get a majority of 30.
Did he?
Yeah, Julian.
I don't know.
It's pronounced Julian, but it's spelled Jolly on, yeah.
BBC, Charlotte.
What Green was that?
Julian Green, the ex-head of comms. Idiot. BBC, what's going on? Why are they so seemingly biased against Corbyn?
Well, I don't know.
Go on, give it.
Loads of reasons.
Drop some heat.
I don't know. I mean, where do you begin? I mean, yeah, I don't really know. Like on a.
What? Are you saying you don't know you're lost for words, or you don't know that it could be many things?
Yeah, I mean, the BBC situation has always been kind of like producing an idea that like of neutrality, which was obviously against a kind of like an affirmative idea of Corbyn. But I don't really know like really where in terms of tonight I could like make a point bigger than what's been developed over the course of the campaign.
As well, you know, Tom Mills, if you've ever listened to any interviews with him, is very good with his book, The BBC: The Myth of the Public Service. But also under the Conservatives, the favourable coverage of the current government was twice that of what it was under Labour. They used statistics. There's another report that came out that the BBC used like 80% of their statistics straight from the government. The extent to which they rely on the government for that information, I think, has intensified over the last few years. And they're staffed, unfortunately, with a lot of people who have got very used to, like Kuhnsberg, Robinson, Neil. You know, it's quite obvious they're kind of slant on things, and they're the main kind of commentators. So I think it's always been favourable to the state, but it's getting to an extent that is obviously now ridiculous, given the vindication that we've had tonight.
I mean, I think there's potentially two ways of looking at it, and I'm not really in a position to arbitrate between the two. One is that there is something actively cynical going on, and there are the BBC is an establishment organisation, and therefore actively, purposefully, there are elements within the BBC defending the establishment against characters or political movements that may challenge that, Corbyn being one of them. The other is that BBC journalists are part of the same parlour game with the journalists that exist in The Guardian, The Telegraph, everywhere, who assume that the rest of the country must think like them, because if they didn't, it's exactly the same as why we got the Collins review, because people in the Labour right thought that if you get more than 10,000 people to vote, they're presumably going to be just as moderate and centrist as us. And these newspapers have been written, and on the radio, in the newspapers, it's the same crew of people from the same part of London chatting in the same language with the same assumptions. And what's so gross about it is it's the same class of London-centric. I mean, we're from London as well, but these people say, I'm from London. Maybe I'm one of the only people from London here. Anyway, sidetrack. Sorry, I shouldn't assume people are from London.
I'm from Bournemouth, mate.
You're from, I know,
There's not one Labour councillor where I'm from, not one.
All right, babes. I'm from a safe seat.
50 Tory councillors.
Is that these people from this class of commentators, politicians who think that working class politics is a dead end, it can never happen. They've said, you hundreds of thousands of people inspired by Corbyn, you hundreds of thousands of people who want change, you are betraying the working class because they deserve a fucking managerial, technocratic Labour government, and we are here to paternalistically look after them, and they all think you're holding us hostage and blah 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 blah, and you were fucking wrong, and it's, you know, the arrogance of thinking not only are we elite, but you challenging our elite power is you betraying the working class, and that's the line they've been using for 2 years, and it is absolutely motherfucking wrong.
And not only that, but that the managerial role has been kind of embodied within this idea that you're also kind of a worker. Like May has been like, I'm just getting the job done. And so she's simultaneously kind of being a worker unto herself. Like, you know, not necessarily exploited, but kind of like feeding some kind of cause above and beyond her with some kind of humility, right? So she's kind of like taking on this idea of a worker in a managerial role upon a mass, right? It's quite clever, you know, if it had worked.
Just going to pop in here. There's a Lib Dem gain. Have you got this, Thomas?
No.
There's a Lib Dem gain from the Tories. I think it's in Oxford. We'll get it up in a second. The Lib Dems now have more seats than the DUP.
So we've got 2 new Labour gains that were unexpected. Keighley on a knife edge in the north. Right, that was very tight. And Enfield Southgate, which was the bellwether of 1997, and they are making comparisons to 1997 when you get a Middle England kind of seat like Enfield Southgate.
That's hilarious.
There's a terrible
England and Wales, they are getting probably better. The vote share is probably higher in England and Wales than it was in 1997.
Yeah, and it was, by the way, a huge win in Enfield Southgate. Now there has been one Conservative game back in Derby North East, but they have revised down the predictions to 316 for the Conservatives, not 318. So they've taken 2 seats off because of those 2 gains.
316 and the DUP got 10, so that's 326. So she's actually on the cusp now.
She's on the cusp with those couple having just come in.
It's not manageable.
It's not manageable. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe we should go to a break shortly, but then come back and discuss, you know, what happens next. You know, what government is formed and what do we do about it. I think. Maybe.
Okay, so
can you clarify exactly where we are with numbers?
Very quickly, I'm going to round up, and then right now, John Woodcock's talking on the BBC. John Woodcock was saying that even if Jeremy Corbyn, even if Labour won the most seats, he would not let Jeremy Corbyn be the Prime Minister. John Woodcock.
No, it's worse than that. Did you hear what he said the other day? Go on. In a hustings in wherever he is, Barraclough. He said if Jeremy Corbyn wins the election, he will immediately call for his resignation.
John Woodcock. Or as we like to call him, penis. John Woodcock.
Oh yeah.
It's really good.
And it makes sense, doesn't it? Because he's a complete bellend. So we're going to
waste no time in deselecting John Woodcock.
Deselect John Woodcock for sure.
Tomorrow.
We've got, I think, we're going to go to a break. We're going to go to some kind of VT, I think. Fraser?
Sorry? Have we got a VT ready?
I think we just got. Okay, yeah.
We've got a VT coming. How long have we got for the VT?
We have to cut the feed. It's like 4-hour limit.
Yeah, so go to a VT in 1 minute, yeah?
So we've
got the Tories on 290, Labour on 249, the SNP on 34, the Lib Dems on 11, the DUP on 10. Right now, the Tories could form a government with the DUP. I don't think it would last 10 minutes. We're going to go to a break. We're going to go until 6 a.m. So come back here, because we're going to be here for another 55 minutes. I'll be fucking here by myself after this.
What we need to say is this feed is going to end because Facebook gives us a 4-hour limit.
Yeah, we'll get a new link.
So you'll have to see a new link which will be shared from our page.
Get a new link. And Lib Dems have just gained Oxford, Western Abingdon from the Conservative.
That's all right.
We'll see you in 5-10 minutes. Don't miss it. I'm off. Welcome back to Novara's coverage. We're going all the way through to 6 a.m. I guess the conversation is now going to turn to what next. Are we going to have another general election? What does that mean? I think we've still got maybe 100 people watching. Like I say, it's still more than Newsnight. We've had a few results come through. Stoke-on-Trent South's gone Tory. 20,451 for the Tories, 19,788 for Labour. You know, there's a few results like that, but you can imagine most of the resources were going to Stoke-on-Trent Central because the perception was that the UKIP vote from the by-election there would all go to the Tories. And
who was the MP in Stoke South?
I don't know. Can you pull that up, please?
In Stoke South.
Yeah. There's been a few other interesting results. Stoke-on-Trent Central has been held.
By how many?
We're going to find that out. Rob Flello was the Stoke-on-Trent South MP, never heard of him. He lost to Jack Brereton. So yeah, if you can get Stoke-on-Trent Central, that'd be great. So we'll go through to 6 a.m. Michael, is there going to be another general election? How quickly?
I can imagine another general election in 3-4 months. I can imagine the Tories make I think it's going to be completely ungovernable to have a minority government or a Tory government propped up by a few DUP.
You don't even think there'll be a Queen's speech?
No. To be honest, actually, I don't know enough about parliamentary sort of processes. When would the Queen's speech happen?
James is saying there could be. Well, Alex, what do you think? Would there be a Queen's speech or?
They can try. I mean, they can always try and do minority government and see.
Maybe confidence and supply with the Lib Dems.
Yeah, but I don't think that the Lib Dems they've just got up above 10 seats. Are they really going to throw it all away by doing confidence and supply with the Tory party again? I mean, what I imagine is the Tories are going to wager that because it takes a long while for centrists to learn that something's up. So they'll, for a long, long time, if you're a centrist and you're sort of like seeing that centre collapse, you're going to say, what if we just change the personnel? Maybe it'll be fine next time. So I can imagine the Tories go for, we'll go for a more popular leader. I mean, Theresa May's performances were shocking. So they go for a more popular leader, try and have a snap general election again in sort of like 3-4 months' time to have a decisive win. And I think what that means is that the Labour Party will have to, from tomorrow actually, if you lead a party, or we're all part of a party, if you're the majority in a party, you lead a party, you do everything you fucking can to make that party functional.
to make that party the best it can be, to make it representative of the people you want it to represent, ordinary people in Britain. And we should be doing that from, to be honest, day one. So what I'd say Corbyn, his team should be doing, what we should be pushing for here, is one, we're out on the TV screens arguing, making sure the narrative isn't just that, oh, there was two flawed characters against each other and this is what happened. There was a radical vision of what Britain should look like and people want it. And we should also be arguing that Labour Party has, by luck, almost by luck, it has chanced upon a vision that people want, that has mobilised people. There are people that want this party to be a success, and we demand it to be fucking better than it's been. And that means we want, as you're saying, we want an NEC that we have confidence is working for victory. We don't want... So, Battersea, beautiful win. You know, there was beef between different constituencies because she was more left-wing than people wanted. Like, we can't afford that. We need a party that is united. If we're going to beat... The Tories probably can come up with a better leader than Theresa May. They won't be that much better. But the next battle might be harder, and we need a stronger party to do that. And a stronger party to do that means a party that is disciplined and that isn't a fucking mediocre nobodies, right? And that means filling bottom up with the most inspirational, intelligent, inspiring people from communities around Britain.
That's it, that's a shareable. We're going to get that on Facebook tomorrow morning, man. That's it. Call to arms, Cam Sandhu. What do you reckon?
I think, yeah, I reckon there will be another election before the end of the year. And I think it's on the Labour Party membership to feel enthused by this result and to start pressuring the party to carry on expanding this image and not moving away from it at all. To cement that, because it is resonating with people. Ensuring that you have that kind of message carrying on into the next election, whereas the Conservative Party are now going to have to and fro, is only going to make that stronger.
One thing that you probably know the most about in the room, actually, Alex, is... So there were lots of constituencies. So say in London constituencies, there was really a problem that whilst the election has shown that Corbynistas go out and campaign, they weren't, or we weren't, disciplined enough to turn up to CLP meetings and sort of win those executives. That meant that when Region sort of played games and blocked sort of progressive council candidates, we didn't have the executive, so the chair, the secretary, whatever, and there was nothing we could really do about it. In other parts of the country, there were, perhaps because the right was sort of like less ingrained, had a weaker majority in those CLPs, places like Hilary Benn's constituency, Angela Eagle's constituency. I can't actually remember which one either of those are.
Andrew Eagle, Wallasey.
Wallasey, and which one's Hilary Benn? Leeds something.
Leeds Central, yeah.
So I think both of those places, the left had turned up, they had the exec, they had the sort of democratic levers of that CLP, and because the NEC were worried that there might be a deselection, they suspended the CLPs. So I think Wallasey is still suspended, is it?
I don't know.
Well, it was for a long time.
I don't think it was, because wasn't it found completely innocent in an internal report?
It was found completely innocent, but the report was never published, and I'm not sure if they ever unsuspended it.
Right.
I think they just unsuspended Brighton, didn't they? Mm. But there were two problems in the Labour Party around the country, which was one, that left people weren't turning up enough, and two, that when they did, it got crushed by the bureaucracy. And I think the left at that point felt a bit disempowered to really challenge that as far as they went, because we didn't know if, we didn't want to provoke the most brutal civil war we could have in the Labour Party when we didn't have the self-confidence in our project that this result has given us. Now we have the self-confidence in this project, we can, we don't want a civil war in the Labour Party, but we can demand fucking better, I think.
More members as well. Apparently we've got 600,000 according to Jeremy Corbyn.
Mm.
So
we need to double that, because so many people have gotten behind this manifesto who aren't members, right? Actively as well, like canvassing, door knocking.
You know what we should fucking do?
Yeah.
So yesterday I was feeling sad that the election was over, because I have fucking loved the opportunity to talk to hundreds and hundreds of strangers about politics, and I was thinking like, oh, how am I going to start those conversations now? We should be knocking on doors from tomorrow saying, we nearly fucking did it, join the Labour Party and we'll do it next time. And once you've done that, then you're building up, that new base of politics. The kind of people that voted Labour this time will be Labour members next time, and they'll be the leaders in the CLPs. Right? There'll be Labour activists and there'll be Labour leaders. We'll have the most inspiring people that have come through this campaign actually leading the campaign next time, instead of sort of like having to reluctantly campaign for some mug that says he'll vote against Corbyn if he actually gets the most seats.
Cam, Thomas, you guys are involved in new media projects. How would that intersect with new media? Because obviously tonight seems to be emblematic of a success for organisations like Evolve Politics, The Canary, and other organisations too. Squawk Box, Novara Media, Raw Media. I could go on, I won't. So how would that approach intersect with these kinds of projects? How do we move on? Both of you guys. Yeah. Start with Thomas and we'll go to you.
Yeah, you know, it's been clear for a long, long time that people hate the billionaire press. They hate the established press as it is, and also the BBC. The right wing especially hate the BBC, and actually there's a big space to be filled in the media landscape and in the public and national discussion. And I think activism from the left works best when we're agenda setting, because even if we're losing the arguments, we're talking about what we want to talk about. Yeah. When the billionaire press have been setting the agenda, you know, if they had managed, if they had done what they used to do, which is just hammer migration, as they had done previously, I think we'd have been in a lot of trouble. They had to talk about Brexit. They also, because of the terror attacks, had to talk about foreign policy, which oddly enough actually might have played a little bit into Labour's hands, because, you know, Jeremy's actually been pretty consistent in opposing the Saudis, supporting, you know, a rise in police numbers and other things, and also, you know, it didn't let people get their fears stoked up about immigration for an odd reason, you know. So I think we need to set the agenda. I think new media can do that. I think our reach was 1 million. You know, you guys have been doing well. We're starting to really reach into there now. What we need to start doing is targeting it. So, like, we are doing well with over 45s. We have a very neutral tone. We don't particularly take sides, but we do try and make sure that we talk about important topics, and that's what we're going to continue to do. We're not going to be party political or supporting any particular parliamentary party, but what we will do is say these are important topics, and if the parliamentary party happens to be on the right side of those topics, then that's going to support them. We need to build this now. We need to get more people dipping into their pockets, realising that these organisations, these are the voices of the people. These are the ways that we can influence national debate, and that costs. People can't be doing this for free. We need resources, we need money, we need to pay for advertising to go into the areas that the Conservatives reach. That we can advertise to marginals, to people in rural areas, not just in the big cities, you know? And we can do that through the internet. We can do that. So we need money, we need support, but I think, you know, we're within 1 or 2 years of an independent media outlet, or several of them, being actually more popular than a lot or almost all of the billionaire press. You know, I really think we're that close to becoming now cornerstones of the debate, and we're going to shape what's talked about. And I think people in the parliamentary Labour Party, especially those who are not supporting Corbyn, they need to be aware of that. They need to know that they're going to have to be answering what we want to talk about. They're going to have to be on the right side of the issues we're interested in, because we're going to go into them in depth, we're going to cover them right, and we're going to get people on board. That's what I'd say.
Cam?
I think it's been good during the election that it's crystallised people's ability to see how one-sided the entirety of the media is, and I think that's something that people need to hold on to. But I think it also raises the fact that how important it is when you don't articulate what your ideas and what your beliefs and what your values are. When you have a media that never ever articulates stuff that we want about a kind of a better lifestyle and all these things, people forget about how to do it. And the way that I've seen people pick up the language of unelectability or other kind of myths in the media has been depressing at times, but also there's been a shift now, and Corbyn's been able to get onto mainstream debate during the election campaign, and so those ideas have been voiced, and they're starting to kind of bed down into people's ideas that there's something completely alternative. So the important thing is that we do have a media that is shouting those ideas and reframing what's being said in kind of debate, and reassuring people about those ideas and what we can aim towards. I think that's the kind of role that we need to play. I think we need to go on the attack for the media as it currently stands massively. We can't let people forget what's happened during this campaign, and calling people out as you have done this evening. yeah, I think the media is going to be really, really important in presenting those ideas, which will even more so show how irrelevant the current makeup is.
What you're saying, just to compound that point about what could have been with Labour, and how we shouldn't forget how much tonight could have been even better.
Yeah.
Fraser Nelson. If Corbyn does take Labour to 40%, he'll have done more to increase his party's vote share than anyone since Attlee in 1945. It looks at the moment that Labour will get more than 12 million votes. And in 1997 they got 13 points. Somebody's going to tell me.
I'm looking on numbers.
Can you please get 97?
97. 13.1, I thought you said.
They got 13. They got the low 13s, I think. And obviously they're not the party they were in Scotland. So more or less in England and Wales, they've done the same as what they did in 1997, with 3/4 of his own parliamentary party against him, with the entirety of the print media against him. So I think it's actually the most remarkable achievement in the history of British politics, and that's just fucking bonkers. I feel like I've taken drugs. I don't think this is real.
Yeah.
You know, it is the most remarkable achievement in British politics ever, without a shadow of a doubt. So you have to ask yourself, what would it have been if we didn't have a coup the day after the Brexit referendum? The day after, if these supercilious idiots like Hilary Benn didn't fucking think they were so clever that they'd done that, then who knows? I think Labour probably would be looking at a big win tonight, 50, 60, 70. We'll never know. It would have been bigger than 1997. In many ways, this is. We're as big as 97.
I think we'd also be incredibly naive to think that because Corbyn has shown this project can be a success, those MPs will now just have to shut up. Like, if they're there, to be quite frank, if there's people there who want to undermine the project at the first opportunity, who don't pull their weight, who add zero value, then the fact that they're not openly briefing against him, I mean, we can ask more than that, right? Like, the fact that Tom Watson stands up and says Corbyn's project worked, like, well, fuck you. I mean, like, you can say, yeah, Corbyn's project worked, but I don't believe that you're going to work for this project. Like, what you're going to do is you're going to sort of, like, sit there, sort of, like, smile, try and act a bit humble, first fucking opportunity. They don't like the politics. They don't like the guy. First opportunity, they will fuck it up again. And that would potentially be at the next general election, if that's in 3 months' time. I can imagine them thinking like, oh, the Tories have got a better leader. This is a good chance for them to actually win this one. If Corbyn loses 2 general elections, if he loses vote share from this one, maybe we can get rid of him then.
That's a really good point. That's really good.
We cannot be complacent with this. We want an election-winning fucking party, and you don't have an election-winning party with people who hate your project.
Yeah, you can't do it.
You can't do it.
2 things. Paul Mason has just called for Brownites and Blairites to come into the shadow cabinet.
Totally disagree with that.
On BBC, which I think is quite a unique and interesting thing to discuss. I mean, I don't know if he's been up to late. And
Blairites, why?
Yeah. Also, do you honestly think that there is going to be an election that soon? Because the discussions that have been had on here with the DUP seems that they're going to be very comfortable making a deal with the Conservatives, and with the Fixed Parliaments Act, that could easily last 5 years. And I think they're all going to want to put this behind them, because I think they're aware that if they run again, they could do even worse. I don't think any of them are going to want to risk it, and I think they're aware of election fatigue. You know, that's going to play against them when the momentum is with us. You know, especially. But again, I think you're right. The objective for us is to immediately set the agenda. Immediately start going. Well, this is what we want. We want more. We don't just want this manifesto. We want more than that. We can do better than this. You know, and everyone needs to be geared up to fight on the streets, talking to people and so forth. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, what do you think about Watson's comments then? Not Watson, sorry, Mason's comments. Brownites and Blairites.
I think it's ridiculous. I think he's called that wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if, as I say, sort of like they might. I reckon if he invited them, actually, they would go in the cabinet now, because who doesn't want to be in the?
They can fuck it up better.
Who doesn't want to be in the shadow cabinet of a successful party? Yeah, but also it comes with a bit of status now. No one wants to be part of a sinking ship. But when you're part of something that has a bit of legitimacy, you can get in there and then you fuck it up at the first opportunity. Like, keep them out. Snakes.
Shadow cabinet was dysfunctional with them in it. They were leaking from inside shadow cabinet.
Yeah, there was only progress once they fucked off.
And we don't fucking need them. We don't need them.
But I suppose the thing is, the other side of it is, I hate saying this, but it's dysfunctional and unsustainable if you've got a PLP where the whole where they've got nothing to lose.
Why Blairites? There's a
I
big
don't know about
soft
Blairites.
left. There's a big soft. There's not even many Blairites in the fucking PLP.
I suppose people like Lisa and Andy, and much as I sort of disappointed.
Which is why Chuck Rumina, like, they're a real small minority in the Parliamentary Labour Party. You don't need to fucking be nice to them. He basically, Mason, if he's saying Brownouts and Blairites, he basically means Yvette Cooper and Chuck Rumina. That's basically what he fucking means.
I mean, I'm confident that, like, the amount that Corbyn has suffered, the amount that he will feel vindicated after this victory, that they are not going to give a shadow cabinet place to Yvette Cooper, and they're downright not to, and I really don't think they will. I think that's Mason being a bit wacky, you know, sometimes.
He does do that.
Obviously he's got fabulous insight, but he has a tendency to be a little bit wacky.
He always loves the curve. He always loves to be like
the curveball. Yeah.
You didn't see that coming, did you? It's like, Paul, that's because it's a terrible idea. He's a brilliant mind on lots of things. I'm not taking the mickey, but
no. Just to announce that, you know, we've got 29 seats left to announce. It looks almost certain now it's going to be Conservative 318, Labour 262. That looks pretty dead set. You know, it's mostly Cornish and very rural areas to come in, but they look pretty safe.
So the exit poll was dead right?
Yes, the exit poll was dead right. The beginning exit poll was 318 and 262. It went up and down, but, you know, that's been right. SNP 35, so they got one more than the exit poll expected, because Lib Dems lost a Scottish seat by 1 vote.
Wow, that must be a record.
Wow. Yeah, 1 vote. So I think that was one of the island seats.
Oh, who? What was it? What seat was it?
I can't remember now.
Because it was that Miriam Brett's seat. Was it Orkney?
I think it was
Shetland and Orkney.
Let me just pull that.
Because she's absolutely fabulous. Actually, she's like an economics advisor. Right? She's really left wing, economics advisor in the SNP. She's involved in Neon a little bit. But if she's an asset, I don't care what party she's part of. Well done if you won by 1 vote.
I think she lost the SNP by 1 vote.
Oh, she lost by 1 vote. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, if we have an election in 3 months' time, you can have another go. I think one reason why you might have an election in the Tories are in a real difficult situation now, because even if they can have a very, very slim majority with the DUP, I think the DUP are quite hard Brexit-y.
Yeah.
There's going to be a hell of a lot of Cameronites or Cameroons in the Conservative Party who see this as a vindication of their modernising strategy, and they want to get rid of the whole, not necessarily for ethical reasons, but they want to get rid of the dog whistle, they want to get rid of the sort of like bombastic nationalism and return to a sort of modernising project that Cameron did. And that's going to be, that conflict is going to be very difficult to resolve with minority government along with the DUP.
Yeah. Also, in terms of Brexit, the DUP seems to be very keen on soft borders and staying within the economic trading area. So that's going to, from what has just been said, so that's going to shape their policy. I think Ian Duncan-Smith said about an hour ago, that it looks like we can forget any chance of leaving the economic area. So. And curtailing freedom of movement. What will be interesting is that will be probably blamed on the Conservatives rather than Labour. Conservatives will give that to people who wanted restrictions on freedom of movement. If Labour are feeling particularly naughty, they might slam them on it. But yeah, the DUP are probably going to want that. A lot of the moderates in the Conservative Party, again, feeling that they're vindicated by their modernising strategy, are going to be saying that's what we want as well, and that will probably that's probably going to happen. That could really screw the Tories actually in the long run. But I think they'll probably try and hold out for 5 months. I don't think they want to run anything. They're not very good at campaigning.
It's true.
Alex,
Aaron said that next election Labour's going to win more.
I'd like them to win a majority. I think we can win a majority.
I think that just to play devil's advocate, or maybe. Think about these dynamics that might happen. There's 2 things. First of all, the next election could conceivably really be a referendum on Brexit, because this one was tagged as that by Theresa May. It didn't happen really. The next one, it will literally...
How could it be? The point is, we've never had a general election which takes the form of a referendum, and the whole point was maybe it's not possible.
But these dynamics,
that's what it's meant to be.
You can imagine that kind of, that 52% or whatever, cohering, I think. I'm not saying it will happen, but the other dynamic is something we haven't talked about, which is that politics doesn't operate on a level playing field. We're talking about what we can do in the Labour Party and blah blah blah. One thing that hasn't really happened, I don't think, is we haven't seen, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but we haven't seen anything from the deep state in this election, because I think Labour was so far behind, they thought we didn't have a hope. And so there's been all that talk of coups, you know, remember military coups when Jeremy Corbyn became leader, or if he wins we're going to have a military coup. There hasn't been that sort of, apart from the mainstream media, there hasn't been that kind of underlying shenanigans. No one's shot Jeremy Corbyn yet. If we're in a position where it looks like Labour could actually win, then I think that sort of stuff is going to have to be taken into account.
Or from just general extremism, like a Thomas Muir character, far right. If Jeremy Corbyn all of a sudden looked like a genuine contender for a big majority, his security would be a genuine issue.
This is also a situation that happens a lot, right? So you have a left party that does surprisingly well in a very short space of time, and then you make the opposition. You say this is a great time to be in opposition. We can build our strength. And so Syriza is the example I'm thinking of here. So they did very well in 2012. They didn't quite win, but I had a Greek friend who said when he saw Tsipras, you know, like he was lukewarm about Tsipras in 2012 because he was like, when he lost, you could just see the grin on his face because he didn't actually want to win. And they did have 4 years to build up their capacity to govern a country, but at the same time, the Eurozone had 4 years to insulate themselves from the disruptive potential of a left-wing government. So by the time they actually got in power, where was that, 2015? They had no bargaining chips yet left because Germany had completely insulated the Eurozone from any kind of disruptive move from them. I suppose that was by deleveraging or whatever. It was sort of by getting rid of the debt from the German banks, is nationalising the debt from French and German banks so that if Greece threatened to default, that wouldn't actually cause a financial crisis anymore. And you can imagine the same thing happening in the States with a sort of Bernie Sanders character. So I imagine he got very close, and he took everyone by surprise. The reason he didn't quite win because he wasn't quite ready for it. You know, he hadn't been planning to win the nomination, so he hadn't bothered shoring up votes across America and across demographics. He thought, I can make a big enough hit by getting Rust Belt, white working class people. And then it was only too late in the day that he realised he could actually win this. So him getting close was like, that's great. He got close, so in 4 years' time, we'll have the dream progressive candidate who'll know exactly what to do, and who'll have planned it, we'll have more strength. But at the same time, the democratic establishment will have built up the resistance. They know what's coming now. And I do worry that the same thing would happen here, in that we got very close, we weren't quite ready to govern, in fact. But also, because of the surprise element, what avenues are they going to be able to close down when we try this again in 4 or 5 years?
We've got 17 minutes left before we cut out. Let's get the latest on the counts. Labour 256, the Tories on 303, SNP on 34, Lib Dems on 12, DUP on 10. At the moment, it looks like there could be a coalition government between the DUP and the Tories because Sinn Féin don't take their seats in Westminster and the SNP have had a terrible night. So even though the Labour Party have done the business in England and Wales to form a coalition government, north of the border, the Tories have done surprisingly well, which means that Rainbow Coalition this time round can't happen. Thomas, you got something to say?
Not much more.
You were
than
laughing.
That. I was laughing at something was said on here, but no, don't worry.
We've got another Conservative game from the SNP. Fucking hell, Dumfries and Galloway. So yeah. Oh, Mike Gapes has been re-elected in Ilford South. Thank goodness.
He did, I suppose, West Streeting one, did he?
West Streeting one. I even congratulated him on Twitter. I said, "Congratulations, Wes."
I'm with Wes was the hashtag.
I'm with Wes. Yeah.
I'm with Wes.
Wow.
Very happy.
Explain the background to that, like just for
No, we don't need to know. I think it should be a general. I think what Ellie was saying earlier on in terms of her tone of the criticisms, it should be a generalised criticism. It shouldn't. Don't focus on individuals because so many fucking morons have done this stuff. It's actually unfair to just focus on one or two people because, like Streeting, because.
Well, also the reason I wouldn't want to focus on individuals because it's not about saying get into line. It's not about saying put up or shut up. It's about saying, are you good enough? Are you good enough for the powerful position that you hold within this party? Are you an asset or are you a drag? And even if these characters, I don't think we need to name names because there's a fucking load of them. If you can't add value to this party, then what the fuck are you doing as one of the key elements of it? You know, it's a fucking privilege to be an MP. And if all you can do is not cut from the sidelines. If all you can do is just stay quiet until a leader you like comes into power, then fuck off. It's a waste of space.
Right now they should be working their asses off for the position that they're in at the moment in terms of taking that message forward. So like if they don't change their behaviour right now, they never will.
Just a couple of points. Turnout running at nearly 69%, with just 27 seats left to declare. Turnout is running at the highest for UK general election since 1997.
But below Brexit?
Only by 2.
Brexit was 72?
Oh, so 71? 71 or 72.
Also, there's been mention of, and I think it is worth mentioning this, at the start of the campaign there was alarm within Labour ranks after polls could win a majority of seats in Wales for the first time since the 1850s. And that would have been, by the way, if that had happened, those polls had been correct, that would have been devastating to, you know, like to lose Wales, you know, which, you know, it was the Welsh miners who came up with the concept of the NHS. It was them pooling their resources, you know, I mean, you know, the Welsh have given great figures and you know, great strength to the Labour movement, but actually it's been an incredibly it's finished with its highest share of the vote since 1997. You know, it suffered no losses and won a bunch of seats they didn't expect. Owen Smith said he's definitely got something. He beat me fair and square. He's done very well in this election. He's to be congratulated. So you know,
well done, Owen. It's a shame he said that we were a virus or whatever he said.
Yeah. One thing I was just thinking about the SNP, and one thing that has fucking happened in this year is fortunes change fast, don't they? Do you remember when Brexit happened and everyone was like...
was that second referendum?
And yeah, Nicola Sturgeon was the most strategic, polished politician in Britain. You know, like, it was like, she was in a really strong position to call that referendum. It's like, yeah, she definitely had the justification to do it. She'll probably win this one now. People are pissed off with Brexit. She called it wrong.
Yeah.
And actually, it was different with her, because, I mean, Theresa May potentially didn't call anything wrong. She was just shit.
She was objectively shit.
And there was a more exciting alternative, whereas Nicola Sturgeon is a polished politician, but she called it wrong.
I think another thing that's when you say how things have transformed, and something we should emphasise as well, because they get so much stick, all of the stuff about the Labour Party, the leader's office, being incompetent and shambolic, and Seamus Milne, the amount of vitriol that's been directed at Seamus Milne. Look what they've done. I mean, they've done the most competent, apart from, I mean, Diane Abbott had a bad interview, and Jeremy had one bad interview, and apart from that, they've been flawless. And if you think about the strategic decisions that that Seamus and Andrew Fisher, the top team,
so true,
made, you know, for example, after the Manchester attack, coming out with a speech 4 days later where Corbyn raised the issue of foreign policy, and he did it in the most restrained, responsible way, and still the press jumped on it and said this is unacceptable, this is beyond the pale, and then polls came out that 75% of people agree with Jeremy Corbyn. So the British press thinks a view is unacceptable that is held by 75% of the British population. That's how out of touch the press are, and that was brave, because I remember that that week after Manchester, when I thought, and I heard from people, that Jeremy Corbyn was going to have to walk on eggshells because of the whole, you know, you get a terrorist attack and then the narrative immediately becomes Corbyn's a terrorist sympathiser and all that stuff, and you can't go too hard because you might look like trying to exploit it. And so, you know, I probably, if I'd been in Seamus's shoes at that point, I probably would have been overly cautious. And what they did was they said, no, we need to seize the agenda. And they came out, Corbyn did that speech, which completely transformed the dynamic and dominated the news agenda, completely dominated the news agenda for that entire weekend. And that was the kind of strategic intervention with, you were talking about new media, but this was how to manage, this was absolutely outstanding management of traditional media by somebody who's got the entire traditional media against them, to make them, to push them into reporting things and getting the agenda onto something that none of them want to do, was just just absolutely fantastic. And I think that Seamus deserves a lot of credit for his strategic ability, which everybody is rubbished, but it's there. We can see it in this election that Seamus knows what he's doing, and also just the fact he doesn't give an inch politically. This guy doesn't give an inch. And the same with Andrew Fisher. I know he's been working on, you know, some of the speeches and so on. Andrew Fisher would say it was, the manifesto was a collective effort, but I think a lot of it was Andrew Fisher, and you know what an incredible job that guy did. I think Kerry Murphy, the way she's run the leader's office,
she's so tough,
formidable, and knows what she's doing. And if there were elements of what they called incompetence about the leader's office, I think she expelled it.
They all left. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to name names. I was calling out Simon Fletcher and all these people, and when they went, I went, well, good riddance. And people said, how could you say that? They're stalwarts to the left. They work for Livingston. And actually, the point is, they didn't get the project had to be values driven, it had to be radical, or it was dead in the water. And actually, the upturn in Labour's fortunes more or less correlate with Simon Fletcher leaving.
It happened before the.
Sorry.
I don't think that's quite right. I think
that's right.
I think it took a little bit longer, but I think it.
This January was the pickup for me.
No, that's it.
And he left then.
Well, I think it was more to do with. It was to do with that's when they started planning for Seamus expected I think he expected a general election, and they started planning for that, and then they decided that they were going to. This is my interpretation. This is not anything that I've been told in as many words, but I think that they decided because everybody expected the next coup to come after the local elections in May. Like Labour was going to get smashed in, which is true. Labour did get smashed in the local elections, which makes this result even more.
Their vote share's gone 13%. Crazy in a month.
And
a month.
And because there was going to be a coup, I think Labour effectively launched a general election campaign for the local elections because that was their. They had to put something out to be proud of, to say this is our record, you know. And so we started to get over Easter the free school meals policy and loads of other policies, £10 minimum wage. All these policy initiatives started coming out over Easter. And they were really, really well packaged, well delivered. They got the news agenda. They didn't make the difference to the local election, but they got that meant that Labour was already in a running start when Theresa May called the election, whereas Theresa May had just been wandering around Wales deciding whether to do it or not, and they didn't have anything. You know, it's amazing. How can you call an election and not have any programme? It's astonishing.
Well, they were complacent. They thought it was a unlosable election.
Yeah. And so I think that given how much stick they've taken, the leader's office, I think we should be saying these guys have done us proud. The way they've done that.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic.
Well done, lads.
We're going to go for a few more minutes. Thomas, what's the latest with the counts?
There was a very tight Labour hold in Ashfield. Actually, the Conservatives gained 21%, and they were within 1% of the vote of actually taking it. So that's actually a really important hold there. Because
where's Ashfield?
I don't know if it's Sutton Ashfield, and it's just south of Stoke.
Right.
But otherwise, I'm not sure.
It's weird how there are these occasional seats where the Tories do super well and Labour not so well.
Yeah, there's a particular area, as I was saying before, and I'm actually going to hammer it home, which is the Midlands is what needs to be looked at. It's weirdly enough, it's where Liz Kendall comes from, for instance, and that kind of...
from Watford?
No, I mean as in she runs in Leicester, right? And that kind of, she's not just a Blairite, she's someone who's used to competing right next to, Middle England Conservatives in the Midlands, And to be fair to her, I think actually, from her perspective, quite a lot of her politics are quite pragmatic, more than the other ones, more than a lot of the dunces in the Labour Party really got no clue. She knows what it's like to be surrounded by Conservatives and to have that... like I say, this Midlands conservatism. You remember, of course, Thatcher comes from Grantham, which is south of Nottingham. It's a weird place, and I don't think we know it very well. I think we know the North very well. I think we know Wales well. I think we know London well. I think we're getting to know Scotland better. But the Midlands is not somewhere, and it's somewhere where we're going to need to win. So, I think Stoke South lost that. Derbyshire North East lost that. Those are two key Conservative gains. It was probably, I think, the only two ones that I remember, right? Those are in the Midlands, in the East Midlands, right? So I think we've got to look at that. I think we've got to be ready to be able to fight there.
Okay, we've got some news. Labour holds Southampton test, which now confirms a hung parliament.
Oh, wow.
Which is 1 minute ago. And given we're not going to be broadcasting from 6, I guess that's probably a suitable time to call it quits. We'll have a roundup, 30 seconds each. Tonight, in a paragraph. Start with you, Alex.
I mean, it's exceeded my expectations, and I've been one of the most... I haven't done the Owen Jones thing. I've suddenly given in to despair. I've always thought that this was an exciting project that could capture people's imagination, because it captured my imagination in 2015. I don't see why everybody else should be different from me. But even so, I didn't think that it would be possible to be, if we're on 40%, Labour's on 40% of the vote. I didn't think that it was possible. When you consider that we were 24 points behind 7 weeks ago and then got trashed in the local elections, and I think that it's just been the most remarkable turnaround, you know, I don't know, I'm not enough of an expert on British electoral history going back through the centuries to know, but certainly of all of them that I know of, 1945 obviously came from nowhere, but that was after war in a specific circumstance. This is a bigger turnaround against the odds, if you know what I mean. I think just because of the forces ranged against Labour.
I think this result was absolutely phenomenal. I still feel like I'm going to wake up and I'm dreaming. I did not think Labour were going to do this well.
I'm pinching you.
I'm still. I was expecting Labour to increase the vote share from Ed Miliband and lose a few seats, and obviously they've massively outdone that. I feel faith and hope in the British public. In terms of actually the consequence of the result, my analysis is the same. If we'd have lost some seats and increased our vote share, or as we've done, we've increased our seats, but not yet form a government, what we need to do as we look forward is to be confident that this project works, this politics is a success, this politics can win, and what we need to do is build the project that we've started, which means getting our message out even further into communities, convince people that we can implement this programme, and implementing this programme means having a party that believes in it. It means having the infrastructure that can design these policies, you know, because you can't have just a couple of people drawing up a manifesto and then it happens. We need a whole left infrastructure to make this project real. And people recognise that as well. I don't think we can win on a manifesto like this until we have the infrastructure to make it real. So we're doing that from now, from tomorrow.
Well, from today.
From today.
Cam.
Yeah, similarly, completely exceeded expectations and under massive amounts of pressure, and a huge feat has been achieved. I think everybody who canvassed, everybody who got out and did something should feel proud and feel like there was some real results that came from that, and that a lot of the hard work has come from the last kind of year or 2 years, and people should feel confident that now it's just building on that, and that kind of very, very difficult part, the vehicle is here to push that out much further.
Thomas?
I think I'd like to give a shout out today to tactics, to the hard slog of doing the real work, which I've never seen done on this scale. I've wanted it all my life, all of my active life. I've wanted to see 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 you know, smart, dedicated people go out and speak to people about a vision of the world that looks different, that sounds different, and that inspires hope. And we've seen that happen. And not only has that delivered results beyond expectation for Labour, you know, as you probably know, you know, I'm not wedded to the Labour project, but I'm astounded and enthused by that. But more importantly, I'm enthused by the fact that I think hopefully as a movement we've started to learn something really fundamentally important today that we can apply to all areas of the movement, the trade union movement, the cooperative movement, you know, and a street movement, an antagonistic street movement, which is that if we want these things to succeed, if we want to set the agenda, if we want to change the world, and that's what we're about, right? Changing the world, then this is what we do. We go out en masse, we build it around a big event, and we go out and we talk to people. And do you know what you find? Face to face with people, not through the medium of the press, not through the medium of someone else telling them what to think, but face to face, we can win people round, 12 million people round, you know? People never thought, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, astounding. So that's my big takeaway. This is what we need to take forward into the future and hammer it.
Well said. I'm going to leave on this note. None of this would have been possible tonight without our subscribers as well as our contributors. Thank you so much, and to all the people that were on this evening. Thank you to all of you at home. But none of it would have been possible without our subscribers. They make Novara Media the thing that it is. They pay for this studio, they pay for the videographers, they pay for the contributors. But not everybody is paid. Michael and I aren't paid, for instance. That doesn't have to happen. But we need more money to make this bigger and better and to underpin this new politics. So to help us create this new media for a different politics, go to support.novaramedia.com, make a one-off payment or make a subscription, help us buy more kit, pay more people, get a bigger studio, be even more influential, because it has to happen. We have no choice. We're now going to cut to our fundraiser video. Like I said, support.novaramedia.com. You've been wonderful, and fuck me. What a night.
Over the last 10 years, things have really changed.
Victory for real people.
Us. It's about us. But for all of the darkness, every cause has an effect.
40 students on the roof of Millbank.
Tienen mucha experiencia.
For all the talk of change, the present moment is really one of crisis.
A crisis of democratic representation.
Of identity.
A climate crisis.
Of a failing economic model which isn't working for most people.
We can't have a media that's beholden to advertisers or the political ambitions of oligarchs.
Which is why, in 2013, we founded Novara Media.
Unlike corporate media, we are funded by our subscribers.
There's no tax avoiders, there's no oil money, and there's no lords. What we're creating is media for you, which quite simply, you make possible.
We're looking to raise £40,000. That will allow us to not only keep on paying our contributors, but give them a little bit more, as well as keep our studio and take our fantastic Novara events nationwide.
To help us get there, go to support.novaramedia.com and give a one-off donation, or even better, sign up for a subscription.
We've already achieved so much, but the truth is, we've barely started.
Oh God, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. We've got like all of like the LBC are over there, like all the news, they've got the things going up there and they're freaking out. They're freaking out because it wasn't millionaires that did this. It just wasn't millionaires, it was people, it was you. You know, Jeremy Corbyn is the catalyst. He's the catalyst, but it's people, his core, who never stop believing, ever. Do you know what I mean? 24 points behind in the polls. They never stopped believing. But it wasn't that they just believed in Jeremy Corbyn. They believed in themselves. They believed in the movement. They believed in the project. That it doesn't have to be this way. That another world is possible. That these Tories who come up with this austerity, we've come up with the extreme Brexit, we've come up with manifestos of misery. How's that going to fare? How's that going to fare with people lying awake at night because their rent's going up, because they can't get food, do you know what I mean? They can't get their wages up. You know, people are motivated to change the course of history. People are motivated to believe that another world is possible, and it is. Do you know what I mean? Financial transaction tax, make the rich pay some tax. It's just a little bit of an ask. But what Jeremy Corbyn is offering is massive. It's massive. Do you know what it is? To live your life with the spirit of hope. To feel inside you every single day when you wake up that your children can go and get an education, that you can go and get a decent job and be paid and not all your money go to the bosses, that you can get decent housing. Do you know what I mean? And no more war. He stood there like a fucking Buddha when they said to him, push the button, you know, bomb people. This is a man of peace that they tried to mock in the papers and people saw through the media. Do you know why? Because we trust each other. We trust each other, and we don't trust the establishment. We don't trust the media. You know, and there's some politicians that we trust. We trust Jeremy Corbyn. This is